Right, guys. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. We're live on YouTube as well. Hopefully it's working. But yeah, immediately somebody's in there. Brilliant. Let me know if it's working, guys. If you're on the YouTube. And yeah, let's get into it. Guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Anybody who quote tweets the space, we will retweet your quote tweets as much as possible. Yeah, we'll do that. So be the first to do it, and we will do it. Is it working? Let me ask the YouTube guys. Okay, and yeah, retweet the space, reshare it. And like I said, anyone who quote tweets it, I will retweet the quote tweet. Lots to speak about and quite a bit to get through. We want to try and get as many people in here as possible, especially I'm guessing the Zio space probably seen us start and probably start straight away. Because it's about propagandizing people for boots on the ground, something we are against. We do not want this war to escalate. We do not want this war to continue. And let's see, there's a lot come out today with Trump. He's made a lot of claims. We'll have to see if his claims are true or not. We're going to break all of those down in a non-biased manner. So check us out, watch it, and see how it goes. But yeah, if you can quote tweet the space, like I said, anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet your quote tweet. We're also live on YouTube. Yeah, I think I need to start. Just last time when I set it up as a reminder thing, it didn't work, but maybe we should do that. But anyway, back to the conversation at hand. Obviously, let's go to Beatrix. Beatrix, you got some news for us?
Hey everybody, welcome to the space. Indeed I have. Got some news really quickly. Let me just go to it. Do you know what, guys? Firstly, I've been really bad. I've not even sent out or retweeted the space, so let me do that really quickly. What I normally do is I send the link out via DMs. You can get the link from the purple pill at the bottom, right-hand side, just next to that. There's a little half a triangle with 3 little circles. You can get the link from there and send it out in DMs as I am doing right now to friends who I think will benefit from listening to the truth on this space. So just give me 1 second. I'd like to invite everybody to do it with me as well, actually. And then quote tweet it. So that purple poll on the bottom right-hand side, if you press that, it'll open up into Sulaiman's post. If you quote tweet from there, what will happen is that Sulaiman will retweet you. He'll retweet your tweet. So if you do that, that's a big one. And I'm nearly done sending the link out myself. Give me 1 second. Have I got everybody now? And who else comes up? Coolio. Okay. This is done. I've sent it out to everybody in DMs that I can think of, and I've done it in a bit of a hurry. So if I've forgotten anybody, my apologies. And I'm just going to retweet it quickly, share via post right here. And then I'm going to pin it to my profile. So if I pin it, what happens is all my followers see it, okay? So to pin it, just post it, make an actual post of the space by using the link of the space. And once your post has gone through, all you simply do is go to the 3 little dots on the top right-hand side and pin it to your profile. And I'm about to pin it now. And then I'm going to go to the news. Here we go. All done. So pinned to my profile. Right. Now that's done. Okay, cool. Let me go to news. It's been quite a day for statements from people. So Trump asked Steve Witkoff for permission to disclose that Iran gifted the US 10 big boats of oil, he calls it 10 big boats of oil, as tribute to show they're serious about making a peace deal. The boats are Pakistani flagged, according to Trump. Take what he says with a pinch of salt, I would. Yoav Gallant, Israeli minister, Yoav Gallant, he's the Minister of Defense, right, in Israel, says he's tweeted out, now or never, how to finish the job in Iran. These warmongers, seriously. And then he's put a Substack link, which I didn't bother going to. It's probably going to bring my house down. It's not just going to infect my phone, it's probably going to bring my house down. I wouldn't click on his Substack. Israeli Defense Minister Katz says that the IRGC Navy commander, Admiral Alireza Tangziri, has been killed. So they're claiming, Israel's claiming that they killed the Israeli Defense Minister, the IRGC Navy commander, the head of the Navy, Admiral Alireza Tangziri. And what he says is the IDF will hunt and thwart you one by one. You never see statements like this coming out of Iran. You never see statements like this coming out of Iran. But here's this guy saying the IDF will hunt and thwart you one by one. President Trump says the Iran war was a test for NATO, and he is so disappointed in NATO. He says, remember my statements in a number of months from now. Never forget. On Ali Khamenei, Trump says, we had to stop this maniac. This is the supreme leader, Khamenei, who they killed. We had to stop this maniac who is no longer with us, the supreme leader. He wasn't so supreme. He's no longer with us. It's very sad. You know, the more I read these statements, the more I loathe the people that run our countries. They're absolutely, and I keep using the word demonic, but that's what they are, demonic. What he says about the UK is, they said that, this is Trump, they said they will send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have when the war is over. I said, that's wonderful. We don't need it. We don't need them. I mean, he's been crying about the UK right the way through, and I'm 100% certain, sadly, that Keir Starmer is still helping him. Right? In fact, I'll read it out in a second, but the UK is working with other European nations on helping Trump in this war. I don't mind him smashing Keir Starmer. I don't have a problem with it, to be honest. But it's just ridiculous that he keeps crying about it. Israeli media outlets say, this is Channel 13, the chief of staff warned last night in the cabinet. So in Israel, the chief of staff warned last night in the cabinet that the Israeli army is on the verge of collapse from within. And he raised red flags. He says the army now needs literally, guys, did we say this or did we not? Last week, when people were coming up and saying, oh, the American military and Israeli military, I was specifically saying, guys, Israel doesn't have a military, which is why they use Americans to put boots on the ground. They might be able to fight Hezbollah on their border, right? Or on the Lebanese border, should I say, but they don't have a military. So he's saying the army now needs a recruitment law, a reserve law, and a law extending compulsory service. The reserve will not withstand. And he said all of these things the chief of staff did, apparently, in front of the prime minister, the heads of security apparatus, and the ministers. So he said this in the Knesset, that we need a recruitment law. They're not getting people. They hardly have anybody. Making your population do 2 years compulsory service does not build an army, right? So that happened. So Steve Witkoff, as deluded as ever, says there are strong signs that America can convince Iran to sign a peace deal. Convince Iran to sign a peace deal. And Trump on Iran says, I thought oil prices would go up more. I thought the stock market would go down more. It hasn't been nearly as bad, nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. I don't know. I'm surprised people in America are so calm, seriously. Iran calls America's proposal one-sided. Hegseth says the US will continue negotiating with bombs. These were his words. We will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. Well, I'll tell you something, Trump definitely chose the right guy to be his war president, right? We're going to continue negotiating with bombs. Warmongers, absolute warmongers. Zelensky's arrived in Saudi Arabia saying important meetings are expected. This is a grifter. This Zelensky is the master grifter, seriously. I mean, he's in Saudi just to make sure that should the wind change, he'll get a paycheck regardless. On Iranian missile, Hegseth says, for years they told the world their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise yet again, Iran lied. Who cares? Who cares if Iran's missiles go, whether it's 2 kilometers or 10 kilometers? You freaking got nukes. You got no right to complain about how many kilometers somebody else's missiles go. This is quite sad. The closure of Al-Aqsa Mosque is now nearing a month. This is unprecedented. The mosque has not been shut to Muslim worshippers for such a prolonged period since Israel's occupation of East Jerusalem in 1967. So it's the first time since 1967 that the mosque has been closed for such a long period of time. What else have we got? Really quickly. This is Galibaf, right? This is the Speaker of Iranian Parliament. This is the guy that they accused. Well, not accused. Trump said that he's the guy who was negotiating with them, and he denied it and said, I have not done anything like that. So he's saying about Hezbollah, 87 operations in a single night. He says, before the outbreak of the war, I said in an interview that Hezbollah is more vibrant with life than ever before. And today, the lightning quick operations and the continuous precision strikes that have inflicted severe losses on equipment and forces of the Zionist enemy prove the truth of the promises of the martyred Sayyid. And I think he means Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah. There was an interesting exchange today, maybe we can play it for you later, between Joaquin Castro, who's the congressman for Texas, and a top Trump official who's responsible for global arms control. And Congressman Castro says, what is Israel's nuclear capability? And this Trump official who's responsible for global arms control says, I'd have to refer you to Israel. And so the congressman asked, does Israel have nukes? And the answer is, I'm not prepared to comment on that. And the congressman says, I don't understand why this is so taboo. And I listened to the full exchange, and maybe we can play it later. It's quite interesting. Because the congressman says, but hang on, you work for, like, basically implies you work for the American government, you work for us. So if you know this, why can you not tell us? Like, what is Israel's military position? And he says, I can't, I have to refer you to Israel. I can't answer any further. So the congressman says to him, but do you know? Are you saying you don't know? And he says, I can't answer. I can't answer that. I'm just like, what has happened? Like, how deep does this occupation go? Iran says it sent a formal reply to US proposals and is waiting for Washington's response. Tehran's conditions include ending attacks and assassinations, guaranteeing the war won't restart, full compensation for damages, and a region-wide end to fighting involving allied groups. It also insists on the control of Strait of Hormuz. It says it's its natural and legal right. At the same time, Iran says it does not trust US negotiations, calling them a deception aimed at appearing peaceful, keeping oil prices low and buying time for possibly new military action. And it was Tasneem who reported that. What else was there? Arakshi posted this. This is really interesting. He says the US backed Israel's Gaza blockade, cutting aid under security claims, yet condemns Iran for defending itself in the Strait of Hormuz. Double standards. Israel's crimes are okay, while Iran's defense against aggressors is condemned. International law is not a tool of convenience. And when I read that, I thought, you know what? When they blockaded Gaza, the Rafah border, Israel did, and didn't allow anything in. When they put a blockade on Rafah, and people were starving, literally starving. Do you remember the demonic things they were doing, where they were doing airdrop aid, and when people were trying to gather together to get their food, they were shooting on them, because then they had people coming out because they were so hungry. As soon as they gathered, they would bomb them, they would shoot them, they would kill them. So that blockade of Rafah, nobody cared about because it was killing Palestinians. But the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, they do care about. And it's not even a blockade. I mean, you behave yourself, you don't act like a terrorist, you play in Chinese one, you can go through, ask their permission, do the paperwork. So it's not even a full blockade. But let's just assume it was. They care about that. There's been international outrage about that because it affects business and it affects oil prices. But the blockade on Rafah was absolutely fine because it only just killed Palestinians. This is how sick these people are. With that, Sulaiman, there is more news, but we can maybe cover that later, and I'll pass it back to you.
Sounds great. Appreciate it, guys. Okay, do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. We've got a lot of conversations to speak about. I think the biggest one is Trump's claim, and I think we need to cover this, that Iran is allowing 10 boats of oil. I mean, I think that's propaganda. I don't believe it's true, but this is going to be the final reckoning to see if it's true or not. But then he did say a tidbit which Beatrix said, but I didn't see that myself, so it'll be interesting that it'll be Pakistan flagged or something, she said. I haven't seen that myself, so I don't know if that's the case or I misheard. But
yeah, they said that. Let me send it to you, Sulaiman.
Yeah, so that's not really an American one, is it, if it's a Pakistan flagged? So already you know that he's not really being honest there. But yeah, that was the news. Let me just see if there's any other bits and bobs that we knew we should cover, which I think is important. Iranian armed forces spokesperson says 1,321 Israelis were killed since the start of the war on Iran. Trump says UK aircraft carriers are like to Irish beach expansion. That okay? So you mentioned a lot of this. Okay, that is the news. Obviously, we'll give you the news as and when we receive it. Let's get into it. Let's go Hassan first. Hassan, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. What do you think is going on? Do you think these negotiations are real? Do you think Trump's telling the truth? What do you think's happening?
I believe the Iranians, to be honest with you. I don't think there's anybody else you can believe at this stage. He burnt his card. I think what happened was on Monday, he played this last card, which was a final market manipulation he could do. So if you remember in the 12-day war, when he said the war was going to end, I actually believed him then. And I think most people didn't, but it just felt genuine that it was going to end because of the way he did it and the kind of the detail he went into. And I don't know, it just felt like this is going to end, actually going to end. And this time, I didn't believe it at all. I knew it was a lie. And the market still bought it. I was just going to check the oil price now. So the Brent crude price, I'm just looking at it. It's gone up today. It's gone up massively. So it was 100. It was 102 or 102. That was 108 $108. So the market is starting to not believe what Trump's saying. So he's got basically a limited. He hasn't got many other cards to play. That was his last chance at market manipulation. And now, if you've noticed, he just keeps contradicting himself. So just before he said there's no leader left to talk to, and then he said they are strange. Iran is begging, and then another time he said Iran is begging to make a deal. So there's no one left to talk to. Who is it that's begging to make a deal? And then he goes, they are not fools. They are very smart. They are great negotiators. So I was like, everything he says is a contradiction. So what is it that you can actually believe from someone who acts like this? Now I don't know how it can be even like 3,000 D chess or whatever he wants to play, because it just becomes like irrelevant. What he says makes no difference to anything now. And it's got to the point where it's like becoming a comedy show. yesterday. He said that me and the Ayatollah are gonna control the Strait. Like, you just killed his family. You killed all those girls in the school, and suddenly the supreme leader, who's always been principled, is going to come and share something with you. It's just the lunacy of it all is becoming really ridiculous. And if you hear commentators, they're actually saying that he's not mentally well, he's not mentally sound. Something's not quite right with him. Maybe he's, I mean, I'm not saying this as a jokey way, but maybe he's got a bit of dementia. Maybe he's become mentally ill from the situation, from the stress of it all, by losing and being humiliated so badly. You know, if somebody is so arrogant, you know, it's difficult enough to be humiliated and be able to cover it up. But imagine the whole world's laughing at you. How that must feel. You've got like 8 billion people just laughing at you and thinking you're a complete joke. So yeah, I think there is nothing there. There's no negotiation. There's no end to the war. I don't see that happening. Every analyst is in agreement that stopping the war from the Republic's point of view would be ridiculously bad and stupid. And I don't think that they are such. They've proven they're not. So they will keep going until they achieve their victories. I think the UAE is playing a very, very dangerous game now. And, you know, I don't know what it's going to do in the next days, because it seems to be going all in. I don't know what's going to happen there, but that's very risky there. Yeah, that's all I'll say. Thanks.
So you think he's making it up? What do you think happens? You think the ground invasion is still going to happen then, right?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they're going to do it this weekend or next weekend. They're going to have to do something. They're going to try to capture an island. I'm not sure which one it is, or, you know, nobody really knows what their next move is. It will be something top secret. They'll be planning something, either an invasion of an island or some other kind of maybe decapitation strike. I don't know what it is they're going to be doing, to be honest with you. They've run out of cards and they're trying to find a way out. And again, it's the sunk cost fallacy. I've said this from the start. People didn't believe me, but the idea is, when you're a gambler and you go to a casino, or you're someone that's investing, if you put $1 million down and you lose that $1 million, you want to keep investing to try to make up that loss rather than cut your losses and quit. And Trump, that's what Trump's doing. He's continuing to bet on himself, and others are gambling as well with their own futures, ridiculously so. Like, I don't know what they're thinking. Like, how are you choosing America and this vile entity as your allies, and knowing when you know that ultimately they're destroying themselves, and if they're not going to destroy themselves, they're going to destroy you and sacrifice you as part of the process. So it really bewilders me, the hubris and the almost, I don't know what it is. It's just incredible arrogance and blindness of some people, some countries. Yeah, I don't know. It's that's all I'll say, really.
Yeah. And what's your thoughts about Iran? We discussed this a lot. I don't know if you came on yesterday. We managed to discuss this, but we discussed these claimed demands by Iran, the 5 demands. I wasn't too impressed with them. What's your thoughts on them?
I think the demands are just there are designed to break the negotiations. So they want what the demands you mean in terms of damages? They want the damages. They want control of the strait, all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
is that what you're referring
pay
to?
for damages. What you call it again? Pay for damages and
Guarantee they'll never attack again,
all that kind of stuff.
etc.,
So my issue
etc.
with it was there
Yeah,
was
look,
no sanctions relief. There was no removal of the bases. There was no. It's the big demands from the start. They weren't in there.
I don't think any of those demands are achievable anyway. The simplest one is the Strait of Hormuz. Them saying that they control it and it's sovereign for them is enough. Is just enough on its own for them to reject it. Forget the other ones. I don't think there's any. There is. Both sides are presenting demands which are not obtainable and not possible by the other side to give. Just impossible. There's no way that the entity that controls America would agree to any of those demands, any one single one of those 5 demands. So I don't think it's relevant, really.
I don't know. I think they would. I think it's very U.S. friendly, those demands, personally. But yeah.
What you think they compensate them $100 billion, $200 billion? You think they do that?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
they just got the GCC to pay for it. Then you don't realize how much they've got those guys whipped.
I mean, I don't think it's as simple as that. There'd be a big amount of money that they'd pay. Do you think they'd hand over the Strait of Hormuz to Iran?
I think they've got no choice. I think that's it. They have to accept that the Strait is with Iran now.
Publicly announce that this is now Iran's property, would they do that? Because that was what the demand was, to say this is not de facto, actually acknowledge that this is now belongs to Iran. Because do you understand what that means? That's like declaring, it's more serious than declaring the Suez Canal belongs to Egypt, for example. You're saying that they have the right to control 20-25% of the world's energy supply. You don't think that's like a major demand that they would never concede to?
I think it is a major demand. There's no doubt about it. What I also think though is sanctions relief is another major demand. I believe that look, I always said to you guys, I think it was you and all the others always like, oh, guess what? The military bases are going to be removed from the country. And I said, I don't think they ever will. Maybe they'll be reduced significantly, but America will always have a presence there because those countries are cooked. So I guess I never thought that one. So I'm less worried about that one. But everybody else thought that one was going to happen. And the other one for me was the sanctions relief, which I think is important.
So I think what they said was these are demands before they start negotiations, right? So they didn't even have the negotiations in here as part of So as part of the negotiation, they would discuss sanction relief, to discuss a nuclear issue. So basically, what these demands are to get them back to the drawing board, not even to start negotiating. You know what I'm saying? And in that sense, they're saying we will not have any trust in you unless you do X, Y, Z. At that point, if you fulfill these demands, then we'll come to the table and discuss with you. That's basically what they're saying. You see what I'm saying? So these are not negotiations. These are surrender demands.
Yeah, I mean, we'll wait and see. I think I'll hold on my position that unless the final agreement doesn't have at least sanctions relief, I think the Middle Eastern base, I never thought some of that would be in there anyway. But then I would be, and a few other points that need to be in there. Then I would be disappointed in the agreement. It doesn't matter about afterwards. It's what the final deal should have, because at the end of the day, if you're like, oh, guess what, we're going to agree to X and later we're going to agree to Y. I mean, I never trust the Americans on Y ever, or the Israelis. So
well, there's no point. Imagine telling America you want a big list of demands, and before you even sit down to negotiate, they're going to do all those. That's not going to happen in a million years. It's going to sound completely ridiculous.
That's how negotiations work. You list out.
But this isn't a negotiation. What I'm saying, Iran is not presenting a negotiation. It's presenting a list of demands that they must meet before any kind of communications made between two parties. This is not a negotiation. I don't see that as a negotiation. I just see that as
setting your demands out. You just set out what your demands are. You don't be like, guess what, I'm willing to accept this lower demand. You set out a very high demands, and then maybe afterwards, if you've got to kind of give or take a little bit, you give or take a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of our opinions, I think ultimately none of those demands would ever be agreed to by the other side. So I don't think it makes too much difference at this stage.
Yeah, let's see where that goes. What do you think about this oil shipment claim? So Iran hasn't really said anything about the oil shipment yet. We'll probably get a statement from them today. The Americans claim that oil is, basically Iran agreed to 10 barrels of oil to be removed from the country and given to America. And he says, Trump says Witkoff asked Steve Witkoff for permission to disclose that Iran gifted the US 10 big boats of oil as tribute to show they're serious about making a peace deal. The boats are Pakistani flagged, according to Trump. What do you think about that?
I don't believe that for a second, to be honest with you. It just fits in with his other insane comments. Like he was trying to he's clutching at straws here, right? He's trying to pull out some victory from somewhere to show that he's winning. And he'll make up anything along the way. For example, Pakistan might have done a deal with Iran that they buy these oil shipment in one, and Iran will let them go through, and then they do that. Or maybe Pakistan's got a real shortage of oil, and Iran, as a gesture to its neighbor, said, okay, we'll let some oil through because we don't want you to suffer. And then as a result, America jumped on that and said they gave us a present. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't. But the thing is, at the end of the day, you can't believe anything Trump says. Now, anything he says has to be assumed to be a lie. There's not any word, whether even if it is true, you can't assume it to be true. You just got to ignore it and move on, basically. So I don't think it's relevant personally.
Yeah, that's why I think it is. I think he knows about.
But I'll tell you one thing: the oil prices are telling a story right now. If you've seen the continuous rise today,
What is
of
it?
the oil prices, so it's 108 for Brent crude right now.
Wow.
Up, yeah. So that's what I'm saying to you. That's telling a story. That's telling you that there's this de-escalation is not. The market isn't believing that, and they're starting to. This is what I'm saying. They're starting to everyone's starting to disbelieve in anything that Trump says, and that's what I was saying earlier on. I think he's burnt that last card now. When he said that we've got a deal and everything was agreed, and it turns out it's all BS. Nothing from any. It's the boy who cried wolf times 1,000 now. He tried to play the market, manipulate the market, and now the market is going to stop believing him, and that's going to put him in a dire situation soon.
Yeah, and look, just to add to your point, and by the way, I'm in agreement with you. I'm just asking the questions because one thing is important. One thing you'll always get in our space is we'll cover every single aspect, and you'll get the real news, real information from all angles. We won't try and hide the truth from you. So we've given you Trump's statement. We didn't try and hide it, and then we gave you an analysis of it. That's what we do, and that's why this space is the place to be. It's not a propaganda space. It's not lying to you. It's not trying to hide the truth from you. You come to the space, you listen to it, you will get all the information, and then you can decipher what your views are on it. The other spaces are full on Zionist. Well, the other one is a full on Zionist propaganda space there to cause governmental change, there to sacrifice lives, and they're getting what they want. And I think those people, people need to question them. These guys this guy who's running the other space and is chilling in a different country which isn't the United States of America and is willing and is basically sending Americans to die. I think there needs to be real questions about these people because it's unacceptable. Now, just to let you know that there seems to be major escalation, because why would the US offer this travel advisory thing, which is escalated, and says security alert: the UAE, United Arab Emirates, our current travel advisory for the UAE is now at level 3. Reconsider travel. If you choose to remain in the UAE, you should be prepared to shelter in a place at a secure location within your residence or another safe building whenever you receive a notification from your phone. Commercial flights are operating out of international airports in the UAE on a limited schedule, but many cancellations. Tickets from the UAE to many destinations, including direct flights, are still available but restricted. Borders with Oman and Saudi Arabia are open, and commercial flights from those countries are operating. Oman and Saudi continue to enforce visa requirements, and there have been reports of congestion and delay at border crossings. So I'm explaining this advisory notice because it seems to suggest that something major is happening, because if there wasn't going to be, and there was if there was a peace deal, that UAE warning wouldn't happen. I also am aware that a week ago the UAE had said, oh, things are going to go back to normal, schools are going to go back to normal, because kids have not been in schools in the UAE. It's been distance learning. They've not told you all these things. And they said, oh, guess what, things are going to be back to normal. And then now they've changed and said, actually, it's not going to be back to normal for like a month or something. So that again tells you escalation. I'm saying all these things to bring it back to this point, which is, if you remember, for the ground invasion, there has to be a stationing ground. The stationing ground is either going to be the UAE or Kuwait or Saudi Arabia. I was under the belief from my sources that it's the UAE, but actually some other my sources have told me that there's a huge movement within the Kuwait as well, a huge movement of forces and flights coming into Kuwait. So it's going to be one of those countries. But with all of these things happening with the UAE, it's going to be either one or two of those countries or both of those countries that are going to be the stationing ground for this ground invasion. So I do believe that it is happening. I think all the indicators suggest it. And it's an important point to know. Any last comment you want to make on that, Hassan? Then we can go to Jeremy, Andrew, and Muffet.
No, nothing to add at this stage.
Okay, brilliant. Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, jump in.
Hey, thank you. I'm in the middle of exercising, so I hope I don't sound too out of breath or obnoxious. I listened to a bulk of the cabinet meeting, And I can tell you that if you guys later on or something and found space to intermittently stop through it, there are so many Easter eggs in there, because first of all, the entire thing is totally performative. It's just a massive glazing session. It's actually pretty gross. And at times it gets glaze and stroke. But with that said, I think it was interesting that you really found that Rubio truly is his pit bull. I mean, we knew that before, but it's becoming more and more apparent. And you had, when you listen to J.D. Vance's portion, and I encourage you to actually just, maybe Beatrix can find that and you guys can just play that section, because you'll find that his glazing was coming from a different perspective. And the rumors that J.D. Vance is running point on any type of conversation that's taking place with Iran is, I think those rumors are probably true. Trump found a way in between the lines to mention, and this is what he said, I'm quoting JD and Steve, when he mentioned contacts and negotiations with. So it's very interesting. Clearly, the secretary would think would be running point on that was not part of that mix. So just a ton of Easter eggs, a lot of glazing for the markets, everything they could do. But again, it's so performative and over the top obnoxious that even, I guarantee you, a ton of people that even voted for President Trump are just, they can see what's going on. I mean, as this guy's saying one thing on TV, they're literally going into the marketplace and finding that they're impacted by something they didn't vote for. So as far as him talking about the boats, maybe Andrew Manko, he seems to have some knowledge too, can back me up on this. But a good portion of the tankers that move oil around the planet aren't flagged under a US flag. And the reason being is because it's cost prohibitive. That's why you may have some obscure, smaller nation on the African continent that actually has like a Conoco flag flying off of it. And it's purely because they kind of get in the mix and say, hey, if you flag under our country, then it will be, you don't have to jump through as many hoops as you would as flying a US flag. This is why, indeed, it could be true that those vessels coming through the strait, if indeed they are, there's a huge probability that that may not be true, but if they are, that flying under a flag other than the United States is not uncommon. So anyways, that's what I got.
Yeah, John, welcome, brother Omar, as well to the stage. Andrew, what's your thoughts on what Jeremy just said, and this possibility of a grand invasion?
Yes, Sulaiman, thank you. Folks, please repost this space. This is how we stand against this Zionist actual 24/7 psyop that we're battling against for the hearts and minds of the marginal people out there trying to figure out what's going on. And Jeremy's absolutely correct. The flag container ships and tankers, they carry a different flag, and there's many, many reasons why, for insurance, for, I call it shell, and this is where the finance and economic gurus can come in on this, but they run these shell companies, and they run these under different flags. And as Jeremy properly said, it's usually these obscure nations that do that. Who's running that? Who's controlling it? Well, it could be China, could be Russia, it could be the United States. And even then, I'm still really wondering the validity. Anything that Trump says, as Brother Hassan said, we have to take every word that comes out of his mouth and double, triple check it. And again, is what Jeremy said, if you listen to carefully he's saying, I want to watch that. I have not watched, I've just seen clips, but the glazing is one thing. Of course, we always see the rear kissing and sucking up. And this is another sign of a madman taking control. He will only put his yes men in there and yes ladies in there to do exactly. They jump when he says this jump, how high. You will not see strong individuals up there with Trump, only the nodders. Yes, sir. No, sir. And this is very dangerous. It's already happened past tense in our military. And again, we see and Brother Hassan said it, we have to look at the oil. And again, we know that eventually the game's going to wear out. It's going to wear down to where the rubber meets the road. Okay, enough glazing, enough pumping it, enough rhetoric. What's the actual market going to believe? And we've had our market analysts come in here. Folks, please come in here and listen. Don't just jump in and out and then come in and say, hey, what's happening? No, you have to stay informed on this, even if you have to stream it later. But we have brilliant financial and economic analysts coming in here. We got Simon, we got Geopolitical, we got Robert, and then many of them comes in. But it's all coming together to me clearly. If you connect, and I'm going to finish with this, Suli, about the actual ground invasion, please go in and watch Sulaiman's post he has on there about the secret deal in the UAE. I agree 150%. It'll either be, I think it'll be more than one. UAE, Kuwait will definitely be part of the land invasion to set up the landing area. I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. I'm in denial that it can't happen as a military career professional. It doesn't make sense. It's insane. But I think Trump, in the last-ditch effort, will try some insane blood ritual sacrifice. I pray that our American commanders will stand up and say, no, it's illegal and unlawful orders when he tries to force this. But that will remain to be seen. But the bottom line is the negotiation is happening. Now, I know it's one-sided at this point, and deals are being cut, and I still believe with all my heart that before we reach Armageddon, World War III, that some deals will have to be made. Ultimately, Iran is in the driver's seat. America will have to come down and break down and acquiesce. I believe with all my heart. Thanks, Sully.
Appreciate that, Andrew. We've got a huge super chat from Riaz. Gigantic super chat. Appreciate your support. It means a lot. He says, Ayo, on the glaze and stroke. Slams Sheikh Sulaiman Beatrix. I think you're my auntie from South Africa. Every time I hear your voice. Why is she posh? My wife and I love listening to you guys, and thank you all for everything you do. Appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. It means a lot. And we're only able to do this with your support. It's not easy to continue these spaces going, but we try our best. So really appreciate all of your support. Coming back to it, we guys, retweet the space, reshare the space. Also, I've got a tweet in the nest. It's an interview I did this interview a few months ago. I think he released it now because I'm super viral or something. But the interview is with James English, and it's a interview about, it's mainly UK focused, although it is geopolitically focused. And we do mention Gaza and Israel and Palestine, and so we do speak about it. And it's about the attack on Muslims in the West and various other things. I think it was a good conversation because James is like kind of like from the far right, friends with Tommy Robinson. And so, yeah, I think it was a really good conversation. So if you're bored, check it out. The tweet is in the nest. I think it was quite good. But yes, let me know your guys' thoughts on it. Okay, what else? Let's go to Brother Moffat. Moffat, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts?
Absolutely. How's it going? So, man, massive shout out, and make sure, guys, if you haven't done so yet, hit that repost button. We got about 1,700 people in here, only 200 reposts. Make sure if you haven't done so, hit that main screen button, that lower right button at your screen, and then it's an arrow up, arrow down button. It says 240 right now. Smash that, hit the repost, help us beat the fake news media. Everything that's happening right now has been called in this space by people like Sulaiman, by people like Beatrix, by people like me, by people like Andrew. We got Ahmad, we got Hassan on there. Big time shout out. I think what we're about to see this upcoming week is we're about to see the economy getting decimated all for Israel. We're gonna see boots on the ground. I think Beatrix nailed it earlier because Israel isn't really a true military. It's just a terrorist organization that massacres women, civilians, children on a industrial scale using military technology. But they need America here. They need the Goyim to fight for their genocidal warfare agendas. And so we're gonna see them do that. Donald Trump, he's looking like a clown right now. The market, I think Hassan made a good point earlier. The market is now looking at him like he's the boy who cried wolf, which many of us called out yesterday. We said, if he keeps lying like this, eventually the market isn't gonna believe him no more. And then many others said as well. I think you had a couple traders on here yesterday. They made good points too that, eventually, like, this isn't like the dollars where you could just print it to oblivion. Eventually with oil, you can't really print oil. So that's like a very good point too, that the time is really ticking here. And right now, genocide or Donald Trump has a choice to make. Is he going to put America first or Israel first? I think if a lot of you have been watching online what's been going on in Washington, D.C., they're going to put Israel first. It's going to most likely cause a global energy crisis, which the genociders want, because it's going to furthermore force more Western forces to want to do a ground invasion. um a lot of things is going to go wrong here, and it's all for the genociders. It's all for the Epstein Islanders. I'm glad that you're hosting this space today, man, because I think things are about to pick up in a massive way today, tomorrow, and definitely over this weekend, especially once this market closes. I believe that's when these genociders are going to start making some moves here. So make sure everyone tuning in right now, though, to repost the space, follow Suleiman, turn on the notification bells, because I think it's going to pick up in a massive way here. Make sure you all repost the space, because they're going to censor us in a massive way. Anytime something massive happens, that's when they try to censor us the most. And then, when Trump says like there's like 6 or 8 oil tankers, I'll finish off with this. That like, is being like he's saying like 8 or 10 boats, I guess, some tankers are being let through. This is the kind of insanity we're dealing with here, but this also shows the kind of fear, the kind of lie, the fact that he had to lie this badly, right? This is the fear that is also being exposed here, that these markets might explode in the way that many people don't want it to. So he's going to decimate America. He's going to decimate the markets. Meanwhile, the Tel Aviv markets are rocketing. We've seen those charts hit an all-time highs left and right over the last few months. So I hope everyone wakes up. I hope everyone stands up. Everyone tuned in right now, stand up to your best ability, because these genociders are insane. And then I'll end off with this. Shout out to Dr. Rahma. They've arrested her again. Make sure everyone, you guys, bring awareness to that, because we live in a sick society, a sick world, where when you call out the genociders, you tell the genociders, stop killing kids, stop killing women, stop killing children. You're put in cuffs. Meanwhile, these Epstein Islanders, these genociders, these child killers, these people who commit every single crime imaginable against us, have yet to be arrested. Not even one. They did like some kind of gimmick where they arrested one idiot, and then they let him free the next day. So it's kind of sad, but otherwise, big time shout out to Suleiman, and make sure you guys repost the space.
Appreciate that. Okay, guys, yeah, if you can do us a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space. I want to thank Humma, who's with a super chat. Says, for Beatrix, Suleiman, and team, long live Iran, stop World War III. Appreciate your support. As usual, it does mean a lot, and does, without a shadow of a doubt, help a lot. There was, okay, yeah, guys, I have put another tweet out, and it's from the Bloomberg tracker of the Strait of Hormuz, and it shows no evidence of Trump's 8 or 10 boats in the Strait of Hormuz. The Bloomberg tanker tracker shows no evidence of the oil tankers claimed by Trump. So yeah, I mean, I thought maybe Pakistan is getting them, and then Americans are going to be pretending that, oh yeah, we're receiving the oil tanker, but it actually seems like he just made it all up, and there's actually none at all. But that's what it looks like now in terms of the tracker, just to give you an update of what's going on and what is happening. I want to go to Brother Omar. Omar, I hope you're doing well. How's things? Give us your thoughts.
Everything's doing well. Thank you, Sully. Thank you, everybody. Back in Jordan. I was traveling, so couldn't really catch up. I was trying to catch up on the spaces, but I was in and out. And arriving upon Jordan, I had a couple issues I had to take care of with the intelligence unit here. So I'm trying to be as conservative as I can and just be a listener and chime in on if I need to chime in or if there's a question about Palestine or something going on. But really, honestly, like we've been speaking for the past 25 days, this is only escalating. This is only going to get worse. Manipulating the markets and then oil and this and that, all that, put that behind you. I mean, this is really turning into something where people are okay. Like Qatar is starting to feel safe because they made a deal, but in reality, it's like nothing's really guaranteed, and everything's possible. Everything's on the table. Like when you have a schizophrenic man, manic president, and he's all over the place, and then these lies just get like detected by you and by the team, and it shows, and everybody's seeing it. It's like obviously there's something that everybody's got to be aware of, but honestly, like there's really not really much more to add except like let's see how this plays out, and I really hope that those troops don't get on the ground because Israel's going to force their hand in order to put troops on the ground, whether they bring those 400,000 Indians and use them as cattle to send them, or if it's U.S. troops. But they're going to escalate this into something bigger because for them, they said in Arabic, this is Ma'arakit Wujud. This is basically us an existence, a war of existence for us. This is our final chance, and if we don't beat this final chance, I mean, we really don't have another opportunity. So for Bibi to say Netanyahu to admit that publicly in front of his people, and the fact that and another fact is I wanted to add in. Usually, you know how the censorship is, and the 5 years in prison, and this and that. I'm very 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 like curious and intrigued. Why are we seeing so much from inside occupied Palestine right now? I really don't understand because. There's got to be something behind it. I mean, if they weren't allowed to show anything, and they get condemned and imprisoned, and then now everybody's showing everything, and then he's going out in the streets of Gaza actually and acting like it's Tel Aviv, and now Tel Aviv is looking exactly like Gaza. So I'm just intrigued why they're showing it to us now. Like, why not show it when it was happening before? Why not show it through the 12-day war when they also got bombarded? Because I have videos of those from back then, and then they were getting bombarded real hard, but no one really saw them. So, and then up until now, up until they really got hit, things really started showing. I mean, maybe it's because Telegram groups and one friend sends to another. There's many theories, of course, but I'm intrigued. Why would they let people see what's really going on in Tel Aviv right now? I mean, I really wouldn't know. But thank you, Sully. Thank you, Beatrix. Honestly, everybody on the team, everybody here, love you guys, respect you guys, and thank you for the time.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments and thoughts. Guys, we are live. Make sure you retweet the space, reshare the space. We're live on YouTube as well. Did I put the tweet in the nest? Yeah, I did. Yeah, that is in the nest as well. Okay, back to the conversation. Let's go to, and I am checking the news, obviously. As I receive the news, I'll jump in with the news. Let's go to Jerry. Jerry, jump in with your thoughts. Jerry? Okay, I think you just came up to...
Were you talking to me?
No.
Or somebody named Jerry?
No, someone called Jerry.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Not Jeremy. Okay, I just want to welcome Robert onto the stage. Robert, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are good. Give us a breakdown of the financial market. I believe Hassan and Mofe or Hassan was telling us that the oil prices have gone all the way back up to 108. People aren't believing Trump. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, so I've been doing 2 live streams for the past like 2.5, 3 hours. So I've been a little bit out of it, but just taking a look right now, it looks like the equity market is starting to puke. Kind of just as I've been saying, it looks like we might be starting to get that kind of very sharp move, capitulation kind of move. You have the VIX up at 28. Usually anything at kind of 30 and above on the front month VIX. Usually that's that's pretty severe panic and fear. You have rates, also interest rates, treasury yields. You also have those moving higher to a significant degree. I mean, they've been moving higher for the past, since the war broke out, but they're continuing to move even higher. You have the 30-year U.S. Treasury yield at 4.95, so basically at 5%. You have the 2-year U.S. Treasury yield at 4%. Right now, it looks like the bond market is indicating the Fed is actually going to hike interest rates. There's a half chance, a 50% chance, according to the bond market, that the Fed hikes interest rates within the next 1 year, which would be wild, which would definitely plunge the U.S. into a recession for sure, as if, this is not already bad enough. So hopefully they don't hike interest rates. They should be cutting interest rates, if anything, because we have had a dramatic tightening of financial conditions. Oil going higher, gasoline, diesel, natural gas, right? All of that moving higher in price. That is constricting economic activity. Then you have interest rates moving higher. That is restricting financial conditions. So both of them you can think of as like a huge tax, right, on economic activity. And that was occurring already, right? If you add an interest rate hike into there, it would just be very, very bad. You have the dollar strengthening yet again today. Looks like it wants to move, higher. This was kind of the flywheel, thing I talked about the other day, where higher oil price leads to Europe and Asia selling U.S. Treasuries, selling U.S. equities. That, of course, leads to higher bond yields. Higher bond yields make the dollar more and more attractive. So more capital goes into the dollar from, the euro, the yen, whatever. Dollar strengthens. Well, if the dollar strengthens, the energy bill for Europe, for Asia, it just went up. And so their energy bill goes up, higher burden on them. They have to sell even more US Treasuries, causes even higher interest rates. Higher interest rates attract more capital, on and on and on. It's called kind of the dollar milkshake theory for those that are familiar with that. Brent Johnson kind of talked about this years ago. He predicted that this kind of thing might happen. So, we could be looking at a situation there. And again, that'll also constrict US economic activity in that environment where interest rates are moving higher, bond yields are moving higher. That's going to restrict the real economy here in America, right? Mortgages and car loans and all the kind of stuff that powers the US economy, all that's going to dry up with higher interest rates. So it's not good for America, right? You hear dollar strength and you think, oh, the US is, doing well, right? We're actually doing better. Well, no, it is going to be immensely painful if that dynamic starts to kind of get going, because it just feeds on itself. And then you talk about the foreigner selling of US equity stocks. That'll plunge the U.S. into a recession due to the negative wealth effect. So yeah, it's. I'm not sure if any news broke like over the past 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours. But yeah, definitely. Like, I think reality is starting to hit. Oil is kind of driving everything. You look at oil, and I could tell you what the stock market's doing. I could tell you what the bond market's doing. I could tell you what gold is doing. These GCC countries all have dollar peg currency. So they're not able to make any money from tourism, right? Like Qatar, or from oil exports, which some of these economies, like oil, is literally more than half of their GDP, of their economy. That starts to dry up. Well, they still got obligations, right? They got to pay their politicians and their policemen and firemen and whatnot. And they also have a currency peg that they have to defend. They sell gold, right? They've accumulated what are known as foreign exchange reserves, and some of that is gold. And so I think they're dumping gold. I think that's what's going on with gold. But yeah, man, it's private credit is kind of blowing up. Like every couple days, we're getting a new headline about a new private credit fund that is limiting redemptions, which is a fancy way of describing, hey, I want my money back. And they say, no, sorry, you can't have your money back. And so, yeah, we got Apollo, Blackstone, BlackRock, I think Ares, ARES. I think they just limited redemptions. So private credit, is kind of starting to have like it's kind of getting real. Yeah, it's kind of getting real. I think that, I would equate it to early January, maybe not early January, maybe like mid to late January of 2020. What we're staring down right now in terms of oil is basically the mirror image of 2020. And remember that oil had to go to negative $40 per barrel to clear the supply demand imbalance, right? Because oil producers didn't see COVID coming. So they were still churning out oil, right? And all of a sudden, demand for oil, consumption of oil just collapsed by 23 million barrels per day due to lockdowns, right? Due to all that. And you had this huge imbalance. Well, how do supply must equal demand, and there's the equilibrium for that, or the release valve, right? That is able to get those to match is the price. You can always get a supply demand imbalance to balance out. It just might require a crazy price. And right, for COVID, it was negative $40 per barrel, which we appear to be tracking pretty much the mirror image of 2020. And I would equate it to like mid to late January, where some of us were watching COVID, right, tracking it, trying to tell people like, guys, this is really bad. And everyone's like living their life. Oh, you're crazy, tinfoil, whatever. It's kind of like that when it comes to the economics and finance side of things. Even a lot of very intelligent market participants still don't really get it. We cannot print oil, which means that in order to destroy the amount of supply that has been taken offline is about equivalent to the amount during COVID, which is 23 million barrels or so. Now, there's offsets here and there, right? Like, and it's kind of fuzzy, but like generally speaking, we're talking about a contraction of economic activity equal to the depths of COVID, where the U.S. economy was shrinking at an annualized rate of negative 31%. So at that point in time, the depths of COVID, at that point in time, on an annualized rate, the US economy, a third of it was just disappearing every year, right? That was the amount of economic activity that was required to destroy demand for oil, or consumption of oil, by 23 million barrels per day. And so that's going to be roughly equivalent to the amount of economic disruption we're going to have to see, just again because we cannot print oil. You cannot print molecules. So I think that we're kind of in that, like, the 5 stages of grief, right? Like denial. I think we're still kind of in denial, and I think that we're kind of moving down the stages. But I would kind of equate it to like mid to late January 2020. If this war is not over like tomorrow, and the strait is fully reopened and all the damaged refineries are brought right back online, all the refineries that were shut in, 8 million barrels right there, those are brought back immediately. If we don't see that, I think a global recession is all but guaranteed. And the only question becomes, is it a global economic depression? That's really how bad this is.
That's huge. I got a few more questions. I want to welcome Darkside onto the stage as well. Hope you're doing well. But just before I do, guys, a couple of important things. Some breaking news, as you know. The first one is I mentioned about the tankers. The strait, it seems empty. No tankers seem to be coming in and out, according to Bloomberg tracker, which suggests that Trump was just lying. I thought maybe he'd be like, oh, guess what? Those tankers that are going to Pakistan is really ours. But no, this guy is just full on lying. We also have Abbas Araghchi said the wise stances of the great religious authorities, the government, and the Iraqi people must be commended in condemning the aggression of America and the Zionist entity, and in standing alongside Iran, its government, and people in confronting this aggression. Your offering of condolences for the martyrdom of the leaders of the revolution reflects the depth and strong ties between the two people, for in times of hardship, true brothers are known. In addition to that, we told you there's a major advisory notice about the UAE. Something big is happening. Galibaf also said, your 25 nights of presence in the streets and the sacrifices of the armed forces have created the conditions for a historic victory for dear Iran. No one can issue an ultimatum to Iran and the Iranian people. Your children will not let this opportunity slip away until the complete realization of victory and the breaking of the ominous cycle of war, ceasefire, war. Great point. Those are just some of the breaking news. We've also got a tweet in the nest, which is Professor Morandi. You know we love Professor Morandi. I think we got him coming back again, just arranging the specific time. But Professor Morandi, he said the U.S. and Israel, and the tweets in the YouTube comments, and it's in the nest above us. So make sure you watch it, like it, comment on it. It's only 26 seconds long, so raise awareness on it. But he says, what does he say? He says that the Iran protesters were bombed by the U.S. and Israel. The irony. People in Iran going out to protest and US and Israel bombed them. I thought they were trying to protect the protesters, is what they claimed. No, they weren't. They're the ones who are always trying to take them out. So check out that clip by the professor, like it, view it, tweet it, share it, demonstrate the hypocrisy of US and Israel pertaining to the war with Iran. And really, it's not about the protesters, but it's about something much more greater and much more worse, which is causing destruction in Iran for Israel. So that tweet's in the nest. Click on it, like it, share it. Let's get 100 likes on there. That would be awesome. Okay, back to the conversation with Robert and Darkside. Appreciate you coming on as well, Darkside. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, on the deadline's gonna end on Saturday. I'm already seeing oil prices go to 108. A, where do they go? And B, you said, Robert, there's going to be capitulation. For our audience, obviously, if you can explain what you actually mean by capitulation.
Yeah, sorry about that. Capitulation is kind of where you throw up your hands and you're done, right? You're not trying anymore. You just sell everything. You can also have a capitulation to the upside too, right? Where something is, maybe you're short, right? And the thing is just going up and up and up, and you're getting short squeezed, and you kind of have a moment where you're just like, you know what? I don't want to swear, but F it, right? And you just close your trade, you kind of slam your keyboard down, right? And you're just done with it. That's capitulation. And usually when you have a capitulation, it is an extreme move, right? Like you could get oil, for example, the capitulation there in 2020 was oil went negative 40 per barrel. The capitulation now might be oil goes from, I don't know, 150 to 200 in a day, right? But then that is the top or the bottom, depending on which way it's moving. That is kind of the top, the bottom, and it immediately kind of goes the other way.
Could I ask Robert a question?
Yeah, so
So Robert, I keep hearing people talking about how, the US isn't as dependent on the Gulf oil and we're not going to suffer as hard as everybody else. But I'm really wondering about this because, it seems to me like the US is more dependent on imports than any other country, maybe at least any other Western developed country. And most of that comes from Asia, I think, and some from Europe. So if Asia and Europe have super high oil prices and that affects the cost of energy and production for all of the things we import, then is the independence really that big? Like even if it is a second order effect?
no, you're correct. I think the best way to think about it is on a global scale because, as Darkside can confirm, we live in an interconnected, global economy, global financial system. There is no isolating one country. But I think the best way to think about it is globally, right? So globally, every single day, normally, right, under good circumstances, there's 105 million barrels of oil consumed in energy, right, consumed per day. What we're seeing now is, even under the most optimistic circumstances, you're talking like a 13 or 14 million barrel per day reduction. What that means, I think the best way to think about it is that you're talking at the bare minimum globally, the global economy, the global economic activity shrinking by 13 to 14%. And at the worst, shrinking as much as 20 or maybe even 25%. Now, what does that actually look like in practice? The US economy, the biggest economy in the world by far, we make up 25% of global economic activity, global economic growth. So it would be equivalent to basically, removing the US, taking the US economy to zero. Which is obviously a huge, right? I think it's best to think of it in that way. And again, to the interconnected part, right? Like higher energy bill in Europe pushes them further in a current account deficit. If you're France, right, for example, we know 2022 pushed them from a current account surplus actually to a current account deficit of 64 billion euros. So they had to sell more US treasuries, selling more US treasuries, higher rate, more capital in the dollar, more dollar strength, higher energy bill, more US Treasury selling, higher rate, right? On and on and on. There's that kind of feed through. And then there's also the feed through the equity market where they dumped in 2022, they dumped 1.3, 1.4 trillion dollars of US equities. So 1.3, 1.4 trillion of US equity selling, that that is going to put downward pressure for sure on the stock market, in addition to what we already see. Well, the stock market is powering this wealth effect. What is the wealth effect? Well, the top 10% of income earners, they own 92% of household equity exposure, right? They own all the stocks. And they're looking at their portfolio, it's green. They feel rich. So they go out and spend money. By the way, the top 10% accounts for 50% of consumer spending. Consumer spending is 2/3 of GDP. So the top 10%, as soon as the stock market goes down, you just took out basically, if 2/3 of American GDP is consumer spending and half of that is the top 10%, right? Very quickly, you can hopefully see why, foreign selling of US treasuries, foreign selling of US equities, right? And there are many, many other kind of third, fourth, fifth order effects from this potential kind of supply shock, supply chain issue, whatever you want to call it. There are so many threads to pull on. I have pulled on a lot of them, but I'm still trying to figure out really how bad it would be. It is really unlike anything we've ever seen.
Yeah, and so I was actually listening to you in another space that you were doing, and you guys were talking about whether the Fed should, raise rates or lower rates in response to the higher prices. One thing I was wondering about that, is that given that whatever inflation is about to occur is supply driven as opposed to demand driven, if the Fed were to raise rates, how much would that actually do to fight inflation? I mean, especially because most of this inflation is not going to be seen in assets, it's going to be seen in consumable goods. And those, I don't know how much like those depend on interest rates, how much people are using debt to buy them, or even the type of debt that they're using to buy them, whether those are like interest rate conscious consumers when they're just using a credit card.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100% correct. The point of raising rates, but when you talk about central bank raising rates, the point is to destroy demand, right? And so if you have oil shooting higher, that is just going to, in price, that is going to eventually get to a price where it destroys enough demand, right, to meet the supply. And we're talking very, very high oil prices to do that. Given the math that I've done, and again, I'm open to correction. Given the math I've done, it's going to take like a $200 Brent price to really destroy demand. Raising rates is only going to like help that demand destruction along, right? When it's a supply side, supply shock, rates are not the appropriate tool, in my opinion. Now, the 1-year U.S. Treasury yield 17 bips above Fed funds, indicating the bond market thinks that there's a half chance that they hike, which I think would be disastrous. It would just confirm a recession. It would just hasten a recession. But could they do it? Yeah, absolutely, they might. And if they do, it's just going to kind of keep it like get it moving quicker, right? Because you're just destroying demand. You're making everything so much more expensive. And there's an important distinction between the short, right, the front end of the yield curve, the 1-year yield, 2-year yield, 3-month yield, Fed funds, certainly overnight rate. There's a huge difference between that and the 10-year, the 20-year, the 30-year in terms of what moves it. So, like, for example, most of the average person's life is priced off the 10-year. Your mortgage, your car loan, credit card interest rates, a lot of those kind of things are priced off the 10-year with a spread, right? And like, for example, you can pull 30-year mortgage rate minus the 10-year treasury yield, and then overlay that with the move index as a perfect correlation. So there are other externalities that affect that spread, but generally your real life is priced off the 10-year, and the 10-year is worried about inflation. It's worried about fiscal deficits. If you look at term premia, it is exploded higher, meaning the amount of compensation that 10-year U.S. Treasury buyers are requiring in order to buy a 10-year is high due to the duration risk they're taking, right? And that's not even really talking about, say, the 20 or 30 years. So I think that hiking the short rate would do very, very little to constrain the issue that we're going to see.
Yeah, Robert, I don't think they're looking at hiking. I think the issue is that you just have more sellers than buyers. There's a buyer strike on U.S. debt for good reason, right? We're involved in a war. You got bond.
Is the 7-year? Did you track that? There was a 7-year auction today.
Yeah, I did. I didn't see it. No, but we can guess that it was ugly. Look, the issues here are becoming existential. We have basically a global bond Armageddon that we're staring down the barrel of. And the Fed's reaction to this can only be one thing, which is to step in and start buying bonds and to maintain rates. It's like you pointed out very, very adeptly that supply shocks are not helped by higher rates. That's just pushing us over the cliff. Um, Look, the other thing to accept is that these higher rates also mean that banks and institutions around the globe are going to be sitting on more and more losses because they own these bonds, and these bonds are going down in price. Remember, yield is inverse to price. So as the yield goes up, the price of the bond goes down, which means you're sitting on losses or what we call unrealized losses because you haven't sold the bonds. But at some point, when people demand their money back, you have to sell the bonds, right? If you're a bank. So this is a real problem. Again, we are facing an existential threat of what I would call a bond Armageddon that could really tip over the entire globe. And I suspect the first problems are going to come either out of Europe or Japan. And I'm talking about problems to the Western banking system. And again, I've talked about it many times, but these banks are all interwoven with $1 quadrillion of derivative exposure, counterparty exposure to each other. So to think that the United States is immune from a bank in Japan or Europe or any of these globally systemic important banks failing is not really understanding the true picture of global finance. Add to that, there's the one subject we haven't been talking about, which is Taiwan. Taiwan, I believe, is down to something like 10 days of natural gas, liquefied natural gas. That's what they run their power infrastructure on, as well as the need for helium to produce the chips. Taiwan Semi, TSMC, one company in Taiwan, uses 10% of all the energy produced in Taiwan. And Taiwan Semi provides 95% of the chips that power everything from a toaster to a microwave to a car and everything in between. So
And that
if
helium and half of the helium comes from GCC.
that's right, and even more interesting is that helium, you cannot reserve it because it evaporates in about 45 days. So the helium problem is gigantic. The power problem is gigantic. And if we see Taiwan Semi go offline, you will see almost hyperinflationary conditions here in the United States as people do anything they can to get things because you won't be able to get parts, you won't be able to get goods, everything will shut down. And of course, that's the bet Iran's making here, right? The Iran's gambit is we can push this out far enough to shut down the global economy. So look, I see a lot of trouble, if we don't get that Strait open yesterday, and we're
And
not
they
getting.
can. And Dark, they can. That's the crazy part, right?
Yeah, look,
Like we're seeing it, right?
yeah, I mean, it's crazy to say, but in a power where it's U.S. against Iran, it feels like Iran holds the cards here, which is crazy. And of course, the only talk out of the administration is just escalation. We're going to bomb our way to success. And I'm no military expert, but it doesn't seem like bombing your way to success is a real strategy. So ultimately, we've been talking about this for weeks now. They had to get the straight open yesterday. They haven't. You've got major world powers, countries like Australia, running out of fuel. Um, it's not a joke. This is serious stuff, and I don't know how it plays out, but I suspect that Europe will use this opportunity to fail these banks and issue in a CDBC. That's my fear.
Do you think that the Fed is smart enough to figure out that they should be, if anything, cutting rates and monetizing debt? And if they are, if you do think that that's likely, do you still expect like shorter term asset prices to drop, or do you think we're just going to go straight to inflation like we did, in the COVID era?
That's such a great question. The problem I see, and I've been saying this for the better part of a year and a half now, is the Fed is not an American bank. The Fed is a European institution, right? Its mother bank, the central bank of central banks, is the Bank of International Settlements. That's tied directly to the ECB, the Swiss National Bank, the Bank of Japan. This is all one gigantic monolith. And the question is, will the Fed do what's in the best interest of the American people, or will the Fed just let everything crash? And my going thesis has been that we are in a war between the US Treasury and this European banking cartel. So I would not be surprised if the Fed stepped in and immediately began adding liquidity, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they sit on their hands and let everything crash.
Yeah, I think that if anything, they should be cutting rates, but we're not. I think it's dangerous to think that we're not going to get sharp move lower in asset prices, right? Initially, I think that it could be very short lived, depending on the reaction function for the Fed, right? How quickly does everything kind of unravel? How quickly do they come in to intervene to I'm sure that direct debt monetization is coming, right? Technically, that's illegal right now. They can only buy like off the run or from the banks, right? But like direct debt monetization, probably on the on the table. By the way, buying corporate bonds was supposed to be illegal, but they did that, right? So who knows? I think it's pretty likely we could see that. I mean, look, just a garden variety vanilla recession because of the nature of what a recession does. Revenue goes down, expenditures up, revenue down by 22% on average, expenditures up by about 15, 16% on average. Our deficit in a vanilla garden variety, no big deal kind of recession is going to like $5 trillion, right? 15% of GDP probably. If this is severe, you're talking like a 20 to 25% of GDP deficit. And by the way, to Darkside's point, if there is a bond capitulation, a bond conniption fit, right, in the bond market, and rates actually go up in the face of a recession, like Jeffrey Goonlock and I have been kind of warning could happen for the past, I don't know, 2 years. If you get that, then you're talking full blown debt crisis, a full blown debt doom loop, and an amount of money printing that would be, I mean, it would be like $20 trillion probably.
Just
Just
remember that cutting rates does not create buyers of bonds. Robert, you touched on it earlier. The problem right now is that there's just more sellers of bonds because they need dollars than there is buyers. That's the inherent problem. Rates are screaming higher, and it's not just in the US. This is a global problem.
So just
People need money.
just uh, ju-
Go
just
ahead,
some
Sully.
breaking news, and I give it straight back to you, Dark Side. We have got some alerts. It's what you call it again. There are missiles being sent towards Kiryat Shimona and northern Israel, where the Israelis are invading from. So that is the breaking news right now. Sorry, I interrupted. Sorry, back to you, Dark Side.
Yeah, I was just saying that again, I'm not sure the Fed can do anything to create bond buyers, right? That's an organic thing. Now, what they can do is they can become the bond buyer and monetize debt. But in many ways, that would be Jerome Powell capitulating to Donald Trump and giving him what he wants. And those two clearly are not friends. So we'll just have to see how this plays out. But you can clearly see there's a global bond crisis on the horizon. And either the Fed's going to step in and bail out the bond market, or we're going to go into a much deeper crisis with some type of global bond Armageddon.
Well, Dark, it's kind of I mean, you know me. I am not one to claim the word crisis or claim catastrophe or like, I don't use those words very often, but I don't know, man, it looks like it's kind of already started. Like in it look, in the US, yeah, the 10-year might be up, I don't know, 35, 40, 45 basis points. I haven't checked today. But in Great Britain, you're talking like crazy moves in France and Germany. Japan is a kind of whole other can of worms, but they have a large current account surplus and different things over there. But like in Europe, the move in the bond market already in Europe, they had a 20 basis point move. I think it might have even been 30 basis point move in a single day. I think it was last week, right? Like you do not see that when there is not a crisis, right? The last time we saw that was the Liz Truss moment, and that was a full blown kind of like early balance of payments crisis for for the UK. Balance of payments crisis is the kind of thing you see in an emerging market. You don't see it in the UK, right? But their currency was dumping, their bonds were dumping, and the FTSE was dumping, right? And it was like big moves too. It wasn't just half a percent or whatever on the pound, right? Like it was big moves. That is the kind of territory that we're already getting close to. And like, over there, they're talking about 3 rate hikes. Like, can you imagine what is going to happen? Their economy was already on the verge of a recession. And you're going to add 75 basis points of hikes to the UK economy that was, last I checked, their GDP, what their real GDP was 0.5%. And their per capita GDP is like zero. Like it's just it's wild. The moves now. Look, the U.S. bond market is definitely having a bit of a fit, but it's nowhere near as bad as Europe.
Yeah, couldn't
It's
agree.
still bad though. It's still
Yeah,
bad.
no, I agree. I've been in the other camp of calling for a crisis for some time now and saying I thought it would come out of Europe and Japan, and it's looking like this is where we're headed. Um, Certainly, Europe is a hot mess. Even Christine Lagarde, I think, came out today and said this is really really bad, right? So you have the ECB and the EU screaming. Look, we'll just have to see where this goes from here. But we are in crisis territory for sure.
And it's crazy because, like, if you think about all of these second and third order effects that Robert is talking about, and all of these countries dumping bonds, pulling out of all these US assets, like the amount of monetization, whether it's debt monetization, I mean, yeah, basically, and just like intervention that the Fed would have to undertake, it's insane. I mean, it's like incalculable how much they would have to do to make up for all of that being pulled out.
Yeah, it's really eye-watering sums of money. Like even just a garden variety recession would take the nominal, US dollar fiscal deficit from about 1.7 trillion to 5 trillion. Now remember what that means functionally for the everyday person, listening. The fiscal deficit is the difference between what the government collects in revenue and what they spend. Right now it's about 1.7 trillion. When it goes to 5 in a garden variety recession, what that means functionally is that the government has to issue $5 trillion per year of US Treasury debt. And not only that, but there has to be buyers, right? So someone has to then be on the other end to buy the debt. And that is just what is required every single year just to keep the lights on in the government, just to keep the wheels on the bus. They have to issue $5 trillion of debt per year in a garden variety recession. So yeah, you throw a severe recession. This is why it's important, by the way, to look at the fiscal deficit as a share of GDP, because that GDP is kind of the balance sheet capacity to absorb the issuance, right? So when you look at it that way, you're only really rivaled by COVID, and we know what they did with COVID, right? They took the balance sheet up to they're going to print a lot of money. They have to, otherwise the whole thing unravels.
This is obviously extremely concerning. And I think many of us don't actually believe there's going to be a solution. I know some people do think there's going to be a solution, but I actually don't think there's going to be a solution. I think the ground invasion is going to be coming. From your perspective, guys, and I just want to welcome Gary on the stage as well. But from your guys' perspective, what from the ground invasion perspective, how long would that have to be contained within to not have the entire market break?
I give it like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks from now.
Yeah. Sully, remember
Yeah.
a couple days ago, I was arguing with Manko saying, look, the path to victory here is not kinetic, it's economic. And that's not lost on Iran. Iran actually put out a post, I think yesterday or the day before, talking about the US dollar, right? That was really in their targets. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, well, and market manipulation, and I think the bond market too. Like they're really hitting that card to the point where it's like, whoa, what? Like you would fit in with you. I forget if it's a foreign minister or whoever it is. He was like talking about the bond market. He was talking about the dollar. He was talking about jawboning. Like it was the kind of thing where it's like, whoa, you really know what you're doing.
Yeah, and that's why, further to that point, I believe China and Russia are deeply involved here, far more than anybody even thinks. And they understand, how it is to attack Western financial markets. And don't kid yourself, this thing can spread. This contagion of what I would call bond Armageddon can spread at the speed of light. Right? Like we could wake up this Monday, this coming Monday morning and find out the world looks nothing like it looked like, on Friday afternoon. That's my fear.
Yeah, I also think they're going to try to push the propaganda as hard as they can. If they can like quickly take an island and then say that they have like really quickly assembled a ground force or something to go in mainland. I mean, it's all so unrealistic. Like, I don't even know how. But yeah, the second it starts looking bad at all, too, that's going to cut their time down significantly, right? Like the whole People are always going to be looking at the future. So when we talk about 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, it's also just going to have to do with like how fast they're actually making progress. If the initial attempt to take an island or whatever fails miserably, like then it's just over, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, remember what caused Trump to capitulate on his core economic policy of tariffs, right? He implemented tariffs on Liberation Day, I think it was April 2nd of 2025. And what immediately happened? You had the stock market puke. It was gapping down every day like 2%. I mean, it was pretty wild. You had the dollar with 3 consecutive 1% moves lower. And I know if you're a trader, Bitcoin, whatever, that might not sound like a lot, but when you're talking the global reserve currency, the DXY dollar index moving down 1% a day, 3 days in a row, it was pretty crazy. And then you also had the bond market puking, right? Yields up. And I still contest that it was the bond market that forced his hand, because if you look when he actually capitulated, it was this day. And I remember vividly, I was here, I think it was like a Sunday afternoon, futures opened, bond market trading started, I think like 5 p.m. my time. And the 10-year treasury yield had gapped up by like 4 basis points or something wild like that. And then it just kept going and going and going. And then the next morning was the day he capitulated. This is the consequence, by the way, of being the reserve currency issuer of the world. For decades, we have had to run large structural trillion-dollar current account deficits to get the dollars out to the rest of the world that they need, right, for their various reserves or commodity transactions or whatever it may be. We have had to run very, very large current account deficit. But what that means, just on an accounting basis, on the other end of the ledger, on the other side of the ledger, the capital and financial account, the rest of the world has accumulated $65 trillion of US stocks, US treasuries, US corporate bonds, US real estate. I mean, I did the math going through the BEA reports and found that like the equivalent of like 800,000 single family homes worth of real estate have been purchased by foreigners going back to 2006, I think it was, right? So, and that's just real estate. You look at US equities, US treasury, they literally own us. Our NIP, our net international investment position, shows a global record of negative 90% of GDP. I have not been able to find a single other country in the history of the world to have that big of an imbalance between what we own of their financial assets and what they own of ours. Never in history have we seen this. But what it means functionally is that we have lost sovereignty, right? And we did something that the rest of the world didn't like, which was tariffs. And so they started revolting by dumping US treasuries. And, given our debt load, given the leverage in the system and the large structural fiscal deficit that we run, that's untenable, and they had to capitulate to the bond market. So I would keep a very close eye, on what the 10-year is doing. I think that it's probably more informative for a policy pivot from them than the stock market, for example.
Let me just give you guys some more news. The IAGC unveiled a new suicide drone called the Rezvan, featuring a range of 20 kilometers, a flight endurance of 20 minutes, and a video screen from the drone's command. We have Hezbollah releasing a video of them taking out another Merkava tank. I think they're up to, I was reading, I believe they're in the 60s now in this last few weeks. That's the kind of main breaking news. There's not a huge amount of breaking news at the moment. Robert, in terms of, to just turn the conversation slightly, if Iran has control over the Strait of Hormuz and they're talking about a negotiation where they have full control and they're able to pay a toll, and this war was to end, and let's say the sanctions were to be lifted, where would that put Iran in terms of a regional or possible global power?
It would be, it would definitely put them up there. Look, Iran, it's on my page, so you can find it, but I ran the math. We spend 125 times in currency adjusted dollars, right? So accounting for the fact that their currency is completely collapsed due to what we have what the U.S. Treasury did. Even accounting for that, we spend 125 times more on our military than they do. And look, as Darkside pointed out, arguably they have the leverage here. It definitely puts them up there, and not only can they charge a toll and be a very strong regional power, I mean, they have held up immensely well due to, I mean, you account for the fact that we have, the US might, right? Our economic might, strongest military in the world, and yada, 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 against this poor little country, Iran. Now, granted, it's not a small country. It's not a total like third world, it's not like, it's not nothing, right? But the way that the West viewed it was, significantly beneath, the UK or China or Japan or the US. But what they're showing is that they are not. What they're showing is that even up against the US, the greatest military in the world, the history of the world, even against the US, they're holding their own. And if anything, they arguably have more leverage over us than we have over them. Now granted, there is like nuclear weapon, that people are like, well, we could just nuke them. And it's like, okay, but I don't know.
See, this is the problem, though, Robert. Not without creating colossal collateral damage to your own people. It's
Yeah,
see, this is the
yeah.
problem with this, and the other thing. Just if I can interrupt here, but the other thing, I'm very surprised you guys think this thing's going to get over in 2 weeks. We have not one example since 1967 of the United States of America invading any fucking area, putting troops on the ground, and then getting out in 2 weeks. I'd be surprised if we're out of there in 2 years.
Yeah, Gary, we don't think that. We're just saying that's kind of the timeline before
Oh,
the global
yeah,
economic financial impact.
dude. I
Yeah.
just think you got to assume this is not happening. This is a shit show because when you can't nuke them, okay, and I don't believe in doing that shit. Don't believe in doing what we did to Japan either. But if you were to nuke them, you're destroying the entire world economy. I mean, like, so they won't do it. Okay, that's insane. Now, doesn't mean 1% of the population might not want to do it, or some small faction. I do think we could see an incident, a large. See, I'm still surprised we haven't seen our little 9/11 before all this shit. Like they just came out, and we're not even going to do a red flag, whatever you call it. The flag thing. I just these psychopaths do not know how to get in and get out. I mean, really, let's just study some history. And I'm not trying to be hard on my government, but like seriously, okay, zero track record of getting in and getting out. So this is going to get protracted, man. Like I don't know how this doesn't get protracted, which is shocking. Okay, to me, shocking that we're here. It makes no sense. None of this makes any sense unless there is a really, really small faction of people just exciting the situation over and over. I think we're in a box we can't get out of.
I agree. I agree. Gary, go back a year,
Dude, what do
right?
you
When
do
we were
then? What do
talking
you
about the
do though? What do you do? I mean, I think Bitcoin will do well there, but like, how do people protect themselves in that environment?
I mean, I,
It's a
I didn't sell
colossal
my
fucking
Bitcoin. I'm
meltdown, dude.
still,
Like
yeah,
equities
I'm
will get
still like
destroyed.
destroyed. Yeah. I still have my like 50-60% of my liquid net worth in Bitcoin. I'm still holding it. But I am raising cash. I got a pretty big stockpile of cash so that if Bitcoin goes to 20 or 30 or 10 or whatever, I can buy it, right? Because the next move is going to be higher.
I
Now, I know
agree, dude.
Darkside will
Oh,
probably
you mean
disagree,
the
but
next move on Bitcoin?
yeah, yeah, we can get a puke lower in the equity market, in the bond
Yeah.
market, in Bitcoin and whatever, right? But then the next move is going to be nuts.
Yeah.
Robert, why cash over? Like I see, the Bitcoin play I see because once we hit debt monetization, then anything that can basically serve as a replacement for the dollar is going to appreciate more than everything else. But I'm wondering why you're choosing cash right now as opposed to oil.
Well, the thing with oil, I am bullish
Oil
oil
went
from
down
here.
$92 today, 12 hours, dude. This is a hard product, man. I know you asked
Yeah,
Robert,
but
but
Gary, you could do options, right, where it's defined risk. And I've thought about it, but the issue is when you get that final capitulation, number one, capital controls, right? Number two, fuckery with the market. Number three, you could get
global
that
muckery,
crazy move.
global muckery. Okay,
Yeah,
it's like
Japan is now
very few people can
intervening.
trade
Yeah,
crude oil and do well. It's a hard motherfucker,
yeah,
dude.
and like, if you get that negative $40 per barrel move at 4 a.m., well, you can't trade your option, right? So I don't trade futures anymore. So it's just kind of out the window for me. I don't like the risk parameters. So yeah, but you're correct. I am bullish on oil.
Gary, just something to consider, and I know you and I have been talking about this for a long time, but you know, there's a part of me that believes that this entire crisis has been manifested intentionally to create this financial crisis because the system was broken. The debt was unsustainable. There weren't buyers of our debt. We were getting to the point of no return. So what do the Epstein class do when you get to a point of no return? They create a massive crisis, which gives them the ability to be in position to fix the crisis. And I
I don't
suspect
know.
that.
It kind of was getting better though. Like demand at auctions was actually getting really strong,
Yeah,
and
but we
things
don't
were
know where.
looking all
But we
okay.
don't know where that demand was coming from, right? That the reality is that demand very possibly was coming from the Cayman Islands through leveraged hedge funds, and that's not a sustainable business model, right? The basis trade just adds more risk, more leveraged risk to the system. And what we're seeing now, look, this can't continue much longer. I think we'll all agree. The global bond apocalypse is upon us, and either you find a way to create buyers, which I don't see how they do, or you let the system crash. And it's in a system crash that they're able to come up with the solution, and the solution is always to the benefit of those that are creating that solution.
But yeah, you look, you definitely don't want to be in cash when they start printing. When they start directly monetizing the debt, printing money, whatever, you do not want to be in the dollar. You do not want to be in US Treasuries. Even stocks are probably not going. They might keep you, right? They might keep up with the debasement, but they're not going to outperform. The only thing that is probably going to outperform is Bitcoin and then gold. That's probably it. And Bitcoin will outperform more, in my opinion.
But Robert, just to specifically, it's less about the war, the question. It's more about, let's say the war was to end, and then Iran had complete control over the Strait of Hormuz and being able to charge the tolls, and Iran was able to sell its oil without any sanctions. I'm saying in that scenario, where does that put Iran in terms of a regional and possibly global power?
I would say, like top 10 global power, to be honest. Definitely a regional power, probably in the top 10 global.
To
I
Gary's
mean, I'd be
point, that's just not going to happen. I mean, not without years of fighting, many years of fighting. They will ground invade. They will do anything before they take the L on this. So,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
yeah,
th- I
because
think
Trump.
that that's right. But if they do, I think what Sully's asking is if they get a definitive victory over the U.S. and the U.S. is basically forced to leave them alone. In that scenario, I agree with Robert because you have to understand Iran also will be in a position to control so much global trade, both
yeah.
between Europe and East Asia, the north to south land corridor from Russia, and then with the Strait and the Gulf, like they are just geographically positioned so well.
Yeah, I don't believe a kinetic victory is on the table. I think the victory for Iran is economic. But I mean, come on, guys.
Well, they go together. They go together, right? Like if you both do economic damage, that also weakens the will and ability for kinetic warfare. That's where
we were in
you know.
Afghanistan for 20 years. So
Yeah, but we
will.
didn't have our economy collapsing.
No.
Yeah, it's asymmetric, Dark. It's asymmetric, right?
I know.
Like,
I understand. I just don't. I'm with Gary here. Once we go in, we'll be there for as long as it takes to do as much damage as we have to.
oh, I agree with that for sure. Yeah.
So the
Sadly.
victory here, sadly, is not kinetic. It's going to be economic.
Oh, it's going to be kinetic too, dude. It is already seriously kinetic. I don't think you can get away from either one. I think.
I just don't, Gary. Just to be clear, I don't think Iran can gain a kinetic victory. I think they can gain an economic victory, but I don't think.
Oh well,
Iran,
I mean, they can't bomb America, but
right.
Yeah, no, I mean, but they cannot lose. See, if you don't lose the war, you're winning the motherfucker. Okay, and we haven't won a war in ever. Name a war that we have won. Like, not only do we kill people, but we don't even know how to do it right. Unbelievable.
It's because we can't tolerate pain, right? I heard someone, I forget who, so sorry, but I heard someone say that like war is about your ability to inflict more pain on your enemy than they are willing to tolerate. Our tolerance for pain
Dude,
is very
their
low.
tolerance for pain, you cannot fight with someone who has so little to lose. Like their fall from, oh wow, we don't have power tonight. If we didn't have power, we'd be freaking out. Okay, they're like, okay, we're gonna cook on wood tonight. That's cool. We do that 3 days a week anyway. So, and I'm not trying to belittle these people, but I think they live better than we do. Like, we just freak out. It's a bunch of soft punsies. And like, you look at the people running this thing, it's like, my God, man, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, that's my thing. I don't really know. Given the economic damage, I don't really see how the US can sustain a kinetic war long enough to like basically break the will of the IRGC. I just don't really see how that's a possibility.
I agree with you,
But
dude. I don't see under any scenario you break their culture. Not you could drop 3 nukes. You're not changing shit.
yeah, plus we have to remember, gentlemen, we have China vested in this more than they've ever have, and Russia. We've heard David, and I know, David's got to push in the Russian narrative, but Russia is very vested in this. They're not going to just kind of idly kick stuff in the side here. They will really weigh in. I think they'll put their shoulder into this like we've never seen before. So it's a lot different war than, and I agree with all of you. We always go in for the long haul. We'll drag it out. The Mick loves it, but we're fighting a war that we have not seen before, gentlemen. Not going back, perhaps even to the will of Japan.
I think you got to give yourselves a bit more credit than this. Because I think America, if they were fighting an invading force on your land, you'd all be, you'd be much better soldiers.
Marco Rubio just came out with a glorious statement. Sorry, Resistance, I interrupted you. I'm posting it now. It's so deep that I'm shook by it. He said, "The Hormuz could be opened tomorrow if Iran allowed it."
No, stop.
They made a comment.
Stop.
Yeah, they said that earlier, like 2 weeks ago. The I think it was Hegseth. He said at the press conference, he's like, the strait is not closed if Iran would stop deciding to shoot at ships. It's like, what? And he literally said it. I posted about it. The full quote's on.
Deep point. Sorry, Resistance, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I think, look, the fact is, you can never underestimate a defending force. America would be unbelievable fighters, the soldiers, the people. If an invading force
Yeah, but
was coming
Res,
over
we
to,
all have weapons, man. 120
yeah,
million
exactly.
families with,
You
like, good luck on
exactly.
that one.
Exactly. And you all have weapons and you're all very patriotic. So you would be an unbelievable force that that no one could defeat. Even if you combine all the countries of the world, China, Russia, everyone to come and invade you guys, I still give you a really good chance that you'll survive and overcome that. Now, the same should be applied to a country of 93 million people with a very
Totally
legitimate
agree with you, dude.
yeah.
Okay, so my
And
breaking
that's
news. Sorry, I keep interrupting. It's just this discussion is really interesting, but when we drop it in with like breaking news, then this is what the people want. I give the people what they want. But let me just read this news to you. So this is about the ground invasion. Axios are reporting the following. Obviously, you know, whatever Axios say, always take it with a grain of salt. They are Israeli, even though they're a US outlet, they're definitely Israeli controlled. That being said, sometimes they do try and give, either sometimes they try and propagandize, but sometimes they try and leak information because it's in their benefit. But these are the following. The Pentagon is developing military options for a final blow in Iran that could include the use of ground forces and a massive bombing campaign, according to two US officials and two sources with knowledge. The plan is, or the final blow option, the final blow option, according to Trump, is the following. Number one, invading or blockading Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub, invading Larak, an island that helps Iran solidify its control of the Strait of Hormuz. The strategic outpost hosts Iranian bunkers, attack craft that can blow up cargo ships, radars that monitor movement in the strait. So invade Karg, invade Larak. So now it's not even the three Hormuz islands, it's Karg and Larak. Seizing the strategic island of Abu Musa and two smaller islands which lie near the western entrance to the strait and are controlled by Iran but also claimed by the UAE. That was, remember, Dawson's position that they're going for that one, and blocking or seizing ships that are exporting Iranian oil on the eastern side of the Hormuz Strait. So those are the four the internal discussions about the major blow that Trump could initiate on Iran. That is being reported out right now. So sorry, back to you, Resistance.
yeah. I guess whatever scenario, whatever place, whatever island, it's still not looking really well thought out by this invading force, and especially with only 2,500 soldiers. There is no you're basically consigning them to the slaughter and 2,500 coffins, and that's just so sad to hear. But going back to this, and we just have to wait for the weekend and see what the results are going to be for this, because it's likely going to be over the weekend. But going back to this, I think, look, in terms of if you can sort of assess any country in the world who would be the best at defending their nation, it probably would be the United States, given the fact that it's ingrained in them the right to bear arms, the fact that they are armed, the fact that a lot of the Americans are deeply patriotic, and there's nothing more just and more worthy than fighting for your own home and your own family and your own land. And so you transpose that to the Iranians, who have got a 5,000-year history and a heritage and pride that comes with actually the land itself and the ability to defend against invaders, and an empire that once was very, very vast. You can't take that away from them. And so for this idea that you can just regime change the country and balkanize it and split it up at your discretion, through a war of choice, with ill thought out strategies and limited amount of stockpiles of standoff munitions and all other munitions, for the purpose of this war, for the objective of this war, I mean, then it's disheartening to see, and everyone can see it. So don't take it that I wouldn't be so disappointed to say, look, we've met our match. And no, I think a lot of countries that are defending will be a formidable force. So, and none more so than the United States would be if they were defending their own land. So, but Iran, you combine Iran's ingenuity, their ability to their missile program itself, their tacticians, the fact that they're a clever nation and a proud nation, that all sort of adds to their capabilities and their formidableness as an enemy. So you're right in that sense, but I wouldn't. I just think that a lot of that is down to the fact that they're defending their own land, and I agree with Gary that not they don't have much. Yeah, I mean they do have something to live for, and that's really their pride, their land, their heritage, their history. But in another sense, you're right, Gary. They don't really have much to live for. What that's more valuable than dying for their land. So in that sense, you cannot defeat that. And it's the same with Hamas. But look, Hamas has been pounded to submission in Gaza, and they're still there, and they've actually accumulated. And this is with very light munitions. So I just think that this is not going to end well for the United States or Israel.
Yeah, for sure. Let's bring in Puncher into the conversation. I know he's also in the financial market and Bitcoin. Thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts about what's going on from the financial perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Sulaiman. I think both in Israel, although it's so hard to discern with the information filters that are being put on at such an amazing level, and I think that here in the U.S. that the narrative's kind of running away from the administration. We're going to have a peace deal. Then Iran basically gives, the United States a middle finger. It doesn't make sense. Who is it we're negotiating with? It just doesn't make any sense. So my fear is, and I hate to even say this, is that, they're sending these elements of the 82nd Airborne and other units over with the express purpose of, boots on the ground. And I just think that this might be an effort by the powers that be to galvanize American people and Israelis around the support for this war by basically putting them there to get killed. And I hate to say that, but that is my fear, and I have to verbalize it somewhere because I think they have a narrative problem. I think they have a kind of, what are we doing? Why did we do this? This isn't working out like you said. And in order to coalesce kind of fervor around it, it might take something like American bodies. It's horrible to say, and I hope it's not true, but I just wanted to get it out there because that's kind of what I think might be a possibility.
We're all thinking that, sir. I think
Punch,
we're all
even
thinking
if
that.
it's not a possibility, it's going to be a consequence.
For sure, right? You put guys. What is it? Carg Island. You
So,
put Carg Island is basically a centralized target. If we do go in there, you know how easy it would be to just annihilate the guys who are standing there, trapped on Carg Island. It just again and other places. I guess around the Straits of Hormuz. Um, I don't think. Well, look, I don't. I just don't think that anybody thought that this was going to play out like it is, and now they've got an issue with I guess the public behind this effort, this war, whatever you want to call it, and they need to do something. And history has told us that they're not above sacrificing people to generate a narrative, and that's it.
I think you're right. I mean, to be honest, whether it's Karg Island or anywhere in Iran, there's chances of success is very, very slim because of the fact that Iran seems to have all angles covered, and America doesn't. Is America's going in with a very short-term strategy, so nothing beyond 3-4 days, because that's how, because the soldiers themselves are coming in very light, so limited food supplies, limited weapons, with ammo, very little air cover if it at all exists, and if it will ever exist. So wherever you go in Iran, or from wherever you go from Iran, it's not going to look good. It just doesn't seem like it's very well thought out at all. And just the number of forces that you're deploying. If you've deployed 500,000 with, five carrier groups and 600 fighter jets, and also then yeah, I would say yeah, you're coming in heavy and strong, and there's an objective behind it clearly because you're going to trying to take over Iran. But you're going in with 2,500 and that's it, lightly armed soldiers, and that's it. And then it's basically as soon as if they even get there to wherever the destination is, they're on their own.
Yeah, and to what end? To what end resistance? So
Exactly.
you take over Cargill, and now you control the distribution of Iranian oil, but you still don't control the straits. So that's not going anywhere. And the
You don't
pressure.
even control the distribution.
Sorry.
You don't even control the distribution because basically mainland Iran will just turn off the taps to Kog Island
There you go.
because
Right.
that's what happens, and then they take it to other ports and inland into Russia, into Pakistan and wherever. So it's not a case of controlling the distribution. It serves no purpose whatsoever except for destroying that distribution capability in Kharg Island. But and then just delaying the Iranians by maybe 6 months in terms of building up that capability once the war is over. To rebuild another distribution center, or maybe decentralize that distribution center further, so that way that doesn't really become a bottleneck anymore. So wherever you go, you're so far away from anywhere. From Tehran, you're 1,100 kilometers. From any of the nuclear facilities, you're about 1,000 kilometers. Wherever you go, you're going to be 1,000 kilometers away from any sort of objective. And these islands themselves, if they say that they're taking over the Navy base, which is in Kushum Island, the big long arrow-like island there, and the Strait of Hormuz, then obviously that's going to be very heavily fortified. And so you're coming in with 2,500 soldiers against who knows how many they've got deployed around the coast. They've also got FPV drones, because the mainland Iran is like 10 kilometers away from that island, or 7 kilometers away. And these FPV drones, you've seen them in Ukraine. They target the soldiers and kill them. And that you can just remote control these from mainland. Never mind about you don't need to use the missiles or even the heavier drones. So you just use those and just go after them one by one, pick them off. Unfortunately, it's sad to say this, but whatever you do, I don't know how can you, what sort of strategy are you doing? What is the objective that you're trying to do? How long can you sustain it? What support have you got? And what are you trying, what ultimately, what is your end goal for this?
We have to think
So
on two planes. There's obviously, tactics win battles, but logistics win wars. And we just don't have the logistic chain to do anything seriously. To all your points that you just said, I mean, we can take an island there, maybe pretend to secure some of the straits, but maybe you're not going to be able to do it. So you think on this tactical level in the war itself, nothing makes sense. And if you try to relate it to the higher order objectives that you're hearing, like this is a managed decline of a monetary system where we're trying to shift the energy around the world and how it gets allocated. Well, you can do that just by leaving things the way they are. You don't need to send troops in. So, I just don't get, like, nothing jives, nothing makes sense. The narratives are all kind of crazy and ad hoc, and easily the minute they come out, you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. That you poke holes in that. And then you throw on top of that this kind of blanket of censorship that you're really not sure what exactly is going on the ground across the Gulf and around in the GCC and our military bases. Like, I'm not quite sure. Were our military bases destroyed or not? I can't get a clear answer on really anything. All of this is to say that nothing makes sense, and the idea that this is going to end overnight to any kind of manageable scenario for the U.S., I can't see it, and I hope I'm wrong, but I can't see it.
Well, yeah. Yeah, and to your point, like I just keep seeing idiots on Fox News and even some on X saying, "Oh, we're going to choke off their economy by like preventing them from shipping oil." And it's like, "Hello, do you not remember that we just took sanctions off of them? Why do you think we did that? Cuz we want their oil on the market so we don't get screwed by higher oil prices." So what are you even talking about? I mean, these people are totally insane. like It's completely nonsensical.
And the idea that you're going to war as a team with another sovereign nation makes no sense, because there are no permanent friends and enemies. There are only permanent national interests of the sovereign. And I can assure you that Israel's national interests do not align with those of the United States. And how you extract yourself from that kind of partnership, for lack of a better term, I don't know, because I'm pretty sure that Bibi Netanyahu's wants, needs, and desires are rapidly departing from Donald Trump's.
Well, yeah. So, I'm really not a big fan of conspiracy theories, that get like too crazy. But at this point, the only explanation I have heard that can even make some sort of logical sense is the one offered by that Chinese professor John guy. And he basically says that this is Israel actually trying to get the US out of the Middle East so that they can gain more control over it. And as weird as that sounds, I like that's the only thing that could even make a modicum of sense compared to all these other theories that I'm hearing.
Can you explain what is the logic behind that?
Yeah, essentially. So, and he makes an interesting point. So he goes through and he shows how historically, whenever you have like a great power empire using a smaller power as a sort of like proxy or mercenary group or whatever, a lot of times that smaller power, they're kind of doing a lot of the work, and they start to think, well, why am I doing all the work for this guy? Why don't I just take over his turf? And so, you kind of saw this with the Muslims, like the Arabs, when during the Islamic expansion. And there's like a bunch of other groups, like you could see it with like the Greeks and the Persians, and he lists like a bunch of examples. And so the idea is essentially Israel wants to control the Middle East, and we're kind of the ones who currently control the Middle East. So in actuality, we are their enemy. We're actually their main enemy, and they can't, obviously fight a direct confrontation with us. And so they're using this war to weaken us, collapse our economy, destroy our bases. They're basically like kind of using this war to destroy our bases and destroy our reach into the Middle East, to kind of make room for them to take over. Now, I also have a lot of doubts when it comes to this plan, because it's like, well, how well could Israel do without the United States in the Middle East? So there's some contradictions with this idea as well. But I'm just saying, like, out of all the crazy things I've heard from people on Fox News, this makes more sense than any of that crap.
I'm an Occam's razor guy with regard to all this stuff. I think Trump got bullied into it, thinking somehow that you could cut this proverbial head off the snake, and then that would lead to some kind of quick outcome. And now that that's not the case, this thing has metastasized into something that I don't think anybody can get their hands around, and it's just getting worse. And Trump's leadership style, or negotiating style, or whatever you want to call it, is not compatible with this type of event that's just getting worse by the day. Again, I hope I'm wrong. I want nothing more than to be wrong. I just don't see the off ramp, and I just don't see how this thing ends well for anybody.
I agree. I mean, in this for this scenario, I think Occam's razor does apply, because I personally think that the writing was on the wall for Israel. They weren't going to get the support after the mass protests in America against Israel for the genocide in Gaza. The younger generation were really being alienated by Israel, actually despise Israel. They were obviously, you saw what happened with TikTok and now social media with the iron grip on anyone that is pro-Palestinian or anti-Zionist. So they felt, okay, let's get Trump into office, and then once we get him in, pay him in into office, and then obviously blackmail him as well as bribe him at the same time, then this is our chance to really go for this greater Israel plan, because I don't think we're going to get another chance after this. I think the idea that they wanted to get America out of the region by getting their bases out of the region would actually, in my opinion, would serve to weaken their leverage or their grip on the Middle East, because what's to stop the GCC countries from actually, even though they're cucks for the United States, then only one country is a cuck for Israel, and that's UAE. I don't think Saudi Arabia wants to be Israel's bitch. And so I think it will just create a lot more uncertainty and chaos that Israel won't be able to hold down, unlike a superpower like America with all their bases there. So for me, that doesn't make any strategic sense. And I think it's more to do with the fact that Israel, it's their last chance saloon, and they have to take it now or never. And they're taking it now, and this is why they attacked Iran twice now, because they felt that no matter how ridiculous the first time is, really strange and really surprising that they attacked Iran the first time last year. This shows how much of a chance they thought this is their last chance. For me, I thought this is going to be their last chance saloon to try and once and for all get rid of Iran, destabilize and break them up, whatever, so that it gives them the chance to be the dominant power in the region, with the United States there basically allowing them to take over slowly and silently, and then eventually they'll get rid of United States by other means through economic leverage. So they'll just convince the politicians, you're spending too much on these bases, blah blah blah. Maybe it's worth you saving money from not spending $500 billion on these bases, and just getting rid of them, and we'll take over, and that will be a slower process, but it will be much more comfortable for Israel, and that would be the way, not like ripping the band-aid off and we'll take over, thinking there's going to be some sort of power vacuum when it doesn't look like that's the case, especially against a formidable foe like Iran, and now Iraq, which is and all the other resistance factors. I don't think Israel wants America to be removed when you got the Houthis there, Hezbollah, Iran, and Iraq. I don't think so. I think they much rather benefit from having the US bases there.
I agree with you, Resistance. I want to be very clear. I do think that is the actual reality. I was just saying that, like, if I were to try to, isolate some sort of
Just some
plan
breaking news,
out of
and I'll give it
this.
back to Thermo. A huge barrage of rockets are heading towards Haifa from Lebanon. So a huge barrage of rockets heading from Haifa to Lebanon. Sorry, back to you, Thermo.
Yeah, so I was just saying, if I were to try to like reach and identify some sort of plan, that would make more sense than all of these other supposed plans that I'm hearing. But I do agree with you that I think that this is just pure incompetence. And I mean, one thing you can't really underestimate about the Israelis is just like their level of arrogance and delusion. Like it does seem like they do kind of think they're invincible and that they can just defeat any enemy, which is, I think, why they got themselves into this situation.
Yeah, and that's why we're watching the most, I think, for certainly my lifetime, I think within the last century, the most horrific show of derision that we can imagine. Whereas National Zionist Israel has been brought into open derision. They're even admitting their own IDF is collapsing inside. They can't find soldiers. They never were a fighting force on the ground. And, let's be honest, even their navy's incompetent. They couldn't even sink the USS Liberty. To be blunt, even with a minimal amount of effort, a U.S. Navy submarine could have taken that out in less than 28 seconds, completely obliterated it. Our aircraft could have had the job done, but they couldn't do that for 3 hours. Their overall ground air superiority, it's easy. You can train a monkey with one finger, and I'm serious about this. Yeah, I have very close friends who are fighter pilots, bomber pilots. My best friend fighter bomber pilot. And you can train with that, with the way they do. You can go in with no force against them to go in and drop bombs on innocent civilians. Okay, so now we're seeing it get real. Lebanon has proven that. And it's shocking if people even paying half it. I know the panel here, we're all educated. We know this. Sulaiman space, we're up to speed on this. But people only think, oh, they're going to send in the RDF into Lebanon. Hezbollah has decimated them. I lost count. I think 18 Markva tanks have been removed. It's a joke. And now
It's about
they
16
can.
now. Sorry, Andrew, it's about 16 now, but do continue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
So,
hey
yeah.
Andrew, I don't know if
Yeah.
the Liberty was taking evasive actions, and I know this goes back to the 1960,
1967. Yep.
67, the year I was born. But it is very difficult to hit a minute. We used to practice this stuff and hit a maneuvering vessel. That being said, I think they strafed, so that's not hard. They dropped napalm. That might be a lot more difficult. And then, but then there was a submarine involved too. There was a submarine hit, I believe. So
There was a
you're right.
torpedo hole. Exactly. Yep.
Torpedo. There you go. Yep.
Yeah. I got a fighter pilot talking there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I remember you. My best friend Rick Smith was a fighter pilot. We were neighbors, man. I'm not. You guys are amazing. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I couldn't sing or dance, so I joined the Navy.
Yeah.
Don't go dying for Israel now, man.
Honestly, the 82nd Airborne and anybody else, they should be just protesting and just taking the prison term, in my opinion. And they'll be heroes in the end.
You know what's really amazing is there are no protests, really, to speak of at all in the United States over this action in Iran. And I think it tells you a lot about how manufactured and fake and astroturf a lot of the protests in the United States have been going back 20 years now. Like, it's just
I think
odd.
it I think it just shows that a lot of people are asleep and there's about to be a very rude awakening soon. The more and more these genociders destroy the world and destroy the markets with it.
Yeah, no, I'm not to say they won't, but usually, particularly when it revolves around Trump, any chance the left has had to do these manufactured protests where the pre-printed signs and the frozen bottles of water and all the kind of apparel for the rent a riot shows up on cue. None of that now, which tells you probably a little bit about where all those things generated from in the first place in the past.
100%. I mean, look, regardless, I know some people have different views on like the George Floyd situation, but at the end of the day, even if you are like full on leftist about that situation, it was one guy, right? And even if you think he was just straight up murdered and he wasn't doing anything wrong or anything, it was one guy, and they lit the country on fire over that. uh Deportations, again, I actually, personally, I'm not like huge on deportations, but at the end of the day, those people are here, against the law technically, so enforcing the law and removing them, like, and they, went crazy over that, and it's like now you got like them lying about bombing a school full of like 100 and something children, and like it's destroying our economy and our troops are going to die over it, and nothing. I mean, are you kidding me? That's
Yeah,
like,
that is surprising to me that Americans are not protesting. Maybe they need to like, for example, normally protests are quite huge in the UK. Is it the case? I know I'm not talking about these kind of like George Floyd ones because I know they're initiated in the US, but there has been a large number of pro-Palestine protests in the US over the last couple of years. Do you think it's that they were just copying the UK and it always needs like these other countries to do it before the Americans are like, oh, okay, we should now do a protest? Because
No,
why is it there's no protest for this Iran
I
war?
think there
And
was
in the UK,
money.
there's not because the UK is not involved.
Yeah, Solomon. I think there's money, coordination, and kind of a narrative driving. I don't know what you would call it. Organization that's well funded behind these. It's so funny the George Floyd thing. I was just in Richmond,
But just
Virginia.
a question on that, Puncher. But
Yeah.
then those things that you mentioned, I guess the question is, why would they do that for Palestine protests, but not for this Iran war protest? Both involve
I,
Israel.
I
Well, the
think it's a
Palestine
good
ones
question.
got shut down pretty quick.
Yeah, but I mean, they're
There was
still
quite a
allowed
lot
to
of them.
flourish for months on end. I mean,
Yeah,
look,
there was loads of Palestine
yeah,
protests. Even,
I
I'm not
went
talking about
I
stone
went through.
encampments, but I'm talking about general protests.
Yeah, well, I don't. It's like it just all of them struck me as very fake, and like people were paid to be there. People were flown around. The professional agitators, like the Antifa crowd, they always showed up no matter what the issue was. And I was in Richmond, Virginia last week on business, and was driving through what's called Monument Row, and Monument Row was all the Civil War statues, both north and south, um, and they tore down all of them. I said, why did they tear down if it was all about the racist South, why did they tear down all the monuments of the Northern generals? And the guy's like, I don't know, maybe they're historically illiterate. I just don't think it was about that. I think it was about creating kind of consternation and civil unrest for some other purpose than the stated purpose.
No, but then again, I'm not saying I'm not even disagreeing or debating that issue but I do believe some of the Palestine or protests were legitimate. But let's put that aside. Let's just go with what you're saying. But I'm saying then, if that's the case, why not do it for this specific one? That's a bit like this would actually cause civil unrest more than anyone else. This is something that, according to the polling, most Americans are against. This is something that even Republicans are against. So there would be less pushback in this. So
I
what
have
would
no
be the
answer
reason?
for you, Solomon. I
Yeah.
have no answer. I have no idea.
Everyone is a lot of people are asleep at the wheel, so they man. A lot of people are
No,
against it,
but
but
again, it comes back to the same point. So they still did do the pro-Palestine protests, a lot of them in the US, and in the UK we have it like every week, if not 2 times a week. But at least in this one, the UK is not officially part of it, so I guess that explains why they're not. But what's the reason why? So like what they were awake and they fell asleep in the last 2 weeks? Like that doesn't
The
make sense to me.
only
I
thing,
wouldn't say
the
that.
only thing. Oh,
I
go
would
ahead.
say the momentum, but like the protests are also not as much attention as there was before. I think at first, like a speaker said it earlier, a lot of the times they send agitators when things first kick off, so that's why they like giving attention to it. Recently, they haven't given attention to any of the protests going on. It seems like none are going on. In fact, even though there still are going on around here. Now with the
Oh, you
Iran
think that
thing,
this? Oh, so you're saying there are protests happening right now, but just the media's not showing
yeah,
it.
they're covering it up like in a massive way.
Mm.
Like it's not as many people showing out, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like they're not talking about it. The cities also aren't allowing as many. The problem is too in many states you gotta like get approval. And so
You
like a
gotta
lot
get a
of the
permit,
cities
yeah.
aren't approving.
I think a lot of them were funded by these NGOs who had their spigots turned off. Honestly, I mean, there's a protest in Philadelphia, but unlike in the past, like the pro-Palestinian protests that had hundreds of people, if not thousands, this is maybe 12 people. That's it. The news cameras show up, but it's kind of it just doesn't seem like it's got the funding source behind it, and maybe
I
that's the
wouldn't say
NGO things.
funding. I wouldn't say funding either. I mean, maybe that's like partly true with other protests, but when it comes to like this, I would say like a lot of people think of it as the same issue, since like this has pretty much been going on for 3 years with True Promise 1, True Promise 2, True Promise 3, and this is like part 4 here. So like that's another reason. So like people aren't really starting to feel the negativities up until recently with these like prices skyrocketing everywhere. I think sooner or later people are gonna protest, but it's like they're very slow to protest since not much has changed the last couple of years.
I'll also say this, kind of trying to go to what Suleiman brought up, as a difference between the Palestinian protests. You kind of do have a little bit of a different dynamic now that I think about it, especially in like the leftist psyche, because with the leftist psyche, right, it's about protesting for the weak. And, in Palestine, yeah, you have Hamas and they kind of run Gaza, but like they're not really the government in full control when you got the Israelis just bombing the crap out of everything, right? Whereas in Iran, you do have this government and it is looked poorly upon by leftists because they do actually have a power structure. And then they kind of like enforce all these laws that go against the leftist psyche, and then you have all these diasporoids talking about like women's rights and whatnot. So I do wonder how much that does play a role.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah,
That is a very
I,
interesting point because
this is what
can you not hear me, Resistance? Because I think whenever I speak, you're always I think you could never hear my mic. Yeah. In terms of what you're saying, I think you make a decent point there, actually. What's his name again? Thermo. Because when it comes to Iran, the left wing may be against it because it's war, but actually, many of them are against Iran's government. They are like, oh, yeah, guess what? Iran's government is bad, women's rights, woke ideology, all this type of stuff. So I think you're right. Like, if you remember the debate I had with Roy Casagrande, which wasn't meant to be a debate, but that was an example of someone who was like, yeah, I want to overthrow them. I want them to change, but okay, American is Russian bomb them. So I think maybe you're right. Some of them are maybe in some kind of conflict, like internal confusion about, maybe we shouldn't even protest for this because we don't like the government. So it's a great point you made. But go ahead, Resistance. What were you going to say?
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, Sully, but you interrupt me 3 times, just to let you know. No,
Yeah,
it's
I
all
am the
good.
host of the space.
It's all good.
Yeah, I do run the space, and I
All
will
good.
interrupt if there's breaking news.
That's
Yeah.
fine. It's no big deal. Just saying. Yeah. So I actually, this is my point. I think there's 2 factors in play here. One is that there was a lot of hammering down of the protests for the last, certainly the last year of Biden, and then the first year of Trump. So much so they deployed ICE on the streets, and they just been literally any sort of protest. They've been trying to nullify them. On top of that, then you had December time, January time, was the protests of Iran. And we've just been inundated in the media of how bad this Iranian regime is, how bad the government is, and how brutal. They killed 30,000, they killed 50,000 protesters. So the appetite for war, while it wasn't so strong, it was, they thought, well, if you're going to go to war against somebody, I guess this government is not that bad to remove. If so, yeah, we'll sort of begrudgingly go along with it, but we don't like it because we started the war with Israel. And then now that the reality is setting in, it's still not enough to go out in the streets, because the mechanism by which a lot of the protests were happening have actually been, like you said, um, is it you, Zanya, or whoever it was that said that some of the infrastructure behind creating or encouraging these protests suddenly just was cracked down upon, and so you just don't have that. So you didn't have the political will. The enemy supposedly wasn't really favored, weren't seen as victims. They were seen as sort of terrible, tyrannical government, and then you don't have the infrastructure for the and the you don't have the infrastructure for the protests. So in that sense, all of those, in my opinion, and to some degree, there's also protest exhaustion. People just have got exhausted with all the protests going on, that there might be some of that lingering in, and so you don't have that. But if you start seeing soldiers in their thousands coming home in coffins, then absolutely you'll see protests, because I don't think the American people will stand for that.
Let's go to TT Japan.
Yeah, hey guys, I just wanted to speak about this protest topic just as someone that does go to these protests every week, pretty much in London, and we do have such a huge movement in London. And I think that's partly because London in general is quite mobilized. So you do have a lot of communities that are very well connected. There are a lot of ethnic communities here as well. So you've got like a really strong movement here, whereas maybe in other places it's a bit harder. But also, just to add on to Thermo's point, which I think he articulated it beautifully, it's just I think there's a bit of conflict within like the different sort of groups of people, because they can't quite decide what side they want to be on, right? Like they're quite conflicted on the inside. And also I think they don't see Iran as, they see them as an equal force right now. And I think the villainization of Iran and its government and its people has obviously worked for a long time. So people have no idea what they're actually dealing with or who the Iranian people are. But I think with time, we're going to see more and more people show up to these protests, because even at first, a lot of Iranians were kind of, scared to come out and speak, because you had the crazy monarchists like threatening people and kind of trying to change the narrative that this is okay, that we should be happy that this is happening to our country. But even when you look at the Palestine movement, at first it wasn't as big as it was. It was only with time, when we started to see how bad it got, which was too late by then, is when people started to become more united and more mobilized. So I think that's played a big part in that. But I think with time, we're going to see more and more people come out. And in the spirit of talking about protests, there's a huge protest that's organized for this Saturday in London. So there is still a lot happening. And I've seen loads of protests in Asia, maybe not so much in America, but there is still a lot happening around us.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think that makes sense. That there is this kind of, and I do think that actually it does seem like the US does kind of follow the track of other countries, and then they're like, okay, maybe we should protest. So I think if the UK protests are becoming big, the thing is, the reason the UK protests against the Iran war haven't become big is because UK's kind of not really involved. They're kind of like, oh, we're involved, but we're not really involved. They've not really sent anything across. I think if the UK was to progressively, offensively, obviously be involved, then the protests are going to be huge. I mean, we had 1 million people come out against the Iraq protests. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to say the least. Conscious, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Sulaiman. First, I would like to address the protests issue, and then I will give an update about the casualties. Yeah, I live in Montreal, and the situation is on Saturdays we still have protests for Gaza, but unfortunately, the monarchists come also on Saturday, and they do like kind of opposing scenes like that, and they come in numbers. Probably some of you don't know, but we have in Canada a large number of monarchists. I work at a university where you would expect that people are smart, but we have professors from Iranian background who just repeat the Zionist propaganda, and they look so stupid, honestly, like the way how they say, but it's large number. I think it's more than much more than the number of monarchists in Iran. So the protests are still going in Montreal, but unfortunately now, like just to feed into the discussion, people are confused, because some people just want to support justice, and they see that people from the same region, they are clashing and so on. So, so I would like to give my usual update about the casualties. Despite the strikes which we heard about on Negev, Eilat, Safad, Givat, Shmuel, and Bnei Brak, the numbers coming from Israel still stable for the deaths, and they increased the number of injuries only 200. So I don't know. The numbers are very, very censored, the ones coming from Israel. So that's I have to say that. Numbers coming from Iran, they increase because of the rebel clearance, and reports are coming. So the numbers like now stand at 3,300 deaths and 22,000 injuries for Iran. The other country, which is very, very sad to say, Lebanon. Lebanon is really difficult. It's around 1,100 killed innocent people and 3,000 injuries. By the way, all of these numbers, I posted them on the in the purple pill in the space. So you can see for all the countries. The other countries other than Iraq also saw some increase because of the Anbar strikes from the day before yesterday. The other countries are stable. And I think the GCC countries are more closing up the news outlets than before. They are decreasing the number of people of casualties rather than reporting new ones, and they are forbidding people from talking about it and so on. I have some contacts there, and they are afraid to talk about it on the phone. So that's the situation. But please just look at the numbers for all the countries in the usual post, which is included in the purple pill of this space. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's because of what Conscious said. Everyone dropped off, or what happened. But everyone just dropped off immediately as soon as you start talking.
I hope it was not me.
I think it might have been. But it is what it is. Let me just bring some people up. Okay, let's go to Hype. Hype, jump in, give us your thoughts. Okay, let's go to Gabrielle.
Yeah, hello, good evening, everybody. I was listening a lot to the conversation regarding the ground troops. There have been some kind of a shifting in momentum, especially in Iraq after the recent strikes on the Iraqi army. Finally, the government have been waking up now, and they kind of gave the green light to the popular movement force to have a response that is proportionate. And we're talking about a almost 600,000 militants that are extremely experienced in street fights or street wars. So, and basically, if a ground invasion will happen on the Iranian soil, I'm most certain for 100% at least there will be a 500,000 Iraqi soldiers will be joining that fight. That is beside the civilians that will follow the fatwa of Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani, because he have already gave a fatwa for his followers in Iran to join and to help the Iranian government. So there have been a lot of people asking him to give the same fatwa for his followers in Iraq and around the world. And for them giving that fatwa, it will be a shift in momentum, and that won't happen until there will be a ground invasion. I think the Iranians are extremely waiting and desperately waiting for the Americans to have a ground invasion, because then they know that is they will definitely show what they can. We have seen that throughout history. There have never been a war where the American military have won that war on the ground. The recent one was Afghanistan, I think. They retreat from that. The one before that was Iraq as well. And the list goes on all the way to Vietnam. So that will be a suicide mission, basically. Now, regarding the capability of the Iranian military, or let's say the missile programs. Recently, they have shown a advance in their missile capacity, reaching 4,000 kilometers. I've been following a lot of Iraqi generals that have been talking that they kind of know that Iran have also missiles that can reach between 8 to 10,000 kilometers, but these ones are not spoken out in public, and there might be a usage of those missiles if things escalates. So that gives me a clear indication that the Iranians have never used their advanced missiles. All what they have been used is what they have in their arsenal, I think, up to 2018, but the more advanced ones from 2018 and forwards, they are not in service as of yet. So even on that front, they are gaining the upper hand. The Houthis are also haven't done anything yet because they are basically waiting for something for a strategic strike. So if a ground invasion will happen, I strongly think that the Houthis will also join the war and they will cut the Bab el-Mandeb trading route. So there will be a lot of difficulties, economical difficulties, and even with the oil prices. So that will also put a lot of pressure on the U.S. government to end that war before it even starts. So that is my opinion about that topic.
So just something to tell you guys about. There was a guy spamming on the chat about it. It was interesting, but he just kept doing it, so I told him to calm down. But that being said, I think it is an interesting point that he's mentioning, which is the White House have posted a. Let me put that volume off. The White House have posted another a strange video from their account, and the video. Sorry, it's a straight image. It's a pixelated image. It looks like Trump with a red folder. I don't know if it means a briefing or a nuclear threat or whatever. I don't know if you guys were here last night. Resistance, were you here last night?
Yes, I was.
You
Yeah,
know the whole them
yeah,
two videos that I put out.
yeah,
Yeah, so they
yeah.
just put another one out. What have you? How do you?
I just see.
Have you had a look at it?
Yeah, it does look like that's the nuclear button. Is it, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like it. I'm looking at it, examining this myself.
Yeah, it might be the nuclear launch button.
This is getting to be more than just a coincidence. This is really becoming more and more bothersome.
Yeah,
Scary.
it's
I mean,
very
very
strange that
scary.
he's trying to essentially send these nuclear threats through a kind of weird passive aggressive way in order to kind of threaten Iran. Do you not think it's strange?
Yeah, I see it as they're threatening Iran.
Explain. What? But what's how does the threat work if they aren't like it's not kind of obvious? Like we're trying to decipher it.
I mean, it could be that because they are launching they're deploying their troops, and they are getting more and more desperate because every military objective hasn't been met, and they're just warning Iran, look, why don't you come to the negotiation table, because otherwise we're gonna launch nukes otherwise. So no one wins in that scenario. So you might as well come to the negotiation table. And together with the troops there as well, it's sort of like added, an added threat. But this one will be the ultimate threat. At this rate, what do you think? I mean, if you are United States, you haven't met any single objective. You deplete your munition stockpiles. Your standoff munition stockpiles has been depleted, almost depleted, right? Your one of your carriers groups, or is it two carriers have gone from the region. So your navy is literally not really there, not present. So you're not as potent as you were at the start of the war. Your bases have been either disabled, crippled, or damaged completely, and you're made to look like idiots in amongst the international community. You know this is a war of choice, and it's fell in your face. What do you do now? and that this fool's errand with these troops, it's a suicide mission. And I honestly believe they know that it's a suicide mission, but they're just doing that because no one could be stupid enough to think they can pull this off. So what is the last roll of your dice? What is your last option you've got on the table? Because it's not looking good for you guys. Trump's already saying they desperately wanted to make a deal with us, but they just don't know. They can't say it. They can't say it. As if everyone is foolish and gullible.
We've got a super chat here says, sorry if this has been spoken of before, but did anyone figure out what the weird White House message was yesterday? Yeah, we spoke about this at length for a few hours last night, but haven't slept on it, Resistance. Have you got any thoughts on it?
I don't know about the video with the shoes. The other one, I just slept thinking that's a false flag. That's the symbol of a false flag because of the vertical stripes on the flag. And that's it. So I think they could be doing some sort of false flag. And I don't know what to make of that. The other one, are they launching? Are they about to launch a nuclear weapon soon? Or because it's certainly not, you wouldn't use launch for troops because they already know, everyone knows that the troops are being deployed as we speak anyways, because he was interviewed on Fox by that a few days ago on Monday. So what else could it be? And that ping is still, everyone seems to say that's a nuclear warning or nuclear sort of alert ping. That's just my opinion on that as well. I agree with that. I agree with the consensus there. But I went to bed at 4 a.m. because of that. So I don't know what was the discussion after that.
Yeah, this is the strange thing, and I think it is definitely very strange. I think there is weird messages going on, but it just makes no sense. They're in the middle of a war. I don't think these games work with Iran, and so therefore to try and like effectuate these claims just makes no sense. I think he's just dramatizing the situation, and there's no utility towards what he's trying to do. So I don't think it works, but I don't know. Maybe some people do. So it's really strange, I think, in terms of what he's trying to do and what he's trying to effectuate. I think it's really weird behavior. The deadline. Would you consider the deadline to be over on Saturday or Friday? I was thinking, I think it's like
It's
Business
definitely
Friday.
Friday. It's his deadline's definitely Friday when the market closes, and that's why he's talking about the ground invasion. They're like, oh, he's thinking about it right now. It's gonna be that once the market closes, that's when he likes to attack.
Yeah, I'll go with Friday, close of business, market, close of business. Sully, I'll go in with that.
I'm surprised he didn't use the NASDAQ bell instead of that nuclear ping for the White House.
You know, I'm checking the White House press releases, everything. Nothing. It's all quiet there. But, you know, I got to go back to the QAnon insanity. I remember those series of crazy Truth Social that Trump kept posting. Trust the plan. He holds all the world behind him. Wait till you see what's coming. And I know that someone came in last night and said, no, the QAnon Q-tards are quiet. But, you know, I smell QAnon where Trump is desperately reaching out to his last base of support to get to QAnon. Yeah, Trump's going to pull his plan. It seems like QAnon. I smell it there, but it's just absolutely insane. We're in very, very strange times. We're in very strange times.
I've got another really out there sort of scenario of why those 2,500 troops are supposedly being deployed. What do you think of this? And it might be crazy, but okay. So maybe say they are going to manufacture this mission whereby they're going to claim they're going to Iran to get this 400 kilos of nuclear material, enriched uranium. Now they won't go there but who knows? They'll just disappear, and they come out with with crates full of rods of nuclear enriched uranium, and say, look, we managed to. It was a great mission, and we can do this. We did this, and we got there, and we uncovered the nuclear material from Iran, and now we're coming back to base. And so they don't really go to invade. And the reason why they think that Iran could agree to that is because, well, Iran still gets to keep their own uranium enrichment. So they'd be incentivized to say, yeah, they took it, and that's it. And
Say
then so
again, they
they can
take what?
the 400 kilos of uranium hexafluoride, enriched uranium.
The 60%.
So they make this mission, this pretend mission that they've gone to get this to, this daring raid. They did this before with another daring raid, a fake raid of saving this. Do you remember in Libya? I think it was. But anyway, to this raid, and they take the nuclear material, or they come back and with a crate or several containers of nuclear material, amounts to 400 kilos, and say, yeah, we went there, we got it with this operation, we killed a few soldiers, blah blah, came back, and here we are. And it's in there, and they, knowing that the Iranians will probably say, look, whatever, yeah, you taken it, and that way they can keep the real uranium that they've got. And so that can be seen as a victory by Trump, and then they can just end the war that way, well, from his side at least, and say, look, how about he'll try and placate or try and convince um, the allies or intermediaries
This sounds like
to sort
Simon
of
Dixon's theory, this does.
give Iran. This is totally out there. I'm just thinking about it.
No,
Just
but
totally.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just telling you this is Simon Dixon's theory. Like they're all working together. It's like fake, and there's going to be a negotiated outcome at the end, and this is a way of doing it.
I don't think Iran's working with them. I just think Iran could
But they
accept
would
it
have to
because,
be working with them to, let's say, yeah, you won, you took our uranium, you managed to succeed in this mission, and we failed to stop you.
yeah. I mean, to that level, I think, because to hold on to the 400 kilos is more valuable than admitting that it was no, that's fake or whatever, and he's just lying again. And I think that maybe that would be the case. And also, Trump can say to whoever through intermediaries, look, you can have your nuclear program, you can do all that stuff, just do it on the quiet, and we'll give you terms that you need, and let's get this thing over. And this will be my exit ramp, etc. I'm not. This is look. I don't 100% believe it. I'm just thinking it up just now. I'm just thinking what else could be, because the whole troops on the ground, boots on the ground thing is so preposterous, and so it will be so ineffective. I don't know what you would need 2,500 troops for, other than to get them killed.
So to be clear, what you're basically saying, and I'm not saying I disagree with it, but just clarifying the point, is you're saying that essentially the war is going to end. Iran and America are negotiating. Part of the deal is America is going to go into Iran, pretend they took some nuclear enriched uranium and take it back, even if they haven't. They'll say we got it. Iran will be like, yeah, you did get it, but it doesn't, whatever. They'll come up with something. And then there'll be an agreement, the 15-point plan with, because the 15-point plan is very much, in my view, very much pro-beneficial of Iran. It does allow to
Yeah,
have enrichment. And then you
yeah,
add more stuff to it, and then that's the end of the war.
yeah. I think so. I think the 15-point plan is much better than the 5-point plan, because that
I do too as well.
yeah. So I think that with a few more additions on the 15-point plan, I think Iran would probably agree. So, and then Trump could get his exit. I'm not saying I don't actually believe it, but I'm just giving a plausible, maybe pseudo plausible sort of scenario where that would be the reason why they say they're getting boots on the ground or whatever. And because we've seen this before, Andrew, do you remember what was that mission that was so glorified?
How do you ensure America doesn't come back again, though? That's always been my issue. Like whenever I ask that question to anyone, they can't really. If you remember, I asked Professor Morandi that, and I know it was a tough question, but I felt like he was unable to give like a direct answer because it's like an unanswerable question, right? Because it's like, how do you get, if you know what I mean? It's like even I couldn't answer the question, so I'm not saying he couldn't answer it. Oh my god, I'm saying it's like one of those unanswerable questions. But like, what's your thoughts on it?
100%. I mean, we've been saying this to each other in this room the whole time. It's like, how can we get guarantees? What does a guarantee of these agreements look like? They could say yes today, and then tomorrow they said, actually, now we change our mind. Just like with the JCPOA, just like the NPT conditions, just like with the
What's your
IAEA
understanding of
conditions,
what's
just
happening
like with
in that?
everything that they've ever agreed to that they've broken. And so, what's to stop them? And this is the thing. The only thing, and what are the penalties that you can place, that Iran could place on them, that the international community could actually guarantee that those penalties can be enacted, can be activated. So I agree with you. I just don't believe there is anything that can be done that can guarantee those agreements will last.
And that's kind of like my problem, right? Because, and this is why I feel like doing a deal this early isn't a great idea, because they're just gonna come back again. Like, you got them, you hit them, you did well. You've got them on their knees. They're about to run out of defense interceptor missiles. Israel apparently has only got days left. The US has got maybe only 30-40% of their stockpile left. This is according to Zionist NGOs, not actual, like, middle of the ground or even Iranian positions. So if you've got them on their knees, like, why would you pull out? It just, I don't know. It just, I would be very disappointed, because I feel
Well,
like
Sully,
we'll be back here in a year's time.
yeah, but Sully, do you think that we've got them on their knees? I don't think we've got them on their knees. I don't think Iran's got them on their knees yet.
I think they have.
They
I
still,
think they not in their knees, but what I mean is, like, they've been, like, if you think of it like in a boxing match, they've been working on them. They're working on them. They've just
yeah,
tied
yeah,
them. They've tied them out now.
yeah.
They're basically panting, and like they can't go any more rounds now. So now you can start hitting your big blows and taking them out. And it's like, just letting them go now would be would be a horrible decision, because it's like saying, guess what? You're gonna have a breather. You had a very bad game plan. You took a lot of beatings in the 9 rounds, in the sense of you just got knocked out, but your wind was taken out of you. And the last 3 rounds, we're just gonna absolutely demolish you. You've got no defense left. You can't even keep your arms up because you're tired. And then it's like, but now you're gonna have another year, and you might come back again, and this time you might have a totally different game plan. I think it's just a horrible, horrible decision, personally, if that was to happen.
No, you're right, and I agree with you 100%. I would not do any deals with them. I was only just thinking of what angle that
No,
these
I think
troops
it's a
could.
fair angle that you're coming up with. I think if there's any, because you're trying to think of like a logical off
Yeah,
ramp situation. But yeah, I think if Iran did that, this would be to their detriment, because next time things maybe won't go as well as they've gone this time. This time everything's gone well for them, as much as they can
yeah,
do.
exactly.
But on this point, Sulaiman, would not be like the presence of Russia and China as like conditions for a deal from Iran side, so that the deal would be really with these major powers? Would not be this kind of, I know that with the US and all the history, but wouldn't this mitigate the risk for Iran, like in the future, to see major things? Maybe they will see minor problems, but major things, because the US would be really calculating very carefully when it comes to Russia and China.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I guess so, but they know that Russia and China have sort of subtly supported Iran, but not fully. And this is probably why I think that they're not going to do the nuclear option. They're just like, I agree with Sully in that sense, that I think this just blowing smoke up people's behinds.
No, I think honestly, resistance for the nuclear option. I think we discussed this before, but I wanna like just briefly say that there are two major risks with that. It is the what I call the chain reaction effect, that other countries would feel the right to use nuclear against their enemy. So that is a big deterrent to the US. And the second thing is like the end of 80 years of almost like zero risk And what would this like imply in terms of the whole world? Like, you know, this is not something we can just take lightly, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got the Trump ended the START treaty, you know, the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. So he's ended that. So basically now they're proliferating the US's nuclear arms capabilities. So in that sense, he's already triggered some, you know, almost a chain of events. And I guess you're right. This would be the proper activation of that. So who knows? The fact that I think this is all smoke and mirrors right now, and I think the boots on the ground thing is also smoke and mirrors right now, precisely because of what you said. Russia and China are there, and they're monitoring the situation. They could intervene, and they've already said they will. Or
yeah, and so there is another thing, like, you know, on the books, like, you cannot go for the nuclear unless you prove that your war objectives could not be achieved by conventional means. So how can anybody demonstrate that the war objectives could not be achieved by conventional war means? I think that would be a big hurdle, like to cross for the nuclear choice.
Yeah, yeah. We have more reports that Hezbollah is striking Israel quite hard. They've struck Haifa. They've taken out more Merkava trunks. I believe they're up to 60. Hezbollah is dominating. I thought Hezbollah were defeated, and actually, was this? You're never gonna know. Was this me building a great segue to promoting this video, or was it natural? We'll never know. But there's a video in the nest with ex-CIA agent Larry Johnson, where he basically, we go through this. It's a 32-second clip, and he says Israel defeated Hezbollah. Think again. That tweet's in the nest. Make sure you like it. Make sure you comment on it. Give us your thoughts on it. It's in the nest, and it's in the YouTube comments as well. Golden clip. Okay, Isabel, do you
Hello,
want to answer that?
hello, Suleiman and Beatrice. Is it possible that I just can I speak? Is it
Yeah, go
okay?
for it, Isabel.
I am not as eloquent as you guys are, and I've
Well, I think
already
you're only
heard
talking about me,
Suleiman and
Isabel, not
Beatrice
Beatrix.
ask quiz. Pardon?
Sorry, do continue. I was saying I think you're talking about me being eloquent and not Beatrix, but do
I
continue.
was, yeah, and Beatrice as well. And you are as well always asking quick questions, so please do not with me because I'm not as eloquent as you are. So be patient with me. I would like to give you some insights of Germany because I am, I was born here, and my father is from Spain, my mother's from Serbia, Yugoslavia, and I've I've had a war as well where I was in. So I just wanted to let you guys know that the vast majority of Germany is not in line with Israel, but they are not allowed to say that, and therefore it is really really hard for me to say. I am really against this war, and I hate it that the USA and Israel is doing that. And this is what I wanted to say.
Great point, Isabella. We appreciate your thoughts and your position. And yeah, good to hear
You
that the
know,
German.
but you know, it you guys are always talking about Germany, but Germany is not. The politicians are not the guys who are living here. You know.
Yeah, Yeah, but Germany is completely occupied, though. The government is completely occupied, as per all our governments are. So, yeah, we get what you're saying.
Correct. But
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you that the vast majority of Germany is not in line with the government.
Yeah.
Choose right party next time in that case then.
Pardon?
Choose a right party then, right? Like vote for the right candidate that can represent actual values of Germany.
I don't understand Indian. Can you please repeat it?
What?
I believe what
Can
he
you say
meant,
that? Can you say?
you
Yash, can you
can
say that in
choose the
English, please?
right, what he meant is to choose the right party in the next
Yeah,
Yes,
elections.
yes.
But
because the vast majority. Yeah,
the
the vast
problem
majority
is,
is.
pardon me, madam. The problem is, I'm also living in Europe. I'm in Sweden. There are no other parties. All the parties are been hanged, excuse me for the language, by the balls. They're all
Mhm.
in favor. There is no opposition that is against on what's going on, except a few European countries. I think it was Spain and maybe some other one or two countries. I don't remember right now. But there are no opposite position or an opposite
Doch,
party.
doch. We say doch in Germany. They are. This, doch. It is a really nice word. It is die Linke, but no one wants that.
They are all afraid. It's basically like that. They are all afraid.
Exactly.
It's as simple as
Exactly.
that. They are all
Cool.
prostitutes. All the
They're
politicians in
all
Europe, they're
prostitutes.
What?
prostitutes.
Huh?
Exactly.
Cool.
Mm.
Okay. Appreciate your comments there, Isabel. Thank you so much. Let's go to Sanga. Sanga, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, Sulaiman. First of all, I thought that was like really funny. Bro was speaking English and she goes like, I don't understand Indian.
That was content. That was content. That cracked me up, Brad. That cracked me up, blood. I was like, I loved it. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. So yeah, she was like, I can't hear anything but like diggy 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 whatever. I do have a question. So I don't know if you guys covered this, but Rafael Grossi came out and made a statement today that Iran must withdraw from NPT, the non-proliferation treaty. So I thought like that was a very interesting statement to make, right? And it was like coincided with like the pixelated image of Trump from the White House. I don't know what you guys think about that.
What about the pixelated image? I didn't get you.
So the head of like IAEA came out and said Iran must withdraw from the NPT, and it was the same exact day as the pixelated picture that the White House posted. So yeah, I thought that was like an interesting coincidence.
So what do you think? What do you think the coincidence is?
The coincidence is that like so when Iran leaves the NPT, that gives America an excuse to use the nukes. If a country is not a part of the NPT, so that means that they're not for that international agreement. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but the irony of that. So you either stay in the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, so that way you don't get nuclear weapons. Otherwise, we'll nuke you.
Exactly. And
Hey, Sully, you see this breaking news?
Is that the White
Sully?
House?
So, did you guys see this breaking news of a 10-day extension?
I don't. No way.
No.
As per Iranian government record, this is Donald Trump on Truth. As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
I told you there was going to be another extension. Did I not say that, Dax? I did not ask you that. What happens if there's another extension? So what do you think is going to happen with the market?
The markets are screaming higher right now. Oil's selling back off again. Obviously we'll be rallying tomorrow. Bond markets beginning to lift. This all happens, of course, after the close. So some serious market manipulation going on here.
Can it sustain it? Dark side, can it sustain this? Remember, you said after a while it's going to run out of juice on this extension. We're working a deal. Can it sustain it from your insight, Dark side?
I don't know. I mean, this
Come
is
on,
becoming
come on, buddy.
it's becoming
Come
a
on.
comedy show. Like, this is a comedy show, right? And they're clearly manipulating markets, and they're afraid. Look, the one thing we can say is every time the 10-year gets close to 4.5%, they make some move that tries to buoy the 10-year, right? So I've been saying all along, forget about oil, forget about stocks, forget about crypto. The only thing that matters is the bond market, right? And global bond markets we're getting pulverized. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Look, at some point here, the bond markets, call the bluff. And then what? Then what do you do?
That's what we're trying to get you to weigh in on, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but
Sully
I
said,
just,
"Oh, they can." Come on, buddy.
I mean, I can't predict timing, but at some point, the bond markets will call the bluff. That's guaranteed. We just don't know
You're,
when.
But just dark side. What did you say
yeah.
on? Just sorry, I never understood what you because I was tweeting out at the same time you were saying it. What So are you saying the market's is reacting positively or negatively? As in, is the oil prices dropping or staying the same or
Yeah.
increasing? Like, has this worked again? Like, this was my thing. What I think I asked you, I asked Rob, I asked Simon. If Friday comes or Saturday comes and he says, guess what, there's another extension, what happens? Because I said that if you look at the reality of what's going on, nothing's changing. But he just keeps saying there's an extension. And that is just like the market is so childish in my mind. Like, I'm not someone who's like, that they're just like, oh yeah, guess what? There's another extension. Like, it's like, but really, what's happened? In 26 days, nothing's happened. Everything stayed the same. And yet, his statements about these things, whether extension or not, is just working on the market. Like, so my question is this: that are you saying that the oil prices have dropped because of this, or they stay the same? Have they stopped believing him? Like, what is going on?
The WTI dropped $2 on the news right away. But again, like, you can jawbone all you want. The issue here is that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and it needed to be opened a week ago. Taiwan's got what, 10 days of energy left? Like, imagine if you're China and you figured out a way to bring Taiwan's to its knees without a shot fired or a blockade. Like, this is their dream come true. To have Taiwan beg them for energy, to beg them for reunification. So, a lot of people believe that this is really a war between the US and China. Well, if that's true, then this is a war between China and the US as well. It'd be interesting to get Inevitable's position on this. But again, you can talk all you want. Talk is cheap. At some point, you're going to have to either get the Strait of Hormuz opened or go open it or try to go open it.
So now 10 more days, 10 more days of this.
I mean,
What happens to the market?
I don't know. I mean, you're again. Does the market call his bluff, or do they give him the opportunity? Look. As much as we challenge Trump on these decisions, the reality is he has been extremely good for markets, both in his first term and in the first part of his second term, up until this move. Right, markets have gone higher. So I think the markets want to give him the benefit of the doubt. because they believe in, they believe in this kind of bullying position, which, quite frankly, has worked globally for decades. The question is, will it work this time? So
Well,
again, we'll have to just kick back and see what the
So,
bond market says.
so this.
it in darks.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
Andrew.
Swift. Yes. Now, Darkside, you said yesterday, hey, that we know that there's only one end of the world here. It only happens once, so they don't want to believe that.
Yeah, well, again, no one's ever gotten rich betting on the end of the world because it hasn't happened. So the kind of the trader
But
mentality
what the
is
Dark,
when,
what this is showing is that they don't want the end of the world, right? Because let's be clear on this. What is this actually showing us? So I know about talking about the markets, and I think the markets are gonna kind of get key indicators from this. But what this is showing is Trump doesn't want the end of the world, right? In the sense of,
of course not.
yeah, because if you look at the first 2 day extension, the first 2 day warning, then the 5 day warning, then the 10 day warning. What is the warning for? The warning is we're going to destroy Iran's power plants infrastructure. Iran's going to respond and destroy the GCC, and it's going to be the end of it's going to be the end. It's going to be the end of the world in the sense of, I believe about a quarter of the planet will die. So that's the result of his threat. It is, we're gonna murder a quarter of the planet. I know it sounds like I'm being over, and I can explain my logical reason for it. I've done the math on this a very long time ago, but it wasn't based on this. It was based on a World War III scenario that actually this would happen, not because of direct killing, but because of the trade issues that occur. Anyway, so what this extension tells us is that he doesn't actually want to follow through on that, which is good. So that's good in terms of, we know world end of the world maybe isn't coming yet. But the separate thing is that what this shows is that America is in the weaker position because he keeps giving threats that he's unable to fulfill, and it shows he's in a weak position. The second thing it shows is that he's a bit desperate to try and calm the market. The third thing is it shows that whatever's happening in the war they're not in the commanding position. They're in the position of weakness, not able to fulfill what they're trying to do. They're losing the war. And what this then tells me is, because he's done this extension, that this comes to our point that actually there is going to be a ground invasion, and this extension now is to calm the market for 10 days. And within these 10 days, there's probably going to be this ground invasion. So I think these are some important points to consider about this announcement. I think it's a lot more important than we're saying. But sorry, do continue. What's your thoughts on kind of the ramifications of what I just said?
I think you got a lot right. I mean, look, I know about as
Everything
much
right,
about what's
Dark
going to
Side.
happen.
Everything right.
Yeah, look, I know as much of what's going to happen as anybody else on this stage, right? Like, my gut, look, just being a guy who's known Trump, from the early '80s, because I grew up in the New York area. Um, he's a bully, and he's a loud talker, and he believes in carrying a big stick. But ultimately, does he want to destroy the world? I don't think so. I don't think that's his. I don't think that's his MO. Now, the question is, what does Iran do? I mean, I imagine, given what happened after the last extension, now they're going to be putting memes on social media, calling him a wimp, right? Like, this just almost, as much as you want to believe this is de-escalation, in some ways it's escalation. Like, the right thing to say is, look, we're not going to attack power plants. We're making good progress with them, negotiating, even if that's complete bullshit, right? Like, that would be the right position. Look, my personal belief is that he doesn't have the military support for a ground invasion. Now, I know I'm probably in the minority in thinking that, but my guess is that they're telling him, hell no. You can use us to bluff. We'll send our Marines over there, but you're not sending them over there to die. You're just not doing it. I don't believe Raising Cane is that guy. I could be wrong. That's just, again, my personal take.
Dark side. I'm looking at the charts for the US 10-year, and it's at 4.41. It's gone up. I don't think they're believing it, what Trump's saying.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was 4.45 until he made the announcement. So, it's backed off.
Well, that was at 4. That was at 11. That was like 6 hours, 7 hours ago.
Yeah. Let me. I'm pulling up the 15-minute chart here. Hold on.
Yeah. Because
Yeah, we look at that spike down. That was what that on the
that was
5-minute chart. We were, yeah. So I
so,
mean, look, it traded down to 439 and then right back up again. So yes, to your point, well, again, remember we're in the after hours right now, so the
yeah,
markets are closed. You're just seeing, kind of futures trading and futures
yeah,
positioning. But yeah,
futures
again,
are up.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you, Resistance. I think at some point here, the bond markets are just going to say, look, BS. We
exactly.
want resolution to this thing. We want it over, because in the end, either the Strait of Hormuz is opened or it's not opened, right? And giving it another, going back to what we've talked about here, the Strait needs to be open yesterday. What this reads to me is, okay, we're going to let it stay closed for another 10 days. Well, in 10 days, Taiwan's out of LNG, Australia's out of fuel, and things start going really sideways. And not to even mention the global south and the third world, which is going to get absolutely crushed, and Eastern Europe, right? Like, this is basically saying, sorry, 10 more days of pain and then we'll tell you what we think. And we don't have 10 days. So, it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out tomorrow.
But do you think it's because the Iranians are just not negotiating, and so he's just stalling
Correct.
time?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think again, you guys think it's all the Iranians. I kind of think it's the Russians and the Chinese. So I think the Russians and the Chinese have the Iranians back, and they're saying, don't talk to them. Just don't talk. We got your back.
Well, they did say that actually, Doc. I mean, the Russians said to them last night that they believe that this negotiation is a deception, or is it yesterday morning?
Yeah. Look, I wish Dave was here, because when he speaks so eloquently about the anger in Russia about what's happening in Ukraine, right? And to think that this is not tied to what the Americans have done to hundreds of thousands of casualties, Russian casualties in the Ukraine, I think is a little bit wishful thinking. I believe that all of this is tied together, and the Chinese have to just be loving this, absolutely loving it.
Yeah, maybe. I do think it's in their favor. Everything is falling into place for them. America's heavily weakened. They're not going to mount any sort of military sort of campaign anytime soon with their depleted stockpiles.
Look, they have resistance. They literally have the opportunity to take Taiwan without firing a shot or even declaring war. If you can starve that country of electricity, of LNG, then Taiwan semi shuts down, and helium for that matter. Taiwan semi shuts down, and we literally hyperinflate in the US. I can't stress enough what it would look like. If you think COVID was bad, imagine every microchip that we need for every part in every car, in every toaster, in everything is shut in. You want to talk about supply chain disruptions? That will make oil look like a joke.
Yeah, the only reason why I say China is mildly happy is because of the high oil prices. I think it's trading at 150 a barrel over there in Asia. So that's the only reason. It can't be good for their economy to have it so expensive. And now they may have bought some cheaper oil from Iran and Russia, but I don't think this is a wholly comfortable situation for them. That's the only reason why I'm saying, yeah, they normally would be happy if they weren't affected by this.
So, interestingly enough, I'm no China expert, but their economy is sort of in shambles to begin with. They are feeling the pain of their one-child policy from decades ago. So they have a real structural problem in their economy, and being taking that kind of Marxist approach of never letting a good crisis go to waste. I think they would love nothing more than to be able to construct some type of reset and blame it on the United States.
Yeah, I can see your point, Doc. Yeah, you make some really good points.
Remember, as in debt as we are over here, and we're in serious debt, they're worse. Their debt to GDP is actually worse.
It is worse, yeah. And their one China policy, even though they relaxed it, it's going to take ages for them to to recover from that.
You know, that's what I've been saying several times in the space. China, like it or not, reality is China and the United States were connected at the hip. I saw that at that ballistics conference, and that was in 2010. And we see it at the Straits. You want to talk about the Straits of Hormuz? Let's talk about the Straits there off Taiwan. Let's talk about the Seventh Fleet being United States Seventh Fleet being overextended. And again, I'll push back with David all day about U.S. submarines versus Russian submarines. I wasn't going to go into that, but the bottom line is China is almost at
Let me
parity
guess.
with.
Let me guess. Gay David was like, Russian submarines are the best in the world.
Yes, sir. And it gets to the point I don't want to go and say no, they're not. No, they're not. I got proof. Well, the last time I was directly in touch was 2008 with our submarine stuff, working as a consultant after my 20-year service. But that doesn't mean I just crawled into a cave. I was recently down at a Navy lab, and I wasn't even there on business. I was hanging out recreational, talking to these engineers. I mean, I kind of know a little bit about our United States submarine capability. And it's like, oh, the reason you're not talking to us, Andrew, you're hiding behind it's classified. Well, yeah, it sure is. I'm not going to break any non-disclosures here, folks, but make no mistakes, the United States Naval Submarine Force, we are definitely, we're a predominant power in the world. And I'll talk to anybody about that. The Soviet, I could go off about the Soviet Navy and the Russian Navy submarines, but the bottom line is I sent a note to David that pop up here. And I also sent an inevitable note to, see if he can come up but talk. But the bottom line is we're connected at the hip. We need it. We need China desperately, and they need us. And I'll land it there. We're in a polar. What is the word? A multipolarity world. Let's study that.
It's interesting, Andrew. Imagine, we're standing 10 yards apart. You have a 40 cal and I have a 50 cal. Do I have an advantage?
Yes, sir.
No.
If we're 50 cal versus 50 cal, what? We're standing 40 yards apart? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we're 10 yards
Oh
apart. We're
yeah,
both gonna
thank
kill
you.
each other.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
But we're both dead,
Yeah,
albeit my
right.
50
Thank you.
cal's a little bit stronger than your
I
40
missed your
cal.
point. Thank you,
So
sir. Yeah, you're right.
I think the point being, military advantage kind of runs runs into difficulties at some point when both countries can destroy each other. Like I don't see a scenario where we're going to sink a Russian boat or Russia's going to sink a U.S. boat or China. Like that's why we use proxies, because we don't want to end the world.
You're right, sir. I can't argue with that. Only a fool would argue with that logic, sir, and you're absolutely correct.
Dark, did you see the White House post, the pixelated picture of Trump with this red? It looks like a nuclear sort of button launch pad.
Yeah, I saw it.
What do you make of that?
Again, like you don't fight war with memes. I think this is not a comedy show. This is deathly serious. People are losing their lives. And I just think, imagine your military generals. I know Andrew's not the biggest fan of Raising Cane, but like let's just give him his due. Let's assume that he's a top flight leader. How do you think he looks at that? He's got to be like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, cut the crap. Let's get to a resolution. And again, none of this. You can post whatever you want. It's not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. You either open the strait or the strait is closed. That's all that matters here. Kinetic war does not make the strait open. Not unless, as you've discussed here, you're going to bring in 500,000 men and you're going to take the country.
But
So,
but did you see General Jack Keane? I mean, he made a fool of.
He's a clown.
Yeah,
he's a clown.
Exactly. He made a fool of himself on Fox, saying, "Yeah, this is a great strategy, etc. Yeah, we're gonna win. We got air support. We got the Navy carrier group. We got the Navy fleet. It's fine." But it's like, I know that you're saying. I know that you're saying Raising Cane is probably thinking this is ridiculous, but I don't know when you see these sorts of generals on TV making a fool of.
No, but look, he's been a paid propagandist for a decade. Like that guy's not a serious guy. I think Dan Kane is a serious guy. Puncher, my friend Puncher, who was up here earlier, knows him well, and served with him. in a military capacity, and he has told me that this is a serious guy. He's a good leader, a great leader. So I'll take him at his word.
Uh,
I believe
Dark
him.
side, I completely agree with you about these posts, but I really don't know how to explain. Like, these are coming from the official White House account. I honestly cannot say it better than what you said, but in the same time, I don't know how come they are coming from that official account.
Well, there's certainly, think about this. If you were even, let's just assume that you're trying to give somebody a message that you're willing to use a nuke. That message is not intended for the Iranians. That message would be intended for the Russians or the Chinese. And I just I don't get it. What's the point? So you want Putin to post a message? Like, look, there's an old saying, don't make threats, make promises. So, I don't see them making any promises.
Yeah, but I mean, is it that really silly that, I mean, doesn't he have advisors and people who understand that, the people's lives are, at stakes, and they are playing with memes, and I don't understand this really.
Look, they're telling you that they're not serious people. Believe them. When somebody tells you something, who's in power, believe them. They're just not serious. I mean, look, would you post that meme and then within an hour say, "Oh, yeah, we'll give you another 10 days"? Like, think about that. That's just illogical. It's irrational. You have no idea what these guys are thinking about. And again, I have to think the military is looking at this just like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, yet at the same time, when people try to explain things this way on the same space here, we have some of our friends come and say, no, Trump plays 7D chess and so on. So either this or that, we cannot get both ways. So either he is silly, doing stupid things, or he is really smart, and people analyze him. In my mind, he is not really that smart, but I'm sure that you, like myself, heard some of our friends on this space. They say, "Oh, this is deeper than what we can imagine," and so on and so forth.
I
Conscious,
just don't think he's serious.
yeah, conscious.
Go
Please
ahead.
believe us. We know exactly Trump is not that smart, sir.
Look, really smart people lose at chess, right? Sometimes you get yourself into a position where you just can't win. And I think we're in that position right now. I think he's being told by the military leaders, we can't, you can plan for Cargill and all this stuff. It's just going to be a bloodbath, right? I think they're being honest with him. So if he can't invade and he can't get the Strait open by bombing it open, then what are you left with? Okay, threaten to use a nuke. Okay, now what? Do you think that Iran's going to blink because they put up some pixelated picture of out of the White House? Like, who is that intended to?
Absolutely,
I don't know.
absolutely. I wish to understand. Either it is complete joke, or it. I don't buy any of the deep analysis of this sort of thing. But in the same time, like an official account, again, it carries a weight, not because of Trump and his silliness, but because of the country. It's a great country still, the U.S., and the American people
Yeah, look,
deserve really better than that.
look. Let's be absolutely
Why do
clear.
they?
Dropping a nuke does not win. Right? Dropping a nuke is the absolute death of the US dollar. Your allies will never trade with you again. They will sell your assets. They will want no part of the United States. So dropping a nuke is a loss. So you can threaten, I
Why would
guess.
it be a loss? I'm trying to understand you. Sorry to interject, but why on earth would there
Yeah,
be a loss? They've just
very.
holocausted 500,000 people in Gaza, and it hasn't affected anything. So why can't they drop a nuke and
Well,
kill another 100,000
okay,
for fun?
because again, that was a proxy war, again, horrific and terrible, and it put them on their back feet. But if the U.S. drops a nuke on
So they
Iran.
get Israel to do it then. So they get an entity to do it.
I don't see it. I mean, either way, I think at this point we are tied to the hip with Israel in this thing. And if they drop a nuke, I think the immediate reaction, by the way, would be for Russia to nuke Ukraine.
I don't think they
I
will,
mean,
to be
like,
honest with you. Unfortunately,
well, no,
Russia is too soft compared. Well, not too soft. Sorry, it's too nice,
I
shall we
don't think
say?
so. Maybe, but ultimately, if you're Europe or Japan, like imagine Japan, who was nuked, seeing the Iranians get nuked, they will sell U.S. assets. But remember what Robert was talking about earlier. Like this is really a clear case of: are people going to invest in the United States, buy our bonds, or are they going to sell our bonds, sell our assets, and repatriate? If you drop a nuke, you become the world's pariah. And I just
I
don't
could
see
just
any
I
other
can
way
just see a
around it.
picture. I see a picture of the British Prime Minister Starmer coming out, and the French Macron saying, "Oh, we condemn this. We condemn this." Half the world condemning it, and then everything's going back to normal after it. Honestly, like
That's
the
true.
world is
But
so backwards and like insane. We're not saying like it's ridiculously like desensitized to holocausting and genociding people now. I think a nuke is like just another day in the office
but
basically.
I agree with that.
Hassan, just answer me this question: how do you open the Strait of Hormuz with a tactical nuke? Like what? How does that change anything other than killing 25,000 people in a country of 90 million? Like you're either going to nuke the country, not one nuke, but like nuke it. And then, by the way, you've created an ecological disaster for the Middle East. Probably the radiation would kill hundreds of millions, right? Or you one tactical nuke or a couple tactical nukes killing 25, 50,000 people. That doesn't open the strait. That just
Okay, that's
infuriates
a
the
separate
world.
matter, right? So we're discussing what will it do to the
So
U.S. empire, and the answer is pretty much nothing.
I think the empire falls. I do think that there is no way the world would not view the U.S. as a pariah. Remember,
So the issue
you
is the
know,
empire falls. The empire falls regardless, right? So why not give it a go?
remember the empire is the U.S. dollar, right? That is the empire. The empire is not the U.S. military. The U.S. The empire is the U.S. dollar. It's the world's largest religion. And if you lose faith in that religion, if you decide you don't like that religion anymore, it's over. And Joa speaks really eloquently about this.
Yep, agree, Dark Side. What 57,000 men dead in Vietnam could not accomplish, a million in Vietnam dead, that accomplished nothing but a banker with a pen representing the IMF. He did it with one signature in Doi Moi, Vietnam, 1986.
I'm with Hassan on this. I think if they were to use a nuke, there would be no repercussions for it. No one would do nothing. The world would not stand in. In terms of using tactical nukes, actually, there is a way you could use nukes in Iran tactically and claim victory. What he would do is basically, by the way, I think this is hard to do, so I'm saying just in a very complex situation where it could occur. You could basically get American troops on the ground, go to certain areas where you claim that these nuclear enriched facilities are, or wherever you claim that these, nuclear uranium, the nuclear uranium enrichment is. Put some tactical nukes in there on the ground, and then you basically go in. It's like it's ones that you can actually bring in physically, as opposed to using a missile or a payload, and then you basically blow up that nuke and take out that specific area. So there is ways that you could actually deploy tactical specified nukes in a localized manner, which is harmful, but you could do it and claim victory. Say you took out the nuclear sites. That's one way. The other way is you use a tactical nuke and specifically attack Iran's claimed nuclear sites and be like, look, we obliterated the nukes, and that's what the whole issue was about, and then you get out of the situation. So there's a few different ways you could deploy it and claim either that he didn't do something that bad, or try to use it as an off ramp.
Yeah, but if we can get that close to the material, then our special forces can go take. Like there would be no that would be child's play for U.S. Special Forces.
I think
Now,
I
getting
think
them
it'd
in
be used.
there,
I think it'd be used more as a way to try and make them surrender. Like, we've used a nuke now. Escalation, because at the moment the issue is that the Republic has escalation dominance in the sense it can do more damage at every stage than America can do. So if America hits the power plants, it can cause huge economic damage and destruction and fallout, massive fallout globally, and that's just like something that America can't withstand because it would just be too chaotic. So uh, the only thing that it can do in terms of trying to escalate to get the escalation dominance is to use a nuclear weapon, basically, to say, actually, no, if you do that, we now use a nuclear weapon. So I don't see
okay,
how
but
how else they can escalate.
Hassan, if you use a nuclear weapon, don't you think the Iranians turn around and blow up all of the oil fields, kill all of the energy? I mean, you think they're pissed off now? Go ahead and nuke them, and then imagine turning on social media and seeing nothing but a mushroom cloud. Like, you just couldn't possibly get a worse press. Like, we just had that nice German lady come up, right, and passionately say she doesn't stand with the German government. Go ahead and use a nuke and let's see what she has to say.
Not only that, is the markets will just absolutely tank. It
Oh,
would. I think
devastating.
a lot of people will be margin called, defaulted. It'll be crazy. They'll lose trillions.
So what does Israel care about that right now? Because it's back at the moment it's facing a down potentially. I mean, look at the direction it's going. It's not going to be around for that much longer if it keeps this upright. So it
Actually,
needs to
Hassan.
establish its dominance in the region. It needs to dominate everyone. So
Yeah.
why does it care about the global markets? This priority is to be the superpower, basically.
Actually, Hassan, let me just say that Israel's presence in the Middle East is another reason for the less likelihood of nuclear. Why? Because let me just, from our experience from Chernobyl accident, the radiation and people who were harmed by the radiation from Chernobyl were in the radius of around 1,000 kilometers. People got cancers and many people died because of this accident. So 1,000 kilometers from a nuclear accident. So a complete nuking Iran would result also in harming the Israelis. So tactical nukes are different, but they don't achieve, except like what Andrew said, holes in the ground, more death, but with all the bad publicity which nuclear weapons will result in. So, I mean, nuclear weapons are scary things to think of. And lots of people, millions of people are going to die if there is a real nuclear, bomb dropped on Iran.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly how they'll do it. I think maybe a tactical nuke makes sense as the next escalation. But like, what else are they going to do? I mean, at the moment, they have to try and find a way to force the Republic to open the Strait of Hormuz so that they can avoid the catastrophe. Well, reduce the damage that is going to happen. So what do they do then? Like, this makes sense as the next step of escalation, because if they go for the energy, then the whole region the energy goes out. They need to find a way to try to at least try to bring them to their knees or make them surrender. And I don't see anything else which could even have any chance of working other than that.
Yeah, I would just say the answer is negotiation, right? Like, you have to find a way to declare victory and take the loss. That's been the history of the United States. So I don't know how you do it, but nuking them, no. And by the way, for anyone who's ever like looked into the Rand Corporation and all of these think tanks that have war gamed the use of a nuke in any conflict, it immediately spreads around the world. Like, there's almost no way to stop nuclear war. once you launch a nuke. That's been the war game, at least.
Yeah, but the issue you got is like this colony is not so much bothered about a bit of damage done on itself. It just needs to make sure that everybody else has a huge amount more damage. So like, okay, we'll get some people, we'll get cancer, we'll lose some people, but as long as we can kill 10 million Iranians and genocide them, then that'd be fun. That's fine. Let's go ahead and do that, and no one's going to stop us. They've already proven that they can genocide and Holocaust people. So why not just take it a step further?
No, Hassan, it is not a moral question, really. It is a calculation. They will lose more than anything else if they do this because of the financial aspects and because of the kind of standing in the world. You know, just what Darkside was saying, the chain reaction of you cannot stop it. You know, the problem becomes what would those who are trying to survive would do at the moment that anybody used a nuclear weapon. That, you know, that is what people try to simulate, and that exactly what would result in complete chaos in the world. Because, you know, like
Yeah, but you're saying the alternative you're saying is that they surrender. That's the other alternative.
no,
Will they surrender?
the alternative is at the end is it's going to be a deal. Always these conflicts end up with a deal. Unlike what Simon usually says that things start with a deal, I think things end up with a deal. The deal is an outcome of the strategies and the tactics which people use in situations like the war which we are facing. So the more Iran plays it right, the better deal it gets. For example, I think now they are in a better position to get a deal which is much better than the one they are trying to get in Geneva. And the same thing, if they kept playing it right and patience, tactics, and not like childish things like Trump, they are going to get much better deal. That's what I think.
I think you're missing something important here. This is not this isn't a normal conflict or war. This is like kind of a completely different war to. This is the first war you could say almost America's fought proper war since World War II. Previously, it was just fighting like bullying battles where it was overwhelming, small helpless countries. So it's fighting a real war here.
Except Iraq. I think in Iraq they were completely.
And Iraq was not a real war. Iraq was not a real war. Saddam did not offer any resistance. It was a pathetic army. The Ba'athi army was pathetic. They didn't do nothing. They didn't have air
No, I
defense.
agree with you, Hassan, but I think the bit I don't get, are you saying that there will never be an agreement in the sense of there's no war, even World War One, World War Two, it doesn't matter what war it is, unless you're saying this is going to be a perpetual war for thousands of years, there at some point will be some kind of agreement. It just depends
No.
when.
I'm not saying it'll be perpetual war. I'm saying it's a fight to the end. Till one side
Okay.
surrenders.
And how does
So
that
it has
work?
to be a surrender.
How does that work?
Yeah.
Explain to me how that
So
works.
surrender would be basically either the one end would be the republic collapsing, government collapsing, the institutions collapsing, balkanization. That's the end from the Islamic Republic's point of view. That's what they're trying to do. The end for this fake entity is that it would be in a very weakened state where it could no longer dominate anybody else and dominate anyone in the region, and the republic would set conditions. And it's got to be one of those two outcomes. It can't be an outcome
Okay,
whereby.
so no, but can we discuss that? So Israel's weakened, then what?
So if Israel's weakened as an entity, then it can no longer like go around bullying and bombing and killing and genociding, right? And then its whole Greater Israel project becomes like history and fails, and they have to give up on it. That would then for them be like existential.
How would you substantiate that's happened? And then but then also what would you do after that?
So the way you substantiate that happens is like you like Iran's put terms together. It said the ending of the war. One of the things was the ending of the war on all fronts. That's basically saying that is basically surrender. In so many, in my view, in not so many words, is saying surrender. More words than surrender.
Okay, so I'm Israel, and I say, okay, cool. I'm really weak now. I'm gonna surrender on all fronts. Then what?
So because at that point you would have the existence of, they say, for example, remove the blockade, the Gaza will be getting rebuilt, the Lebanese resistance will be restructuring, reforming, getting more powerful, and it's clear that the Republic becomes
No,
a
no,
dominant force
I'm
in the
not.
region.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm Israel.
Okay.
I'm saying, guess what, Iran? I'm really weak right now. You want me to give you a guarantee? I'll give a guarantee just by what you just said, Hassan. We're gonna end the war on all fronts. So that's an agreement, isn't it?
It's not. I don't think they'd ever agree to it. I think they'd be forced into it. So it wouldn't be like.
How would I be
It'd be a
forced?
bit like if you remember the 12-day war, the way it ended, the 12-day war, there was no written agreement, there was no ceasefire. They just kind of stopped
Yeah.
because they called them. There was no negotiation on it. Basically,
Okay.
it
So
was
you're
like, look,
saying what'll happen is Israel will be really weak. There won't be no agreement to stop Iran. Will just be like, look, we're gonna stop hitting you now.
they'll know that they've weakened them to the extent that they can control them and dominate them going forwards. Yeah.
So in your scenario, what happens is Israel doesn't even say that they're gonna not start a war in 1 year's time or 2 years' time. Israel doesn't even give any kind of assurances. US doesn't even give any kind of assurances. It's just Iran thinks, okay, we're stopping now.
Well, if you get to look at the situation in the entity now. If this continues, you have enough. There's a tipping point, isn't there, where the army implodes, where it becomes weakened as a society. Enough people leave. It just becomes like a very weak state with weak foundations.
No, I get what you
People
mean
aren't
by
invested.
weakness.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
I disagree with you is that I would say your scenario is worse because what you're saying is just everything just randomly stops without any agreement. Because even the 12-day war, I believe that there was an agreement. It was just never written down in paper. So there was some kind of negotiated agreement. We just never saw the paperwork of it. What you're saying is in this scenario, we don't even have that. It's just like Iran's like, okay, I'm stopping now. All good.
Yeah. So if you imagine, look, when I say agreement, I mean like some kind of, and what we're not going to get is basically a temporary ceasefire where it's like, okay, like a 12-day war. Okay,
We're in
let's say that's an
agreement.
agreement
We're in
in your
agreement about
example.
the 12-day ceasefire, which I'm talking about a permanent end. You're
Yeah.
saying there won't be no agreement. I'm saying historically, it doesn't matter which war, which battle, which thing. It doesn't matter what it was. It didn't matter if it lasted 2 years, 1 year, 10 days, 100 years, 1,000. At some point, there was a negotiated agreement that said, look, this war's going to end. And even if someone was dominated and destroyed, they were like, you are now going to be our slaves. You are now going to be part of our colony. Whatever there was always a negotiated agreement at the end. But you're saying this time there won't be. It'll just be like randomly walking away. And I just don't get logically how that makes sense.
So here's why I struggle to see that can happen. For them to accept an agreement, they'd be basically negotiating their end. That's why I can't see an agreement happening. And also the fact that
But your one's
that no
worse
agreement
because
that
you're saying Iran would just be like, okay, cool, we're gonna stop bombing you. That's fine. And then Iran, you have no
I think
assurances
they
from
have to.
Israel.
Right. Okay. Maybe I think maybe they have to finish the entity off. I think they have to make a collapse, basically, either directly or indirectly.
Okay,
That's the
so
only way that this can end.
okay. So then that one is that, but even that one would be a negotiated agreement because it would be like, for example, the entity would completely be destroyed. It would be like completely dismantled. They'd wave the white flag, and you'd be like, okay, I agree to no longer continue to bomb you guys because you've raised the white flag. Does that make? Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. So okay. So basically, what I'm saying to you is they can't coexist. The Islamic Republic
Yeah.
and this
Okay,
entity
I
can't
understand your point
coexist.
now.
So there has to be
So
an end where
just
one of them
I understand your
finishes. Is
point
what I'm
now.
saying to
Okay,
you.
so what your point isn't that there won't be some kind of negotiated agreement at the end. Your point is this, that this battle between these two people is going to go to the end where one of them ceases to exist, and what that cessation is different. So with Israel, it ceases to exist completely, infrastructure wise, in all aspects, great Israel. For Iran, it's, for example, the government collapses, there's a complete degradation of what's happening now, and then an American Israeli puppet is put in place. But one of those two scenarios needs to happen. In your view, there isn't going to be a negotiated settlement, as in, yeah, I get what you mean. So that's what you're saying. And even though that would be, I get what, so that's your point, right?
Yeah. So basically, it has to be the end of Zionism or the end of the Republic. One of the two.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. I don't think you're right, but your point makes sense. Let's go to. I think an agreement is coming, and the back of my mind, I'm always afraid that Iran's going to make a bad decision and make an agreement that too early. That's in the back of my mind. To be very honest with you, I'm very honest with my listeners, very honest with everyone. That's in my back of my mind, a fear I have that the agreement might end up being too early, and Iran will then just have to wait because this is going to happen again in another year or two. And that time, maybe Iran won't be in the best. They won't have them on their knees as per what they have now. But let's go to Bernie. Bernie, thanks for having your hand up for so long. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, awesome. This is a great space. Dark Side is amazing. All you speakers are awesome. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think the U.S. is running out of chess moves. I think out of self-preservation, they're not going to use the nuke, and I think they're going to kind of have to throw Israel under the bus. I think the complete destruction of Israel is in the cards. And like the fall of like the U.S. dollar is the fall of the fall of Zionism in the West, and I think that will like lead to the uncovering of like this major conspiracy. I would also like to admit that I'm a 17D chess Q-tard or an X 17D chess Q-tard. I don't see things in complete absolute terms, but I don't think I think Trump is just kind of an idiot, and like sorely have to admit that I don't think that there's some giant schemed plan to make all this happen. Although I do like how it's all playing out, and I think it's all necessary. I don't think it's some master plan. That being said, it is kind of scary realizing that the dangers are real, like the nuclear threat. It is real, but I do see it all playing out rather peacefully. Like the USSR did collapse peacefully, relatively, and I hope the same thing happens with the West. I hope there's and like the longer this gets drawn out, the slower it happens, the better. But like the timer's ticking. Like these countries who are out of fuel and the Taiwan being taken by China inevitably soon puts all this pressure on the states and all these other countries to get to the root of the problem, which will kind of push us inevitably towards the fall of the dollar. So yeah, that's about all I got to say, and I appreciate all the speakers. Thanks, Sulaiman.
I
Yeah.
just want to welcome Tim onto the stage, and just got a question for you, Bernie. You said you were a Q-tard, and many of us have been trying to think, what would the Q people be thinking about these coded messages being sent on the White House accounts? Have you got any kind of thoughts on it?
I I I just think they're just I don't know. I don't know what to think about. I think it's just he's trying to like lean on I don't know anything to create confusion or throw smoke at this point. I think it's just desperate weakness playing. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay, no problem. I just want to welcome Tim onto the stage. Tim, hope you're doing well. How are you? Give us your thoughts about the war. We're on day 27. How we doing, Suleiman? It's been a long time no see, man. Looking forward to talking to you on Infowars next week, so that'll be fun. But uh, I don't know. Right now, the only way I can see as an off ramp is when Americans start squealing enough when it comes down to inflation hitting their pockets. You know, we're paying attention to gas prices at the pump, but the diesel is the primary focus for me. I've just been paying extra close attention to that because that's what affects the entire network itself. You know, everything from transportation to how the food gets on our table, even the fertilizer, I'm also concerned about because that drives up our food prices. So, all of that being combined together, you know, we're getting a lot of the same flavor here in America as back when Biden was in control. So, you know, what caused Biden to finally bend the knee and lose was the fact that Americans were like, we've had enough of this inflation. So I think that scenario needs to play out in the same Trump scenario. And that's my thoughts so far.
By the way, the oil price has come back up to 107. It dropped to 102 or 103 before, and no one's buying it anymore. This is what I was saying before about him burning his last card.
Well, there's also another thing that's going on with that, right? You've got the insider trading that's happening by my government. Everybody knows what Polymarket is, and if you don't know, it's basically they're having an anonymous a way to bet, and you can only trade in crypto. So you see all these anonymous accounts getting created, and people are making, a ton of money with accurate predictions on when certain peace deals are happening. It's just I'm just watching the grift in real time now. And as an American and somebody who has to cover this stuff and speak in front of a lot of people, it just pisses me off. I don't really know where we go from here. And I'm sure, there's a lot of people from around the world right now in their own countries. There's people in here from the UK. Not sure what you guys have in terms of what you think on what this is doing to the reputation of our country. But yeah.
Hey, Tim, let me just weigh in on that. Isn't it embarrassing how the America, thousands, tens of thousands, into the hundreds of thousands of the innocent are slaughtered, right? And we saw Gaza, we saw the girls' school in Iran. Like, okay, yeah, well, what's for dinner? Who's playing in the who's playing in the next game basketball series in the bracket March Madness. But, when all of a sudden we find out, what the heck, how come my grocery shelves are empty? How come these truckers can't get stuff? How come I'm paying triple for gas? All of a sudden, whoa, what's going on? I mean, it's embarrassing, but you're laying it out, bro. You're laying it out.
Well, my primary issue is we've got a bunch of boomers running our government right now, and they can't get their minds out of the Cold War. I mean, anyone who thinks Iran is about Iran or Israel is kind of surely mistaken. The bigger picture here is Russia and China, specifically China. The reason why we went after Venezuela was to cut them off from oil. The reason why we're choking out Cuba is also to prevent any possibility for China to have an influence, or Russia for that fact. So, the United States wants to carve out its piece in the Middle East and say, this is our turf. We're not going to allow China or Russia to have any inch of having, a Belt and Road Initiative or any of the deals that we're seeing. And it's just a lot of this rhetoric of, Cold War era. These people can't get their minds out of the past. And, they're not willing to concede on power at this point.
Brilliant analysis, young man. Restore hope in our humanity. Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing, sir.
Thank you. Hey, Suleiman, quick question for you. What's going on in the UK? Are you guys feeling this stuff yet or no?
Tim, he's one of us now. Sully lives in the
I'm not in
U.S.,
the
bro.
UK, my blood. I'm in the United
He's
States
in
of
the
America.
U.S.,
Red, white,
Timmy.
and blue,
I,
blood. Red, white, and
We're
I,
blue.
we're
I
working on
thought you
his
were going
accent.
back.
We're working on his
Hey, I thought you
accent,
were
Tim.
going back.
What did you say, Tim? I said I thought you were going back after next week or something like that.
Yeah,
You
I
got
might be going back at some point. But right now, I'm red,
okay.
white, and blue blood. I've been here for months.
Notice his accent's changing, Tim. We're working on that accent. We're getting that American
Hey,
accent going with him now.
No way. This accent will be never changed. It's the accent of the north of England. I think I'm literally the most famous guy from the north of England in the world because this accent's unique. Let's put it that way.
it is.
We're happy in the UK to export Sulaiman like we exported Prince Harry. You're welcome to keep him, Andrew.
Well, we've
Well,
already
Beatrice,
sent out
aren't you?
invites.
Prince Harry's a G. He's a
Beatrice,
ginger
are
king.
you in the UK? Are you in that region? What's going on out there?
I'm in London, yeah,
Okay,
Tim. I am,
what
yeah.
is it like right now? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I mean, people were, look, very similar to America. Even before this war started, people were struggling financially to pay. I mean, for us in the UK, there's been a massive struggle. We were hit with three things at once a few years ago when the lockdown happened, which affected people's jobs. We had Brexit hit at the same time, where we came apart from Europe and we had no trade deals with anybody. Most stupid thing ever. So where we used to buy with Europe as a bloc, these people, Boris Johnson, went and done Brexit, And the day after Brexit was implemented, it's like, okay, we didn't have a process to bring things into the country. We don't have any trade deals with anybody. So everything that you buy is going to get smaller in packaging and double in price. And then at the same time, Boris Johnson started the Russia-Ukraine war, which sent people's bills going through the roof with Nord Stream hit and everything. So since then, people have been really struggling. And I mean, really struggling. And now fuel prices are going through the roof. They're talking about putting rations on. The gas stations are ribboned up or closed or don't have fuel. Some of them that do have fuel, there's queues going on for people. Now they're talking about, I don't even know, Tim, to be honest, where to start. They're talking about a meningitis outbreak is here and it's going to be like the pandemic. And I'm not even focusing on all of that because I just think it's just whipping up people into a frenzy. I think things are going to get really bad here. I think they're going to use the austerity that people are struggling and suffering with to create some sort of civil tension, civil war, civil disruption. Give it 6 months or a year. We've got a completely inept leader in charge. And we've had a series of them, right? We haven't had a decent leader for a long time. And I'm sure you people in America can resonate with that. It's tough. It's going to be hard here for people. Yeah, Tim.
Well, well,
Bad.
well,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. You guys in the UK make even less on average, but pay more in terms of like the equivalency of like housing costs as well as just cost of living. Am I incorrect about that or?
We pay tax on everything.
O-
On
Only in
everything.
London, not in the north. Everything's cheap up here.
By the way, the London is not livable. If people who make six figures are poor in London, and I'm not even exaggerating, you're actually poor. If you make £100,000, which is about $130,000, $135,000. If you make that in London, you're poor, and genuinely, I mean that. Because when you look at the costs of like transportation, rent of a very simple place, you can spend like maybe up to $1,000 a month on like just bills like gas, electric, water, internet. When you add it up, easily it comes up to equivalent of maybe $700, $900 a month for like a small house. So in my view, the UK isn't livable. That's one of the reasons why I left it, because I thought it's not actually worth living in anymore. You just basically work to pay your taxes and your gas and electric bills, and then you have some a bit of money left over to eat some bread and cheese if you're lucky.
It's the same story over here in America, though. I mean, like, that's what's going on over here. People are having to pay for their groceries and installations now. Like, that's the new trend, and a lot of these companies have actually done well in the stock market because of the growth in, installations for groceries. This is stuff you can't make up. And then on top of it, here in America, they're firing people left and right. They make up excuses left and right. One day it's COVID, the next day it's AI. It's never Israel. It's never the $200 billion we just dumped to genociders. So the same thing's going on in the West. It's going to happen
Yeah,
worldwide and globally, all for Israel.
yeah, but you also have like major problems in the UK with the kind of infrastructure, people's work ethic, because of the lack of motivation. You're demotivated if you're just existing. You're not really going to be that productive. So you see infrastructure falling apart, services falling apart. You pay all these taxes and work just to pay the bills, and then you get nothing at the end of it. So I know people have left the UK. Malaysia, for example, Turkey, other places, even like my home country, Iraq. Where you need a couple of $1,000s a month to live off, and you're comfortable and you're happy, and it's much better quality of life. So I think people don't realize how much better it is until you actually leave. Sorry to say that. I grew up in the UK. It used to be okay. It used to be an okay place, but the reality is it's not longer any longer sustainable, and you're just working to basically as a slave to the government, with no benefit whatsoever. It's a really sad state of affairs.
The same here in Canada. The taxes, the cost of living is skyrocketing. And from the discussion, what we are talking about the war, things are becoming worse. Yesterday, the price of gas I never seen any number like this before. So things are getting worse. People who make
But in Canada you have look, in Canada you have infrastructure, you have better healthcare than the UK.
Bro,
You have
Hassan, like,
resources.
where is this better healthcare and infrastructure at? Like, health is the worst in North America that it's
yeah.
ever been. Everyone is dying of cancer. Everyone is dying of obesity up here. Like, where is this healthcare? Like, all of that is bull crap too. Like, it's all getting decimated because we're sending $200 billion to Israel. We're not sending $200 billion to fix our infrastructure here
Yeah, but
either.
I agree. So I can't comment on America. I think America is also, look, you got to remember in America, you still have high paying jobs. So like in tech, for example, compared to the UK, you get paid a lot more and you're paying less in tax and things are still a bit cheaper than the UK. So yeah, you're looking at the America relative to how it was a few years ago. But when you look at America relative to the UK, it's still a lot better. And I wouldn't live in either place, to be honest with you. But I'm just saying that that you don't realize how bad it is in Europe. And one of the reasons is you've got an aging population, you have lack of resources. So obviously the Middle East has got, West Asia, shall I call it, it's got resources, rich in resources, whereas Europe doesn't really have any. And it's just kind of a decaying society. I think increasing degeneracy and things like that as well causing a problem. And like I said, one of the biggest things is the lack of the low birth rate. Spain has 1.1. I think Italy's a similar number. Greece. These are dying civilizations, dying nations. They're not got. If you're having so little kids in a country or society, you're basically in self-destruct mode. So there's huge problems. I think there's a global problem, but it's exacerbated in Europe, and I think that
For sure.
yeah, it's facing many crises on many fronts. If you look at every single metric, infrastructure, investment, services, kind of AI is disrupting everything as well. You've got a cost of living, you've got lack of resources, you've got people leaving the country, professionals moving abroad because of the tax regime and all that stuff. So you have serious problems in the UK. I think it's only going to get worse.
Let me add to what you're saying here, Hassan, because I will agree with you in terms of like I would rather live in the United States than both the UK and Canada. And specifically, that's because a lot of the financial and monetary flow is still happening in the United States. So we might be having it bad on, a baseline level, but there's still social mobility that's easier here than in a lot of other different countries because there's so much liquidity. I feel like we've got a lot of laws in place here that allow us to create businesses and be able to establish new ways of financial freedom that other countries are struggling. Like I've seen some of the laws in other places. It's very hard to start companies in Europe, compared to the United States. And I would say you do have some merit when you talk about you don't know how good you have it sometimes.
It's because we have a bigger population though. Like that's what helps America out in a massive way, versus like Europe is broken up into pieces and doesn't have much of a population, and because of that, they don't have much of a demand, and that's why the race towards the bottom is a lot slower for Americans, but it's very similar.
Well, let me adjust that. It's not the population so much. It really comes down to the regulation itself. Specifically, America is very big on capitalism and investment, and we have a lot of vehicles here where a lot of the outside capital of the world comes to America specifically. Like if you want to make a lot of money very fast, America is one of those places that has the resources, and we've created laws to attract more of those investments. So it really comes down to more of the caliber of the type of investment, the people, and the laws itself is what I would say more than just population.
I disagree. I mean, I agree in certain ways. We do have like less strict laws, but with everything else, I disagree. I believe both governments on a global scale are moronic, and this is a race to the bottom. What we're seeing now, unless we stop these genociders, if we don't stop these genociders, we're going to see a global energy
Ultimately,
crisis. We're already seeing that crisis. Everyone's already paying way more money at the gas station right now, and this is just the beginning.
you've got the biggest problem is the wealth inequality, right? So you've got COVID was by design the shifting of all the wealth from the lower class, the middle class to the wealthy. got the same thing in America. Unless you redistribute that wealth, then you're going to face a situation where you've got a rich upper class and just everybody else in poverty, and that's kind of already what's happening in America, and it's happening in Europe as well. Well, maybe not all of Europe, but UK definitely is happening, where you've got the wealth just shifting, more and more to the rich people. So unless you have some radical like revolution taking place, there's not really any hope for the country. I'm afraid. Yeah, it's going to get worse and worse.
Where do we move? Everything seems so black pilled and doom and gloom. What's safe in the world? Where should I be looking at?
That's the thing. Like
So,
I believe like there's no moving anywhere. Like we all have to stand up. We all have to boycott. We all have to do things politically as well to excel the pro humanity movement. Because right now, all politics is completely conquered by these genociders, and these genociders like they completely run this system through like lobbies like APAC and so on that work with these genocidals with Israel.
I guarantee you, moving is a good thing. It opens your eyes to the world. You realize, like, I'm sorry to say, like, I thought the UK was bad, but then when I moved out the UK, I found it was like I couldn't believe how bad it was. I'm sorry to say, it might sound bad, but like there's countries around the world. People who moved from the UK, for example, to Malaysia. I've seen like videos on YouTube of them, and they're paying a fraction of the cost for a far better quality of life, a much nicer environment, much safer, much more family friendly, better people, nicer people, less misery, better weather. Like these things make a big difference to your life, and I just don't understand the addiction to living in a miserable place with paying all your money in taxes and just like decay around you and everyone just basically depressed. I'm sorry, I don't understand it.
Hassan, you
Where
forgot.
we eat just bread and cheese. That's what you said, right? That Londoners just live on bread and cheese. Like seriously.
on six figure salary in London, you're lucky to have that. To be honest with you, you're probably eating air if you're lucky these days, and the air you're eating is full of toxicity as well. So, but at least it's got
The
carbon.
UK
I'll keep you
is
going.
hella polluted. I'll give you that.
I have to
Actually,
say,
the congestion charges like makes you walk to work because you won't be able to afford driving there.
I have to say, Hassan, that's a little bit negative outlook. I mean, people have.
Have you been to the UK or no? I'm just
Uh,
wondering, like,
I
what
mean,
basis are you saying is negative
no, no.
outlook?
I visit Europe actually, and I was last summer in the UK. I know things are expensive, but people
Yeah,
cannot
yeah.
just.
You came in this. You came in the 1 week of summer. All right, fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
That's
I
good in
will
that one
answer
But
week of
him.
just
summer.
I will answer him as I'm a Londoner.
yeah, no,
Do
no.
you know how? Do you
Just
know how much my? Do you know how much is my council taxes per year? And I don't even live here. It's 1,550, and I live in Westminster, which is the richest borough. Do you know? I filled up my petrol on Tuesday. I paid for the 95 was 155 at Shell Bayswater Road. For the 97, which I filled, was 161, and for for the 99 was 171. Diesel at 175 a liter. Let me tell you about my gas and electric prices. I don't live here. I don't do anything, and my gas and electric prices are £350 a month. £350. Wait, it gets better. This country pisses rain, ask Beatrice, 300 days a year, and my water bill is £1,050 a year.
yeah, no. I
Well,
was
well, well, look,
I,
if you come
I was
during the 1 week of summer,
And if I
you'll be
want to
okay.
rent, if I want to rent my place out and move, as I don't live here, I want to rent it out. I can rent my place easily for 4.5, £5,000 a month. But
Yeah,
if I want to kick them out, it's gonna take me at least 30, 40,000 pounds and go to chapter 21, but what do you call it, section 21 and plus, wait for 2 years and I get nothing out of it. You don't know what's happening in UK. This prime minister that we have, I don't know where did he come from, how did he get his job, and how he was a human rights lawyer. Only the mighty knows.
I
My question to Hassan is, let's say we have directional nuclear attempt. What you gonna do with the 50 million refugees? that's gonna run away from Iran. Where are
I'll tell
these
you what. I'll tell
50
you what you'll
million?
do with them.
Where are these
You
50 million refugees gonna go? That means Saudi Arabia, all the GCC, Russia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and Europe gonna be flooded by Iranian. So everyone in the region gonna speak Persian.
what we're going to do is you're going to get a job as a tent manufacturer and put them up in Devon, all of them in Devon to flood the UK.
So you're gonna put 45 million in Devon because the population of UK is 63 million. Very nice.
Yeah,
I got
I
it easy.
think apparently you can fit all the whole of the world on the Isle of Man. So there's plenty of space there, in Devon,
I'm sure you
for the
can. I'm
refugees.
sure you can. Just go and figure that out. 50 million refugees coming out, escaping from that war. Just imagine, you think the Pakistanis gonna sit still and say, okay, we take this? You think the Chinese gonna say,
They're gonna
oh,
say
very
King
nice?
Sulaiman
Or the
of the
Russians?
UK soon.
You think the Russians and the
Wait,
Chinese gonna sit?
Snoop, what? I don't get your point. You saying Iran's gonna lose and there's gonna be a lot of refugees?
You don't think so?
No,
No, I don't think
he said
Iran.
if they use a nuke, then the fallout will cause everyone to leave the country and then
Not
go
lose.
into the UK.
Oh, if they used a nuke, you're saying?
Is let's say they use 2 nukes.
Okay.
Solomon, what's gonna happen to the population?
Yeah, no, you're making a good point.
Who's going to use nukes? I'm
Nobody
sorry.
talks about the refugees. Nobody talks about. And the big picture here is not just the Iranian, not they want to get rid of Iran. Iran's got, you see, you don't look at Iran with the Iranian glasses on, or look at the Iranians looking at the glass half full or half empty. The first place Iranians gonna destroy is Baku. Once Baku is gone, bye bye, easy. Bye bye the blue colors, because there's no more oil coming through there. And the Russian will protect Iranians for doing that. We don't want to fight with the people in the GCC country. We're gonna live with these people. Look, we like it or not, they are our neighbors. You cannot continuously fight with these people. I know Ben Salman and his father had issues, and this Wahhabism has come and gone. Now we have moved on from that. UAE is a special. UAE, Sharjah, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi is a special place. They are no longer run by Sheikh Zayed, or it's run by the Maktoum family. They is run typically by Israelis. Whoever has visited the UAE, you will know everywhere you go there is a Mossad agent. So UAE has become how shall I say it without being abrupt, a brothel for the people who are laundering their money and staying somewhere safe, and that's finished. And if the Americans wants to take it to a next step, the map of the Middle East, or shall I say West Asia, is going to be written. Days of country called UAE is over. It's Iran. Days of the country called Bahrain is over. Is Iran. Days of country called Kuwait is over. Is Iran. You guys look at the glasses, Western way, look at the GDP, look at this, look at what market this, what did that. Forget about this.
By the way, we just want to respond to Conscious. The UK and I think America as well are scams. I can speak about the UK. It's a scam because it leads you into the belief that you've got freedom, you've got the ability to it's a kind of merit based system where if you work hard you get rewarded, and they trap you into it. And soon enough, you find you're smart. Even if you're working hard, you're experienced. You're actually struggling to survive, and and
No,
you look
I don't
you look at
object to this,
your
Hassan.
salary. You look at, let me just finish. You got a salary of £100,000. Let's say it's usually considered a good salary in the UK, but the amount of tax you pay on that, and trying to bring your family up, you're basically screwed on it. Especially in somewhere like London, you'll be really struggling. If you go somewhere else, work remotely on a quarter of that amount, you'll have a much better quality of life. You'll have you'll have a better mental health. Your body will be healthier, and you'll probably be healthier overall. And for a quarter of that price, you're living more simply, but your family's happier. So that's the scam of the UK. It tries to draw you into it, and the sooner people realize it, I mean, I hope people realize it, because it's honestly a scam.
How about if
No,
I tell you?
I'm not objecting to this. I'm just like, what I'm saying is that I lived in different countries, and I I know what you are saying, but don't expect that everybody can uproot themselves and go and choose to live in Malaysia or in other countries.
Why not?
People have ties. People have ties. They have families. They have like seniors. They
He's
have,
right.
yeah. I
Look,
mean, you
look,
cannot
bro.
just
You're
uproot
obviously
yourself.
look. Look, when I'm telling you the reality of the situation. Everyone's got their own circumstance. At the end of the day, I'm not telling you every single person should pick up and leave where they are. But I'm telling you that it's a scam. We were tricked into it. We thought it was the best and this and that. And we realized as soon as we left, it was the worst. And like, if you look at the quality of life, the UK is rated like second bottom in the world. I'm not joking. Like, isn't how happy people are. The weather plays a massive part in it. Obviously the cost of living
That
plays a massive part in it.
that
Like
is
you
that's
probably
quite
came in the 1 week of summer, right? So it's lovely in that 1 week of summer. Don't get me wrong, it's
Well,
really
he's
nice. The
from
greenery and
Denmark,
stuff is
so he's
nice.
probably even more colder in his own country.
Yeah, but they might have a couple more weeks of summer than especially we did in the north up
Hassan,
north.
if you think you got quality of life, let me tell you about the quality of life of the Chinese, and those I employ, and I have got few of them. The lowest one of the lowest paid guys is about 4,000 RMB, which is around 410 pounds. If I tell you out of that 4,000 RMB, they save around 2,500 RMB a month, would you believe me?
What you
Because the
talking about in
quality
China?
of big, I'm talking about China. This is the
Yeah,
quality of
this is
life.
just like I get it. Like people make this propaganda. Yeah, that's fine in the cities. What happens in the village areas?
And
Exactly.
I'm not talking,
Subtle,
Exactly.
bro.
but
This is like like don't get me
Solomon,
wrong. I'm not saying. Listen, the thing is, I get there's a lot of Chinese propaganda on these spaces, right? That being said, yeah, China has improved a lot. There's no doubt about it. But and I've been very specific about the technological advancements, the advancements in a wide range of things, including the advancements in bringing people out of poverty. That being said, to make it look like, oh, guess what? There's a Chinese guy. I'm paying him 4,000 a year, but save 2,000. Yeah, that's fine. That might be in the city, but what's happening in the port areas? In the port areas, they're struggling a lot. In the port areas, many of them are under poverty lines. In the port areas, in the village areas, things aren't easy, and this is why they were able to maintain these almost slave labor camps for a very long time to build their economy up. So yeah, okay, there are pros and cons, of course, but China isn't this kind of benevolent society that you make it look like. I mean, you go to China and you can't even walk anywhere without being checked so many times as though you're being. It's worth. Like we talk about the lack of.
I'm not a fan of
We
China.
talk about a
let
I'm
lack
me
not a
of
fan of
explain.
China.
opportunity
Let
in.
me finish China, please.
We what?
Solomon, let me explain about
Wait, let me
China. You
finish my
said
point.
village. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Forgive me.
no problem. And so in terms of China, just before I do, guys, I'll put another a tweet out. It is in the nest, so do retweet it, reshare it. It's a one with Rathbone. It's a collaboration. The tweet is in the comment section of the X. I think I might have put it. I can't even remember if I did it or not. On the YouTube, yeah, I did. And it's also in the nest. So like it, comment in it, and watch it. That'd be awesome. Okay, back to what we were saying.
China.
China. So with China, yeah, look, this kind of people create this mirage about China. I'm not saying it's bad, but this fake mirage where people claim that, oh, it's brilliant everywhere, where it's not, there's huge amount of poverty. They built their country based on these kind of slave labor camps. In terms of China as well, when you look at you look at the country, there's no free speech. You literally we complain about lack of free speech in the West, which is true because we're so used to it. But you're talking about a country that is exponentially worse. You talk about social credit score systems. These guys are already well in advance in all of these things. Of those things, you can't literally even take an underground, the subway without being checked like a million times and all your bags and everything being checked. Like there's so many freedoms that you have in the West that they don't have in China, and that's fine. But to pretend like it's kind of this benevolent society or this kind of advanced society better than everybody else. I just don't agree with it. And the reason I'm saying this is because there's a lot of Chinese propaganda on these spaces. They make it look like it's the best thing ever when I don't think it is.
My place is in not in the Guangzhou or Nanhai or in Nanjing or Shanghai or Beijing or Chongqing or Sichuan. I'm in the 16th. Nearest city to me is the 16th largest city. Is called Foshan. I'm in the village of Nanhai. So I am in the village of Nanhai. The village is around 30,000 people population. And the lowest paid person that works there is 4,000 RMB. And out of that 4,000 RMB, they do save 2,500 RMB, 2,500 RMB each because the labor it is, the demand it is. There was a time that I used to, yes, it
What's
could
your
be
area called? Go ahead, Tamid.
my the Nanhai.
Nanghai. Nanghai? Yeah. Okay, continue.
Nanhai is outside Foshan. Foshan is Fushan, is the home of lion dancing and kung fu. And I'm in Nanhai.
Okay, continue.
Uh, so, there was a friend of mine recently that he got ill and he wanted to go and get his body checked. So he went and these things, you don't call your GP. You go on your WeChat and you do this all on your WeChat. You find to your budget the hospital you want to go, and you enter that hospital with the barcode you have booked. You enter, click at the entrance your barcode. It tells you what floor to go to. You go to your floor barcode. You
Okay, I
see
don't
your
need to know the
GP.
details of how you go up an elevator. Do you want to just get to your point of how you make it point?
So
This is
the
crazy.
GP cost the GP cost five RMB. Oh, sorry, the GP cost
Okay,
five
okay. I don't
RMB.
need to know the price of every single thing. Can you just make your overarching holistic point, please?
The MRI that he did, the full MRI, costed him
The
$50.
full what? Oh, MRI.
The full MRI he did costed him
How much does the
$50.
MRI cost in the UK?
Two and a half, $3,000 pounds.
What?
Yes, sir.
MRI in the
No,
In
UK is
America,
no, it doesn't.
in
No, it doesn't.
wait, wait.
in United
MRI.
States,
Wait, could you stop talking for 2 seconds? MRI in the UK
It's
in the
200
NHS.
Three
too.
hundred
Sorry.
pounds. Three
Yeah, and
hundred pounds.
you're
in
just
a
making it
chest.
up. Yeah. And what about an MRI in the UK if you're in the NHS? How much does that cost?
But the taxpayer pays for that.
How
So
much?
that
Oh,
MRI in
is there no
UK,
tax in China?
I don't think like UK.
No,
No,
you
it's
no.
at
Listen, you
7%.
keep shifting.
It's at 7%.
Listen,
I know how
yeah.
much it
So
is. At
you keep
7%.
shifting, right? 1 second.
I'm not shifting. You said how much the
Yeah,
tax? I
you just
just
said there
told.
was no tax first. But anyway, let me just answer the point what you're making. So you first,
Please.
oh, bro. If you can interrupt me again, I'm just gonna drop you. Right?
Cash for a U.S. citizen in
Yeah.
Florida, 800 cash. I think it's 1,800 or 2,800 for insurance.
Yeah. So in the UK, MRI is free under the NHS. So let's be clear on this. Now you're shifting the goalpost to be like, oh, but then you got to pay tax. Yeah, you got to pay tax in the UK, and that's why you pay tax so that someone can have a free MRI if they're in the NHS. So again, when you're saying these things, of course, I'm not saying China is the worst place ever, but when you're doing this kind of propaganda to attack like Western society, of course, there are perils of Western society. We speak about those consistently to make it look like China's some extra amazing place. It clearly isn't. They're very harsh against anyone who disagrees with them, very aggressive towards them, and it's not as you know you can't even take a subway without them doing multiple checks on you. So the point being, yes, the costs are cheaper in China. I don't deny that. There's a lot of red tape in the West. There's a lot of manipulation scam in terms of people being manipulated. That being said, there are some benefits to these countries that you're attacking. For example, the UK. I like the fact that if someone's extremely poor, they can get free NHS. I like that. I like that we've got that in the UK. You don't have that in China. It might be cheaper in China, but we don't have that. So I'm saying there's a pros and cons to every country, but it's and maybe you may think living in China is better. That's fine. I think there is getting to a point in the UK where it is becoming a lot more difficult to live in. But this idea that making China sound like some global amazing thing in all aspects, I just disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna MRI for $50 is not worth me having all the government surveillance in the world where they're checking my bank account. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. They're trying to do this social credit score thing to the point where they can actually withdraw money from your bank account. Now, I'm not a conspiracy person. Somebody can fact check me on that. but it doesn't even matter. And also, China hides a lot of their facts and figures because they have so much control over their information flow. They're making it seem like their economy is doing way better than it actually is. When you realize just a year or two ago, they had one of their biggest uh, investment firms that actually builds real estate there completely crumble because of these ghost cities. So, I mean, China's got a lot of its own issues. When I said, "Hey, what's a good place to move to?" China was not on my bingo card. That I'd rather move to other places before then, especially as an American. But
Solomon, you're right. The NHS is free. As I'm a Londoner, so I know NHS is free. I know how good NHS used to be. But if I want to see my GP, it's gonna take me few days, not just straight away. Number of days to get to see my GP is either by telephone or he gives me a paracetamol and he wants to refer me for an MRI. It's gonna take me at least 6 months. You're right. It is free.
I am right.
And I agree with
Yeah,
you.
I am right. It is free, because you tried to manipulate the audience and lie and say it was £2,000 when it wasn't. So that's the reason
But
I'm right about. So please try and be honest, Snoopy.
I
Please
am being
try and be
honest. You're
honest and don't
right.
try and manipulate my audience. That's the first thing. The
No,
second
sir.
thing is,
You're
Snoopy, the reason why the NHS is on its knees isn't because the NHS is a problem in itself. It's because of the United Kingdom being occupied by the foreign nation of Israel and being occupied by people who have destroyed the UK to the point where, unfortunately, the NHS is being hit quite hard. But despite that being the case, one thing they've still not done, and yeah, unfortunately, does take a lot longer, is they've still not removed the fact that you have a free NHS. If you're a village person in China, in some poor area, then you won't even get free NHS. So at least in the UK, we get free NHS. I'm someone who consistently speaks against the UK, but this idea that you try to make it look like the UK is something else when it's not, where you try and lie on my space and say it's £2,000 to get an MRI when I know it's free. When I know that I came from a socially deprived area and I wasn't from London, where it's actually there is a huge amount of wealth, where many poor people were able to go to that NHS and use it for free. I do think that there are a lot of benefits to that. It is better than some of these countries where if you're in these countries and you get ill, it becomes extremely difficult. For example, I know friends who went to Dubai, and because they got ill, they were like, damn, I'm ill, I can't afford it. I need to go back to the UK because the NHS is free. Yes, you can go to China and live there, but you gotta sacrifice a lot of freedoms. You gotta sacrifice your autonomy. You're not allowed to speak out against the Chinese government. So you have to be willing to sacrifice many things that I would never be willing to do. In the UK, of course, the reason we speak out against the attacks on free speech is because it's alien to us. We find this weird in the UK and the US that there is these rights that have been taken away from us in terms of free speech. In China, it's the norm. You can't even have those rights. You haven't even got those rights. You don't even have free speech. You would get locked up. Xi would make you disappear.
I mean, Sully, they do have free speech to attack Israelis and Americans, but
Yeah,
not.
just not their own government, which is
Yeah,
the point
exactly.
of the free speech, is to be able to
Yeah,
attack your own government.
it's
You would get
selective.
it's not selective. It's like anyone wants you to. Everyone gives you free speech to attack the enemy. It's when you attack your own government where is it really free speech, and they don't have that. Who was that athlete that G made disappear because she disagreed? So let's be clear on this. Like China isn't some kind of utopian society. And as someone who calls everyone out, I don't think there's a country that I haven't called out. I'm very confident saying I don't think there's a country that I've ever not called out.
And Sully, I'm not as pessimistic as Hassan when it comes to UK. That's for sure, because it's a lot better than what Hassan describes. It's in so many parts. The quality of life, the clean weather, the clean air, the countryside, lots of things. Even London, you go to the suburbs in London, so nice,
And
green.
a golden
Food.
point. Like one of the things is, as someone who does travel a lot, I one thing I always think about when I come back to the UK is I just love the smell of I love the smell of the countryside, the smell of freshness that we have in the north. Maybe London. This guy lives in London, so he's probably not got that. He's got loads of Indians there. But in the north,
I live there as well too. Sully.
Yeah.
I live in
Oh,
London,
okay, okay,
and
yeah.
it's honestly you
But
so many nice
yeah,
parks.
there is like a green. Is it Greenfeld or something? I think it's Greenfeld.
Green Park,
No,
Hyde
the
Park, Kensington, Chelsea and Kensington Park. Tell,
There's
can
loads
you
of parks.
the person who lives in London? Let me and you walk down Oxford Street, from Oxford Street, from Marblesh all the way to Tottenham Court Road at 10 p.m. and let me show you the poverty of London.
Why would you do that?
That
Is that equivalent to walking down Times Square
we are
or
talking about
Central?
London. We are
I know it's
talking
the
about.
same thing. I'm just saying, why would you do that? If you live
I
in
want you to
London,
look at the homeless and
there's
poverty.
okay, no, but look,
God.
let me just say something. If you live in the
No,
suburbs of London, right, the food is relatively cheaper than some of the surrounding cities and towns there. You've got really nice parks within like all within a mile away from you. There's a nearest park, and it's really nice. The roads are still pretty good, pretty decent. The air quality in the suburbs of London certainly is very, very good. Why do you need to go into central London and pay congestion charge? It's deliberate design for that because they don't want cars there.
I'm sorry that I live in central London, but this is central London. You got to pay £12 or £14 a day to travel in central London if you are coming from outside,
Okay, but out of
unless you're a
60 million
Londoner.
people, how many people live in central London out of 60 million people in the United Kingdom? You're talking about a very small minority.
12 million.
No, I'm talking about the city of London is not 12 million at the congestion charge. Please don't tell me this.
No, you
The
said
city of
how many
London
people
doesn't
live in
have.
central London? I'm calling about.
Brother Snoopy, can I just say something, right? Like, I don't know when the last time was you were in London, but your figures are way off whack.
That's
It's
because he's making
18
stuff up.
pounds. It's not
Sorry,
12 or 13
sorry, it's
pounds. It's
18 pounds.
18
As
pounds.
I'm a resident, I only pay £1. So if I'm a resident, as I live in central
Well,
London.
there you go. But
Mine
for
is
me,
£1.
if I want to
But for
go, I'm just outside the congestion charge area, but it's 18 pounds if I want to pay. And that's it. And yeah, if I want to go into London, I go into London. But what I'm saying is it's not like 14 pounds was years ago. And then on top of that, if you've got an old car, if your
ULEZ,
car's not new, you'll
ULEZ.
pay ULEZ on top of that, which is so basically it will cost you maybe about 35 pounds just to take your car into London, and that doesn't include the fuel or the parking, which is extortionate in London as well.
Beatrice, please tell him how much is the
Gary,
parking per hour in
one
London.
second. Oh my God, this guy, Gary. This is like a granddad who's crying about every little charge. Gary, can you check your messages? Listen, we're not. Yes, we're saying yes. Those charges are a problem. Yes, the UK government, because of these kind of woke liberal ideologies or policies, have put a number of issues in that are highly problematic. I mean, I don't like London myself anyway. The North is the best. Long live the North. That being said, listen to this guy. I told you guys, London is so crap. You didn't believe me. Now you know it is the North where you get the
It's not. It's a nice city, Suleiman. Listen, if you come back from America, where are you going to land? You're going to land in
I
my
might land in
city in
Manchester.
London. So don't
I
diss
might
it.
land in Manchester.
In the north.
In the North, exactly. So look, at the end of the day, what about China? Like, how do they treat people who disagree with them? What happened to what Snoopy? Have you been to Xinjiang?
Xinjiang?
Have you been to Xinjiang?
You mean Xinjiang? Xinjiang, yeah. Yes, I have been to Ulumuji. I buy all my cottons from Ulumuji. Yes, I have been to Ulumuji.
So you've been to Xinjiang where the Uyghurs are?
Ulumuji, yes. It's called Ulumuji, yes. City of Ulumuji is the capital of Xinjiang. Yeah,
So why do you keep telling me
I
the
have been.
capital? I'm talking about the area. So have you been to it?
It's a province, by the way. Xinjiang
Can you
is bigger
stop
than
talking?
Iran.
You've been so annoying. I'm asking you a question and you keep trying to be clever, right? Have you been there, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you met the Uyghurs there?
Oh,
How do
yes.
they feel about living in China?
The ones I've come across, they never complained.
Is it because they're allowed to complain?
The ones I speak to them are my friends. They never complain.
Are they allowed to complain?
If they haven't complained, I will not ask them to complain.
Have they? I think
They have never complained to me, so
you
I
again.
have never
You're
seen it.
struggling to understand the question. Maybe you're slow,
I
or
do
maybe
understand
you're
your
slow, or you're
question.
being manipulative. Are they allowed to complain in China?
I repeat myself. I've never heard of them complain
I
in
didn't ask
Guangzhou.
you. I didn't ask you if you've heard them complain. I'm not asking about you. So you're being manipulative, or you just are very low IQ. Can you answer my specific question? Are they allowed to complain? It's very easy. And
Forgive me, it must be my low IQ.
it must be, yeah. So can you answer the question?
Again, if I've not
Oh
heard it,
my
how can
God.
I say yeah?
Okay, this guy's going. He's a manipulator.
Well, he said an MRI was $1,200 to $1,600. That told me everything I
Yeah,
needed
no,
to
he said
know.
in the UK it's 2,000. So it's like,
Oh yeah, sorry, it was even higher. He said
yeah,
two to 3,000.
£2,000 is about 3,000. What's it now?
It's not even that much in the United States.
Yeah, I think in the UK, US, it's like what, $2,500, $3,000 or something. Um,
An MRI private starts, depending on what area of your body it is, at
That's correct. I
£275.
said 300, Beatrix.
Yeah, yeah.
it just shows like I don't like people who lie. Like I don't even think that I disagree much with him on some points. It's just that when you're a liar and a deceiver, I don't know, I have this kind of affinity against these people. Like, why not just be honest, have an honest discussion? I asked him an honest question. He could be like, yes, okay, they allow it, but then they are strict on this. They don't allow you to. Oh no, but he knew what I was saying, but he was being very manipulative. And the reason is this, by the way, I don't even think the Uyghurs, I don't believe the Uyghur thing in terms of the way it's been propagated by the CIA to the extent it has. But I do believe there's some kind of minor issue. There are some issues there. But with these guys, obviously, they're very dishonest in terms of the way they perpetuate things.
Well, he sounded like he lived in the Middle East. There, I was like, how is this guy from China?
Well, yeah,
I,
he said he lived in London, then he was like, I live in China, and
yeah,
yeah.
doesn't make any
But who
sense.
knows? You couldn't ask him a straight question because he was just never been honest about anything he says. Okay, let's get back into the Iran war before this guy derailed the space.
Oh, Claire says on the YouTube chat, I love London. People are so nice and friendly. We are, Claire. We are. We're really
Claire,
nice.
that is
We're really
fake news.
nice people
Claire,
down
let me
here.
block you now as well. Listen, I agreed with this guy when it came to London. It is a shithole. Nobody likes London. It is annoying. The only place you want to be is the north of England. You walk through the countryside, the fresh smell of the fresh smell of the air, the fresh smell of the grass, the greenery of the land. It is beautiful. As someone who has actually traveled a lot, look, there are a lot of negatives about the UK, no doubt about it. But that being said, there are so many beautiful things about the UK, which you don't find in a lot of the world. The only place I'd say that up to now I've been where I saw this level of like freshness and beauty and smell was probably Japan, in terms of like the gardens they had and these type of things. So like this claim that he's, and what is China? China is like when I'm not. It's like full of like it's like full of look at the air. It's not even fresh air. Have you been? Has anyone go to Beijing, bro? Can you even breathe? I see all those Chinamen with masks on. They all got masks on. They're like, listen, we can't even show our faces. Don't be hating on our country's blood. Listen, I'll attack them, but I ain't gonna let no flipping Chinaman attack our countries. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, he's actually, I don't even know what he is. He claims he's Chinaman. Then he says he's Somali. Then he says he's then he says he's then he says he's from London. So I don't know. Anyway, let's bring the conversation back away from China. Yeah, Peak District is beautiful, Harris. Exactly. Tell this guy, Beatrix, you ain't got nothing like the Peak District or the Yorkshire Dales.
Yeah, but that's not yours. That belongs to all of us,
Yeah,
Suleiman.
now they're trying to come for the north, innit? This is it. Anyway, now we've dropped this Somali pirate. Let's go back to the actual conversation. Joke. Don't cry, guys. Don't cry. Okay. God. This anti-Western propaganda, we're not going to allow it. Tim, it's the Chicons. You gonna let the Chicons take over? I'm going InfoWars on Tuesday. I'll be like, the Chicons are trying to take over.
If that guy came on InfoWars, our audience would eat him alive. I mean, Alex would get mad at me for bringing a guy like that on. I would be in trouble.
That's funny. Okay, back to the conversation at hand. What you call it again? Let me just see if there's any news. I'm seeing lightning in Dubai. I put a tweet out. I said, God's not happy with that country. God is showing the fury and anger. What else we got? It seems like only 4 ships have navigated through the Strait of Hormuz today, less than the last 3 or 4 days. So this claim that 10 are going to come through, we're going to be interested to see if Trump is right. We're going to have to see if Trump is right. Listen, I'm looking at my chat. Many people from the north. Oh my God, I created a flipping brilliant audience. Ain't no Londoners in here. Anyway.
There is actually.
Sulaiman, quick question. I'm thinking, do you think we're going to be putting troops on the ground sometime soon? I haven't really heard anything about that today.
Sorry, say that again?
Saying, do you think that U.S. we're actually going to be putting troops on the ground pretty soon
Yeah, I
here?
do. I do. I think it's gonna be. I do think there's gonna be a ground invasion. Um, I know many people think it may be the island off the Gulf of Oman. I still think it's gonna be Karg Island. But my only reason for that is because, so the ones who think the other idea, the reason they think it, and we can go into detail about this when we go on show, but the reason they think that is because it's more of an easier play for the US in terms of you just take the island. It doesn't really matter. Like you take it, so what? Like it makes no difference geopolitically or any kind of scenario. You just like, oh, I took the island. The reason I think they would maybe go for the Kharg Island or the Hormuz lands is because geopolitically there's actually a strategic value to it because you can then use it. With a Kharg, you can say you can try and get a negotiation and say, look, open the strait up or you don't get your oil. With the Hormuz, you just take control of the Hormuz. With the Hormuz, the problem is the islands in the Hormuz, like Larak and the others, they can just bomb you with drones and missiles, and you'll just all die. With the Karg Island, the issue is you can use the oil refineries as a shield, and then Iran has to make a decision whether to take their own ones out. And so that's why I think logically, if it was me, I wouldn't do any of this. There's going to be a huge amount of loss of American lives. But that being said, if you were crazy enough to sacrifice, as Andrew would say, at the altar of Baal, then I would say the most logical one in terms of at least there is some kind of negotiating ability and some kind of utility, it would be Cog Island.
I agree with you on that. And the only thing that's standing in the way right now is that the United States and Iran are miles apart on this peace plan and in terms of what they have ideas of in terms of resolutions. Um, I, I don't know what it looks like. Did you think Trump's peace plan was unreasonable? Some of the things I could see, but other ones I was like, these are actually kind of wins for Iran itself. Specifically on the sanctions, I think that was the one that I wanted to see the most, the sanctions being lifted.
What was that? Sorry.
I was asking you, in terms of the peace plan, Iran and the United States have vastly different ideas in terms of like what they want in terms of concessions. And, one has to concede over the other. So do you think that Trump's 15-point peace plan was even reasonable of what he's offered?
Yeah, I thought that plan was very much towards Iran's benefit. Remember, that plan itself was a huge amount of concessions. He was basically saying he's willing to give up everything to them. So it's so yeah. I mean, I think that 15-point plan. Other than the relief of no, the sanctions were in there. Other than what was not in there that I was thinking the only thing they would may want maybe the removal of some bases, but I never thought that that would be agreed upon. Largely,
No,
largely,
no shot.
largely speaking, that whole plan was. When I read it, I thought Iran had written the plan.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, why would Iran deny that plan and then add their own concessions, like removing all United States troops out of the Middle East? Like that's never gonna happen in 1,000 years until we're like actually forced to do something like that.
Yeah, and I just think that what's his name again? I've always believed that the Gulf states are cooked, and they would never ever they would never allow, they would never release the American control over their country. So I always thought that the basis would not change, and that they would not that they would not release the American bases from the land, because if you do, you basically have a scenario where those countries are so cooked, they rely on the United States of America, they see them as, they like worship the US, and I don't think they would change at all. So I always thought that there may be a reduction, but they never leave. I know a lot of people in my audience and speakers who come here think, oh, guess what, all bases will be removed, but I never thought it would be the case.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the last thing that I've been debating a lot with other people on is the missile range capacity. Some people think, well, Iran shouldn't have the capability to shoot over 2,000 miles away. Like, what's the reason, if not to be offensively trying to attack, if you have missile ranges up to 4,000? What's your thoughts on that? That would be my last question, because I'm
Thoughts on what,
curious.
sorry, again?
Thoughts on Iran having missile capacity over the 2,000-mile range. Do you think they should have that? Because I made the point where if you have I understand defending your own sovereignty, but if you go to a certain point where you have greater than 2,000, then it looks like an offensive aspect when you're talking about ranges of 4,000, 5,000. So what are your thoughts on that?
No, I don't think so. I think you can have ranges for whatever you size of ballistic missiles you want. And what would demonstrate if if a country is offensively willing to hit you is if they've taken offensive action. If you look at Iran in the history, they've never taken any kind of offensive action against anyone. They've always been in a defensive position, always trying to defend their land against aggressors. So I don't think it is. If there was a scenario where Iran offensively hit someone without being attacked first, or without someone being complicit in the attack against them, then it'd be a totally different scenario. Now, in terms of Iran's capabilities above 4,000, we don't even know if that's the case, because the attack on Diego Garcia, Iran denied. And ordinarily, they've not denied. Generally speaking, they've been very specific. They've taken credit for the ones that they did. And the ones that they know they didn't do, they said, look, we didn't do it. We didn't do the Oman one because that was, like, for example, a Mossad attack. And that was in Salala Port. The drone that came back, it was not the Iranian drone, the Shahid drone. So, and the same with Diego Garcia. They said they didn't attack Diego Garcia. And I believe that I can't remember now, but I'm pretty sure the missile that was recovered, I believe it was a Tomahawk, but I could be wrong on that, so I need to double check. But the point is that they also denied that. So, first of all, we don't know if they have capability above 2,500 or 2,000. But that being said, should they be allowed? I think that was your main question. I'd say, yeah, of course, they should be allowed.
Fair points. Well, I look forward. I gotta head out here, but I look forward to our conversation on Wednesday when you come on Infowars. That's gonna be a big one. So very excited to have you on.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to being on with you and Rex. Appreciate you both. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it is. Take care.
Yeah. So let's go, David Z. What's going on in Russia? I'm hearing that Russia is in a frenzy. They've been hit by the Israelis and there's no response. Does Russia have a right to defend itself, David Z?
Well, I can tell you that there is more and more talk amongst even Western journalists based in Russia. I was just going to respond to one where they are questioning the narrative of why is there no response from Russia in relation to Iran and also in relation to Ukraine and NATO. So it is the same. It seems that Dmitry, who was there today, and he's proposing this new economic venture with the West, this $12 trillion deal. It's not been taken so good by the Russians, even though it's a cessation of violence, as it were, in Ukraine. The same answer goes for you and what you were talking about on that 15-point item. Russia's not going to stop on Ukraine until it subdues it completely. And from what we're reading and seeing from their point of view, neither is Iran. So this is going to continue. And, when you look at the nuances of everything going on around it, It does not make sense. If Iran was standing on its own and it did not have, Hormuz in its by its throat, then you could say that it is in a pickle. But it does have, and everything that is coming out of Europe is saying we're not going to last the duration that Iran can last. So this is a game of OK Corral at high noon. The two gunslingers, or in this case, three, two on one end and one on the other, and who's going to blink first? But, even Daniel Davis did an interview today with Joe Kent, and Daniel asked him the question, what do you think of troops going on the ground? And basically he said that if indeed they do it, and he believes they are, it'll be a complete and utter failure. And that most likely Iran will allow them to ingress onto the islands on Hormuz or Karg Island, and then say to them, here's our firepower, surrender. Which is the best way to do it, actually. And because it'll make a complete circus show of what Trump is doing. But there is no good way out of this, not for the US. So what does, this, you talked about nuclear weapons earlier and so forth. I don't want to go down that road. I don't believe that will ever happen. Russia could not allow that to happen, neither could China. By the way, I initially came here to have an argument with you about China. I said, oh, goody, here comes an argument. I've lived there for a couple of years. I know a little bit about it. But in relation to Russia, yes, I mean, there's a lot of frustration. Fiora Isabella, who's a Western journalist based in Moscow, she went nuclear in the last 48 hours, and she's very restrained in relation to, she keeps on using the term, the elites are looking for an economic contract with the West rather than a military submission of Ukraine. And nobody is talking good of it. I did a post today saying that the Stalin in Putin needs to come out, and Pepe Escobar responded to me and he said, yes, it's the same viewpoint. They're currently in Moscow. He said it's the same viewpoint as well in Moscow. From everyone he speaks to, from the top down, they're all of the same opinion that this has gone on for long enough. It's now time to do it. And he did recognize, I think on another tweet later, that there is a military augmentation in and around the border of men and armor. So they're just waiting for the mud to stop and the ground to harden for the summer. So we should see something by, we believe, the 10th of May. The reason for that is 9th of May is Victory Day celebrations in Red Square. And if they were going to do it, they would do it immediately afterwards. It's a poignant stance of the guys parading the square and then you send them off to war. So maybe it'll happen then, and that'll be a change. But with Iran, I mean, Sulaiman, the state of the European economy is in dire straits as of now. Every day there's more and more. And I just read there that the head of the IDF just said that there's not much more gunpowder in the gun. That if they don't do something fast, they're looking at an implosion of their own military. So they are under huge stress at the moment. I mean, if your head of the IDF is saying this, there's trouble in public. Never mind the crying mayor, but for the head of the IDF to say it, that's serious, because those guys usually stand together no matter what the General Custer event is happening. But it does seem that they are cracking. So Iran just has to hold out. And I sent you a little map, and I put $10 on with you.
Thanks for that, David.
David, what did you say about $10?
I sent him a map for what the region is going to look like come 2027. $10.
Why $10? I want that map to happen. I'm literally going to be the viceroy. Well, that map's not wrong, because I'm being told I'm going to be the viceroy of Europe, David, because of my 6% Persian blood.
You can get a farm next to Jeremy Clarkson up in your neck of the woods. That's good enough for you.
Hilarious. And what's Russia's position on these peace negotiations? I mean, Trump seems to suggest that this is coming to, is getting closer.
there's nobody that believes that these peace negotiations are going to happen. There's no such thing. Same thing with Ukraine. There's no peace. There's no ceasefire. It's just unconditional surrender. Look, why are we diluting what the Iranian government and members are saying, including Marandi? They're all saying we are doing nothing but unconditional surrender. So you get your bases out. You give us the money of the damages you have done, and then that's it. We'll start to do business again. I mean, why would they? I mean, just looking at Russia. You talk about Russia today. Russia, there was a post just come out of the Ministry for Finance, and they said that Russia is now at an extra $12 billion a month at today's rates, benefit because of the price rising, and that's not going to work into the extra couple of million barrels a day they will be producing in the next couple of months at most likely 150 to 160. I mean, there's oil arriving now in India at $175 a barrel. It may leave Hormuz at 115 or 110, give or take. By the time it gets there, it's 170. Gazprom are saying it's 200 within days, in 10 to 14 days. But it'll be $200 a barrel delivered within 14 days. So, I mean, we're only seeing the start of this. This is only the first of many slaps that are coming. Every 24 hours, it is getting worse. We see the price going up. Tomorrow is, I mean, Trump just did 10 days. The reason he did 10 days is because he knows there's no good standing. There's no military capacity that they have to do it. It's all bluster. It's total 100% bluster. That's what the Russians are talking about anyhow, that it's all bluster. There's no way to do it. With 70,000, for God's sake, I mean, the Ukrainians have been going up against the Russians with, at their most, they had just on 1 million men. And now they're down to what, 300, 350, give or take. Most of them don't want to be there. How are you going to do it with 70,000 men? Impossible. This is all bullshit. It's just total bullshit. The Iranians just have to hold out. They will get what they want. Thank you.
And David, in terms of, yeah, but the thing is, like, there doesn't actually ever really be total surrender, right? Like, there's going to be some kind of agreement.
Well, how can you see that? Like, I mean, they slapped them last year. They've slapped them this year. They'll come back at them again. If not in a year, then 2 years. So when do you call it? When do you call it quits? This is the same narrative that we have heard from most of the main political guys in Russia. Lavrov, Peskov, Medvedev, saying that if we don't capitulate now, you know, these bastards will come after us and our children, our grandchildren. I mean, this is the same. Russia has made a mistake for the last, believe it or not, 70 years on Ukraine. You know, when Khrushchev opened up the prisons and sent them all back, 170,000 of these Banderites, they went straight back to Ukraine and kept on goose-stepping. And their grandchildren came up then in 2014, and that's why we have a war. You know, the best thing that Stalin could have done is kept them in the gulags under official order and let them rot there. And we wouldn't have this problem in Ukraine. So what's Iran going to do? Leave them off so they can come at them again? Why? I mean, when you have your boot on their neck, why would you take it off in the acknowledgement that they will come back with your children or grandchildren? I mean, this is being voiced by Russia. This is being voiced by Lavrov and literally everybody. The only one that's not saying it is Putin. He wants to do a deal, but is it really a deal? I mean, Gerasimov sat in front of a map just last September, which showed all of Novorossiya. And for those that don't know, it included everything east, really, of the river and Odessa. And that is nothing that Putin himself has stated in any discussions. Yet here it was on the Ministry of Defence's map, sitting behind the head of the army, discussing, you know, the next phase of hostilities. So, you know, whatever we hear in public is not what goes on behind closed doors. But, you know, why would Iran stop when they are obviously winning everything? And there's, as again I state, it's not a war. There's not one man sitting in a tank, sitting in an APC, sitting behind an artillery piece and loading up a shell. There's no war yet. There's no one-on-one. There's no Iraq and Iran war 1980s. There's nothing. There's not even a Serbian type war. So where is it? It's just missiles and drones, and they've completely neutered the American war machine. And that is what has the Russians so pissed off. They're pointing, look at the Iranians. Look what they've done in 3.5 weeks. And we're sitting here dealing with this scum. So now, Sulaiman, when you're in a position of power, Sun Tzu, leave them off. I mean, the Americans and the Israelis are making mistake after mistake after mistake. So, golden rule, when your enemy is making a mistake, leave them at it. So
I just think, though, David, do you know what? When I've been, I think America, Trump and Hexeth and those guys, they're trying to do everything to pollute the waters in terms of what's actually going on. Giving so many conflicting statements, schizophrenic statements, as I call them, and to pollute the information channels for us. Okay, it's just like complete fog of war, and I don't know what to make of this. I don't know. I just don't know what to make of this. I don't know if they're serious, if they're going to invade, if they're going to bomb, if this is going to be something disastrous that America is planning. I don't trust them at all. If they're sincere in wanting to negotiate, I take it, it's a given. Iran doesn't trust them either. Iran keeps saying they don't trust them. They've had firsthand experience of it. I just don't know what's going to go down. So we were talking about this last night, and one of our regulars on the YouTube channel, Mitzbits, when those videos came out on the White House page, we were trying to decipher them. Joel was here as well, and trying to decipher what they mean and stuff. And is there going to be some sort of a false flag or something? And this Saturday is the No King's March, right, in America. And if you remember last year, when that march happened, it was massive. It was huge. This Saturday is also, I was just talking to somebody who told me there's a huge protest in London, some sort of anti-fascist protest or something. I don't know what they've called it here. I don't know what the title is specifically, but something like that. I don't know, some sort of protest against Zionists and whatever. I don't know. But then on Saturday in America is a No King's March, which will be massive. And then literally the day after that, he was saying that, Mitzbitz was saying that it's the monarchists have got a huge protest planned. These pro-Iranian monarchists, these Pahlavists, right, who support that clown prince. So that's around the time when troops will arrive to be able to do a land invasion. Is there going to be a false flag on Sunday? Are they planning something terrible? Is it going to go down? Like, I'm so tense. Like, I have no idea what's going on and who to believe and where this is going. Or is it going to be that by the weekend they've agreed something, and then like by Monday this is all calmed down? What are your thoughts on that? And then I'll come to you, Andy.
Well, it's a simple case of numbers. Iran is 1 million, embedded in a fortress, has all the munitions possible, has everything underground, their planes, their tanks, their logistics, and of course we see their capability in missiles. And what's coming at them? What is 70,000 men? Well, I mean, simply you can get rid of everything else and just look at those basic fundamentals. It's simply unworkable. No matter what, John Rambo's that may be there, you simply, numbers don't match. And, Iran has done extreme reconnaissance of its coastline for the last, I mean, not only the 1,000 years, but since they had got the military order 21 years ago. Everything has been prepared since the Americans went into Afghanistan, since they started the war in Iraq. Iran has known that they were next. I mean, if Wesley Clark knew 3 days after 9/11 at the Pentagon, which he declared publicly, that the memo was already initialed and signed and dialed up with Rumsfeld and all the rest of them, surely the Iranians knew that they were number
Donald Trump has folded once again. He's now given a further 10-day extension. We said that there was no scenario, no way that he would be able to fulfill his objective. And the reason's quite simple. Iran is dominating. Iran is in a position of power. Trump is used to negotiating from a position of power, bullying those countries that are weaker than him, and then those countries fold. Whether it's these threats of tariffs or these other threats in terms of trade or threats of even bombing or destroying those countries. But this has simply not worked against Iran. So let's look at this. First, Trump gave a 2-day warning, a 48-hour warning. He said, within 48 hours, Iran needs to open the Strait of Hormuz. If they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, he will bomb and destroy Iran's power plants, Iran's energy infrastructure, and this largely the entirety of the infrastructure. Iran did not fold. Instead, Iran said, look, if you do this, we're going to do the exact same thing to you. We will destroy, when it comes to your allies, their energy infrastructure, their plants, their desalination plants. We will go for the very things that you've gone for in our countries against your allies. Something like this would cause extreme levels of devastation and destruction. Just think about the amount of trade that comes through the Strait of Hormuz, the amount of trade that comes through these different regions. The destruction of energy infrastructure in the Middle East, in the Gulf, in Iran, would take the world back decades. It would cause a crisis throughout the world. There would be trade issues throughout the world, and it would be a major problem. In my own estimation, having researched this a very long time ago, this type of devastation would probably result in, within a year or two, the loss of life to about a third of the planet. You're talking billions of people dying if this was to happen, if Trump was to do what he threatened to do. And so I always thought maybe he's not as foolish to do something like that, where he would become the destroyer of worlds, the destroyer of countries, the biggest mass murderer in the entirety of humankind, where billions of people have died. Yes, billions of people die because they don't have access to food, water, resources, energy. Society has now been constructed in a way where they're all reliant on these things. How it works is that like this. So in the past, maybe 200-300 years ago, society functioned internally where they didn't require oil, they didn't require gas, they didn't require external importation, exportation. They didn't require these things. They were self-sufficient. But over time, society became built in a way where it became reliant on these things, and removing these things basically makes the society collapse. It would result in mass starvation. If you know one of my points in the past, I always said that World War III, if people start bombing each other, if they end up being nuclear bombs, it's not the bombs that would actually kill a large number of people. What would kill a large number of people is the fact that the trade routes would be blocked, and then billions of people would die. So this is the exact same thing would happen here. So is Trump a man who's willing to do that? I think that he isn't. He isn't the man who would kill billions of people. That being said, we don't know. But what we know is he gave a 2-day warning. Iran did not fold. Iran is in the position of power. It is dominating. He then came and gave a 5-day extension. 5 days have almost passed. Tomorrow, 5 days will pass. He then came and said, guess what? Things have changed. We're now going to give a 10-day extension. And the reason is because Iran is negotiating with us. Iran is being good. And Iran is being open to conversations about things that are going to be better in terms of for the United States of America. He claimed that Iran had agreed to 8 to 10 ships of oil that would go to the United States of America. He said it's a big gift. Later, he said, oh, guess what? It's going to be on a Pakistani flag. So initially, I thought, wait, is this either this is not even a shipment for the US, but he's going to claim it is? Is this Pakistanis being manipulative, taking this oil from Iran and then giving it to the United States of America? But it seems like both of those things aren't true either. It seems to be the case that there are no ships. I looked at the Bloomberg tracker on the Strait of Hormuz, and there are no ships coming out of it. that are flagged either in the United States of America or Pakistan. The number of ships in total that have come out of the Strait today has been 4. Less than yesterday, less than the day before that, and less than the day before that. So quite clearly, what Trump is claiming and what he's stating isn't the case. So then the question mark becomes, what's the reason for this 10-day extension? He's not willing to destroy Iran's power plants, energy infrastructure because of their retaliation, which would cause the loss of billions of lives and the destruction of the Gulf states where they would cease to exist. So what's the plan? And so the plan is simple. I think he's quite clearly creating this extension within this time frame. The ground invasion is mounting. The soldiers are being positioned. I'm hearing reports there's a large movement in the UAE and Kuwait, which is possible station areas. The other one is also possibly Saudi Arabia. He could hit the island, the Gulf of Oman. He could hit Karg Island. He could hit the 3 islands in the Strait of Hormuz, the Hormuz Islands. Those are the 3 likely possibilities. You know my position on this. I think that the more likely possibility is that he goes for Karga Island. But I'm only saying that based on logical thinking. And this administration has done nothing that is logical. Don't get me wrong. Any of these endeavors is wrong. Both in terms of from a humanitarian perspective, but even in terms of a military strategic perspective, because there's going to be a huge loss of American lives. That being said, at least, like for example, with the island off the Gulf of Oman, it's easy to take, but you're not able to defend yourself, and there's nothing you can do with it. Like, you'll say to Iran, look, we'll give you this island back. If you open the strait, Iran's going to be like, yeah, keep the island. It makes no difference to us. The Strait of Hormuz, you can take those islands. You'll have control of the strait, but then you can easily be hit with missiles and drones, and there's nothing to stop Iran from taking all those soldiers out. In terms of Karg Island, the issue is that you can take that island. You will be susceptible to drones and missile attacks, but the issue is the oil refinery in Karg Island is a point of consideration for Iran, where they need to decide that will they destroy their own oil infrastructure in Karg Island, because if they were to do so, it would set them back decades. It would also reduce their oil capacity by 50%, and so it becomes a complex decision for Iran to make, and then the US can then use that for negotiations for the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why, from a logical perspective, I think that would be the more likely. But again, that entire mission, whether done airborne or through the amphibious units, the MEU units, whatever mode you do, or if you do the dual mode, there's going to be a huge loss of American lives, and it just makes no sense. But I believe, just to clarify, these 10 days extension, Trump's realized he can't force the strait open. This blackmail he's done against Iran isn't going to work. So therefore, the next step is going to be ground invasion. I don't believe there's any real negotiations going on. There's no conversations going on. I believe this is just hopium from the Trump perspective, because they're losing this war and it's not working out well for them. I believe the ground invasion's coming. It could be this weekend or next weekend, but it's happening. That being said, what do you guys think about Trump giving the 10-day extension? Is this a point of weakness? Do you think a deal is going to be made? Do you think there's going to be a ground invasion? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I do read the comments, and they are pretty awesome, and I always appreciate all the love that I am getting in the comments as well. So yeah, comment, like this video, subscribe to the channel, tell your friends and family about it. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening, and for sure, we'll see you next time. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Pete Hegseth said this was going to be a flawless operation. And then it's when this ends up being a complete disaster, which we know it is, he's going to try to blame it all on Pete Hegseth. And it's like, you hired the guy with a drinking problem from Fox News. And even if he didn't have a drinking problem, was he the most qualified? And it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, if all of us knew that this war was a bad idea, Trump, as the president, should have at least the same level of understanding as someone like me, who is a 24-year-old with a political science degree. And the fact that the president has less understanding of foreign policy than me, a 24-year-old, is deeply concerning. And like, that's what's deeply troubling about our entire political system, that our leaders have no understanding of basic things, that they don't understand the Shia martyrdom culture. They don't, they believe these fake reports that Iran only had 3,000 missiles or something, and that they only had, and like, I was looking it up, and even reports I was looking at were saying like, yeah, Iran had 80,000 drones and can make 10,000 a month. So even the mainstream media knows that Iran can produce 10,000 drones a month now. So the truth is getting out there finally, but yeah, at the end of the day, Trump's the commander in chief. He can't pin this on his advisors. You have that Eric Doherty MAGA shill literally saying the people were concerned about Venezuela being a forever war, and it isn't. This isn't going to be a forever war either. Yeah, whatever you think about Venezuela, no Americans died. That was a 1-hour operation. We are a month into this, and the global financial markets are collapsing. You can't gaslight us into saying that those two are the same thing. It's a completely false equivalency, and like, they're now literally coming up with new lies to justify this war. Fox News came out with a poll showing Trump at 41% approval, and I think 41% for his approval at this point is generous. But if Fox News is showing him at 41%, that means his real approval is probably mid-30s. But that means Trump is at least going to see that poll because it's from his baby Fox News. So when Trump sees him at 41%, that might make Trump think a little bit. He'll be like, wait a minute, I thought you were telling me I have the best numbers ever. What do you mean I'm only at 41%? And he'll look at that and be like, I got 49+% of the vote in the election. I'm down to 41%. What happened? And maybe, I mean, who are you kidding? He's not going to change because he's controlled. But I mean, at least that will be, at least in his mind, he'll have a dose of reality, and he'll at least not be deluded into thinking he's popular anymore.
And you know what? I want to ask everybody on the panel, right? Let me just, before I ask this question, let me go to Loezi. Loezi, did you want to talk? Loezi, you requested the mic. Luzi, how do I pronounce your name? I have a suspicion you just requested the mic to sit on the panel and you don't really want to talk. And I think my suspicion and my gut instinct was right. So I think we'll just drop you down and we won't be giving you the mic again. Right. So let me ask the rest of your question. Where do you think they're going to invade? Do you think it's Kaj Island?
Yeah, it'll be, honestly, I think Friday, even though I can't bring myself to believe it, Beatrice, I think it would be Friday night to Saturday, and I don't think it would be the island. That's the definite, absolute kill box you think about. I think it'll be from the north, the 82nd Airborne. The Marines will be a feint. Same thing we did in Kuwait. General Schwarzkopf used the Marines as a fake amphibious assault. It pinned back the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The Iraqi Revolutionary Guard. Well, Iranians won't fall for it, but I think it'll be from the north.
The north into invading what? Like, what will they actually be invading? Like, what exact area?
Yeah, land. Just a mass of land with nothing. It's just a figure of inexplicable insanity. I'm not the military. I'm not the military expert. Also, I'm not an army. I'm looking at this from Navy aspect. I can't even begin to imagine.
Where are they going to land? What's the objective? Like, you'd have a better idea than me. So I'm just trying to think, what would the goal be?
There is no goal, sir.
Like, I just have this weird thought in the back of my head. Do you think it's possible that Biden gave the Taliban weapons? Like, we could be doing some weird thing, like using the Taliban to try to invade Iran or something? Like,
Yeah, possible. I don't have any intel on that. I would be speculating, Andy. All I just know is what I've seen, been listening to these last several days on the space, and with all the military experts and analysts, and talking a couple times with Anthony Aguilar. And we've heard David weigh in on it, even from his perspective. And we've heard, all know we had Genghis on here. I can't begin to explain, even to people who don't understand and are not a military background of any sort. You just look at this logically and see the insanity. How do you think military experts and military professionals as myself feel when we watch all this unfold? It's an embarrassment. It's beyond reason. And I'll just say this. I've said it 50 some times. When I fought the Iraqi war in the Pentagon at the desk for the watch captain, I was at the Pentagon fighting that, and we were working 12 hours on shifts. We had the most massive force imaginable. The average person has no understanding the logistics that's required for what we did in Iraq. And I'm not going to waste 20 minutes of people's time to go through the details of the logistics push we had. That was Iraq. This here in Iran, I pray that any military officer worth their salt would stand up and be a true man or woman and say, hell no, resign.
It's impossible to stage them. Anything we even attempted to stage, Iran would completely decimate it with missiles and drones. There's nowhere you can even stage it from. Pakistan's not going to let us stage troops. If, let's say, we try to stage in Azerbaijan, Iran would just destroy them. Iraq, the Shia militias aren't going to let us stage them. Iran would just destroy them. Where are we going to stage them in? Kuwait, Iran would destroy them. This ain't 1944. We can't stage them in Saudi Arabia and do a D-Day style invasion. Iran would destroy them with missiles. There's nowhere you can stage them.
This is it. Like Iran has 1,000-kilometer reach. So where do they go? I mean, ideally, what you're looking at here is something like Normandy, D-Day, where you have on the English side, per se the other side of the Persian Gulf, on the Bahrain side, the Saudi side, you'd have hundreds of boats, 500,000 men, all the munitions with them, logistics behind them, and then you have, say, 1,000 jet fighters, bombers coming in, softening up the land before you arrive. That's what you're looking at here, because Iran has 500,000 plus men looking out towards the Persian Gulf and on the northwestern coast. So what have they got? We're talking 70,000 men here. There's nothing with 70,000 men. When the Ukrainians did their counteroffensive in 2023, they had over 300,000 men in total. And the Russians, drove them into the soil within 7 months. And that was 300,000 men along a line of not more than about 450 kilometers. Here we're talking about, 1,700 kilometers just on the Persian Gulf. It does not make sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Joe Kent said it today with Daniel Davis. He does not see any justification for it. He does not see any way that it makes any positive sense on a military campaign. So when you have a guy like that saying it, and you have Daniel Davis, who did many years in Iraq and Afghanistan, also saying it, and McGregor saying it, and anyone else that I think he had 3 other interviews on the last 24 hours, and they're all military men, and they all said it. I mean, this is not. This is strategy 101. This is military doctrine. The Russians are using stuff that they learned and created during the Kursk war back in World War II, and they still use it today. Why? Because it bloody worked. And it's the same thing here with Iran. There's nothing new being pulled out of the hat here. There's no miraculous, new doctrine going to happen where you can put 70,000 men up against 1 million and defeat them. I mean, it's ridiculous to even have this conversation. I'm having a trouble describing it in any fashion whatsoever. I mean, if you look at any analysts that the Russians are saying, it makes no sense whatsoever. Why? Because it's all a bluff. It's all a bloody bluff. The markets are being trying to be kept down. There's billionaires making more money. That's the only answer I have. Militarily, it means nothing.
David, I'm coming in more by each day. I agree. It's all a big giant bluff. Honestly, okay, I've been holding back from saying this. I still say it's not going to happen. It's just going to come down to a big bluff. And I respect those great men that say, no, it will happen. It will happen. No. And I'll be the first to say it. Mark the timestamp today. I made the statement. It won't really literally happen because it's a big, gigantic bluff. We got Trump there playing his 5D poker BS. It's not going to happen. And I'll be the first to say it. I think they'll make a move, but it won't actually happen. And if it does, God help America, we deserve everything we get.
You don't think they're going to do the land invasion?
Oh, certainly
This is the
not from the
thing.
Marines. The Marines, definitely not. Definitely not. We saw the same thing in Iraq, Beatrice. General Schwarzkopf used the Marine amphibious assault from coming in from the Persian Gulf into Kuwait. It did pin down the Iraqi Revolutionary Guard. It did a very effective job. It's just a feint. Study the military tactic of feint. It's a fake where you come in, I'm going to hit you here, to pin down, but Iran's not going to play that game. They don't have to. They've got that covered too. So I think it's a fake for the Marines, feint, F-A-I-N-T. But the actual movement, I think, will be a move from the north. But again, it won't. It'll a move, but it won't really happen. And if I'm wrong, hey, I'll say I was an idiot. But I can't believe it will even happen. It can't. It can't. It's impossible.
The only way you could even get close to massing the number of troops is if you had got all the Kurds, all of Azerbaijan, and then matched a few 100,000 more men from America. That's like the only way you could even get close to getting enough troops, because you don't, to get the numbers you'd need. You'd have to get the Kurds plus the Azerbaijan army, and then a few 100,000 Americans stationed in those locations.
Yeah, I noticed you didn't say the Israelis, huh?
Well,
they ain't got anybody. They're crying. They've got nobody.
The Israelis aren't going to do it. That's why I didn't mention them, because we know they're not going to do it. They're too cowardly to fight on the ground in Gaza, so they have to kill women and children. You think they have the balls to freaking go into Iran? You're delusional. If anyone, they wouldn't go in there. No, we all know they wouldn't go in there. They're cowards. They're the most immoral army on earth and the most cowardly army on earth. So yeah, they're not going to go into Iran. They send the goyim to die for them.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd go in, Andy. It was a rhetorical question because for days I've been saying that they have. Sorry, Sulaiman, you got a hot mic? Oh no,
it was a fake hot mic, so that you realize that I've unmuted. It's a skill I've got where I can just kind of manipulate the situation. Or it was a hot mic. You'll never know. You'll never know. Was it Machiavellian or was it just a random coincidence? That being said, I've got a new boys. I'm grafting so hard. The people on YouTube have seen it, the video. But if you're on the YouTube, you saw it. Still go and watch it again. Click it on the tweet in the nest. Let's get as many views on it as possible. It's also in the tweet in the nest. Trump folds. 10-day extension. The tweet is in the nest. Make sure you like it, follow it, watch it, do all that stuff to it. That would be awesome. And I'll leave it to you, Beatrix. I know they're all Sims. They listen to the chicks. Go ahead, tell them.
No, they're not simps. They're good people. Okay, so I want to go to this video, guys, and then I want to come back and just respond to what Andy said, and then I'll come to you, Gabriel and Daniel, and you, periodic trader. Guys, let's go to this video. It's in the nest of the space. Right here, we've got over 2,000 people on this space. I'd like everybody to go to it. I'd like you to give it a thumbs up. I'm doing it now as I speak to you. Put a comment in the box. Open it on a separate tab if you need to. But let's just do this together. It takes 2 minutes. It's an update video Sulaiman's done. Put a comment in that chat. Then press the X, swipe left, and go to the live chat. And make sure you give it a thumbs up and say hello. And everyone on YouTube, I'd like you to come over from the main chat as well. I want everybody in here. I want everybody pressing thumbs up. I'd like everybody to come and like it. Just not enough people on here. Look, Andrew's already there. Helena, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Goose, welcome. Thank you. Loki's there. Dabby's there. Guys, come on. We need more people there. W. Sully. Yeah, it's a great video. Thank you. I actually just caught him making it just a short while ago. So I'd like everybody to come there. Let me just go to it again. We've got over 500 people on YouTube. I'd like everyone to go to that. Perfect. Thank you. I can see loads more people are joining it. Give it a thumbs up as well, guys. Sulaiman does this to make sure that people have updates. The amount of people that come on and say, oh, what's happened? We've missed it, because they're in a different time zone, because they were busy, because they've got work or family responsibilities. So that's why he does these videos. Let me just post it. And let me send it out. I'm sending it out in a couple of WhatsApp and GCs as well, guys. So if you're on group chats, you can send it out in your group chats. You can send it out in your WhatsApp. Let people have an update of what's going on and the analysis that he's given. Just bear with me 1 second. Right. I'm hoping I'm better than Sulaiman is at doing multitasking, but evidently not. I'll give it 1 second. I know the mods are sharing it on YouTube. Appreciate the mods for getting people to go over as well. There we go. I'm sharing it as well. And let's see. Come on, guys. We can do better than this. Everybody on the X space, come on over. I'd like everybody in the X space to go to the nest above where you can see Sulaiman on your screen. There is a post there in the nest above Sulaiman on your X space on Twitter. Click on the link on there, and it's YouTube. It's a YouTube link, and come on over to YouTube. It's a very short video he's done. We can do better than this. This is not great at all. He keeps YouTube open and he keeps it running in parallel so that you have another place to go and listen if this glitches, if Twitter glitches. So asking you to go over there. Thank you, Bobby Sats. I see you there. I appreciate everyone who has come over. Ifti, thank you for coming over. Ifti888. So I appreciate everyone who has come over there. It's not a lot to ask to take 30 seconds to come over there. Because remember, we have to run the YouTube and this X space to make sure you guys have somebody somewhere to go if it glitches. So yeah, I see more people coming over. I appreciate everyone. Come on, we can do better than this. I'd like you to keep going over there, and I'll mention it again in a minute. So back to you, Andy. It was a rhetorical question. I'm not deluded. I didn't think Israel were going to go, but if you've been
I
listening
wasn't
to me
referring to
for the
you. I
last
was
couple,
referring to other people who think that they would go. No.
you know what's deluded, Andy, is that people actually have come on here and said, oh, the Israeli and American military. And let's face it, Israel doesn't have a military. Israel has its citizens who do 2 years service, and that's all they have. And what you said is bang on the money, because you said that they are not courageous enough to go boots on the ground. They only know how to bomb from the air, which is why they kill
Exactly.
Palestinians,
The
and which is
equivalent
why
of the Israeli military would be like taking me out of the house and saying like, okay, Andy, go fight Hezbollah. That would be like, I would be absolutely scared shitless. I'm not equipped to fight a war. It'd be like that would not be a functioning military. Imagine taking a bunch of Gen Z Americans and throwing them on the battlefield just right out off of social media. Like, that's not a functioning army. The people that volunteer are people who want to fight. These IDF soldiers don't actually want to fight. I mean, sure, you have your psychopaths who are like, yeah, I want to fight. I want to murder Muslims, but yeah, but a lot of these people don't want to fight, and that's why. And there was something that came out like the number of people that killed themselves in the last couple of years was like 20 times higher than the previous years, because the mental health services for PTSD in Israel are even worse than what we have in America. They don't even care. They want the people to kill themselves so they don't squeal on all of the horrible things that they were forced to do and all the war crimes they were forced to commit. They want them to kill themselves because then that's a good way to silence them on the war crimes they committed.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Can you imagine you do 2 years military service and then 8 years later you're in a normal job, whatever, and you're called to fight with Hezbollah? It's crazy. They don't have an army, which is why they've occupied our nations. I'm now convinced that our intelligence agencies and our military are completely working for um, Zionists. Completely, the military-industrial complex, whatever you want to call them, the deep state. Our intelligence agencies do not work for our governments, not at all. Certainly, the UK intelligence agency does
Exactly,
not
and
work
that's
for
why
British
it's
government.
ridiculous when you have Cash Patel's freaking girlfriend, honey, whatever thing, saying that, oh, we have to defeat the deep state that's going after Trump, and it's like, girl, be quiet. Trump is part of this whole deep state thing. People still want to act like the deep state is just James Comey and Robert Mueller and all of these people. No, the deep state is Israel and Zionism. And that's what people need to understand. Yeah, this isn't 2017, 2018 anymore when I didn't know when I was a teenager and didn't know anything about Israel and Zionism. People are waking up and realizing the deep state is Israel and Zionism and all of this, and that James Comey and Robert Mueller and all of these people are just low-level henchmen in that deep state, and that our intelligence agencies are just a pawn of the ultimate people in power for the deep state. Like, that's what they don't get.
Yeah, I see. There's a question about this invasion. From the handler says, "Oh, Beatrix, Israel has a bunch of dogs behind a PC." I agree. I agree. They're absolute cowards. They can't even handle surviving in their bunkers. Harris has got a question about the invasion, and Harris, let me just find it again. Harris, can you just post it again for me? Because it's right up there in the chat, and I did see it earlier. But also, Harris, please go over to that other video. Was it you? Yeah, Harris, and please go over to that other video and give it a like and a thumbs up. All of you. I see you as well. David Joy, please go over, and Dub, go over to that other video. I'm posting the link for you again. So let me go to, and I'll ask you about that question in a second. Let me go to Periodic Trader first. Periodic Trader, go ahead. Periodic, you requested the mic. You're on the panel. Bottom left, not you, Daniel. Periodic Trader. Yeah. Periodic Trader, you requested the mic. Go ahead. See, when you come up and you sit there quietly thinking, I'm not going to notice you because you don't, there you go. Now you unmuted your mic because you knew what was coming next. Go ahead, Periodic Trader. All right. He dropped. I didn't even have to drop him. I didn't even have to drop him because they come up and they sit quietly and they don't put up their hand and they think they're going to blend in the background and no one's going to go to them and they can squat rent-free on the panel. The only person who's ever squatted rent-free on our panel is Brother Public. Nobody else is allowed.
Beatrix, can I? Did you hear what my theory on what the ground invasion objective is earlier? I said it like a few hours ago.
No, I
It's
don't think I did.
wild, crazy theory because I can't think of any alternatives. So basically, I'm thinking that the reason why they're deploying like 2,500 troops is so that they can pretend that they've invaded Iran. They did some special operation mission. They came and then they come back on American soil with this case with these cases of enriched uranium that belongs to Iran. And I'm thinking it's not real, obviously, it's just a psyop, and that they can say, look, this is what we did and mission accomplished, objective done. We've taken Iran's enriched uranium, and they're hoping that Iran will just agree because then Iran would keep the real enriched uranium. And so it seems like almost a win-win for each other. And then they can go about, Trump can go about desperately agreeing with the Iranians on his 15-point terms or on his 15-point agreement, maybe 20 points, 25 points, whatever it is, so that he can put an end to this and let Iran fight it off with Israel if need be. So I'm thinking that's the only sort of thing I can think of, because otherwise the alternative is no matter how you go about trying to invade Iran, it's a suicide mission.
So you think he's going to do a pretend invasion, get uranium, and think he's got himself a good deal and back out?
And then after that, then desperately hoping that Iranians can say, yeah, that he's taken their enriched uranium. They get to keep their enriched uranium, and he'll allow them to do, whatever nuclear program they want to do, in exchange for ending the war. And then he'll agree to other terms as well, and say, look, see, I came in, I denuclearized Iran, blah blah blah. They can quietly go about their nuclear program. He'll be out of term in like a couple of years, and it's for him, it's not a big deal after that. So that, and then he.
Oh, we lost you. Did we lose him? Oh, Resistance, are you back? We lost you for a minute. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I must have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just.
Yeah, you glitched out. So let me get this right. So why wouldn't he just do that anyway? I mean, if he does a ground invasion,
He doesn't do the ground invasion. It's a fake. So he pretends. He gets the troops there. They turn the transponders off, and all of a sudden they go dark for like several days, and they come back in 3-4 days. Said, "Oh look, here we are with these crates these specialized containers with fuel rods inside. This is enriched uranium, and we did it. We denuclearized Iran, and we took the 400 kilos of enriched uranium." And he'll be desperately trying to hope that Iranians will agree, because it's a win-win for them, because they get to keep their own enriched uranium, the real stockpile.
Interesting. You know what? That's not as wacky as you think it is. Interesting. Yeah. So there's a couple of theories on the YouTube, and I'll go to them in a minute. Queen Finsov is also saying it's theatre. Jamie's saying those idiots will do it. They're not pretending. I think he means won't do it. Okay, we'll come to that in a second. Let me go to Daniel. Go ahead, and then we'll come to you, Gabriel, and then we'll come to you, Osama. So Osama, can you put your hand up? Because if your hand's not up, I'll just think you've come here to squat, and I'll drop you. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm honored to be on this space. I've been trying to get on for a month. I consider this the best situation room outside Iran for Iran. The thing I want to talk about, I am 77 years old. I come from the anti-war movement generation of Ho Chi Minh. The Viet Cong are going to win. I've been to all the major demonstrations in D.C. and some in New York and some in Philadelphia and Denver. And I have to say about on the home front, I was gratified that Sulaiman interviewed Jackson Hinkle of the other time, because the last anti-war demonstration I was at in D.C. in 2023 was with Jackson Hinkle, Tulsi Gabbard, Ron Paul, and Max Blumenthal, among others, and Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore sponsored it. So as far as domestically, I hope Suleiman interviews more of those type of people to get the drift of what's going on politically. But what has happened, and I thought there was going to be emergence of MAGA and, I'm going to say not Antifa, the leadership of Antifa, but the Generation X and Generation Z people in Antifa, with the demonstrations for Palestine that were largely done by, the more ardent ones were done by Antifa. And then what I was gratified to see was that the two Jewish people I know personally in New York, Rabbi Weiss and Rabbi Feldman of Netora Karta, were leading the demonstrations against Israel and pro-Palestine. Now, what's happening this week is there's going to be a demonstration against Trump nationwide. It's called the No Kings thingy, No Kings demonstration. And who is it organized by? A certain Mr. Levy and a certain Miss Greenberg. And the message they put out in the last one is leave your Palestinian flags at home and let's just unite all against Trump. So that's what's happening. In other words, they've co-opted or they've neutered any Antifa, Generation X and Z from coming out to protest. They're probably the people that have done the protests that I have attended for years in DC is this thing called the Answer Coalition, led by Brian Becker and Sarah Flanders, and they are basically Marxist, and that's what they're doing today, right? I probably over by now. It might still be going on in New York City, outside the Southern District Courthouse, where Maduro made was in court. They were demonstrating out there, and so the only real people that are doing any anti-war demonstrations are the people like Jackson Hinkle, Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal, and people like in the Answer Coalition. I mean, the demonstration that was done in 2023 against the war support, the Biden administration supporting the war in Ukraine, it was unique. You had libertarians with actually hardcore real communists at that demonstration. Among others, the LaRouche organization and assorted other people. But
Daniel, can I just interject you? What are your thoughts on the Iran war? Where do you think this is going?
Well, Trump changed 180 degrees after June. Trump nearly threw Netanyahu under the bus with the 12-day war. But and after that, in July, with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tom Massey, they were the only ones that were in Congress trying to get a resolution passed against Israel. And the vote on that, when they were trying to cut $500 million from Israel, the vote on that amendment failed 422 to 6. 422 to 6 in the Congress. So it was basically all the Democrats and Republicans opposed it. Who voted with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tom Massey? Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and Al Green from Texas, and another Democrat. Who voted against that amendment was none other than AOC.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm asking you today, we are over 3 weeks into the war. Where do you think this is going now?
Where it's what you're seeing is Trump derangement theater. I think after Netanyahu is either reported missing or dead, Trump started saying, "Hey, we did our part. It's your baby now. NATO, get involved." And then he did something so weird, considering all the criticism he's gotten. He freed up, what was it, $400 million of Iranian oil, and then told NATO he freed up, he lifted sanctions on Russia and their oil, and basically told NATO NATO countries, hey, you're not going to get any oil from Iran. Go, start talking to Putin. So that's in the mainstream media, the anti-Trump mainstream media. Rachel Maddow, in particular, I will say, has not come out against this war. What she came out in her criticism of Trump was he not going to the NATO meeting in Norway and lifting sanctions on Russia. That was one of her last commentaries that I saw. So what you have basically here domestically is you still have too many people or enough people under the control of the Mockingbird media. You have out of, 450 or 430 members of Congress, 367 are funded by AIPAC. Of the 100
Yeah,
members
yeah,
in the Senate, 93 are funded by AIPAC. In the White House, Trump is surrounded by Zionists. Susan Wiles,
yeah.
Peter Lutnick, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. And so I was wondering how he could pull this off. And I think the only way he's pulling this off is he's going so egregiously pro-Israel that his whole MAGA base is turned against him.
Agreed. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you. Gabriel, jump in.
Yes, madam. Thank you. I've been taking some points. The sheet have been increased. I believe Andy have mentioned a few important points, and we share those views, as I am a Shia and a Sayyid, and I understand what Marxism mean in the Shia 12 Imams as well.
Okay,
Yes.
Gabriel, you've spoken on our space before. We don't do
No, it's
sectarianism, so
not.
you can
It's
speak
not,
about the
madam.
politics or your
Madam,
perspective. But
please.
yeah, no, and my name's not Madam. My name's Beatrix. But you don't have to be. It's not about any sect. But go
But
ahead.
all of this is about the ideology of the Iranian regime. To understand what that means.
Well, I'm sorry, but Palestinians also believe in martyrdom, and they weren't Shia and they weren't Iranian. So let's not make it about sects, Gabriel. Okay? Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Well, as he mentioned as well, the militias in Iraq, they have also been joined the. You know what? Thank you. I don't feel like continuing. Thank you. Have a pleasant
No
night.
problem. Yeah, thank you.
And I
Yeah, you
believe
too. Great.
you
Thank you
should
very
let
much.
somebody speak.
I thought you were leaving, Gabriel. Now you're welcome to stay and speak if you want to. But you can see how quickly that we are Shia, we understand martyrdom unravels as soon as I point out to you that Palestinians are Sunni and they also understand martyrdom. We do not do sectarian on this space. You're doing the Zionist work for them the minute you start doing that, Gabriel. People have so much respect for what Iran is doing. Iran is the only... Do you know, I was having a conversation. Actually, Gabriel, you know what? Let me tell you. I was having a conversation with somebody today. I was out, right? And I was talking to somebody who's Muslim. And I said to him that, you know what? And it was about this, about what I'm talking to you about, Gabriel. I said, I can't stand this sectarianism. I said, you know what we did? We literally, as in Muslims generally, I'm Sunni myself, right? But I said what we did, and it was vile in the UK, Gabriel. We literally picked up a beautiful country like Syria and gave it to the Zionists because we were so brainwashed by sectarianism with that stupid nonsense of, oh, Shias are killing Sunnis. Oh my God, Assad's an Alawite. This is what people were doing in this country. And I hated every minute of it because they were so brainwashed. That's what sectarianism does to people. And he responded to me, this guy did. And I said to him, listen, I said, there are people out there, right, that will say, these sectarian brainwashed people, I'm talking from Sunnis, right? These brainwashed people will say, oh, no, but you don't understand. Iran just used the Palestinian people. You know, it used it for its own propaganda. It used it for its own negotiation because they're Shia. They use the Palestinians as Sunnis and stuff. My response to them, I said, is fine. Let's say you're right. Let's say Iran used the Palestinians for propaganda, right? Because it was easy for them to use the Sunnis. Let's just pretend. Put that to one side. What the hell did all the Sunni countries do to help the Sunnis? If the Palestinians are Sunnis, what did those Sunni countries do to help? I said, so the sectarian propaganda falls down. I hate it more than anything, Gabriel. I literally do. When somebody says it, I don't think, for me, it doesn't even matter when it comes to a cause like this, if somebody's a Muslim or not. Look, we've got people on this panel who are not Muslim, and they're doing more activism, more outreach, speaking up more for the cause of Iran than even a lot of the Muslims I know. People like Andy, people like Andrew, they're here every single day. Andrew's been on this space, and Andy, from literally the first day it started, they're not Muslim. So when then we make it about religion, and then we make it about sects on top of that, it's not needed, Gabriel. But go ahead, and I didn't mean to offend you, but you can see why I say this, right? Because this is a cancer that people try to do. People have a lot of love and respect for what Iran has done, for the resistance factions, and for the Palestinians. It is the only country that really has stood up. And we recognize that. All of us do. But I say it's about humanity and not about sects. Go ahead, Gabriel.
I want to apologize because I'm a very sincere human being, but I haven't done anything wrong. Please let me explain what I meant. What I said, I understand what Andy said about Shia and Marxism because he mentioned that. And I understand what he's been saying because that explains a lot of what's going on. I'm not a sectarian man. I'm extremely open-minded. I lived in Europe. I hate sectarians because all what you mentioned is what burned Iraq, is what created ISIS, is what burned Syria, is what been brainwashing the Arab Muslims so further on to have these hates against, let's say, the Shia between the Sunni. I'm with you, but you've been attacking me for something that I haven't meant to say that, oh, because you're Shia. No, I'm not even going there. So if you thought I was trying to speak on that direction, that is definitely not me, and that's why I don't have my real name here, because my real name it will show exactly what I am and what is my belief. Is Zulfaqar, and I don't want to do that because I don't want people to put me in a corner. Oh, he's Shia, he's Sayyid, or he's that. What I'm trying to say is, as I am part of that, I understand how the ideology of the Iranian regime is. When some individuals were talking about negotiations, there is no negotiations. We listen to what Dr. Jawad Zarif been saying since 2015. He's been saying we belong to these regions for thousands of years. We don't need the United States here to engage in some kind of a keeping the peace. The same as Amir al-Musawi, he literally been saying there is no negotiations, there is no surrender. It's either we all die or there is no more American military bases, and until we change the regime in Israel. So that's why I mentioned that thing. And why do they mention that? Because they are part of that Shia theologians' belief when they think of there is this greater war that they are preparing for. And they've been talking about it for many amount of years, that we are preparing for the great war that will come. So that's why I mentioned the Shia, and I apologize again if you thought it's about sectarian. So we'll take that point away. Now, the shift that just happened as of, I think, yesterday, when the American Air Force have attacked a Iraqi army hospital. Now the Iraqi army gave the green light to the Popular Movement Force to have the right to respond, because it's a part of a of a government entity. They are not like the militias that been conducting the attacks against the embassies and so forth on. So they are joining in the cause here as of today, and they will not allow the Iraqi air to be used for the Israelis and the Americans. Going back to the Houthis, they have not even yet joined the cause. They have been waiting. As of Iran have not asked them to help. And even Amir al-Musawi, he's been saying this, that we are alone in this. We have not even asked for help. And all what we are using is the old ammunition that we have, is the old technologies that is dating for a pre-2018. And I think a gentleman named David, he mentioned that as well. So that is basically what's been going on. The real war, let's say, have not started yet. And let's cross that one as well. The Kurds and the Azerbaijanis. Now, the US have been also talking to the Kurds in Iraq and Kurdistan, as if they talked to Pavel, one of the leaders of the leading parties in Iraq, and they have denied to help. And now I have some connections in Iraq, and we know about different stuff that doesn't come on media. And the Kurds in Iraq, they said, we will never help the Kurds in Iran because we don't want to engage in that. We will have a severe consequences. Now, part of that consequences, let's say the Shia militias will definitely declare some kind of a war, let's say, against the Kurds if they do that, if they join forces in this struggle. So if the US is playing the Kurds card, they should definitely burn that card. So that won't happen. The Azerbaijanis as well. There were one thing that is very important that the gentleman David mentioned about Iraq and Kuwait with Saddam in 1991 when Norman Schwarzkopf conducted the coalition. I think Desert Storm was the name of the war. The Iraqi army kind of gave up, and then a uprising happened. So the only ones that were fighting against the US is the Republican Guard, and then there were the mostly the Republican Guard. The army did not fight; they were defeated, and then there was a people uprising. The case, and there was 32 countries that joined the war, and they land in Saudi and in the rest of the Arabian Peninsula, so they had places to land. In this situation is completely different. In this situation, they have nowhere to land. All those military bases have been attacked, destroyed, the satellites as well. And as of today, Iraq is officially taking control of its air space. So there won't be any ground troops in Iraq. As we know, there is the Popular Movement Force, about 500,000 soldiers, extremely skilled with the street wars, as they have been fighting Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And let's say if something big happened, we cannot neglect the Hausa and Najaf that might give also a fatwa to join the struggle in Iran, because they have already gave a fatwa for their followers in Iran to help the Iranian government with what's been going on down there, because they've been in contact with Hausa and Najaf and asking if that is okay to do so, and they already got that fatwa. And a lot of people that following Sayyid Ali Sistani, they've been asking for another fatwa to join from outside Iran to help as well. So having a ground troop will be a suicide, and it will be exactly what the Iranians are been waiting for. So Beatrice, I hope now my point is clear and you totally understand why I mentioned the Shia and the Marxism, because you have a lot of followers in the region that will definitely join the struggle with a strike of a pen. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Gabriel. Look, I appreciate you staying on. You didn't actually leave the panel, so I think some people need the eyesight checking on YouTube. But also, I will say that when you come on and your opening sentence is, I'm a Shia, and in Shia, I just think, look, the whole YouTube chat has ended up being about Sunnis and Shias now. And the mods are having to give time out to all those that are doing sectarianism. That's it. So what I'm saying is that we have a responsibility to choose our words carefully. I apologize to you. I did not hear Andy refer to Shias and things like that, because I see no difference in terms of what the Houthis or Hezbollah have done to what the Palestinians have done. They've given their life for
I
their
don't see
cause in
difference
exactly
as
the
well.
same way.
Can I jump in quick? So what I was saying is Trump miscalculated, but because he was thinking that Iran was just going to fold, but he didn't know about the Shia martyrdom culture in Iran. I wasn't discounting what Palestine did. I was just specifically referring to Iran. I wasn't trying to start anything sectarian, and I do agree with everything that's said. This, like, obviously, I'm not an expert on Islam or anything, but I do agree that everyone, whether it's Muslims, Christians, and Jews, non-Zionist Jews, just everyone needs to unite against the Zionist Christians, the Zionist Muslims in the Gulf states, and the Zionist Jews. Everyone needs to unite against Zionism across sectarian lines and defeat this evil that's destroying our planet. That's what needs to
We
happen.
have the same enemy. We have the same enemy. Let's be honest. And maybe I have said that. I did not understood that it can be interpreted in that way. So I do apologize
No,
for that.
it's fine. We do have the same enemy, and Zionism has completely destroyed America. It's led to us spending $10 trillion and losing thousands of lives in the Middle East, and we have 22 soldiers from these Middle East wars coming home and killing themselves every day from PTSD. We send these soldiers off, young men off to war. They come home and they kill themselves, and it's thank you for serving Israel. Now we're not going to help you, and you're going to kill yourselves. And we have homeless veterans on the street. We don't take care of these people, and it's horrific. And now Ben Shapiro, just on his podcast, is now referencing the Vietnam War and saying people only cared after 50,000 died. So he's alluding to that, basically saying it's acceptable if 50,000 Americans die in Iran, which is completely horrific, because if you have that type of death toll from Americans, that would probably mean you'd have, like, just think about how many Vietnamese died. You had millions die. So what? Ben Shapiro wants 50,000 of us to die and millions of
Yeah.
Iranians to die? That is completely horrific.
Yes.
And unconscionable. It is as evil as it can get.
He's a possessed individual. You should literally see the way he speak. It's basically he's possessed. To be honest,
Yeah,
he's a
he's
bloodthirsty,
very possessed.
and I really don't understand why the hardworking American people are putting up with this crap.
Exactly. And then you have Trump
I
saying,
mean, how many sons and daughters you had in Afghanistan that been crippled or lost a limb or maybe committed suicide or whatever, and in the end you just pull out and you give it to the Taliban. What was
exactly.
that? What
Exactly.
was that?
And then you have Trump going saying, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. We have plenty of oil. I just posted the screen off my TV from Fox News, and it's like, our gas prices are already up over $1. So if you want to like or share that, that would be nice. I just took a picture off my TV of that, but it's completely delusional. Yeah, Mr. President, if we didn't need the Strait, then why are you threatening to destroy Iran's power plants if they didn't open it? We all know it's not because you care about the other countries who need the oil, because you don't care about anyone besides your own pocketbooks and not getting exposed for whatever you did on Epstein's Island. So it's not because you care about the rest of the world. It's because you know our own economy is going down and you don't want whatever's left of your following to turn on you. It's completely ridiculous. He contradicts himself 100 times a day. He's gone completely mad. He's not sleeping. He's senile.
Yes, and part of why the U.S. have conducted these wars and they've been losing a lot because they don't understand the ideology of the people that they commit a war against. They think everybody is simply like the Europeans, they're just gonna follow the globalist ideology or the elite's ideology, and we're gonna brainwash them. But even in Europe, that took 2 world wars until that literally happened. So it's not that easy, and that is part of why the retreat from Iraq. And to be honest, yesterday was the final U.S. troops that retreated from Iraq after them been asking for a 24-hour ceasefire so that they can pull out through Turkey.
So are the only U.S. troops left in Iraq the few that are in Erbil with the Kurds at this point?
And then they're going to leave to Turkey as well. Yes.
So the U.S. is
But
basically.
You know what it is? Sorry, I just want to interrupt and I'll give the mic back to you, Andy. I think it's more than that, though, Gabriel. You take it back to religion. I don't. I think it's a humanitarian cause,
of
right? But
course it is.
also, sorry, just let me just finish.
Yes.
Also, I think it's when you have made people suffer for so long that you've given them nothing left to live for, when their whole childhood and their whole life has been about seeing their loved ones die. When I went to Gaza, this is what they told me. What they told me is that from birth, 3-4 times a year, there are bombs. 3-4 times a year, we lose our loved ones. It's what they grow up with. You make that their norm. You make them feel that they have nothing to live for. You put sanctions on a country the size of Iran for decades. Whenever you want to, you randomly go and bomb it. You demonize it. You set up a billion-dollar industry just to actually do propaganda against it, to demonize it. You call them terrorists for no reason. When a country takes so much, it thinks, okay, either I fight for this now, this is it. Like, we've given every chance after you bombed our embassies, you've killed our leaders, we still negotiated with you in good faith, but now this is the fight for our survival. And the reason it is because the status quo is going back to what we had, where you can just come and bomb whoever you want and kill whoever you want. No, we are a proud people, and so we're going to do this. And I think that comes from their humanity, which is what differentiates them from, and I talk about this a lot on this space, that their leaders, when they say something, even the Financial Times said it 2 days ago, that when we get news from the White House, we have to wait to see what Iran is saying to actually decipher what the truth is, because we can't believe what the White House says. And I say that on this space a lot, that the West want you to believe that leaders have to be like Trump or Keir Starmer or Macron, when actually they don't. They have to be like the leaders of Iran, that are humble, that are there for the people, that are with the people, that are truthful and trustworthy. So I think it's that. It's not just because of an ideology or a religion, because if it was about religion, there are plenty of Shias that are not with this war. One of them sat like a clown prince in America.
Well,
Do you know what I mean? So it's humanity, it's survival.
Beatrice, we have to be aware that the entire world is split into 2 sections. One is with the atrocities and promoting it, and one is against. And that also comes even into the Arab world, even into the Shia, the Sunni, in every nation or sector or religion. All of them are being divided. So Shias are not angels. But then understanding the leaders that you talked about in Iran, and where do they bring that being humble and being like that? I think you know my answer, which I don't want to say it because then I will be accused of being sectarian, but that comes from Ali bin Abi Talib. That's what their role model, all of them, they've been saying that. That's what we follow. It's basically, we are the sons of Ali. That's what they always say. Simple as that. So even here, as we have a lot of disgusting individuals, which I definitely know, I'm very aware of. They're literally shouting for the Zionists for killing the Gazans, and they say, yeah, well, we hate them. Really? You hate children? That's why you want them to kill the Palestinians? It's crazy. Is the entire world is split into 2, in the middle, let's say. And this is the 5th generation war. It's the war of the ideology. My ideology is better than yours, and this is why I dehumanize you, and this is why if you're not with my ideology, then you're my enemy. And this is also, I think Biden was also saying this, if you're not with us, then you are the enemy. That was when he started.
That was Bush who said that if you're not with us, you're against them. And he was talking about military terms, and he was an idiot anyway. But the thing is, everybody has a different reason for supporting this cause as passionately as
Absolutely.
you do. Right. That's all I was saying.
Absolutely.
So the minute you started with the Shia Sunni, I'm not joking, they've had to give so many people time out on the YouTube chat because it's divisive, Gabriel. It's divisive.
I was not aware of that, and I do apologize sincerely from my heart. That was not what I meant. I think I'm the last person to be calling a sectarian because I'm definitely anti, and that's why I don't even put my real name. So because I don't want to promote anything, it was just maybe the way I was building the points that I was writing because of the gentleman named Andy, what he mentioned. That I'm not accusing Andy of anything, but it's just I thought it was very interesting that he mentioned that point, and that's why I want to address it because part of it is relied to a neighboring country to Iran, which is Iraq, and I believe that's where a lot of support will. I mean, a lot of countries are supporting Iran, but then if Iraq is stable, then the Iranians will definitely understand that. Okay, well, from that region, which is 1,000+ kilometer border, then we are secure. And why would the Iraqis stand with that? It's not just because of the humanitarian and the cause for the greater struggle is also there are also different routes as well, which is the history that we shared with Iran, and also above all of that comes the Hausa, the guidance, and so further on, and all of the above. I think your point was very clear, and
it could be, Gabriel, it's because Iraq has suffered for 20 years at the hands of American terrorism that they've decided they're not going to let this happen. You don't hear Brother Hassan, who comes up on this space. He is an Iraqi, right? He's from Iraq. He's on our panel every single day. He told us a year ago that if they go for Iran, you don't know that the resistance in Iraq is ready to support them. So we've known that all along. What you're saying here is not a surprise at all. And when a country suffered at the hands of America for 20 years, they're not going to let that happen to their neighbor. So it's not just about the ideology you're talking about, because again, what you're talking about is that there are two factions in Iran and one faction will support. It's like, it's crazy that you're even going there again.
Excuse me, can you repeat that again? What do you mean two factions?
You're talking about the fact that, Iraq will support Iran, not because of the fact that they've been under occupation for 20 years by America, but you're saying it's because the Shias are going to support them.
We've been in occupation for 8 years. The occupation ended in 2011, and the suffering of the Iraqi people was due to the Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and mostly these fatwas, we know where they came from.
Wasn't it today that the last lot of troops left?
Yes, but those were from the embassy.
Well, whatever, but it's today that they left, right?
Because they are.
You still had an American embassy there, right?
All countries have embassies, and they have troops protecting the embassies.
Right. We don't have troops protecting any of our embassies.
And not
here.
only that, the embassy in Erbil, I think it's like it's a university campus.
In Baghdad is the biggest in the world.
Yeah, Baghdad. Yeah, sorry, Baghdad. It's massive. So that's you don't call that an embassy. An embassy is like one building in town center. One house.
It's 4,000 troops inside that embassy.
Yeah, that's
occupation. Massive. It's massive. The embassy is massive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's called occupation.
Yes. Well, the treaty that was signed with Noor al-Maliki and was conducted under Obama in 2011, December. That was basically the retreat of the American forces, and it was conducted, and that deal was done. The embassy, it was a big embassy, and now it's finally out. But Beatrice, please, it's not just the US that have messed Iraq. We know deeply inside what are the countries that were also involved. And this was also mentioned by Hamad bin Jassim, which was the foreign minister or emir in Qatar. He also mentioned a lot of things. And yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to mention
Yeah.
name of countries
Okay.
because then you will accuse me of
No, that's
sectarianism.
fine. I know you're going to go there again, so let's just
Yes.
move on.
Well, thanks for
Let me
having
go
me.
to some
And
news because this is just getting crazy. Let me just go to some news. This is fine. Thanks, Gabriel. And I know that I think last time I brought you up, and the YouTube chat needs to understand this. I stopped you in the first sentence last time, which was a couple of weeks ago, because you started with sectarianism. Then I haven't forgotten. So I think this is just crazy because this isn't the first time you've done that. And for the backseat drivers on YouTube, we do remember people. We do know how to handle a space. If you don't like it, you can go set up your own space and do all your sectarianism there. But don't come here and tell us how to run a space, because this isn't the first time that Gabriel has come up and started with the Sunni Shia stuff. This is not a Sunni Shia war, Gabriel, as much as you like to think it is, that it's just Shias fighting. It isn't. It's about humanity fighting. We always say that Iran is fighting for the sake of humanity. Well done, Andy, for starting that off. Well done, Andy. I didn't even hear you say that. Resistance, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, I think we're all tentatively waiting to see what's going to happen. I think it could be any day now that the so-called the 82nd Airborne is coming in, and I just hope it isn't as bad as what we all fear. That's all I despite the, I think this 10-day extension by Trump is a ruse. It's a deception, and they're going to do something in that 10 days, because that's what all we know of them is. They're just full of deception. They pretend to offer an olive branch and some potential upside of some deals, and while they're doing that, they come in and then in the back door and obviously attack them unawares. So for me, I just think it does. I think it's going to happen this weekend. I think a lot of people are saying the same thing as well on the panel here the last few hours, and I just hope that this doesn't look as ugly as we hope, as we suspect it is going to be. I hope that it just. I hope that they back out. Yeah. Or the best thing I hope is some sort of theater and no one really goes in, and they can just do and say whatever they want and come out and say that's the end of it, and then just resume the war if they wanted to, just kinetically like this without any sort of troop invasion, because it's just going to look really ugly, and it's not going to. And I don't think, and personally, if they come back in body bags, 2,500 troops, Trump's gone. I'm sorry, but I think Trump will be gone. I don't think they're going. After the midterms, they're going to impeach him, and it's going to be over. I don't think they're going to. The American Congress are going to put up with this, because they hate him anyway. If he was likable, they probably wouldn't impeach him, because they are Zionist, and they also think that actually, he's we agree with the war anyway, so it's fine. And if he was likable, if he was an Obama, for example, but because he's so hated, he's hated amongst his own his own party. So I think they can get a majority there, and he'll be impeached for, take your pick, whatever reason it is, whether it's an unjust war, whether it's Epstein, whether it's some sort of insider trading. You take your pick on what he could be impeached for, because he could be impeached on many things. So all I would like is, to be honest with you, I would like US to butt out and just Iran hammer Israel, because that would be, I think that would help the world, but it'll also free up United States as well, because if Iran hammers Israel to oblivion to the point that what Hassan said is, oh, they deteriorate internally and then they disintegrate over time. But I think the longer this goes on, I'm with Sully. I don't want them to agree any sort of negotiations, but any sort of agreement. But to be honest, if there was an agreement, it'll be only strictly the United States, and then they just go on, and Iran can then focus solely on Israel. That's probably what I would want, and they just continue that until they completely get hammered. Because but I suspect if United States somehow make an agreement with Iran, I don't think that Israel will go on their own for more than 3-4 days. So that's my only concern there. But ultimately,
Resistance, let me just jump
yeah,
in and tell you there's big news, and I'll give the mic right back to you. Breaking news. The Wall Street Journal says mediators confirm that Trump lied. Iran did not request the 10-day extension. So the mediators are now saying Trump lied. Iran did not request 10-day extension, and that's from Wall Street Journal. Go ahead,
he's
Resistance.
negotiating with
Surprising nobody.
he's negotiating with himself. He's negotiating with himself. It's it's like that. Like those dodgy car salesmen. Oh, when someone wants to buy a car, they go, oh, "Sorry, I've got somebody else on the line who wants to buy the same car as you." And what can you offer? Can you offer a better deal than this guy on the phone? Or I just had someone just come in before you, and they put in an offer. It's such a scam. He's like a dodgy car salesman that just lying constantly. It's put America's reputation through the mud across the whole globe. I mean, even the British are, even Keir Starmer is saying words that he normally wouldn't say, because he normally licks Trump's behind so many times. But even he can't stomach some of the stuff that Trump says. And even all the Europeans now, Merz, and what's Italian Prime Minister Maloney, and they're all trying to distance themselves from him, but keep him allied with them, which is a hard thing to do, because the guy is becoming very, very radioactive, and the United States are becoming radioactive the longer that Trump goes on, and goodness knows if he survives the whole term, what the state of United States economy, society, social life is going to be in 2.5 years' time. It's scary to think if this is what he's done in 1.5 years, almost 1.5 years. It's and imagine another 2.5 years of Trump. And he promised, or everything he promised, he broke. Not even just broke, he absolutely shattered and destroyed every election campaign promise that he ever spoke of. So it's I'm laughing because it's just you couldn't get more opposite than what he campaigned on. And so that's why I'm laughing, but it's really tragic at the same time, because now that he's sacrificing soldiers, and while soldiers are potentially about to die, his son he's making hundreds of millions of dollars. Him and his son making hundreds of millions of dollars betting on the oil markets with insider trading. So, and then now I hear. Did you hear this, Beatrix, about Ivanka Trump convinced her dad to go to war against Iran? It was Ivanka Trump, his daughter, that convinced him to go to war against Iran, and that.
Where's that from?
I'll need to pull it up, but I can. Let's just have a look.
It wouldn't surprise me, because he actually said himself that Kushner told him. So husband and wife in it together, right?
Yeah, it was Kushner and Ivanka Trump. So Ivanka Trump. Let me just bring it up. Iran war. Just checking, but yeah, it was because I think it was Kushner. But yeah, it's Pepe Escobar reveals that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump pushed Donald Trump to launch a catastrophic. So he's got a video of it. He's saying to Judge Napolitano from his sources. So
yeah, because I know I know that he himself said that Jared Kushner told him that. I mean, who the hell? Like, why is he listening to his son-in-law? You know what I mean? And his daughter now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That your son-in-law can tell you what to do, and you risk America, American troops, American economy, and everything in America because somebody in your family told you to do it. It's like the CEO of a company listening to his daughter about what decisions to make about the employees' livelihoods and the company's future.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's and I would have thought that Ivanka would be just stay quiet, stay out of this, but she's clearly just as devilish as her own dad and Kushner, obviously. And it's just such a shame. I put it in the purple pill, so you can listen to what he said. Pepe Escobar said, but yeah, it's the whole family is just devilish, and they are aligned with the Baal Kushner family as well and Netanyahu. So, is that a surprise? No, not really. But just for her, for financial gain, to really commit to this, she knowing full well that this will be catastrophic for America. This will be pretty. I mean, not knowing full well, but I'd say a very likelihood that it would turn really badly for America going into attacking Iran this time round. Because anyone with half a brain would realize that Iran would have calibrated their strategies and their defenses and their offense after the 12-day war, and this level of sort of the aim of destabilizing Iran in December and January during the protests would have fortified Iran's resolve, and would have prepared them, because it was being telegraphed by Mossad, by United States, that if they don't quell the protest, we're going to come in and invade. And they knew, I think, during the negotiations that something was going to happen. So this was all literally telegraphed. So for me, she knew very well that this could end up pretty badly, because she would know, and everyone would know in the administration, that Iran would be prepared, unlike in June, the first day, where they were just taken by complete surprise. And also you would have seen from because I think myself, I mentioned this, but there was been 40 Russian and Chinese planes, cargo planes, huge cargo planes, coming in the previous 30 days of during December and January time, because Iran was expecting it. So there was a lot of military equipment being offloaded from China and Russia every single day. So they knew, Iranians knew, they were preparing. So it's sad.
Sorry, Resistance. I have a question to the panel regarding the ground invasion. So, there are defense agreements between the United States and many countries in the Middle East, including Jordan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, right? And these countries have official army, regardless like whether this army is strong or not, but they have troops, they have men, and I'm not sure if they have women in uniform. So how plausible that these agreements will play a role in this ground invasion, and we see that these countries or some of these countries participating in ground invasion operation, big or small?
I'm hearing conflicting reports. So you got, obviously, UAE is in bed with the US and Israel. They're doubling down, $1.3 trillion of investment to the US as well, on top of that. So they've made their feelings clear, and their side. They've chosen their side. Qatar is. I've heard that Qatar have made an agreement with Iran, and Bahrain, I think, as well. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's not verified, but I think I've seen it today that they made some sort of agreement, and I think it was from Sulaiman's post. One of the two countries that he posted that they made some sort of agreement with today. So I don't know what that means, but I personally don't. I personally think that and all these Gulf countries, with the exception of Oman, can't be trusted. Right? They can't be trusted because their existence relies upon the United States being in the region and propping them up, really, essentially. And so, if United States leave the region, and they're defeated, and Israel is weakened, and Iran comes out stronger, i.e., they got total control of the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, the sanctions being lifted, etc. I don't think they'll be happy with that. They prefer to have a sort of a weakened Iran, so that they could potentially thrive with the United States, and they don't. And I think they wouldn't mind. They can tolerate Israel to some degree. I think Qatar tolerates them. Bahrain likes them. UAE loves them, and and Saudi Arabia sort of likes them, and that's
That, yeah.
that's the impression I get from them.
Yeah, this makes sense. But what about Turkey, Jordan, and Egypt?
So the king of Jordan's existence is hanging by a thread, literally. If Israel is defeated, I think Jordan falls. I don't think Jordan lasts. If Israel's defeated, and this is probably alongside Bahrain, in my opinion, they're the two weakest. They're the two shakiest uh, governments or monarchies. Sorry, they're the two shakiest monarchies because Bahrain is 80% Shia, and I'd imagine if United States bases are not there, then the Shia could rise up. And especially if Saudi Arabia doesn't have their American allies there as well, Saudi Arabia might not help Bahrain like they do, like they have done in the previously. So they will fall. But then also Jordan, for example, I think it just collapses because because Israel sustains Jordan, the king of Jordan. And that's really it. If Israel disappears, then all of a sudden you get a massive uprising amongst the Palestinians, Jordan is 65% Palestinian.
No, sorry, Resistance. My question was whether the defense agreement with Turkey, Jordan, and Egypt will take effect in the ground invasion of Iran, like not after the war, like now, maybe as you said, this will happen this weekend. So I know that Europe is mostly reluctant, but these countries, they have very important defense agreement, and based on in these agreements, they receive financial support from the U.S. to buy weapons and all of that. So, do you think these agreements will
No,
force their armies to participate?
no, I don't. I mean, I don't. I personally think they're going to try and keep out of it. They're going to try and keep out of it as best they can. I don't believe that it's in their best interests to enter, and no one from either side can force them to enter. It's a lose situation for all of them. That whoever enters, whichever side they choose, for them, because they are. So, for example, Turkey is in their best interest not to interfere, right? They're a NATO country as well, and their neighbors. They're friendly neighbors of Iran. Obviously, I wouldn't trust them, but still, they're friendly neighbors of Iran, and vice versa. They wouldn't be. It would cause. They're not in a good financial situation to enter a conflict against Iran, who are a formidable opponent. And I don't believe. And people talk a big game about Turkey being a very powerful military country. We've not seen any evidence of that. And actually, you call them religious, they're a religious government, etc., and they are patriotic and everything else. But once you start, once some of the army, whether Israel decides to kill them or whether Iran decides to attack in response to them, I don't believe they can sustain a lot of damage. In my opinion, I just don't. And Egypt is, and I know there's going to be a lot of Egyptian fanboys. They're going to say, "Oh, Egypt's amazing. The Egyptian army is so strong. They don't even their jets are really old, so their air force is really is aging. Their military hasn't been in a war in goodness knows how long, and personally, I think they're very complacent military. The generals are fat and for me, just they're businessmen, they're generals, they're not military guys. I don't believe that they have the gumption to go into a war, especially because a lot of their trade involves their personal dealings. They've got lots of contracts with Israel and with Saudi Arabia, and they don't want to jeopardize these contracts, and Qatar and UAE as well, and they don't want to be the cannon fodder for the GCC or for Israel. They got their own things to worry about, and they will be destroyed straight away. Like they don't have any missile or any new missiles or anything, any capabilities that Iran has. So, in my opinion, Iran could literally destroy them. So, I don't know how they can enter. I don't know how they would want to enter. This is like a minefield that countries will have to navigate. It's in their best interest not to kick the hornet's nest. If you're not in the war, don't go in. And so I don't believe that any sort of defense agreement is worth the paper it's written on.
Yeah, that summarizes it all. Actually, I am not sure what these agreements imply. Whether they have to do something according to them, otherwise they will be penalized. So it is not like kind of willingly. So that's why I was asking.
Well, let's take an example. You've got a defense agreement between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, right? And if Saudi Arabia decides to go in, MBS decides, look, we're going to enter the war against Iran. What does Pakistan do? Because Saudi Arabia will invoke that defense agreement. And Pakistan are absolutely desperate to try and get a deal done before that even happens. Desperate to get Iran and the United States and Israel on, ideally Iran and the United States first, get them in the negotiating table and hash out some sort of agreement, because they do not want to be fighting Iran on behalf of Saudi Arabia, because they are sort of friends, neighbors, and allies, but they have a defense agreement with Saudi Arabia, so they don't want to be in a sticky situation like that. And I'd imagine the same applies to Turkey, Jordan, and Egypt. And what can Jordan do? Like, I just don't get what Jordan can do. I can understand Turkey, and to a lesser extent Egypt, but what is Jordan going to do? So, whether it's in the war, the defense agreements mean nothing. After the war, I still don't think that means anything either, because I think that these countries will allow a country like Jordan to collapse, or for the monarchy to fall. Despite that, they won't. I don't believe they're going to come to the rescue of.
I agree with you. Like, I think Jordan is very, very important for the region. It's a buffer zone, and it's not only Israel. It's also the U.S. will will try to protect the monarchy in Jordan because their presence is important.
Absolutely, they're the buffer for Israel. That's what they are. They're the ones that ensure Israel exists, and vice versa. Right? They prevent any sort of uprisings amongst the Palestinians and the Palestinians in Jordan, and to some degree in the West Bank. So that's what they do. That's their job. That's the king of Jordan. And everything. Anyone that tells you otherwise, they're lying. I'm sorry, but they are, right? Because the fall of the king of Abdullah will kickstart a revolution in that region, in the Levant.
And that would be a disaster.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but
welcome, Simon. Welcome to the stage. Sorry, Resistance, finish what you're saying, and then I want to go to Simon and see what his take is on this.
Yeah, I was just saying it's a necessary disaster.
Nah, that would be complete forever war model. Israel and America will love it. The CIA, MI6, it'll be Arab Spring all over again. Worst thing that could ever happen to the region. Best thing that could ever happen to Israel and Mick profiteers.
Sorry, I was saying. Sorry, Simon. Before you go in, before you start, I was saying Jordan would fall once Israel falls. That's why. So if Israel falls and is really weak and is defeated by a definitive defeat by Iran, then expect Jordan to be the one that will fall, because there's no reason for the king of Jordan to be in power, because there's 65-70% Palestinians in Jordan that make up that population, and
You
they're
mean
very angry
you
with.
you, you mean the monarchy will fall as a country?
I went to Jordan. Jordanians, I think, they're happy with the country. Like, obviously, the Palestinian cause is a hot button. But I don't see a country that's about to overthrow their government and have a revolution. It really doesn't feel that way when I went there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it appears stable, right? It's 65-70% Palestinian, the population there in Jordan. And the king, when I talk about Jordan, I'm talking about the monarchy, sorry. So yeah, that you're right. It's the monarchy that will fall. And then all of a sudden you'll have some sort of uprising, a revolution there. If Israel,
I don't think it's going to happen. This is
if Israel's defeated,
I just don't. I don't see it. This is the region's opportunity. Like the agitator is, all of the ingredients for the forever war model, I think, are being deconstructed right in front of us, right in front of our eyes. I think we're watching a transition. And I think the region are actually playing 5D chess. I know you're meant to think that they're trying to blow each other up and they're about to go to war, and I think they all have a game. I think they're playing it very well, and I think it's backed by BRICS, China, and Russia. And this is the expulsion of US influence and the end of the forever war model. And it's coming, and I think it's working very well.
what makes you so? From some of us, from our point of view, I know a few people in the panel. It looks like things are out of control, or things don't have a plan. Certainly, the American side and the Israeli side, they don't really have any sort of military objectives or plans, and it looks like Iran seems to hold all the cards. And if that scenario is what we see, and they do end up winning, then how do you see this sort of contrived set of agreements that you described so many times eloquently?
Look, Iran has said their terms.
Simon, just before you respond to that, let me tell you guys breaking news. There's Iranian cluster missiles over Tel Aviv. Iranian cluster missiles over Tel Aviv. Breaking news, cluster bombs fell in 5 locations in Tel Aviv. There's sirens blaring across Tel Aviv and its surroundings right now. So you know what it is? It's bish, bash, bosh. That's what it is. Sorry, Simon, back to you.
Yeah, no worries. Look, when this started, my expectation was US presence in the region weaker, Israel weaker, Iran weaker, but aligned with forces that have a much greater future by ending the forever war model. Everything I think we're seeing is pointing towards that's the end result here. And look, Iran has put out their terms. America's put out their terms. I don't think talks ever stopped with the factions that are still talking. I think it's propped up by China, and we had the meeting that was meant to happen in April moved to May. It's because everyone needs a bit more time to execute, and it's being executed. And I think the outcome's going to be very good for all. I think this is This is what we're witnessing. All the targeting, it feels very strategic. It feels like the US presence is, going to be rebuilt, and those rebuilt contracts will be done with China and financial powers that the concessions are going to be given to in order to end this forever war model and transition out of, and move to a post-sanctioned world in the Middle East. I think we're going to be surprised, and the fact that the meeting was moved to May, to me, just signals that there's a bit more work to do, and the plan's gone slightly off kilter, and they need a bit more time to execute. But
So, Simon, what
there's
happens to Israel?
only 2 weeks until, like, the markets already don't believe Trump and his BS now. The bond market will crucify America, and Trump listens to the bond market. He always does, or whoever his advisors are. There's bounded limitation in terms of how far this can escalate, and how far the yields can go, and how far the price can go, and those set the parameters.
Yeah, I mean the bond like the 10-year is at 4.41%.
Yep. As soon as that hits 4.5, you'll get something that looks closer to a deal.
Yeah, I mean it's already making a higher low sort of on the daily close. So yeah, that looks like it's going back up further.
Trump's not in charge. He's middle management. Everyone talks about what Trump wants. Trump's not in charge.
Yeah,
Trump is, and nor is Netanyahu. And the people that care about the bond market, and the people that care about their investments in the Middle East, and the people that care about, not destroying the American market, the people that care about the global reset, that still need to actually have a company at the end of it. They're all putting it within bounded control, and Trump has to listen to those people. The bond market made him end his tariff policy last time, and the bond market will end this war.
So Simon, just what happens to Israel then? What do you see now? Have you changed your stance on the fate of Israel from before the war to now at all?
No, it's being strategically weakened. It's being burdened with debt. It's having strategic locations taken out, and those will be rebuilt with new allegiances. And China will hold this deal together. This is America exiting the region, and looking strong while it's shrinking to a regional power. And Israel doesn't have the capacity to do half the things that people think it can do. I don't think.
So how can Iran be assured, if there is an agreement, how can Iran be assured that those agreements are going to be guaranteed and that America won't break them?
Because America's not the America that that everyone thinks it is. China is the hegemon in the region, and America will be the hegemon in the Western Hemisphere. America won't be able to do it. They can't do it right now. Like, they already have to rely on China for their market, for their rare earth minerals, for their military, for the future of their financial investments. You know, I just think if anyone's playing 5D chess here, it's China, and they've got their relationships with all the key players in the region, including Iran, and including the Gulf countries, and including Turkey. Turkey's going to be the military, the industrial base of the region. Egypt's going to have agreements with Turkey. They'll create a formidable defense pact. Pakistan will be the nuclear power. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will likely fund all the reconstruction with Chinese infrastructure. And American financial powers will lift the sanctions in exchange for the concessions that they're using this war and Trump to achieve.
Why would Iran be an industrial powerhouse more so than Turkey, given that it will be sanction free and it'll have much bit greater manufacturing capability as
Yeah,
well as.
because it's also being strategically weakened in terms of the infrastructure that it's currently being targeted. So Israel and Iran are being set back with strategic infrastructure targeting, and it will be rebuilt. But Turkey's ready to go. They've already got the manufacturing base, and China, Egypt and Turkey have the foundation of, and Pakistan have the foundation of what the Gulf countries don't have. And Iran is an economic dependency upon China. So China holds the key to all of these agreements that are going to come. And they definitely don't want a West Asia with Israel agitating forever wars. And they have the leverage to make sure that it doesn't happen. And they're playing this game to perfection, I think.
So I think Iran's capability, manufacturing capability, while yes, there's a lag phase, it'll need about 6 months to a year to get back to good capability. But I think that because of the ingenuity, the people there as well, the they got I mean, they got a high degree of of a population that is science literate as opposed to Turkey. So they got a workforce that are in manufacturing already, and they know how to scale to much larger scales than Turkey, in my opinion, based on what I've seen in some of their industry sectors. So I would imagine they'll overtake Turkey after 2 years, and so they would be the dominant powerhouse in the region if they are sanction free, because they also have around about 69, according to ChatGPT, they have 69 natural resources in the world that are in the top 15 countries of the world. So 69 elements or natural resources that either in the top 10 or top 15, and there's at least 20 that are in the top 5, or sorry, top 10, and there's like, I think I need to double check, but there's at least 6 in the top 5. So they got a lot of natural resources and the capability and the workforce and the ingenuity. It just looks like they are. You might think they'll be weakened, but if they win this war against Israel, they can easily come back and be a
Of
huge
course, the
powerhouse.
the future's bright for the whole region. Once America, stops agitating the forever war model, the whole region's going to prosper.
What about Israel?
Israel's going to be, well, I believe Israel's being strategically weakened and vassalized into the GCC framework. I think it will be, many of the assets will be acquired and privatized. And I think that it's being turned into a toxic asset right now.
And what about Palestine and Lebanon?
I think they'll all be within the GCC framework. I think they've been building all their alternative rails, alternative energy routes, alternative regional defense contracts. I think Hezbollah will be integrated into the Lebanese army. I think the Houthis will be integrated into the Yemenis army. I think eventually we'll see settlements in Libya and Sudan. Like once America takes its victory, and China's able to work with the region, the world, it's going to be a very, very different place. Strategic tension that created $10 trillion of profits for U.S. military companies comes to an end, and that's what I think we're witnessing. It's the change of a century, and this is what it takes to manage this transition, and for America to look strong while it's while it and I just think we're going to see our final Hollywood movie, so that Trump can take it home to the American people and say we kicked ass. I don't know what the movie looks like.
Simon, I was going to say, on movies, you posted a little short movie, and I wouldn't have watched it on anybody else's profile, but I watched it on yours, and it was fire. It was good.
Oh, that
But
was
just I want to
really
ask.
good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was. I'm not joking. It was. If I didn't have a private profile, I'd have retweeted it. But on mine, no one can see it. But it's good. It's fire. It's cute. But I want to ask you, why you said there's going to be settlements where? Did you say Sudan and Libya?
I think the GC,
By
yeah, I
who?
think the GCC settling their strategic ports, and territorial issues. Like once you resolve Palestine and you've got some kind of framework that holds the region together via China being the world's manufacturing base. And there is a process for taking out this this disruption in the region. I think we've already started to see which which territories are going to go to which powers. I think the banks and financial institutions are just trying to get the biggest foothold via UAE, via sanction relief in Iran, sanction relief in Syria, um, and they're just trying to get their foothold that glues their exit strategy and make sure that they can profit from what will be one of the biggest growth stories over the next 2 decades that we'll see in our lifetime.
Yeah, no, I misunderstood you. Wow. Because when you said there's going to be settlements in Sudan and Libya, I thought you meant like Israeli
Oh,
type
not those,
settlements.
no.
And I was, yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's why I was like, whoa, who's going to build that? The Zio's going to go to Libya and Sudan. Who's going to build settlements there? But I understand what you're saying. There's going to be like agreements or peace or whatever, that kind of a settlement. Okay, gotcha.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Settlements in a
You.
good way, not the.
Yeah, no, I understand now. I understand. You got me in a bit of a panic there. I thought, oh my God. Yeah, so no, sorry, carry on. I was enjoying the conversation between you and Brother Resistance here.
Yeah. Look, that's what we're witnessing right now. And it's the change of our lifetime. And I think we'll look back in 5 years from now and remember that October the 7th was effectively the day that completely changed the world. And the financial markets are so dependent upon an agreement here. And I don't believe that any of the players are suicidal. There's not a chance in hell that the American financial markets break and we enter into a global recession and Israel turns out on top. Like nobody in would. That's just not going to happen. It's not possible.
I don't think anyone's predicting, except for if you go to another space, another Zio space, they'll probably say that. But I think here we're not solely based on what's been happening in the war and how all the parties are performing in this war. It's certainly the weakest of them all look like Israel.
Yeah, you got a 3-tiered narrative though, right? And everyone's going to take away that 3-tiered narrative where they all get to declare victory, and everyone would just pick the version that they're most aligned with.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I say, like, I love this uh, this view of what you're describing, except for one thing, and it's that Israel gets to survive, and as long as they survive, it's like it's like they will always do their absolute best to sow chaos in any plans and in the region.
That's because again, it comes down to: do you think the forever war model was Israel's forever war, or do you think it was America's forever war in order to be a hegemon of the world and make sure that what we're about to see doesn't happen because America hates competition? It all depends on that conversation.
Yeah, and do you remember I had a discussion with you, and I said that it's a partnership of convenience between Israel, the military-industrial complex, the banking systems, Israel's Zionism, their ideology, and the United States. It's all a convenience until it doesn't, until it
But
stops.
do you agree that America has to be the global hegemon in order for Israel to continue in its existing form, or do you think Israel can continue in its existing form when America's not the hegemon?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think America has to be the hegemon for Israel to exist in its
And
current.
I don't think America's the hegemon anymore. I think they've already decided the fate of the region, and I think that's why we're getting a meeting between Xi Jinping and it's moved from April to May because they need a bit more time to execute the transition.
So you're saying that this meeting is so important and pivotal that this will define what goes on in the region, the meeting between the United States and China.
My long-term view has always been that Trump was installed in order to be an agent of chaos, to weaken the dollar and move the world to multipolarity, and he was going to get very financially rewarded for doing it. And because he's more aligned with the banks and financial institutions than he is with the military and neocon model, and he had the cult following and he had the MAGA narrative, he was perfect for the job, and I think he's executed to perfection. He looks like a dumbass if you think he works for the American people. But if you think he works for the banks and financial institutions and military and tech surveillance state and all those people, then he's done a great job for them. And obviously, their job is to rinse the American people, burden them with debt, create wealth inequality, and strip up all the assets and concentrate them in the hands of a few global multinational institutions. And this war's going to do that. This really kicks off the global reset. We got a couple of really rough years ahead as a result of this. 2 more weeks of the strait being closed. The bond markets are going to rip past 5%. Oil's going to rip past that $115. And they'll do whatever is required in order to get it back down again.
Okay, that's under the assumption that all parties are sort of in this agreement, and it's all being steered by China, who is the regional hegemon, and that will also be.
But plus, Iran set their terms. America set their terms. They just need to get to a final agreement.
Yeah, I don't believe those are Iran's terms. The 5 point
I don't believe they are as well, because I think there's a bunch of deals that what will happen when you open up sanctions as well. And I think the banks and financial institutions are looking to secure their foothold in regional stability. And I think that's the bit that they can't publicly discuss.
Well, I think there's, I mean, the 15-point proposal that the United States had is more likely to be Iran's, or closer to Iran's, than the 5-point agreement proposal, rather. So I think it'll probably be it'll end up being 25-point proposal by Iran for them to sort of agree, because whether you think it's an agreement or not, and that's fine, it could still be, but right now it doesn't look like Iran is losing this, no matter what the United States apparently seem capable of doing.
Yeah, so pick whichever way it goes. You've got two extremes. One deal that favors US, which is pretty friendly towards Iran because it's better than JCPOA.
Yeah.
And one deal that is Iran's map of the world. Pick whichever way you think it goes. It's going to either be in the middle, or it's going to be tilted to one side of those. But they've already set their public facing terms, and whatever we're seeing in the public is different to what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that they are dealing behind the scenes, and that
They have to be. These countries have always had diplomatic conversations and intermediaries. Like, how else do you get shipments through? How else do you have communication? Like, there's no set. Like, I don't believe that they ever broke communications.
There's indirect communications, no doubt, but that doesn't mean to say that there's indirect sort of agreements or paths to agreements. That's what I struggle with.
Yeah, I think that's the public facing story. I think behind the scenes they never stopped. That's my belief.
No, as in I still agree that there is communication, indirect communication, all throughout this war. Indirect communication. Each side knows what the other wants and what the other is demanding, etc. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that means that they agree, and certainly not on Iran's side. I don't think they are looking to agree. They can set up their stall and say, look, this is what we want, and we're not going to stop until we get that, until we achieve that. And in that case, then in that case, they're just going to continue until they see.
Yeah. So then in a few weeks, the bond market rips to the point
Yeah,
where it's incredibly scary for America,
yeah,
and you get something that's tilted more towards the Iran side.
yeah,
But
and that's
either way, it's going to be you know, there are terms,
well.
and
Let me ask
yeah, we're
you,
moving
Simon.
in that direction.
Well, what does the conditions tilt to United States terms look like, given what you've seen in the war right
Well,
now?
America never negotiates for America. America only negotiates for private corporate interests. So
Yeah,
probably BlackRock having some kind of foothold in the toll bridge and joint venture agreement with Iran in Strait of Hormuz. Chevron and Exxon getting some kind of you know, joint venture in new pipelines, and all the things that they'll be negotiating for American corporate interest, maybe data centers, nuclear energy program. They'll be pulling all the levers to get as much, and it's in Iran's interest to do that, because the way you stop a forever war is by having the corporate companies contained through contractual. But also, if you have a completely independent, autonomous state, that's the ideal target for American corporate interests in the forever war model. The reason the Gulf countries, you know, effectively had a different path is because they had to give concessions in ventures that meant it wasn't in their interest for those countries to be forever warred. Every country that got forever warred is where there wasn't strategic interest in American corporate interest.
but do you think you said that China is a regional hegemon there? Do you think they would agree to that? With
Yes,
that?
China wants to continue working with America, continue working with the Gulf countries, and continue exporting. The way you do that is you glue everyone together through strategic, you know, profitable investments that ensure that you and Iran has always wanted to do that, but America always pursued the forever war model because the MIC was in charge. But
Yeah,
I think the FIC is in charge, and that's what we're transitioning to. And MIC wants their final war, and the more damage they do, the more leverage they get for the FIC.
explain it to the people in the panel. They don't know that MiGs and FIGs.
Basically, my overarching theory is that the West are not sovereign. They act in the interest of large multinational corporate interest. And so the three big powers within the private corporate interests are the military industrial complex, financial industrial complex, and technical industrial complex. And they kind of work in unison. You use the US military to destroy countries, get regime changes, and extract resources. Finance tends to finance it, but they eventually hit the rebuild phase where they can extract the resources and take over strategic choke points, or you know, resource flows. And then they also rebuild. And once they rebuild, there's reconstruction contracts. So you keep destroying and rebuilding. This creates American GDP. This props up the US stock market. You know, this was the British Empire model. It was handed over to the American Empire. And then you've got the third component, which is the surveillance and police state and data and the technical industrial complex, you know, to build out these control grids. And America uses the national debt in order to get the American people pay for it, while they go through this model time and time again, country after country. But China's pushed back against it because they were able to actually create alternative paths for countries when there weren't those alternative paths. And China doesn't matter. They don't care what America wants to do. Like, they don't try and regime change or take down America or anything like that. They just engage in economic, you know, and try and outcompete economically. And
Yeah,
so if you can plug it all together, in to the point where everyone gets a little cut, then that's the benefit of a multipolar world, because you have competing factions of power. In the global hegemon world, you can do what I talked about: destroy, build back better, and build a surveillance state. But when there's no longer a global hegemon, you don't have the fully autonomous choice to do that, other than in your region. But at the closer you get to China, the less ability you have to do that.
I mean, I agree with you when it comes to China. They do prefer economic stability and everyone agreeing to financial contracts and agreements because it's just easier to deal with. And they have been traders for 3,500, 4,000 years, so they've always sought to trade and transact in all kinds of resources in the region. So I agree with you on that point. I'm just skeptical on this sort of contrived nature of agreements in the region,
I
spearheaded
think we're
by
all
China.
my thing is, I think we're all psychologically colonized into believing that America and Israel rule the world, like, and they're the global hegemon forever, and therefore everything we've ever seen in our lifetime is the way that it is. I think people find it very hard to adjust to change.
It is hard, yeah.
And I just look at reality and numbers and markets, and the markets tell me that if those bonds rip above 5% for a sustained period of time, and the price of oil rips through $150 for a sustained period of time, then there's a capitulation exercise, because I don't believe the people that control the West want. I do believe they want a global reset. I do believe they want to renegotiate all LNG and oil contracts. I do believe they want to take advantage of the crisis that we've got for the next couple of years, but I don't think they want to break everything. And those prices break everything and reduce their power. I think they want to consolidate power, just like they did in COVID, just like they did in the global financial crisis, just like they're doing right now. But I don't think they want to weaken themselves through, massive destruction. Um, and and that's who Trump works for. That's who he's paid. That's who he's paid by. That's what creates American GDP. That's what pushes the markets, and that's what makes him money too. More importantly,
Yeah.
Should we go to should we bring in Jonah? JD, do you want to jump in? Welcome.
Hey guys. Simon, do you remember the conversation we had where
yep.
we said, how do we tell who's right? And I said, we're not going to have a deal this week because he wants to put pressure on the banks. And you agreed that if they don't have a deal this week, I'm probably right. But now you're saying it's going to take longer because things
I
aren't
didn't put a time frame on it. I always
aligned.
said oil price and bond
We,
prices, didn't I? I said that this is dependent upon oil prices.
I don't know. I wish Sully was here because we literally said, if we don't have a deal this week, then I'm probably right that he does want to crush the banks.
Okay.
But we can wait for
I'll
Sully.
if I said that, I'll backtrack, because I've always thought on all my videos I've said it's dependent upon the price of oil and the bond market. And so every time it gets to those points, you get a
Uh-huh.
capitulation.
Okay, and we're not there yet, but we're not there yet because it seems like the government is shorting oil.
which which makes everything worse, because now they have to get the price of oil down if they're short oil, and that means they
Yeah,
have to
because
have a deal. They can't have this, let's invade Iran and take it over and be there for 20 years like Afghanistan. That's not an option
but we
under
don't
the current environment.
but we don't know the structure of who's actually shorting it. That's what people are saying,
Yeah.
but we don't know if it's them, if it's the banks, like
Well, if it's the
who's
banks, it's the
who.
same as the government, right? Because they're going to have to bail them out if there's a problem.
Well, not if he doesn't want the banks.
What?
If he wants to usher in stables.
But stable is still required to be backed by bonds. Like, it's not like the
Yeah,
banks.
but you don't need
If
banks.
you take out the banks, you take out the entire global economy. Like, you can't replace fractional reserve with full reserve. Um, you literally, it's that's the most demand destructive thing the world has ever seen. Like that doesn't work. How do you?
But I mean, that's what they said when they confiscated everyone's gold too, right? And brought in fiat.
Yeah. Well, so you think you could take out the banks, destroy? So there's currently M1, M2 supplies about 21 trillion. How much is the global money supply with all the debt and derivatives and banks? I mean, they say that's like quadrillions, right?
Yeah,
You take out that amount of value and replace it with full reserve. Why?
Yeah, which is insane.
derivatives alone is 1.5 quadrillion.
Yeah. So you break everything. Like there's no way that strategy works. If you go from fractional reserve to full reserve, you're going to have to create. You're going to have to create a quadrillion dollars of treasuries or something that act as the collateral, and they come out at the end of this. Like I don't quite see how the transition works.
They have to
Um,
revalue gold or a currency, a basket of assets, um,
oh, you
to
also
the point where you can have that collateral up to.
China's got way more gold than America, I think.
you also have what Dark has mentioned several times about the Great Takening.
Yeah, so you take
Right.
everyone's asset, turn America into communism, go full reserve, break fractional reserve banking. Like that's literally. I don't see how you don't destroy everything in that process. Like that transition is so insanely difficult, I think.
It is, but that's why I always said it's one of two. It's either to save the dollar, keep it as global reserve, which I don't think is going to work, or it's to put stables, right? And we'll be able to see what happens based on whether he makes a deal or not,
Yeah.
right? And he didn't make a deal, and it doesn't look like he's making a deal anytime soon.
I disagree. I think America's put out their public facing terms. Iran's put out their public facing terms, and in the background, they're moving towards whatever the deal will be. And they moved the
We
Xi
have no,
Jinping meeting because they needed a bit more time.
but we have no confirmation if that's actually the government's terms.
No, but that's just the public facing theater, and I'm kind of speculating on what I think is happening in the background.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think America wants an agreement. It's the end of the empire if they do. You don't agree with that?
Oh
I
yeah, I
think
mean
that's where we
that's
do
always
agree.
been my theory that like years ago I said this is a transition to multipolarity, and America will be a regional power. They'll get Europe vassalized into private American corporate interests and Central and South America, and the
Right.
Middle East will
And
become West Asia.
who would have to be on board for that?
The banks, because the banks control Trump.
Why would the U.S. want Europe?
Well, it's not the US. The US is a series of private multinational corporations, and so the US is just owned by their lobbies. And the installation of Trump in my map of the world was to transition to this multipolar world, and tariffs were the first mechanism for doing it, driving
But
everyone
you
to
need
BRICS.
more. You need more than Trump to be on board for this.
Yeah, the banks, the
Right.
financial industrial
And
complex, where all capital comes from. This is, I think, they're doing.
no. But people with power to actually make decisions.
Who's that?
Here's Simon. This is what I don't understand. In your view of the world, the multipolar world, does the dollar lose reserve currency
Yeah, it
status?
becomes a regional
Yes.
currency.
Yeah, but to me, that's the transition I can't understand, because that sounds impossible to me. Without
It's there now, right?
without
A
It's
default.
fight.
there now. Like we've
No,
already got all
no,
these
it's really
alternative routes. So China, Iran, and Russia and India can all trade without the dollar. That's the gold as world reserve asset is taking over treasuries. And we're already prior to this war, the dollar was being weakened, and foreign stock markets were outperforming the S&P, and foreign currencies were outperforming the dollar. This war reversed those trends. But that's where everything was going prior to that. And then we have this war that executes a global reset. All the different deals get renegotiated. Europe is being vassalized into American private corporate interest. America's being vassalized into American private corporate interest. And the rest of the world's renegotiating with China. Like that.
But for that to work, that means that
Joe, can I? Sorry, I'm so sorry, Joe. I'm going to give the mic right back to you. I just want to jump in. Thank you to the person who sent me this. Breaking news. According to Wall Street Journal, the Pentagon is looking to send up to 10,000 additional ground troops to the Middle East, according to DoD officials. Department of Defense officials have said that the Pentagon's looking to send up to 10,000 additional ground troops to the Middle East. Harrowing. Sorry, Joe, back to you.
yeah, but for that to work, that means Trump's okay with killing his entire net worth because he is 90% in America. And he's okay with that. And that's the one thing that I'm like, there's no way.
Why does it kill his net worth? They will continue. The financial industrial complex will continue to use the American markets for as long as they can. But the birth rates are collapsing. The country is becoming more unstable. We all the
And
government
you're and you're
might push against it. Like a multipolar world is where I think they've hedged and transitioned to.
in your scenario, what happens to U.S. assets and real estate?
Gentlemen,
I think they try and get the S&P to underperform foreign stock markets and the dollar to underperform foreign currencies, and they keep that going until they can no longer use treasuries as collateral. And then once treasuries are no longer useful as collateral, then they just they use the Fed in order to manage a transition to the extent that they can, because there was no way of stopping it. You can't keep, it's at the end of the debt cycle, and you're having this extreme left and right divide. You're having this K-shaped economy that can't sustain itself anymore. And so the demand dries up when all the Americans are deep in debt. You've only got the rich that can afford to consume. Eventually, you need to grow new markets in order to, with people that aren't deep in debt, and you need to start hedging those gains. And then, yeah, and then you try and get a bigger foothold as you can in other parts of the world, and expand as a global multinational financial network.
Simon, Joe, can I interject something here super, super fast? What Beatrice just read, again, this is a ruse. This is a fake. This is trickery. I'm not saying they're not going to forward deploy, but there's absolutely no logistical force, power surge force behind this to sustain this. Again, for the 100th time, I was in the Iraq War at the Pentagon for the initial surge. We had already converted in United Airline flights. We had converted hundreds of tankers, oilers, container ships to support that. There's nothing there. This is smoke and mirrors, and I'll just land it here. Thank you.
Yes, Andrew, would you agree that there's no real, unless we're completely missing something?
We're not completely missing
The
something.
purpose of this is to create a Hollywood movie for some
Yes.
kind of off ramps.
Yes, absolutely. We're not missing anything. We're not missing anything. And I patiently listen carefully to all the brilliant minds that have come in here and weighed into this. And believe me, I've learned a lot. But gentlemen, we're not missing anything. There's nothing there. There's no burger. Because I know you keep saying probably, okay, Andrew, we know you had that experience, but I can't tell you the massive logistical surge that has to back up that movement of force. Just imagine you take your family on vacation. There's a lot of planning that goes into that. Just, okay, where are we going to stay? How much food are we going to eat? Where are we going to eat? What's the budget for that? But imagine thousands of men. The army moves on its stomach, and the logistics pipeline has to be established. It's not there. Nothing's there. So I'll land it here. But yeah, it's a big Hollywood production. I'll land it here, gentlemen. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew. The thing is the assumption is being made that the theater is because there's deals being made, and I'm saying the theater is because he wants to make it seem like he's trying to get the straight open when he doesn't. Okay, so
Yes,
the
and I'm
contagion can
backing
work
that.
both ways.
Yeah, Joey, you and Simon, you know, I'm going
Also,
to
in
back out
addition
of
to
that.
that,
You're the
like
experts.
everyone keeps reframing what they mean by theater as well. Like theater, what is theater? Like I'm just like this term is used a lot, but like what does it mean? Because I thought it meant, and from what I understand of Simon's position when we spoke last time, his position is that there was, and Simon, correct me if I incorrectly say this, because, but your position is that there was some kind of plan agreed upon between all sides. So it was something along the lines of Iran said, okay, Israel can bomb XYZ place in Iran, Iran can bomb XYZ place in Israel. And then what happened is the plan went off the kilter, and basically other people got engaged and the plan went off track. And then your belief is that the plan is going to come back on track because the FIC is going to make sure it comes back on track, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the plan is, so even according to your position right now, it's not theater because the plan is off track, correct?
I've been looking into the targets and I'm trying to put together a deeper analysis, but I think a lot of what has been destroyed and hit has very suspicious circumstances in terms of what it would mean if it was rebuilt, and also some of the already agreed contractual agreements. But
Yeah, I've
yeah,
seen this. This is what these people were saying. You know, I know who you're looking at, whose account you're looking at when they're saying this stuff. These are the same people who were claiming during the 12-day war no missiles hit at all. Like it was all fake. Like no missiles hit all, and this was just AI. And then afterwards we found out, and they were literally attacking us actually. They were like, oh my God, Sulaiman and Khaleesi, they're lying, they're lying. They're literally saying there's missiles in Israel, but there's no missiles at all hitting Israel. Not even one missile hit Israel. This is what they were saying. It was craziness. I know
Pani,
they were,
remember Sully, Pani, that Zio chick from Israel.
oh no, that's this time, isn't it? I'm talking about during the 12-day war.
Oh, okay.
People who are
I
anti-Israel were
disagree with that.
what?
No, I disagree with that it was AI and all that stuff.
Yeah, I
These
know you
things are
do. I know you
happening.
do. But I'm saying they're the same people who are saying this. So it's the same people who are making the claim what you're saying, that all these buildings were empty or the contracts were run out and they were meant to be demolished. They were saying the same thing about during the 12-day war. They were saying no hits at all, and if there was a hit, it was items that were meant to be demolished. So like I observe all these accounts who make all these claims. But coming back to the point specifically about your position, sorry. Oh, so you're saying that's not your position. You're saying is your position that actually
No, what you said is my position. Yeah,
yeah. So right
I think
now,
the end game has been defined, and there is resistance against that end game. But I think nothing stops the end game.
but the resistance is so great that you've basically got it where it's gone off track according to your position.
Sorry, I got a mute button that delays. I don't think we're too far off track. I think this is ending with Israel weaker, Iran weaker, US presence in the region weaker, and China able to announce something at the end of this once they meet in May,
So
which
it's
was
not.
April and now May.
So it's not too much off track. So this situation right now, where everything that's happened, like okay, so what do you mean by not too much off track? So what bits? Because I thought initially you said it was traffic. So when you said not too much, like nothing's gonna ever be perfect. So what bits have, in your view, gone up? Because look, the reason I'm asking the question is because obviously we've all made predictions, and like every single one of the vast majority of your predictions have not been right. But your argument is that the greater prediction will be right, which is that this going to conclude with this deal or whatever at the end. Um, and obviously, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that there's going to be a deal at the end because no war ends without a deal. But the point being, so which bit is the bit in your perspective that has gone off track? Just so I can kind of ascertain where you're coming from, where you believe the plan was, and what bits weren't part of the plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the factions of the IRGC that would not be on board a plan have hit back harder. And I also think, I'm not sure who's doing the false flags, but I think there are other factions of power, whether it be Israel, whether it be private corporate interest or whether it be Russian interest, or whether it even be just some other interest. I think that I
Okay.
think there are operations to
So
derail
you
the
mean,
plan.
like, for example, the hit on the Gulf of Oman, the hit on Diego Garcia, those were false flags that weren't part of the plan.
Potentially, I
Yeah.
can't say
I mean, okay.
each one.
I mean,
Like,
I agree they were false flags, so that's fine. But then what about the hits on Qatar, the hits on the UAE, the hits on Saudi Arabia? Were they also part of the plan where the Gulf was meant to look so weak and ridiculous?
I do think at the end of this, the Gulf is going to have a bunch of rebuild contracts with China, and
So it
they'll
was
be
part.
locked in. They'll be locked into financial industrial complex routes, and yeah,
So it was part of the plan.
I believe so. Yeah.
Was the 22 billion that the Gulf states played all to the military industrial complex part of the plan as well?
Yeah. Again, I'm not going to say I don't know. I don't know what the plan is, but I do think I know what the end result is. And so I could try and predict every single move and say that's the plan, that's not the plan, but that's a bit foolish, I think, because I don't know. I'm not sat in those conversations.
Yeah.
But there will be financial compensation. I think. I just think the order of the security within the Middle East will be radically different at the end of this. It won't just be the Gulf, relying upon the US. I think it's going to be very different.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. That one, I'm very confident saying the UAE will always be relying on the US. I'll guarantee that. But then that'll be another point to see if we're right or if you're right.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe UAE is becoming the FIC vassal, like it's and the the FIC always try and get their vassals in the new version of the world, and maybe UAE is that one, just like India is for BRICS. But I think the region will have a security model that effectively combats the US forever war model, which is what Israel and America currently have, the forever war model.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
think
going to be a
that
good point to see, because I disagree with you about the Gulf, so we'll see about that one. But the point specifically is on this war, because I'm trying to ascertain, because I think Joe and you had this kind of bet, or kind of not bet, because you don't bet, you're a Muslim, but what I mean is this kind of thing, we'll see, you believe that the deal was going to happen, that this time the deal was going to happen, and Joe said the deal wouldn't, and we've seen it now. There's no deal, and it's just another extension that's been created, which I think is based on
which is consistent with every deal I've ever been involved in or seen. Like you get deadlines, you get extensions, everyone underestimates how long things will take. Like everything always takes longer than most people think.
fine, no problem. But what was that? Oh my God, the Mossad. No, yeah, deal taking longer, no problem with that, of course. But the point is that I think one of the things that we were saying, but more so Joe, but I was in agreement with him, was that this Friday, the deadline of the 5 days, there would be no deal. And I think you said that there would be a deal. And there's another 2 week, essentially a 2 week extension. It's like 10 days.
Yeah, but
there's
what
something
did
else
we
to
what
have
did we
tomorrow.
learn? What did we learn, and what did I cover on the live interviews we did together? I said the bond market and the oil price is dictating the capitulation, and they're finding new ways of extending in order
You're saying
to.
they're
So,
manipulating it in different ways to kind of give themselves the extensions.
well, they're running out of tools to do it, but eventually they're not going to be able to control the bond market and the oil market, and they'll have to do a deal.
Yeah.
And they're then extending. They're changing the Xi Jinping meeting from April to May. So although, okay, we could say this will be done via this time frame, but if you can find a way of buying more time by getting oil price down and bond market yields down, then you have more time to try and get things in your favor. That's what I think is happening.
They're giving themselves more
Can I
time to
just jump in,
negotiate.
Sulaiman?
Sorry?
Can I just jump in and say something?
Yeah, of course you can. And look, I said, by the way, I don't want to say I was right, but Sulaiman always right form. I literally said there was going to be an extension, but go ahead, Joe.
I said the same thing. Right?
Joe, just before you go ahead, can I just say
Joe,
something?
you're the second best.
Can I just say something, Joe, just before you jump in? The White House has just released 2 more pixelated pictures.
just like in the last 10, 15 minutes for anybody who wants to look at them. But go ahead, Joe.
Thanks for that, Beatrix.
Yeah. Look, I only have two. It's not even two. One is the Mar-a-Lago Accords, right? Which is no different, or not very different, than what we've done to multiple leaders around the world, right? They try to nationalize assets or they try to price it outside the dollar. We go take them out, right? This happened in Libya. This happened in Chile. This happened in Brazil. This happened in Venezuela. This happened in Iraq. It's happening now in Iran. We've done this tens of times, right? I don't see it very different. If you want me to be more conspiratorial, that's where I come up with the stablecoin thing. I honestly think they're trying to save the dollar from being the global reserve currency because it benefits them, number one. And history shows that's what we do when we go to wars over and over and over, right?
So, Joe, just on that,
I
then
can't
you
see.
think the whole farce of building the manufacturing base and having an export-driven economy is a farce. They want world reserve currency and complete dependency on China instead.
Yes, I think Trump tells his base what he believes his base will like because he knows that manufacturing in the US, then you don't keep a reserve. Just like he told them that we were going to open up all the coal mines again. There's going to be coal in this country. And guess what? Coal plants shut down during his presidency. They didn't open up, right? So he consistently tells the forgotten people, right? The factory workers, the people who live in mining towns, things like that, consistently tells them exactly what they want to hear and does the opposite. So yes, I don't think he wants manufacturing back in America, right? Just like he didn't actually want coal to open back up because it didn't. It actually went down under his presidency. He consistently does that and has done that, right? So yeah, I don't believe that at all. He wants a global reserve. Every president that's been in power wants a global reserve because that is what drives American economy. That is what drives his real estate price. That is what drives all his assets. That is what drives every American billionaire's assets. That is why during COVID, when they printed that much money, all of them doubled their net worth, right? That is the
Okay,
biggest economic driver in America.
now imagine.
Imagine giving that up, Simon. How many people would have to be okay with losing their assets? And that's why I just can't agree or that this is any different than what happened in
Do
Iraq
you,
or what
do you
happened in Venezuela
reckon?
or what happened anywhere.
Do you reckon the British Empire was forced to give it up at some stage, or do you think they just America took over and they were kicking and screaming all the way down, or do you reckon there was somewhat of a managed transition?
The fall of the English Empire is kind of strange, but you have multiple things that happened at one time. They didn't suffer a catastrophe. They didn't have some disease that went rampant, um, and they didn't lose into some big battle. So it's quite weird.
But all the gold ended
The
up
English
in
Empire.
Fort Knox. America had the manufacturing base that Europe didn't
Hmm.
have. And at some stage, it felt like they accepted it
Yes,
and they
America
asset
is
stripped and they figured out how the elites get rich and just made the transition.
America is the Anglo-Saxons Israel, right?
Anglo-Saxons, Israel. What does that mean? Sorry.
It, it means the wealthy people left those countries. They went to America to escape taxes and everything else. They committed genocide and then they set up shop here. And then they continue to colonize and expand their borders.
Yeah. So here's the key difference, right? I guess you still think that Trump is in charge, America's nationalistic and America first. I just
Hmm.
think the banks are in charge and financial institutions are in charge. And so they're calling the shots.
Well, it's either the billionaires or the banks, and they're not on the same team. And the billionaires benefit from having the dollar be a global reserve currency, right? And the banks, yes, they might be leaving America, but why would they actually cause the problems that are happening in America in order to leave? Do you see what I mean? Like they would have
Yeah.
to be
Well,
involved because a lot of what happened because Trump started with this crazy stuff even in his first term, with separating from his allies, putting pressure on them, then raising tariffs, and doing all that, which caused 47 countries to want to sign up for the BRICS. So that was caused by him. So if he was controlled by the banks are causing the fall of America, and they started back in 2016, which wouldn't make sense because things were running fine.
Yeah, but don't you think they think in multi-decade? They're not like they see the big writing on the wall, right? They see the birth rates, they see the disjointed, they see the K-shaped economy, they see the fact that America's at the end of a debt cycle, they see that America's going to have to monetize its debt, the Fed's going to be the last buyer, and that's going to weaken the dollar, and so their choice is they either get 20 years ahead of it and start managing capital outflows, using the military, US military while they can, getting strategic footholds in BRICS and the GCC.
But Simon, every nation rushed to buy US dollar during COVID, right? It'd be a hell of a lot easier to unleash another virus than and get everyone to start buying the dollar back up, because literally everyone bought the dollar, right? Like the dollar
Oh yeah, I
strengthened
mean,
like
I do
crazy
believe
during COVID.
they'll continue using it for as long as they can, but they know the writing's on the wall. They know it doesn't last forever. They know that you'll use it for as long as you can, and that's why there's more life in it. But you'll make sure that you use America to get your strategic foothold in the rest of the world, just like they used Britain in order to make sure they had their strategic foothold in the rest of the world and in America.
And see, I look at it like this. We've done this in the past, okay? There wasn't secret deals that were happening. And there were people who knew information beforehand, like example, when we went to Venezuela, and I forget his name, something Singer, I think his name is, who bought the refinery a month prior. But those things happen. But they're like one-offs. They're not like this big change to change the world global power into two hemispheres and make America lose power that it has. Um, why now? Why this one is
Because
different? I
again,
don't understand.
the American corporate interest is benefiting from this significantly. America as a country isn't, but American corporate interest is using this war in order to renegotiate more assets. Just like COVID, COVID was incredibly beneficial for a small
Hmm.
number of tech bros. Just like the financial crisis was beneficial for a small number of FIC players. And just like
Hmm.
Afghanistan and Iraq was hugely beneficial for a few MIC players, and this is hugely beneficial for a few energy players. And if this goes to the where I think it goes next, is going to be hugely beneficial for a few tick players.
But how? If, like, for example, GE. Let's use GE for example, right? Or IBM, right? Or you name the company. It doesn't matter. There's almost no American company that benefits from a multipolar world.
You don't think Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, BlackRock, State
That's
Street,
different.
Vanguard?
Those are banks which are different than the billionaires that own the companies. They're not on the
It's all
same team,
institutional
Simon.
that owns it. I mean,
Yeah,
the
but
the
they're not
the,
on the
the
same
individuals
team
that
though.
own it is significantly less than the institutions.
Merrill Lynch owns 45% of BlackRock.
Exactly. And that's owned by
Yeah,
Bank of America, and that's a public company, and that's owned in a circle of loop as well of these institutions. And
And
they're
Berkshire
global in
uh-huh.
Hathaway as
nature.
well.
They will use
Yeah,
America
but
for
but
as
they
long
weren't
as
the
they need
ones
to.
donating. They weren't the ones donating to Donald Trump. The billionaires were.
Oh yeah, but I mean they represent they're subordinate to greater powers as well, right? Elon Musk is subordinate to financial players. He's huge. His net worth is hugely leveraged. Um, these are all I think at that level they play they play a game, and they're able to enact these changes. Like they control the flows of capital, and this war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is going to achieve a massive wealth transfer for a small number of players and usher in that multipolar world.
If
It is going to happen, and we will have a police and surveillance state at the end of this.
if I could ask Dark just to have an unbiased opinion here. Who benefits more from the strait being closed, the banks or the billionaires in America?
That's a good question. I mean, I would answer neither. Um, I have a very different take on this, which is I think that this is an effort to take down the U.S. dollar, and I don't think that
By Trump or by Iran?
I think Trump got trapped into this, and he's in a mess, and his ego is such that he can't extract himself from the mess he created. And I think
That's not any different than what I'm saying. I'm saying this is a fight for the dollar.
yeah,
It's the same thing. I think
yeah,
it's
I
the same thing.
guess, but see, I think there's two themes here, right? Like, is there a war between the banks, the Federal Reserve, the kind of European banking cartel, and the administration? I think the answer is yes, and I think Trump sort of declared war on the Fed, and I think he hates the Fed. He talks a lot about Andrew Jackson, um, so I think he's anti.
He just you saw that he's gonna now it's gonna be Donald Trump's name on the
Yeah, I saw that.
U.S. currency.
Yeah,
Yeah,
again,
no more treasure.
yeah. So like, again, I think that's a red herring, right? Like the issue here is, are you willing to destroy the U.S. reserve currency status? And I just don't know what that looks like. Like, how do you finance? The only way you do that is by defaulting on your debt. That just leads to a massive default. And who wins if we default on our debt? Not the billionaires, not the banks. I don't know who wins. I mean, the people win.
Why do you have to destroy it? Why don't you do what they did with the British pound? You just slowly make the dollar more useful, and the pound just becomes this slow grind that still is, extracting significant wealth from the British people. You just have a slow grind, a silent depression. But then you take
But
your
but
capital to where the growth is, because the growth ain't at home anymore.
yeah, so see, I would argue we've been in the silent depression for years. We're up against it here in the US. If you're not in the top 10, 15% of Americans, you are screwed. You are living paycheck to paycheck. You can't handle what you're describing. Then add to that, we have societal instability. We could very easily be pushed into what I would call like a soft civil war here in the United States. So like things are not good here. We're not in position to take what I think you're laying out. Then again, like I don't know if that I'm buying into what Joe is laying out, right? Like I kind of feel like we're sleepwalking into a disaster, into a fourth term.
Well,
So
And I just
imagine
but
you
here's the
see
thing,
imagine
Simon.
you see that in America, right? Everything you just said is true. Then don't you start looking for the next big growth opportunities and try and use America and your control over America, like the military, in order to get your strategic foothold in other regions?
I don't know. I mean,
But they
look,
already have that, Simon.
you see, the other thing is like I
No, they
would never
don't.
bet.
This is energy companies, as a result of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Like they've got significant deals that can be negotiated while that strait is closed. They don't want the price to be go up too high so that it destroys everything, but they do want to utilize this to apply maximum pressure and pain. And that's what they did during COVID. That's what they did during the global financial crisis, and that's what they did during tariffs as well. It was a grind on the small business. It was M&A on the export dependent countries, and it was massive consolidation of power to multinational global institutions.
But
Yeah,
Simon, how do they control? Because they already have a foothold in many countries, right? Europe and America, correct? They don't in Asia, and I don't think this is going to give them a foothold in Asia either. Do
Well, I
you
think
agree?
they're using, so they know that there's going to be BRICS is a thing. They know they don't control China.
Which doesn't include them.
Yes.
So how
So
is
what do
Russia
they
not on?
do? So what do they do? Well, firstly, they know the writings on the wall in the West, right? So now you've got to look at where's the growth. Okay, the growth is in Africa. Imagine if we only have America as a regional power, then the growth is in the Middle East and the growth is in Asia. So how do we get a foothold? Well, we look at the countries where we can use American assets in order to negotiate private corporate power as much as we can. Mick, Fick, Tick. So then you use the AI trades to try and get as much infrastructure built across these different areas. You use India in order to try and get a penetration into BRICS. You use UAE in order to try and get a penetration into GCC. You try and rip Iran open through sanction relief and Syria through sanction relief. And then you destroy Europe so that it's fully under the control of private US corporations. And you do the same in Central and South America. And now you've got the ability to rebuild several military industrial complexes, several high growth opportunities, and you align with the fact that there is nothing stopping China at this
But
point.
we're already in Central and South America because they've been there since the 70s and 80s when we did exactly what we're doing now to Iran back then,
Yeah, so you bring all that
right?
home. So
Guevara,
you can't.
Allende, like we've already done this. We just did
But
Maduro.
you can't do the forever war in the Middle East because China has leverage now. So you bring it back home and you just say, right, let's do it in Europe and Central and South America. And then we'll do regional stability in the Middle East, and we'll get a foothold in GCC and BRICS, and then we'll start managing capital outflows globally, and try and get multiple rather than relying upon one country, where which is looking very fragmented, looking very unstable. Let's asset strip America and Europe and the West, and
But
let's
Simon,
build
that's
multiple
negating.
centers.
But that's negating that Middle East is already an English banking system. Do you know what I mean? Like it
No, they're
already
pegged.
is. Dubai's.
Their currencies are pegged to the dollar. So if you
Yes, I
weaken the
know.
dollar,
That's what I'm saying.
then you can. I don't think it's. I don't believe
The
that
bank's
that
already there.
national. Yeah, I don't see that separation between Europe, England, and America that people say. I just don't think nationalism exists. I think the West is controlled fully by the same forces and those same
I
corporate
agree.
interests. I
I
don't see like
I agree with
America
that.
is different to UK, and it's just one
But
it's one intelligence apparatus, one financial industrial complex, one technical industrial complex, and they utilize the populations, and the populations are useless now because they're no longer useful to them. So they're replacing with AI and robotics, create a police and surveillance state, and go where the growth is.
but I agree with that part, Simon. So the fact that the Middle East already uses an English banking system means it already belongs to the West. What foothold are they getting when it is
But the
Western
Middle East
money
are
that is
building their
there?
own payment rails, and so is BRICS. They're not
No,
using the old system.
Dubai did. Dubai participated in the alternative system with China,
Yeah, they did the whole
right?
Bridge project. They're
And
doing
and
central
now
bank digital currencies connected.
yes, and now
They're
Saudi
all
Arabia.
building. They don't want to be. They don't want sanctions. They don't want to be on the wrong side of America and the dollar to be weaponized and to be sanctioned. Every country is hedged against that. India has, China has, Russia has. All of them have. They're all building their alternative rails because everyone wants a degree of regional autonomy, and they recognize that you have to negotiate with the fake terrorists in order for them not to take you out. And that's way more profitable for this in this multipolar world.
But what's that have to do with the fact that Americans already have money there? That you're just giving me credit, which is
What's that, sorry?
they're already looking towards the east. They're already wanting to price outside the dollar, right? And why are they being attacked? Why are
What
they
do you mean,
being made
why is the UAE
targets?
being attacked?
Yeah.
I think they're just using the vassal model. I think they're acquiring they're shaking out retail. UAE ain't going nowhere. They're shaking out retail. Institutions are acquiring for pennies on the dollar, and they're turning it into a thick vassal state, so that they can get a significant foothold in GCC.
But everyone already calls them a vassal state. I mean, Sullivan constantly says they work for the West. So what is different? That's what I don't get.
M&A, like
I,
they're literally getting 30% discount on all this real estate now. They're getting like they're going to be cashing in on this disaster. They're going to be. That's exactly what they do. They destroy countries. They strip assets. They get what they can, and then they use it as a vassal state in order to apply leverage on other regional players. This is the world is going to multipolarity. You know where the growth is. So how do we use a war in order to engineer as much control as we can so that we can profit from the growth? And the best time to buy is in distress, and this is distress.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. But you're saying they cause distress because they want to break away from the U.S. and weaken the dollar. We can not have America be the global reserve currency anymore, which
Yeah,
would mess
because
them
it's
up.
at the end of this debt cycle. They're not. It's not like they said I want it to happen. It's that it is happening, and they need to hedge. They don't. What do you think? They think they can keep the dollar world reserve currency forever and be the first time in history?
No, of course not. But also hedging this way doesn't make a ton of sense because they caused it back in 2016 when things were fine and there was tons of demand for the
There
dollar,
wasn't though, because
and they could have
the trends are the trends,
diversified.
right?
They could have diversified then.
Yeah,
I
but what I'm
mean,
saying is, if you
what?
if you
How much?
know if you know that
So,
the dollar's hitting the end of its debt cycle,
Simon,
you
how much
you either
assets in
you either go
BlackRock are
down with
outside the
it,
country?
you
How
either
many
go
is
down, yeah, you
how
either go
many?
down with it, or you use America while you can.
Okay,
You
and
don't
we
wait
can
for it to
prove
collapse.
that if we look, and I don't know the number, how many assets of BlackRock are actually foreign investment, like invested outside of America today?
I don't have those stats.
Yeah, let me go look it up because if it's already more than 50%, they're already diversified and they don't need this.
Okay,
But
so
you're
what
at
do?
the
You position yourself ahead of a global reset. You position yourself decades ahead. You get the position, and then you get more of a foothold, and then you engineer the multipolarity, and you use the previous business model until it no longer works. So you either get ahead of it, or you lose all your power by doubling down on one empire, and you say, let's wait for America to collapse until we actually engineer something, or you actually utilize it while you still can. And I think that's what they installed Trump for.
It's
I don't know.
33%, by the way.
I feel how much?
33%.
Yeah, as of today already.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, so they
Okay.
positioned
Thank you.
themselves for it.
But you just said they need this in order to do that, but they already did it.
No, I'm
It
saying
has to be one or the
this has
other.
been I think they started preparing for this a long time ago. I think COVID was part of it. I think the
Yeah, but
global financial crisis was the
it
big.
shows they don't need
Of course,
war
they
in
don't
order to
need.
do it.
What do you mean? Sorry. So what you think they can
If
just transition? You don't think this
well,
creates?
33% of the largest fund in America already has their money outside of America. So they didn't need war in order to do it.
But
If
America,
you're
but the MIC needs war all the time. They can't have they can't not have. You can't transition the Middle East from a forever war to regional stability without what we're witnessing now.
but we
Because
don't know if
you
they're
need.
we don't know if they're doing regional stability.
Yeah, that's my core thesis, that that's what is happening, and the Middle East will
But
be
isn't it a
regionally stable.
stronger case that what we did to Mossadegh, Arbenz, Lumumba, Allende, Guyards, Siconaro, Gaddafi, Maduro, the guy that was in power in Ukraine, doesn't it make more sense that we're just doing exactly what we did to them because we couldn't control the natural resource or they wanted to price it outside of the dollar? So we go after them like we've been doing for 50 years.
Yeah, that would make total sense to me if China wasn't the world's manufacturing base and it's not an option anymore.
But we sell to China, just like we're doing in Venezuela. We're selling to China.
Less than 15% of America's exports are dependent upon US consumption. Now imagine that they're at the end of a debt cycle and the consumption ain't what it is. Why do you think China's hedging away from American consumption? Because America's maxed out on its credit card. So the consumption's not there. The biggest asset that America says it has, the consumption, that's declining.
Okay, so let's make another line in the sand. Okay, since we're waiting for this week, but if I don't believe Trump makes a deal and just walks away, you believe they will, correct?
Yeah, but Joe,
So
you need to be
what
more
does not
specific.
a deal mean?
Yeah, because Joe, how is that? Like logically, you do believe there's gonna be a deal, right? Like it's logically impossible that there'll never ever be a deal. Like the point is, it doesn't matter if it takes 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. One day there's gonna be a deal to end the war. It just depends on when it is. So I don't think you mean there'll never be a deal, right? You just mean something else. And if you want to be more specific,
Yeah, like I don't think there's a deal coming where America just packs up and leaves in the next month.
okay, in the next month, I think that's a very
Yeah,
specific. And I think Simon definitely would say that it's gonna happen within a month, right, Simon?
It could.
my my current thinking is that the Xi Jinping meeting and Trump meeting is significant, so it's wrapped up before then.
Mid-May, that is.
Yeah. Look, I believe they
Yeah,
could open the
they
strait,
moved the goalposts from
but
April
I
to
don't.
May.
I believe they might open the strait, but they're not leaving the Middle East and stopping imposing blockades or
Oh,
sanctions on
I
Iran.
do think that they're negotiating the strait, and
How do we determine that though? Because let's do each item. How would we determine that they've left the Middle East? And I'll explain why. Because I'm pretty confident Simon's position maybe, and do Simon clarify that? Oh, it's already happened because all their bases have been destroyed. So, and then your position, Joe, will be like, they already got deals with Israel, and they'll be doing X, Y, Z, and there's a lot of Jewish Zionists in there, or whatever. So, how are we able to ascertain who's right on that one?
I think there is I think there is a so I think currently the foreign bases are set up for the forever war model, right? Continually creating destruction. I
I
think
don't think it's solely that, but that is one. That is a major. That is one of the pillars for sure.
well, I think
I think another pillar.
America.
Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, go for it, Sulaiman.
No, no. The other pillar, I think that the bases are there, is imperial power. So what that means is, Simon, let's say you were like, I'm gonna be the overlord over Suleiman. It doesn't mean you're gonna be bashing me with a slipper, but you'd basically in my office you'd put a base there, and that means you're like, listen, you know who run things, right? So even if you don't blow up things in my office, just you being there demonstrates that listen, you are like powerful. Does that make sense? So that's just another facet of it. So there's multifaceted natures of why embassies and bases are placed in a country, and it isn't just solely based on being warmongering, even though that is a component. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then I can give you many examples of many
I think
bases throughout the world where America has, and there's no warmongering happening in that area. Does that make sense?
yeah. So my definition is
Here's a
of
definitive line, Simon. I have one.
okay.
If BlackRock has over 50% of its assets invested in foreign nations, then you win. Is that a good one? Because that works.
Sure, they'll definitely get there, but that would
By when?
no idea. However long this takes, it will be. But what I guess what I'm saying is, I think the Middle East was in a continual state of war because of first Britain then America, or first Europe then America. That is what is coming to an end. So those bases are set up for achieving regional stability with integrations between competing powers, whether it be Turkey,
You
Pakistan,
mean
Egypt,
instability,
China.
right? Simon, according to your position. Or do you mean stability? I don't get it.
I think the next phase is
Oh, you talk about the
stability.
next phase. Sorry, do continue.
Yeah, but the previous stage was all about driving instability, and so that's what I think the change is. Now,
But I don't get it.
America still has
Simon,
power.
I don't get it. Because I
Yeah.
think I misunderstood the whole point. Because are you saying the bases are going to be in there, but they're now going to be modes of ensuring stability?
Yes.
So you're basically saying the bases are going to stay there, but I thought that wasn't your position.
Well, I don't know whether they're going to look. America will be using all of its leverage to hand over to corporate power, right? It's not like America, the nation, the military industrial complex that in the post World War II Bretton Woods order. It's America handing over all of its assets to private corporate multinational institutions. And so all of the AI, all of Nvidia, all of these Palantirs, all of these Chevron, Exxon, JP Morgan's, Goldman Sachs, America's handing everything over to privatization. And so they're using the military in its final stage in order to get as much strategic foothold so that they can profit from the fact that China's also going to be there, and other people are going to be there, and there's going to be alternative. You know, like Turkey's going to be, I think, a significant manufacturing base, and I think Turkey's going to have partnerships with Egypt in terms of a military power, with Pakistan, and that's going to make up for the lack of military capabilities of the Gulf countries, and then Iran's going to be in partnership with the Gulf countries eventually at the end of this. And so all of that's going to lead to a regional stability where those American bases are not there to create chaos in the region, and also Israel is not there to create chaos in the region eventually. That's what I think. That's what I think this transition is.
That's another line of stance. So if Israel remains, then you were correct.
Well, I mean, whether Israel can be completely annihilated is obviously something we'd all like to happen, but I just don't see it as being realistic. But I do think there'll be a Palestinian state. Now we can argue over what what that means, because I do think it would be very colonized and vassalized into the region. But it's not going to be this greater Israel project with American bases serving Israeli interest. That's what I think ends.
So do you believe this plan, because of the clean break memo, is a plan that the banks devised up in the late 90s? And that's what they're executing?
A clean break memo was a plan based upon America being the global hegemon and
Right. That's what I was going to bring up.
utilizing the Greater Israel Project. That plan made a lot of money for Mick, and they asset stripped America, and now we've hit the end of a debt cycle. And now the final war
But
with Iran is the one that it's not, the hegemon is no more.
that is the last one on the clean break memo.
Yes. Now, whether they planned it that way, I don't know. I don't think so. But the whole clean break memo was business as usual for America and Israel. We're not in business as usual anymore.
So
And I think it, yeah.
how do we ascertain you and Joe who's right? So I remember you saying about hyperinflation. Joe believes there's going to be hyperinflation. You don't believe so, correct? That was one. Is that
I
still
don't
one?
think there'll be hyperinflation in America,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. But Joe believed there was, right? Right?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is. And I just checked, by the way, BlackRock, 53% of AUM is foreign. It's already over 50%. They didn't need the war to divest, Simon. That's why it just doesn't make sense to me.
Sam.
Well, how do you end the forever war? You need the war to end the forever war. You got to strategically
or you
you got
need
to
or you
radically.
need the war, or you need the war to keep ensuring that people keep using the dollar as the global reserve,
Yeah.
or else America's coming after you. That could also be
Yeah, so
why
here's
we're
the
doing it.
key. I think we're getting to the key thing, and it is such a useful conversation to clarify thought. But so if the dollar is backed by the forever war in the Middle East, would you agree with that? One part of it, not everything, but it's an essential
Yeah,
component of
that's a
it.
big, yeah. That's how we maintain that it stays priced in the dollar.
Correct. So
Right.
I think BlackRock doesn't want the forever war in the Middle East, and BlackRock wants regional stability in the Middle East. That's what I think. That's what I think
What?
is happening now. And you
For
need
what purpose?
in order to profit from diversifying and multipolarity. Now that you positioned over 50% in
Simon,
non-US
can I ask you a
equities
question
and
on that?
assets.
Simon, can I ask you a question on that? Um,
Yeah,
and this is just a con to your position. So, could it, based on what you just said now, you said just now, BlackRock wants stability in the Middle East. BlackRock doesn't want the forever war model, correct?
correct.
And
Yes,
so, if you were BlackRock, there's two ways of looking at it. One is the mode that you're presenting. The other one is, and I'm just thinking of this now, just based on what you said. This isn't my position, by the way. But the other one is to think that, wait a sec. So the forever war model is there and could end if Israel was to win against Iran, because then that would be the last stand against Israel. And then there would be no forever war, because who would Israel need to war with? They would have control over the Middle East, and therefore you would end the forever war model, and there would be stability. The other option is Iran defeats Israel, Israel becomes weakened. Does that stop the forever war model? If I was BlackRock, I would actually think possibly not, because we think Israel may try it again. So I'm not saying those are the case, but everything's based on percentages and balances of probability. So based on the balances of probability, if you were BlackRock and you were thinking you don't want the forever war model, would it not be in your interest to make sure that actually Iran loses, hence why you do this final war? Israel wins, they have the relations with all those countries, Abraham Accords 2.0 comes about, they have kind of dominance in the region but not control over the region, and there's no forever war model.
I think BlackRock
And
thinks
then they
that,
do a deal with China, and so China still has that kind of overarching thing, but it's just like there is no the stability. Why could that not be a possibility based on your point or your position?
yeah, I personally believe that they experimented and hedged both. So I believe they allowed October the 7th to happen and gave Netanyahu the mission, ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, and see if we can achieve regional stability that way, just by eliminating
But that wouldn't
genocide.
no, but that wouldn't even do it because Iran's still there. So the Iran thing had to be a solution
Yes,
according to your position. But I'm just basing on your position, right?
yes,
And I think you just said yes.
yeah.
So
So I
irrespective of October 7th, there had to be something got to do with Iran. And I'm asking you that the kind of point I'm proposing to you based on your own model, why would that not be the more better route for them?
Yeah, I think that BlackRock. I think that BlackRock says in order to have an investable environment in the Middle East and regional
Mm.
stability, you need to integrate all proxies. You need to eliminate hardliner
Which
IRGC, and you need
so
to
one second.
contain Israel.
No, but that fits into your model because you could have eliminate all proxies, remove theocracies, remove the only people who are against uh, Israel and the GCC's homogeny over the region, and then they have that. So again, I think you've not explained why that would not work. That actually probably may works better on this model that you're claiming.
So
Do you
if
get what I mean?
so, okay, let's say Israel.
I'm just using
Sure.
it's an internal critique of your own model based on I'm using the framework of your model, but saying it actually applies better to A, apply better to B as opposed to A, if that makes sense. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Sort of, but basically, you're saying if Israel gets the Greater Israel project, and you can eliminate Iran and you
You
can
can
stick to
call it
clean break,
Great
no, mate.
Israel. No, you can call it. Let's not call it Great Israel because maybe you maybe have a kind of like, you might not like that word. So let's go with just Israel defeating Iran. Israel and US defeating Iran. Iran now becomes they put a leadership in that is America friendly or Israel friendly or GCC friendly. Let's say that. Let's say a leader who is GCC, Israel, America friendly. You now have the entire region who's on par on the same narrative, and then according to BlackRock, there's no more wars now in the region anyway because there's no need for it. That's whereas if the other way around, Iran was to win, there's a chance Israel could come back. I know you don't think so, and you think ideology will never play a part, but there's a possibility there. So the point being is, when you look at the balances of probability, because nothing's always 0 and 100%, right? We're speaking about nuances and percentages. That would be a greater opportunity for that, right?
Yeah, so if they could achieve that, and you could regime change IRGC and make them like regionally stable in Israel, and you don't need strategic tension between the two, and there's no leverage by any type of militias or anything, then yeah, that would be one way of achieving it. But IRGC at that point would say, well, we're going to use our assets to get the best deal we can get. And so maybe they, and so you've got to think of yourself, right? How do we
No, but the
achieve that?
point
Is
is,
that even achievable?
no, but then you're coming back to the point where you're saying IRGC then come and try and negotiate. But I'm saying, well, obviously there would be a negotiation at the end for a deal. But the point is, it's not IRGC because what you do is you topple the Iranian government as per what I think the real plan was, but this is not my position. And you then put a Israel American Gulf state friendly leader in place, And then according to BlackRock, you've got stability, trade, agreements, Israel gets trade, GCC gets trade, Iran gets a bit of trade, everyone gets it. Why would that not be, based on your own internal position, the way BlackRock would want to go?
Well, I think BlackRock might want to go that way, but maybe it wasn't feasible
But
because of all the
why?
leverage that people have. Because
But
everyone's
why?
negotiating for their best position, right?
But again, you're doing it based. So the thing is, what you're saying is everyone needs to negotiate. But then I'm saying, if BlackRock's position was, look, this is the end goal, which is what you were stating. Actually, why could BlackRock not be thinking, we don't care what Iran's IRGC want because they're going to be replaced. We're going to replace them with a more friendly government, and there is going to be. So this is going to be the final war to get that, and then we're going to have what we want. Because let's say we went, and BlackRock may be thinking, let's say we went the other way around and somehow Iran won, we could still have these tensions that flare up again. Like, you could get Israel to agree to a deal, you could get Iran to agree to a deal, but like, BlackRock may be thinking, but deals are always tenuous. 5-10 years down the line, we might have another problem where, whatever it may be. Whereas this way, we just eradicate one of the issues.
I think the reason that we're finding out that that's impossible, right? And so IRGC is going to be negotiating for their best position. And if they could just eliminate IRGC, maybe they did a calculation because they're still considering what do the Gulf countries say, and the Gulf countries are saying, well, we want all militia gone. What does China want? They've normalized there. Now we've tried to fight IRGC. We've had all these proxy wars. We've had all this forever wars. And every time America ends up making shitloads of money out of war, and we all end up in a shittier position. And the forever war continues. So
Well,
the
not BlackRock. But the point is,
BlackRock's happy with that,
yeah, that's
but
what I'm saying. And but if
but then
BlackRock
but
is
then that's
deciding this,
based
why would?
upon America being the hegemon and Middle East
Yeah.
never having regional stability and them never getting the returns in the region.
Yeah. I guess what the reason I brought that up is I feel like when the reason I brought that up is because it seems like that is based on your model, that is a possibility. And based
I
on
don't think
your
it is,
model,
right? Because we're
sorry.
seeing right now that IRGC just it's
Yeah,
not
oh, yeah, I agree
they've
with you.
tried
I
to
think
regime change him and it's not
oh
worked.
yeah. I think they tried it, but they failed. So I'm trying to say based on your model, this could have been a good plan, even according to your model, but it failed. And the
Yeah,
point
do October the 7th, ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, regime change Iran, and have the Greater Israel Project and get us maximum leverage in regional stability,
yeah,
and get rid of all militia.
exactly.
If you could achieve that, you'd have to be the global hegemon. I think the bit that didn't work is that America stopped being the global hegemon and China said, "Hey,
Well,
no, that
I
ain't
think
gonna
the bit
happen."
I think the bit that didn't work was October 7th failed. And then I think this Iran wars failed as well. And I think that's where things have gone wrong for them. And so even according to your model, it seems like for me, when I'm listening to yours, you're kind of saying, look, this is my model, but then trust me, this is what's happening. And I'm saying, based on your model, actually, this is also a possibility. And even within your internal model, this seems like a more stronger possibility that this would have been the game plan, but it failed because of Iran. And therefore, coming back to it, and that's why, if you look at it, and why it was a blinder was because remember, Simon, your point was that the leader, there's gonna be a regime change in the leadership, and they're gonna have a more reformist leader that comes in charge because the aim is to remove all the hardliners. And I think what you were saying was actually the thought of America and Israel, because they thought that any form of change in the leadership will cause people in Iran to cause a civil war, because they would have thought, oh my God, somebody's colluding with the enemy. And that's why they took out the leader, which is Khamenei. And so when they put their son in charge, that was probably the most perfect decision you could ever make, because it can never be that there was internal struggle, either by the reformists or even by people who were even more hardliner, because it ended up being the same person in charge essentially. And so the point I'm trying to make on this is, I do think that there was a game plan, and maybe your point, maybe kind of, because I'm not trying to discount your point, you see, and I'm trying to say maybe your point could be right, but even in your point, this idea that they want to take Iran out and possibly let Israel win still works within your model, and I think that maybe you should consider it rather than just completely discounting, because actually works out. I feel like it works out stronger than the other position that you've taken, which is fine because it's also a possibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but here's what I don't think anyone wanted. I don't think if America was still the global hegemon, Greater Israel Project, forever war, destroy the Middle East, then I think maybe they could have regime changed Iran and turned it into Syria and created a complete vacuum and absolute carnage. And I think previously they would have been okay with that. Maybe they could, maybe they couldn't, but at least they would try, and they've tried time and time again.
But they
They
tried it,
installed a
right?
Shah,
They
and
tried it. So if you look
yeah,
at every single move they did, every move they tried it. They did the exact same moves as Syria. The only difference was Bashar al-Assad flopped and failed and made bad decisions. And the exact same situation when the current um, Iranian leadership were dealt with it, or basically when it came upon them, they maybe they learned from what happened to Bashar, maybe they did, or maybe they were just better equipped, or maybe they made better decisions. But all of the things that they did in order to cause the rebellion in Syria, they did the exact same thing in Iran, but it just failed.
yeah. I think the difference is that Assad, China, Russia, Iran, America, all of the I think it was a regional consensus and superpower consensus that the rebels would come in and Assad would disappear into Russia. I don't think that was organic. I
No,
think
I'm not
that
talking
was
about 2020. I'm not talking about 2020. I'm not
okay.
talking about just now.
2011, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't think anyone wants that. I don't think BlackRock wants that. I don't think so they do have to have, a stable
But they
Iran
tried it. So we know.
in a regional
But
stability
Simon,
model.
we know they tried it. They tried it with the Starlinks that they sent in, but Russia ended up stopping it. They tried it with the regime change in the country. You saw the few days of devastation that occurred. It's just that because again, when we're not in there, you don't realize how bad it was. And
You're talking 2025,
no,
yeah?
no, this one I'm talking the Iran protests, right? They tried
Yeah, 2025. This last year.
20 January. Well,
Or this
yeah,
year, is
yeah,
it?
like January
26.
2026.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't being
Yeah.
pedantic. I was like, hey, what do you mean 20? Yeah, the ones in January. Um,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
They did that. Those were really bad. They tried everything in their power to cause regime change and cause destruction in the country. Again, Iran dealt with it, so that wasn't like fake. That wasn't. They actually attempted it. They attempted to do and not just the Starlink, but there was many things that the Iranian government did to stop it from happening, which Bashar failed in 2011. And so they did try and cause, and that was just one component. They also tried to get the Kurds on board. They tried to get many other people on board. And they tried to get mercenaries paid. They even sent weapons. So they tried all of those things that were attempted in Syria. So if BlackRock didn't want it, why was it tried?
Yeah, this is where I think we're at a slightly different, this is where it comes into the internal difference between factions of power within Iran. And this is where I think the bit that people, this is where I think there's an internal regime change and there are people aligned with China, reformist, and there's a plan to open up sanctions. And we start hitting to where I think this is
But who are these reformers?
internal
But
betrayal
Simon,
and
there's no
yeah.
reformers because you look at the leadership; it's exactly the same. If anything, you would say it's either exactly the same or it's gone more hardliner. It's definitely not gone more reformist.
Well, let's see what comes out at the end of this,
Well,
because my
yeah, of
my
course.
theory is that by the end of this, we have a deal, sanction relief, and there's a government in Iran that is somewhat normalized into the region and doesn't have this,
No, but there will be a
you know,
deal. So this is the
yeah.
thing: there will be a deal at the end because no war ends without a deal, right? I think we all agree on that. We understand how history works. It doesn't matter how long it takes. At some point, there'll be some kind of deal. what the deal looks like will depend on who wins the war and who is dominating in the war. If Iran wins, which obviously I believe Iran is winning, then of course there will be sanction relief. Already, Americans' 15-point agreement is already talking about sanction relief. So there's definitely going to be a deal. There's definitely going to be all those things. Right now, though, if there's a deal, right now, if you look at Trump's 15-point plan, Simon, this isn't what you said earlier, which is a weakened Iran. This is literally a very strong Iran. This ends up being a dominating Iran. They could become, I think I had Robert on here earlier, Simon, and I said to him, if XYZ was to happen, which is essentially what the 15-point plan was, what would that result in? He said Iran would be a dominant world power, probably one of the top dominant powers. I think he said top 5 or top 10 dominant powers in the world. So that's not a weakened Iran if that deal was to happen, Simon.
Yeah, well, let's see. There's going to be significant infrastructure rebuild needed. Maybe they're draining weapons. We'll see. But I do think at the end of this, like, obviously in Iran without sanction relief, you couldn't really call a weakened Iran. But it depends what the deal
And that's
looks
the
like,
point.
right?
And that's the
What?
point, Simon. Because
Yeah.
how can it be? And that's the point. Because you said that after after this war, you'll see a weakened Israel, right, and a weakened Iran.
Well, let's call it a weekend IRGC. Let's call it that.
But what does that mean? Because like again, we'll never be able to substantiate that. Because the weakened Israel, we can test it. So I'm saying that's impossible because we had an Iran that was in the position it was before the war, and I can guarantee you the Iran after this war is going to be stronger. So that can't be a weakened Iran.
Well, let's say, do you agree? Because I think this is a point of disagreement.
Yeah.
Do you agree
I'm confident
that?
I'm 100% right on this. But sorry, you go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you agree that the IRGC doesn't fund militia purely because it's a religious and ideological thing? Or do you think it's leverage in order to negotiate their interest and sanction relief and try and be a bit of a hegemon in the region and use it to further their agenda? Or do you think it's purely they do it because it's a spiritual holy battle?
Let me think of this. So so the symbol of Hamas is to fight Israel. I'm just trying to think what the I do think it like I can't see what the financial component of this would be because the amount of financial harm that has caused them is exponential compared to any kind of financial benefit. If they hadn't done those things, they probably wouldn't have had such harsh sanctions, and so the fight was against Israel. So yeah, I mean, at what point would it? Look, I'm not as silly to think that not everything is 100% summer, but largely speaking, yeah, I would say that because other than financial gain, what other benefit do they have by?
Well, I think it gave them leverage over America, and so therefore
What was
they
the
were.
leverage of America?
Well, the leverage is they had a foothold in Lebanon, a foothold in Yemen, a foothold in Palestine and Gaza,
But what was the
a foothold in
leverage? But what did
Iraq.
the leverage? So what?
Well,
So like,
if you're trying to fight back against America, then that's your leverage.
no,
And
but you understand, like leverage is like you get leverage in order to use the leverage, right? Like you get
yeah,
like you agree with that, right? So what is it that they wanted to get out of the leverage is what I'm trying to ask you.
well, I think they wanted to be a power in the region. They wanted sanction removed,
So
and
they
they wanted
power in the
to be
region,
able to fight back
sanction
against
removed,
Western
Western
imperialism.
imperialism. Okay, so fighting against Western imperialism is a spiritual thing. Fighting.
Well, no, but it's financial too, right? If you end up defeating an imperialist, then you end up a hegemon in the region. Like
So that's
there's
the second point
still.
then again. So the first 2 points were one was sanctions relief, and then what was the second point again?
Oh, well, to further the power of, I think there were competing hegemons in the region. Like Turkey wanted to be one, Egypt wanted to be one, KSA wanted to be one, Iran wanted to be one. They were all wanted to be the most powerful in the region.
Okay, so they wanted to be powerful in the region.
Yes.
Okay. I think, I think you said like economic power though, right?
Yeah. Well, economic choke
Because the
points, all
point
the
I'm trying to
things that
make
give you
about the
power.
sanctions relief is that by supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, it economically harmed them. It forced the sanctions to be placed on them in a lot more heavier fashion. So there was actual
Well, they came from the revolution, isn't it? Right from '79, and so then they were trying to negotiate their way out of that. The sanctions started in as soon as the Iranian Revolution happened. They did the hostage swap. They did Iran
Yeah,
Contra affair, and then they were
yeah,
doing weapons for hostage swaps and all that stuff.
yeah.
Um, and then they started.
What was the reason they did that?
Why did they do the revolution? To overthrow the Shah
No,
and
no, no. I mean the hostages, the Iran Contra affair. Why did they do that?
why did they do that?
Yeah.
Wasn't that, well? Again, some believe it's an op, others believe it was more organic. But Iran Contra affair was a way of building financial power based upon doing weapons trafficking and partnering with Israel and America.
Mm. So coming back to the point I'm trying to ask you is that when it comes to supporting Hezbollah, when it comes to supporting Hamas, when it comes to supporting Houthis, there is no financial benefit to it. This is what I'm trying to say. There is financial negative to it because of the sanctions that are placed on you. So if you were to say, look, I'm gonna discard these groups that I'm supporting, your sanctions would be released, and then you would become a world hegemon because the sanctions are the things that stopped them from becoming a global hegemon. Before the Iran-Iraq war, Iran was Iran was the top four. I believe it was the top two actually economy in the Middle East. So it was the second biggest economy and best economy in the Middle East, and the sanctions stopped it from being that. So
Correct.
by supporting these different groups, if anything, it financially harmed them. So the reason why I bring that up is that then clearly it wasn't sanctions. But anyway, I think we're getting into the specifics on that. But what is the overarching point you said about that? What was, because I think you wanted to make a point from it. So
Yeah,
I
no, I
don't
mean
think
it was just
no,
I
because you asked the
believe.
question whether it was spiritual or whether it was financially motivated or whatever. So I think, largely speaking, it seems like it
Yeah,
is like a spiritual. But
I think it's purely geopolitical with some side benefits of believing that you're doing the right thing. But I think it was purely geopolitical.
cool. And so, what's the point from that?
Well, sorry. The point is, if you're that you're once you get to a deal,
Mm.
your need to fund those and support those comes to an end because you've achieved your goal, and your goal was to get the sanction relief and the deal that we're at potentially right now.
Okay. You're saying that essentially, if I've understood this right, that if there's a scenario where Iran is given a deal, and the deal was sanction relief for Iran, but they need to stop supporting Hezbollah and stop supporting the resistance in Palestine, they will sacrifice those, let the Palestinian, basically tell the Palestinian Lebanese to do one, and take the sanctions relief. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is I think that's why they supported like the created these strategic choke points
No,
and
no, but
resistance movements
no,
in the
but
first place.
to prove your point,
But yeah,
yeah.
um
So they would let
I
Israel
think,
take over the entirety of Israel. They would let Israel take over Lebanon as long as they got sanctions relief, is your position.
well, no, it's to further their position in the region so that they can whatever they are willing to agree to in the end, based upon how well and how successful that
No, but
worked.
isn't your position that the proxies are only there for financial, economic, and geopolitical reasons?
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
that when Iran supported them, they did it because they were like, "What
But
do
what
we
about
get
now?
out of this?"
But what about now?
What about now? I
Yeah.
believe that they've essentially. I believe right now they've probably stopped supporting them, and that they've
So
transitioned
they're not
to.
supporting. So your position is they're not supporting Hezbollah and they're not coordinating right now.
Well, explain to me how they are. I think they're leveraging their final position, but I think that Hezbollah is going to
They're
be.
definitely working together. This is where I
Yeah.
disagree with you.
What are they? Yeah, but what are they actually doing right now in terms of getting them weapons and stuff like that? Are
So
they actually getting them the weapons?
Yes.
well,
Yeah.
they're getting them the weapons directly, but less direct than that is uh, financially Hezbollah's been able to. So where's Hezbollah got the money to buy the weapons? They got it from Iran, obviously, because Hezbollah bought a lot of these weapons, the recent ones, right? This is what you're asking me, right, Simon? Because obviously before that, the stockpile was from largely speaking was from Iran's support or directly from Iran. But I guess you're asking recently, and even
Yeah.
recent, yeah, even recent, and I guess you're asking after the assassination of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. Is that what you're asking, Simon?
It's not.
So
Yeah.
are you asking after the assassination of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah?
Yeah. So since they reached a ceasefire and around about that time, yeah.
Yeah. So since then, they financially financed them to be able to get the weapons because Hezbollah doesn't have internal financing to that level what they did. And if you look at the immense amounts of drones and missiles they got, Hezbollah bought them largely speaking from the black market. And you know, isn't it, like black market's not free. It's cheaper, but it's not free. And so you're having to pay for those goods. They mainly bought them from the SAA and various other people, but largely from the SSA. But they had to pay them, and they had to pay through various other things as well, through the black market. But they paid for those funds. So they paid for those. And so, yeah, Iran is definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, supporting, funding, and tactically working with Hezbollah.
Okay. Well, I think that right now the
And same with the
Hezbollah part
Houthis.
is part of the weaken Israel part of the equation that we're moving towards.
Okay. And it's the same with the Houthis as well. No, but coming back to the question to you, do you believe that there would be a scenario where Iran would take a deal for sanction relief to discard Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis?
I think it's all part of. I think they would agree to stop supporting those groups and see if they can be integrated into state armies if there was the whole picture of whatever has been agreed to. And I
Cool.
think they've agreed something. And I think it started in Trump 1 with the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And I think a lot of things have happened since then.
Cool. By the way, guys, we have got Ryan Dawson coming on for an interview. The only thing is, I don't know what time it is, because like me and him always mix up the timing, whether it's South Korean time or a US time. So it's either gonna be coming up or it's either gonna be in an hour. But does somebody want to jump in on that, Joe or
I
whoever?
was just going to say, I
Yeah.
wanted to say something. I just think that the way that Iran's been dealing with, even ever since Qasem Soleimani has been killed by Trump, is that they've become more sort of connected with Hezbollah and Houthis, etc. They might not have overtly shown their support for Hezbollah, but it's clear even the last 15 months, especially now that Syria is now under al-Julani. A lot of the people that are in charge of the border in Syria are easier to. It's actually more leaky and easier to pass things through because they're easily bribed. Because there is not there's a lot more lawlessness now, so it's actually sort of strengthened the connections between Iran and Hezbollah, and you're seeing the evidence of that is by the coordinating attacks between Iranian missiles and Hezbollah missiles as well at the same time, and obviously the connection between the Houthis, where Iran is and also the Iraqi resistance. They're also using the Houthis for when Saudi Arabia steps out of line. They'll use the Houthis to move their chess pieces there to block the Saudis or nullify the Saudis that way. So they're very much aligned, all of them, and I don't see any sort of weakening if at all, to be honest. So I don't think they're going. I don't think Iran are going to just abandon them because they're ideologically driven through their foreign policy. Their foreign policy is driven by their theology to support Islamic countries, especially oppressed Islamic countries. So that is their foreign policy. So it's not about financial gain, in my opinion, or using the proxies as a means,
I think financial gain
or
is the
leverage.
wrong word. I think it's every government, every leader has a duty to their people and their country and to strengthen their position. I don't think
But
it's not,
it's more like
and
using.
if you were being financially destroyed, you come up with a strategy to counter it, right? Rather than just putting it as, I don't believe Iran are like Americans. Like Americans is very transactional and Western. There's definitely a difference. But I think when it comes to geopolitics and you're negotiating with financial terrorists like BlackRock, like Europeans, like Americans, you have to play the game in that reality. And that reality is you want to use your resources and they want to steal your resources. So how do you put together a plan to be as sovereign as you can? And
Yeah,
that's geopolitics. I don't think it's about saying they're driven by money. That's not the right way of framing it.
sorry,
It's just geopolitics.
sorry, I didn't mean that. I think more likely using their proxies as a means to an end to further their sort of regional dominance. Perhaps that's more accurate in your assessment of what you think Iran is doing with the.
Well, again, so they have a resist. These people had a genuine need for a resistance, which was a great American imperial power via Israel,
Hmm.
and they wanted to fight against that. So they supported resistance against it. But the end game was to, further Iran's position in the region because other countries had gone through different models. Saudi had decided to do the 50-50 split and all the different things, all the different models. Egypt had got IMF takeover, and Iran followed a different model, which is to strategically fund, militias in various regions, and then eventually negotiate what effectively is being negotiated now, which is how to expel America from the region, get sanction relief, and actually be able to get on with their neighbors and grow within the region.
Yeah, so that's where we disagree. So you think it's to further their sort of regional dominance and foreign policy extension goals, whereas I think it's more theological motives based on their foreign, based on their religion and their foreign policy. So I think that's where I disagree, and I think perhaps maybe Sulaiman, am I speaking on your behalf in that sense as well? And if that is the
What's
case,
that?
that Iran uses not necessarily uses the proxies. The reason why they support the proxies is because of their theological ideology, and that underpins their foreign policy to support Islamic countries that are oppressed. So they support the resistance factions there, rather than using them as a means to an end to further their geopolitical dominance in the region.
Yeah, I think it's because it's to fight against Israel.
So if that's the case, then how you can predict that would be correct is when it comes to the final negotiation, assuming that Iran wins, then they would negotiate for themselves and on behalf of Hezbollah and if necessary and if need be the Houthis. So yeah, that's what I would predict if that was the case.
Yeah, so let's see what comes in. Well, you don't think there will be a deal, right? You think this will be a
No, there will be a deal. I agree with Sully
okay.
in the sense that every war ends with deals. Every war ends with deals. It's just a case of what is the nature of those deals and who does it favor. So
Yeah.
that's all I think. But yeah, and just time will tell to see what that looks like and how that unfolds. But one final thing also, Simon, is I checked. I put in.
So would you be surprised if they accepted a deal along the lines of the 15-point plan or near their deal, and it didn't involve the recognition of Palestine and a formal two-state solution or something? Would you be surprised? Or
No, actually, I wouldn't be surprised in that sense, because remember, Palestine is different in the sense we've got the PA and we've got Hamas and the Gaza Strip, and I don't think that, so these two factions are immiscible, so they don't mix well. While the cause is unified, I don't expect them to. I don't expect that to be resolved unless Israel is comprehensively defeated. And if that is the case, then yeah, I would expect them to place.
but what I guess what I'm saying is, if it's pure ideology, you wouldn't accept a deal until Palestine is fully liberated, right?
It's difficult because they will try their best to have a deal whereby they'll support a Palestinian state, but it won't be so enforced, or it won't be.
That's where pragmatism kicks in, right? Real geopolitics at that stage, because now you're
Iran,
thinking about, we want sanction relief, we want this, but actually we're not doing this just based upon ideology, because we will fight to the death to liberate Palestine. But if we accept a deal, then pragmatism kicks in,
Well,
right? And it
for
was
example, I'll give you an example how that could how a deal pertaining to the Palestinian state could come about, where they say there needs to be a framework where it leads to a Palestinian state within the next 3 to 5 years, and in that case,
Iran will never accept a two-state solution, and that's a fact. Never. They never will.
well, it depends. If Hamas is accepting it, then
They won't either.
yeah, well, that's in their charter, mate. Whoever you are, this is it. This is in their charter. But I'm just trying to say this is how it would probably play out. As I'm just giving an example, that they would say, let's put a framework. That we have to put a framework that's ratified by the UN Security Council and everybody else, that there will be a Palestinian state within 3 years, and that is what they would leave that point as. And they US can agree, and they'll do that, but then they could always backtrack in a year and a half time if Israel is in a reasonable state to resist. But at least that is what Iran will.
but under that model, they'd have to continue supporting Hamas, right? Because they'd be ideologically fighting oppression.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's, look, at the end of the day,
And do you reckon there could be a
theologically,
deal where they agree to continue supporting Hamas?
yeah, I mean, they're theologically driven, right? So the expectation is that they'll continue to support them up to what they feel comfortable with. So the expectation is, yeah, they will continue to support all of them.
So do you reckon they would, because they're theologically driven, do you think they would continuing, like, yeah, they if they couldn't get a one state solution, or your position is they'd accept a two-state solution, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's contingent on removing all the settlements in the West Bank.
Okay, but basically, if they just said within 3 years you need to do it without a real plan, like for
I
me,
said framework.
you'd need to have
Work, Simon.
sorry,
That's why I said framework.
yeah.
There needs to be
So a
a.
framework would have to be agreed with whatever the deal is, and if it isn't, that would surprise you, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Based on what, if they are theologically driven, and it depends on what state Israel is at the end of this war. If they negotiate now, then it's unlikely that such an agreement would be reached. But if as Israel gets weaker and weaker, then it's not really up to Israel anymore, and that framework would be realistic.
Yes, I think it all comes down to terms, really.
Yeah,
But I think there's another nuance there as well. You can be ideologically driven, accept a deal now because you're pragmatic in terms of your current position, and live to fight another day as well. Is another option.
yeah, I agree with that as well. I agree with that statement. I'm just saying that at the point of negotiations, you can have a set of terms that aligns with your theological based foreign policy and the end of war goals that you want to press to the other side. So whether that is enforceable or whether that actually materializes in a year, 2 years time, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't actually define them at the end, at the conclusion of this war. So I'm looking at the AUM just
So,
oh yeah, AUM can distort if America outperforms foreign, right?
so just to let you know, guys, we have got the main man Ryan Dawson coming on for an interview. I'm gonna just tweet it out, and then we'll be starting the interview. But yeah, what's the moral? Who won? I think I won. Jokes. That's a joke, Joe. That's a joke. Joe, I was laughing at who won. There's no winner yet because we don't know what the outcome is. Bro, I'm the winner. Live with Ryan. One thing before we go to the main man, Ryan Dawson. No, you can wait till after. Okay. Listen, we don't believe in democracy, Jafar. This is a theocracy, and I'm in charge. Okay. Okay. Okay, exactly. Okay. Let me press record. Just want to welcome Ryan Dawson onto the show. Ryan Dawson is a geopolitical expert. He's been covering Middle Eastern geopolitics for decades. Also, he's an expert on Epstein and JFK, RFK, and 9/11. But this time, we've got him on to speak about what's happening, the war with Iran, the war in Lebanon. Ryan, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
The war on the Gulf.
Well, yeah, this is going to be the $1 million question, and we're going to be speaking about that.
The war on God's chosen lunatics.
So give us an update. What's going on then, Ryan? We've not had you for a few days.
Well, can I show you this sweet video from Hezbollah? It's underneath.
Will it get us banned on YouTube?
No one dies. It cuts off before that happens.
Okay. Well, we won't mention who it's from because I know there's been a lot of banning on YouTube recently.
Well, it's from a video game.
Oh, it's a video game. Let's check this video game out then.
From a video game.
Oh yeah, posted this.
Almost better when you know what's coming. Right there. See it? You can see the column of smoke of one tank, and then another one just got nailed.
So that was the Call of Duty video that you showed us. So yeah, what was So what was So anyway,
in the game, 21 tanks from the enemy were destroyed by the party of God.
Interesting. So I actually read, Ryan, today that I believe that Hezbollah has now taken out 60 Merkava tanks.
Yeah, I mean 21 in a day though.
Yeah.
How can not happen? Why even been there with odds like that? They got it down. Armor's over. You can't use tanks the way the GCL are using them.
Yeah.
Chosen lunatics.
Well, they have a unique ability of making the same mistake over and over and over again. So anyway, give us an update on what's happening. So we know the Merkava tanks have been taken out. We know they're struggling to take up a large part of the land. What else is happening?
I just start with that because my favorite thing is the IDF getting blown to bits. Like, nobody deserves it more. It's like I said at the beginning, the Gulf states are taking the brunt because they're easy, soft targets. And of course, the U.S. shifted its air defense to protect the chosen ones. But now that we're basically in the stage where Israel's getting most of the damage now because there's nothing left of the Gulf states. I mean, I guess Saudi Arabia has some bases in Jordan, but everything on the perimeter of Iran has been totally destroyed. And the UAE just keeps thinking, I don't know, I don't think they are thinking actually, but from their lack of thinking, they are still siding with the U.S. and might be assisting them on this Nixon-style final bombardment that seems to be the plan, if you want to call it that. For those who don't know, Nixon sort of did a huge bombing of Vietnam right before he left. And this seems to be the case where the U.S. has about 1.5 to 2 weeks worth of standoff munitions. And I think they're just going to throw it all in, try and do like a 72-hour sustained super bombing of Iran and call it a day. It won't work. It will be devastating. They will kill people. They will blow things up. But it's not going to cripple a country of that size with 93 million people and just the geography alone and how things are underground and under mountains. It's not going to work. And if they try and follow behind that giant bombing with Marines, and they really are only sending like 3,000 to 5,000, it's a trap. They're all going to die. But Trump seems to be gearing up for this. I don't think he'll pull the trigger till after the markets close on Friday. And then he'll do it, and it will be a total disaster, total waste of life, total waste of money. And that's it for the U.S. The strait will still be closed. The Marines, if he really does do what everyone thinks, they'll just get killed. They will not get a foothold, and they'll be out of standoff munitions. So then Israel's really going to be stuck because Dad won't be there to protect them.
There are reports to this, Ryan, that the Pentagon has got approval to send 10,000 more troops to the region. What do you think that's indicative of?
It's not enough. I mean, okay, 10,000 more, you need another zero. There's no point. Like, you can't even hold your own established bases on the other side of the strait. So how are you going to hold an island in the middle of the strait, much less go onto the Iranian shoreline and try and do a beachhead or something? Which has, if you look at it, there's giant cliffs and things. It's just a nightmare. But I don't think the people planning this, I think all the real planners were, came up with bad news and they're told, not you. And he just kept shifting until he got what he wanted to hear. That's a real problem in leadership when you don't listen to reality and you just get the guys to go, yeah, we can do it. He wants another badge on his uniform or whatever. They're not going. They're going to send the teenagers over there to get blown up. Yeah, I know the Rangers and Marines, they're good at killing, but man, you can't take on an army of 1 million with 1,000 to 10,000, 15,000, doesn't matter. You're just, if you trickle in like that, you're going to be in a Vietnam situation where it's just dead. You hear it. They're casualty averse as it is. They won't, and they lost an F-18 as well. I forgot to mention that. Got hit twice. That's somewhere in the Gulf of Oman now. I don't want them to do this, but I just don't see any rational players. Trump's talking about, he actually said that Iran gave him a gift. First, he said he's talking to Iranians, but he can't tell you who they are. It's like he's dating a girl, but she goes to another school. Then he's like, they gave me a gift. I don't want to say what it is. Today, he's like, I'll tell you what it is. It was 8. They let through 8 tankers, and now they're like, you know what, 2 more. So it ended up being 10. This is a totally made-up story. 10 oil tankers were allowed to go. What actually happened was Thailand, Japan, and others, through negotiations days ago, said, let us at least bring our oil out. And Iran said, okay, but you're going to pay a toll. And they did, and they let it through. It had nothing to do with Trump. It wasn't a gift. It wasn't 10 tankers or 8. He's just brash, delusional egomaniac that just lies to everyone all the time. And he doesn't understand how bad he is at lying. He doesn't do it in a clever way. He acts like he got a gift and he's talking to people. And his reason for why you can't know who they are is, well, if we said their names, Iran would kill them. Okay. So these people have the power to release tankers, but no one can figure out their name from whoever would have the power to release the tanker. Like, they wouldn't be able to deduce who it is. He's such a lying sack of fat orange monster. That's what he is. And he just, because I'm being YouTube friendly. Bovine excrement. You know what I'm saying? The male kind. That's what he is. But if you look at the movements, this isn't a play fake. The 82nd Airborne has been moved in a position. The Tripoli has been on its way from Okinawa, the Boxer. But I think that one left California, so that might not arrive till after Friday. Whatever. As long as the markets are closed, that's his idea, is do it then. Stupid. And if they really do the Karg Island thing, which I'm thinking, there's no way they announced that and said how many and said what ships they were coming in on and doing an aquatic invasion. That's got to be a play fake. It's got to be like, oh, we're going to go there, but then we go over here. Iran's defending all of it anyway. They don't care. Like, get on an island, then what? Now you're stuck on an island that you have to resupply, and it's subject to ballistic missiles. You're not bringing your air defense with you. Not that you have much of that left. So what? You're just. It's a turkey shoot.
Yeah.
This is really, really, really stupid, but they're gonna do it.
And you don't think it's a play fake?
I don't think they're gonna get that island. I think they're gonna go for something in the Gulf of Oman, but it's the same difference.
Yeah.
Like, okay, at least you don't have to go across 1,000 miles of land batteries targeting your ship. You'll be able to get on. You might even get a beachhead temporarily, whatever. It's not of really strategic significance.
Exactly.
It's stupid. But they just... I think the people playing the war are a bunch of gamers, I swear. Like, you can color stuff in on the map. They had the same problem with Ukraine. They're like, look, we can color in this giant area of empty fields and stuff. But I'm like, yeah, but you lost a bunch of personnel to color a map without destroying the Russian army. Like, you lost men, they didn't. You went through minefields and okay, now you have some dirt. It doesn't matter if it's not of strategic importance. Like, you took some island somewhere. Whoa, whoop-de-doo. Karg has significance, but you can't even reach it. And the Osprey option, if you're using tilt rotors, they only carry 24 soldiers each. So you're not going to go back and forth a bunch of time with those and anything of a low enough altitude to get blown out of the sky. If they're hitting F-18s and F-35s and F-15s, you can be damn sure they're going to hit a tilt rotor or a helicopter or whatever else you try. And if you try the aquatic way, which can carry, 100, 120 soldiers, you got to enter through the strait and go all up. I cannot express how dumb this is. It's like Lindsey Graham level stupid. And they're going to do it. He doesn't know what to do.
Now, the Wall Street Journal...
I want to stress, this isn't like, in the beginning I thought maybe this is just hot air, like, oh, we're sending in the Kurds, or we're going to have an international armada. But like, if you look at the movement of the troops, they seem serious. Like, it is doable. They've put the pieces in place to do something this stupid.
Yeah. The Wall Street Journal basically proposed 4 possibilities. Actually, they didn't even say as 4 possibilities. I read it as 4 possibilities, but actually they said they're going to do all 4, which is crazy. Which was take Karg Island, take the Hormuz Islands, take the island on the Gulf of Oman, and possibly even go into the mainland. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Actually, hitting the mainland would be better than trying to grab an island, because if you get an island, you sacrifice a lot. You really don't gain anything. But you'd have to, if they're going, I guess, like in Chandabar or something, and they say, oh well, we can seal off the roads. I think there's only like three entry points or something. Oh man, it just, you're stuck there though, and they don't need to use a road. You moron! It's going to be missiles coming out of the air right on your head. If they can hit Israel, which they are, they can hit another piece of Iran. Dummy. They're not going to come. This isn't World War II. They're not going to come out with their infantry and their tanks down the roads, and they're just going to hit you from a distance. You idiots. Like, it's so, we don't, why is the U.S. at war with Iran? Because of Israel, we know. You could get that straight open today by just capitulating to the demands. Get out of the Gulf, because you don't need to be there anyway. And no, it's not going to go to China. Like, Saudi Arabia has a defense pact with Pakistan. That's the most likely like replacement for the U.S., not the Chinese. China doesn't want that headache anyway. But and they're much more likely to work with other Muslims and whatever. Just leave, get out, and the strait will be open. Well, you're oil independent and don't need it, right? It's all for everyone else anyway, you said. But you're looking at a toll booth now that didn't exist before. And partly that's justified because all the damage the U.S. and Israel did to Iran. They're like, now it's basically your war tax, your reparations tax. You want to move your ships, you pay us. And they have the power to do that. And, all these people like might makes right. I'm like, okay, well, you just admitted whatever happens is justified by the sake that it can happen. So that's what might makes right means. It just means there is no morality. It's whatever we can do is okay because we can do it. They throw the moral question out the window. That's the only way through. And now, if you're gonna, the more they sink in, if you talk about the sunken fallacy, you get more dead Marines and all, and people are angry. But it's like, why do you want to keep digging your grave? Yeah, the more you do, the worse. Well, you want to walk away with nothing. I'm like, but you're gonna get nothing anyway. So, like, how many times you gonna walk into the meat grinder? You're gonna be like the Ukrainians and lose 1 million people? Is that what we want to do? So dumb. And this is really bad for Israel because from all signs, it looks like the final hurrah for the U.S. Use all the standoff munitions, declare a W, and walk away. But if Iran can just take it on the chin and, hunker down and deal with it, and it's going to suck, then that's it, man. They get a one-on-one with Israel. And that's the dream, isn't it? Because Israel can't even take on Hezbollah.
Exactly. Another thing that was reported today was not just in terms of the 10,000 troops, it was the extension. So as you know, Trump gave a 48-hour extension. He then extended it by 5 days. The 5 days were meant to run out tomorrow. Now he's extended it again for 10 days. What do you think's going on there?
That's okay. It's like I said, the Boxer and Tripoli aren't there yet. That's why I was like, they can't do this yet. Now, normally when Trump says 5 days, he means 3. Like he does negotiations, we'll meet on Sunday, they bomb on Friday. So I wouldn't pay he never tells the truth. So when he says 5 days, he meant 3, that they're like, sir, we need longer. So he's like, okay, 10 days. That means 6 or whatever, like he's not going to do it on the day that he announces because he's a liar. And he thinks that's real clever. Like the Iranians didn't see you do that already twice. They're ready. They're waiting for you. They don't care what day it is. They'll see you coming. The more men you amass, the easier it is to spot. They're going to harass your staging areas. You can launch from the Lincoln, I suppose, but like they're gonna know. And once you're there, on the ground where they can kill you, they're going to.
What do you think the staging area is? You mentioned the Lincoln. Others are proposing. I've heard there's a high movement within the UAE. I've also heard there's a large movement in
UAE
Kuwait.
would be. It's adjacent to if they're attacking areas in the Gulf of Oman, which is what I think is what they're really doing, not ARG, then it would be the UAE. If you really are dumb enough to attack that island it'd come from Kuwait, I suppose, but I just can't imagine a plan that dumb.
I've heard a lot of movement in Kuwait as well, so that's why I'm like open to both. I thought UAE for a while.
Hey, you always have to factor in divide by retard, right? But every analyst is like that. What? No, you can't. That'd be a disaster.
The whole thing
They
is
really
just
don't care.
crazy. But you're confident that something's happening, right? It's just too much movement.
Yeah, that's a lot of money and a lot of like. If you bluff too, if you make you got 10 days, 5 days, it's like knock this off my shoulder. Reminds me of these kids with bullies, and you don't do anything, which I still don't want them to. It's very hard, given Trump's personality of being a, maniacal egomaniac. Nah, he's serious, and he's ordered these people around, and he's getting some dumb ideas from some idiots because he won't listen to anyone that tells him bad news. And yeah, they didn't get all dressed up for nothing, as they said in Braveheart. Like, they're going somewhere. And it's just dumb. Like, you can't, they're addicted to this Rumsfeldian ideology of air, special forces and air power. And like, yeah, that'll work on a country the size of Bahrain, maybe, not Iran. You can't just win with special forces and air power. Yeah, but they think so. Just like they thought everything would collapse if you kill the Ayatollah. They really thought that.
Yeah, they did.
And so this is them. Israel won't let them quit, so they just, okay, we're going to have to go in on the ground. And remember us talking weeks ago saying how bad it would be if they tried to do a ground force? How's that going in Lebanon, Israel? You have better tech, more everything, and you're losing. You're losing tanks, you're losing IDF, you're getting smacked. Iran's on the defense. They have 1 million-man army. You cannot just send in special forces and call it a day.
Well, just on that,
what I'm really worried about is a massive campaign of bombing from the air where they just blow through whatever they have left. And I don't know, if 2 or 3 days just round the clock bombing. Okay. And then what? Their stuff is underground. You're going to blow up things on the surface that, look, they, in their 20-some year plan, they put the vital assets underground, and these aren't going to be a whole bunch of bunker busters or something. So they're still going to fire ballistic missiles at you in Israel they're going to be doing the same thing they're doing now because you can't prevent it. Only it's doing more damage because you have no air defense or radars left. And man, you want to talk about market crisis. Imagine if they're like, you know what? Because of that, we're closing the Red Sea too. Might want to buy some oil now. I think it could go over. I think you could hit 150. Honestly,
if
they close the Red Sea, yeah, it'll go to 150.
I agree.
And the Houthis aren't even that's 400,000. They say more, but it's it's about 400,000 fighters. The U.S. already had a 7-week war with them and then gave up.
True.
They can close the Red Sea. They already proved they could do it on their own. They did it when Israel was attacking Gaza.
No doubt. Now, coming back to the invasion,
and like, why don't you save your bases you're losing in Iraq if you're so hardcore and going to go in on the ground? You lost Victoria. You lost everything in Baghdad, Erbil. I mean, you're retreating to Jordan on that front, but you want to go attack Iran proper. Okay. It's like they think they can wish things into reality. It's as dumb as like changing your sex through willpower. You can't just pretend your way through this.
I mean,
I don't know.
War is a social construct. But in terms of coming back to the point, in terms of the invasion that happens, if it's the the island of the Gulf of Oman, which you're referring to, how long would it take for them to take the island? How long would they have to consolidate and take control over it? Like, what would the entire process take?
It depends which one. I was thinking they might go for Greater or Lesser Tomb because those used to belong to the UAE, and they're like, maybe the point would be, look, see, we gave you back this piece of dirt or something. I don't know which one they're going to do, though. Like, it's just not of that big a strategic significance other than to historically, arguably, it used to be part of the UAO, whatever. And then what? it doesn't reopen the strait. It doesn't meet any of your major objectives. You're still going to have to capitulate to Iran's demands. Whether they could do that in a day, 2 days, doesn't matter. It's doable. Like, depending on how many people they want to lose. So yeah, if the U.S. wants to just go in there like Tetris and just keep throwing guys until they get it, they will get it. But can you hold it? And then what do you do after?
Exactly.
It's not worth it. Like, you can't even defend your own base on the other side of the Gulf. You think you can defend an island? I don't think you can. They don't have to go back and reoccupy it. All they have to do is hit you with missiles until you run out of people.
I agree with you.
I mean, there's nothing to disagree with. Like, this proven. They're hitting you right now in your fortresses that are supposedly stacked with radar and air defense. So you want to go occupy an island that has none of that. I guess you'd have your Aegis systems from your boats or whatever. But okay, dude, it's a dumb idea. But we're dealing with morons.
Well, yeah, it's uniquely stupid. But as Hegseth said, they negotiate through bombs, and that's clearly their psychology, right?
Yeah, and everyone's like, you think you know more than the Pentagon? I'm like, it isn't the Pentagon. It's whoever Trump decides to listen to, which are all idiots. And it's like, well, I'll tell you this. Before the war started, I said they're going to be a war. They're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to take out these bases with these weapons. I've been right on this the whole time. And you can go back through. I said they're going right after 9/11. I said they're going to attack Iraq. They're like, why? That doesn't make sense. I was like, watch. They're going to somehow lie and connect this to Iraq because that's Israel's goal. And they did. And they invaded Iraq. I said they're going to go into Syria. And they were, well, no, Iran's next. I'm like, no, Syria's next. And they went into Syria. And then I said, now they're going to go after Libya. Why are they going after Libya? They want to go after Iran. I go, no, they're going after Libya because of the and it was nothing about the gold dinar and all that crap. It was because Egypt had a revolution and they were allowing Iranian ships and Libyan ships to go through the Suez Canal. They had a $22 billion contract with China with Libyan oil. I said they're going to go after Gaddafi. They did. I said how that would go. I said, yeah, with American and European empire plus Al Qaeda, they can take over Libya, no problem. They did. But when it came to Iran, I said, nah, this one ain't so easy because it's surrounded by mountains. They have missiles for months hidden underground. Yeah, they don't have much of a navy or an air force. Doesn't matter. If you got a big army and a very geographically defensive position and 93 million people and enough ballistic, standoff type weapons, whatever they may be, drones, missiles, rockets, that's a big problem because there's no way to deal with that other than to go in on the ground yourself and lose tens of thousands of soldiers, maybe more. And they tried it anyway.
Yeah. Exactly. And they completely failed. And it's just not going to work. Now, one of the things, as you mentioned, that you predicted and many of us predicted was they're going to run out of defense interceptor missiles. A Zionist NGO from the UK is admitting the exact same case. They've basically said that Israel probably has, based on the numbers that they've used, 1 or 2 days left. And the US has probably about 40-50%, and this is a Zionist NGO.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this just substantiates the position, right? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and it's not because of the money. I know a lot of people are like, well, a drone is $20,000, and this missile is $1 million or $2 million, whatever. I'm like, nah, they'll print the money. They physically are going to run out. They don't have the components.
Yeah.
And they can't just make more. It's 24 months just to get to the assembly stage of a PAC-3, which is the only Patriot 3 is the only useful one, and it's not that good. The dome and all the useless. They you can block rockets, whatever. No good for missiles. Not even that good for drones. I think they're out. I think they're out of radar anyway, so it doesn't matter. And the U.S. has its old stuff. If you want to get back, well, maybe you have the first generation Patriot from the 90s, useless. I mean, he can't get his scud even. No, they're done because you can see how much they're getting hit. And honestly, even if they had the good stuff, it wouldn't stop Iran's solid fuel missiles anyway. They're always going through. They saw that in June. So, yeah, now they have MIRVs. clusters. It's their choice. They can't quite just unload. They have to whack-a-mole, because if you light up the grid and give a really big signature, the U.S. will go in there and hit that. But if you shoot one from, say, a mobile device and move, they don't know where it's from, because they don't have early warning anymore. It's just they don't know until it hits Israel what it was, or where it was fired from. Like when they said Diego Garcia got hit, I said, where did they shoot it from? Was it from Tehran? Was this from Chanabar? Was it from where? Where? That's a big country. You got about 900 miles or so spread. There, you ought to know. They had no idea, because I think that whole story was made up. I don't think they hit Diego Garcia.
Oh yeah, Iran
I
said
don't
it
think
was
it
a
was a
false
false
flag.
flag. I think it was just 100% lie. No one shot anything.
Ah, okay.
That's what I think. But if they did, then okay, where'd it come from? Oh, you don't know? Why don't you know? Don't you have an eye in the sky? They see, you don't have a clue where any of these missiles are coming from. Because that's the longest shot, right? You ought to be able to trace that back to its point of origin, yet you can't. Was it from Tehran? Where? It wasn't. It's made up. They just wanted to be like, see, Iran can hit European capitals. No one bought it. They say, yeah, okay, sure. We're not getting involved. U.S. and Israel have really stepped in it. The Gulf Arabs are absolutely useless. They're just like, actually, you have to defend them, so they're less than useful. They are just a bane on your whole operation.
Basically a check.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like now you have to spread your defenses to this larger area. It'd be easier to not have them there, but the U.S. wanted to use those bases for offense to go into Iran. Well, as soon as it's like, why? You're so vulnerable. They can hit your desalination. They can hit your oil. They can ruin those states with a flick. Those are glass houses. You can't defend them. And they thought, well, we'll just limit it to bases. Iran said, if you allow the U.S. to use your territory, we will destroy you. So places like Qatar are like, I don't want you here. I mean, what a waste. Big base, all this stuff, wasting money, doesn't matter. It's just a tripwire. It's like, too small to be significant, too large to ignore. You just basically separated a piece away from your main army and made it vulnerable. That's all you did.
So Qatar seemed to have pulled out, but the other GCC countries seem to have gone in harder. More specifically, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Bahrain saying we're ready for.
And look at them. How'd that work out?
Sorry?
Look at Kuwait.
Yeah.
Kuwait was so bad. Kuwait City, the only lights you could see at night were the fires on the buildings.
Yeah. There's a blackout as well.
And Bahrain, holy cow. Yeah. I'm not even excited about watching stuff blow up there anymore. I'm like, yeah, I'm almost like I have pity. I'm like, oh, don't do that anymore. Like, they're out, quit kicking them when they're down. They're kicking them anyway.
You're not interacting with these Bahrainians then, because they're quite vocal on X.
I'm like, man, in the book of Fafo, verse 109.
You're going to feel the pain.
By the sword dies by ballistic missile. I think it said something like that.
I think it did. But they're basically talking about how they're ready to take Iran on. They're talking about how possibly they could even repel any kind of attacks from Iran or join the war. What's your thoughts on that?
Wait, okay, go for it. With what? This is like the Greenlandian sled dogs. Give me a break. Bahrain. I mean, Saudi Arabia has some stuff the U.S. gave them. They couldn't take on Yemen right next door. I don't think they're going to do too well against Iran. Well, yeah, all right, go ahead, do it. Because that justifies opening up, hitting all your stuff, all your airfields. You want to lose your commercial air industry too? Because you will. Again, water, the most vulnerable thing. It's not like you instantly die of thirst. You'll have time to leave. But it will depopulate those areas if Iran decides to do that. You're just going to have to go. And they're not going to come back. The investments aren't coming back. It's not happening. You need this war to end real soon. Because if you escalate any more, you're going to cross the line of ever being repairable. I think Bahrain's already crossed that line, so they might as well go all in. Because I don't think that place is fixable after all the damage they've sustained. Qatar is like, if they just sit this one out, like they'll ride it out, and they'll have, they're gonna have, they're 1 or 2 years out repairing refineries, but they could reopen their LNG and like be a mid-tier country maybe. The UAE, if they stopped right now, they'd survive. But if they keep pushing the fool around stage, the more find out they're gonna get. And like, you guys are a fleet. You can't do anything against Iran. America cannot protect you. You're a few ballistic missiles away from devastation. All they have to do is hit a couple hotels, whatever. I don't think they would, but if they take out your water, you're done. If they take out your energy or your storage or you're done. You're losing about $1 billion a day as it is, just from the loss of tourism and investment and whatnot. And they're not even, that's like the minimal damage they could do to you. They've been very measured, and they've given you all these exit ramps. Just take it. It's America and Israel's problem. Don't go down with them. But these dumb toilet regimes are going to do it. Except Qatar. I mean, they're the only ones smart enough to be like, yeah, we see which way the wind's blowing. We're going to sit this one out.
It looks like that, yeah. I do believe that there is a secret deal with Qatar and Iran in order to, like, basically, that Iran's no longer going to hit them.
That deal was offered to all of them.
Exactly, it was.
And only one of them took it.
Well, I think from my understanding, the UAE and Saudi took it, but then basically reneged on it. And so...
Well, yeah, that's very them. Look, Iran would like, if they're going to put a toll in the Strait of Hormuz, it's in their own interest for the Gulf Arabs to pump out the oil and natural gas all day, because they get to tax it now. But if not, I mean, they don't have any problem destroying it either.
Yeah, and I guess that's the other question to you. So one of the things that Gabalev said was that there is a GCC or Gulf State partner within the region that's helping United States of America with the ground invasion. And obviously we believe it's UAE or possibly Kuwait, likely UAE. And he said that we're going to be hitting your infrastructure so hard, it will be extremely unbelievable. Before this, they were attacking US embassies, US infrastructure, military bases, as well as CIA hotspots. What will Iran attack if this ground invasion happens in terms of these countries?
For Kuwait or the UAE, I mean, like, okay, your airports are gone. You won't have commercial flights either. Just goodbye. Kiss that goodbye. They could hit your desalination plants. It's very easy to do, and it would be devastating to that area. They've already locked you out of imports, so they know you're not getting feed, you're not getting food, you're not getting fertilizer in or out. And they could go after other critical infrastructure, electricity and so on. But I think the water and airlines alone, that's all you need to do. There, it's over. They've already hit the most vital. They've already went through their top tier targets, right? Which was the U.S. bases, the ports, and the airfields. But they want to hit Dubai Airport, like in a devastating way. They can do it. They want to resalinate you. They can do it. Hit a couple tourist spots. I don't think that's pretty low on the list, but that would be devastating too. Kuwait, oh man, you're going to take it from both sides because Iraqis can hit you too. It's just, I doubt it's them. I think it's the UAE. I think the target's in the Gulf of Oman, and that's what's adjacent to it, and that's the dumbest of them all, and that's the one that's going to find out the most.
Yeah. I'm in agreement with you. I just think that
I don't want this. As much as I don't like their government. I mean, they sponsored ISIS, they sponsored the war in Yemen, they sponsored RSF in Sudan. It's an evil entity. But a lot of people live there that have nothing to do with any of that, honestly. I don't want this. But they're going to do it.
Yeah.
I want Israel to burn. I'm like, every bomb they have to deal with, you toilet regimes, could have hit Israel instead. So think of what you're doing. You're wasting good bombs that could have been planted on the Israelis.
I mean, I think you're too nice. I don't mind those hits occurring. They're gonna feel the pain. Those people can go elsewhere.
I'm
It's not.
indifferent to it. I enjoy the bombs on Israel. That's those people are monsters. But just for the sake of everyone else that needs to buy the oil and gas, like that's not fair. They didn't have any part in this, and they have to pay more too because the Gulfs are deciding to commit suicide. Like, just blow up Israel. They're not significant. They don't have any resource. They give nothing to the world but pain.
True.
So bring that on them.
I agree, but I do believe
I'd
that.
like to keep our gas stations in the Gulf. They have a purpose. Like they can do that at least. You know, why don't you sanction individuals or assassinate them the way the Israelis and Americans do? Do that, but don't collectively punish the whole area.
Well,
Just kill a couple sheikhs or something.
Well, I think the issue is that these countries need to know that there's consequences for their actions, and for too long.
I know. I'm being tongue in cheek. Like I know why they have to do it, and they're gonna get it. It just sucks for. It really sucks for the crypto bros and whores. You know.
Yeah, they can go elsewhere. Like the thing is, another
this just crocodile tears.
Yeah, like all those
yeah, they could go to Egypt or Jordan, right?
All these, yeah, exactly. All those Ukrainian and Russian chicks can go elsewhere. Like the point is, there could be another hub like that that's created.
Can you imagine fleeing Ukraine and going to Dubai and then fleeing Dubai?
Exactly. So yeah, I've got no love lost for them, and to be honest, I think they need to be taught a big lesson. Now, coming back to the specific ground invasion, we watched a video. They've lost 60 Merkava tanks. It seems like Syria, we discussed this, but it does seem like Syria hasn't allowed invasion through their border. I was looking through the map, and actually they're doing it through all the other regions, but not Syria. What's your kind of analysis about the...
Well, the Al-Qaeda groups are eating each other. You know, they were fighting with the Kurds earlier this year, and then you've got Jilani factions. They're robbing, they rob their own populations. Like, even with the sanctions lifted, you know, Assad never had that advantage. Even with all these brutal sanctions removed, they can't formulate a functioning country. And that's what happens when you're ruled by a bunch of 79 IQ apes. They just turn on each other. A lot of SAA expertise and weapons is in Iraq and Lebanon right now, like Syrian invaders are. And they do a lot with them. I mean, they know the game. They know how to fight terrorists. They weren't defeated on the battlefield. They were defeated economically. So the knowledge is good. The weaponry is good. The tactics are good. And they are assisting the PMU to a degree, and they're definitely assisting Hezbollah. That's where most of them went.
Yeah. And so now
they know how to take out armor.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at Israel, and they're being hit hard. Haifa's been hit hard. The port's been taken out. Ben Gurion's been hit hard. Dimona has been hit hard recently. Just from a tactical perspective, from your understanding, where will Iran start focusing on next?
Well, they've gotten the three vital areas are Haifa, Ben Gurion portion of Tel Aviv, and Eilat, because those are the ports. And then they've wiped out the radar in the north. So Haifa and Tel Aviv, there's nothing complex. Like, that's where the majority of Israelis live. That's where the majority of their offensive capacity is. Ben Gurion doubles for military as well. So it's not just a commercial. That's what Israel does. They mix their things in with civilian areas because they really do have human shields. So you take that out. They took out their future city, their Silicon Valley to be in Arad. That's gone. It's just a valley now. But they're gonna need to hit West Jerusalem eventually. That's where they store a lot of their Popeyes, supersonic missiles and things, which can have a nuclear warhead. I would be getting that. But I don't think they're done with Haifa yet. It's a big Israeli city. The port's been destroyed. And in a way, I guess sacrificing all those tanks and IDF in Lebanon is at least preventing them from doing raids. But you might even see Hezbollah going on the offense and doing some raids, not just killing them on the defense. But when things are going so well and they keep pouring in more and you can kill them defensively, why change things up? You know, this state, keep it exactly how it is. As long as they're going to be that stupid, do it. But there is some pressure because Israel's just bombs Beirut. Like, they can fly from above and you stand off munitions and hit that. Lebanon doesn't have any great air defense or anything. So they mainly have to stick on the offense and hit them with drones, rockets, and missiles. And they've been hitting the staging areas of IDF. They have been killing Israeli soldiers. But for Iran can tag them anywhere. Now they can hit. They could hit West Jerusalem. They can hit Tel Aviv, and I think Tel Aviv is next. I think that's what everyone wants. But that's they've been getting hit with clusters and softened up, and it seems like they've moved their whatever's left of their radar and air defense systems to more vital areas like Dimona, which by tagging that forced them to run to that, and now they tag Tel Aviv because
Boom.
they emptied it of defense.
Boom, boom, Tel Aviv is what we want. But in terms of Haifa, is the port functioning? Because I'm getting mixed information on that. Some are saying that it's functioning, but on a very minor level. Others saying it's functioning properly.
How minor? Like it, can you really get resupplies? That's the main purpose. And no, they can't. So, they're going to try to repair, of course, and they're going to try to keep it open. Iliad's bankrupt. That's gone. Ben Gurion, because it's an airport. The air is much easier to stop. One rocket. Your own defense system shuts down your airport because it'll shoot planes too. But seaports are more. It's difficult. But they've knocked out the power. They've knocked out key infrastructure there. So it's going to be hard to do any docking or anything. So. I don't think anybody wants to try to go in or out of Haifa right now. It's a battlefield, and that alone, and insurance and other things, there's other reasons people are like, I'm not risking it. So they could get things in, and it shows how desperate they are and what they want. What do they want? Well, they want more interceptors, but nobody has any to give you. Anyone that has any, they're holding on to them like the most precious thing in the world. They're like, no, we need to start making these. And holding on to the ones we have. You'll just never be able to outpace the ballistic missiles. That's the thing. So until there's some new development in that whole area of air defense, this equation stands as it is. It'll work for a few days, and then you run out, and then, if you don't win in that short window, you take it on the chin. And that's the problem with picking on people who are so much larger than you graphically. Iran can spread out and they can move around. Israel, not a lot of places to hide. I guess they go back in the sewers, like in New York. Maybe try that. Go live down there. Take your dirty mattresses and go live in the sewers. Even settlements got hit yesterday, which is so satisfying. Like, of all the people in Israel that deserve a missile through their window, it's the settlers in the West Bank. That shit's perfect.
Yeah, and we've seen them start abusing people in the West Bank, abusing people in Gaza. They tortured a 1-year-old. So yeah, these people, they commit untold horrors.
And that's brazen. That's they've always tortured kids, but they filmed it, putting cigarettes out on his knees and things like that. A 10-month-old baby, not even one. Yeah, and they're doing that out of spite. They set fire to the last Christian town. It's just like, you keep it up. The whole world hates you. They all see what you're doing, and no one cares. They're like, Iran is using cluster munitions. You, of all people, are going to complain about the type of weapons being used when you're using napalm and MK-77 and your own cluster munitions, and you target hospitals and schools. Get bent.
Exactly. Now
they are bent over the barrel. It's YouTube. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, Ryan, just coming back to just about to wrap up, but in terms of Trump, you mentioned he's egotistical, he's maniacal. His ego is so large that he doesn't want to accept defeat. Both of us believe, as do all the other experts, that this is going to fail. This attempted invasion of the lands is going to fail. Once that fails, what happens next? Does he agree to a deal, or do you think he escalates even more?
He'll escalate. You like, it's designed to fail. Oh, look, they killed our boys. Support our troops. You can't cut and run. I can hear all the crap right now, right? All the same excuses. It's designed to fail. And it's, we can't let them embarrass us like that. You sent them in alone. Like, They're supposed to be the tip of the spear. There's a spear behind that, though. There's no spear behind it. You're just throwing the tip out. Just the tip, right? Ain't gonna work. It never does. It's never just the tip.
Exactly. And
see, with euphemism, you can get away with it.
yeah, exactly. But so the point is, you believe there's going to be escalation. Last question.
I wanted to end. I hope he would just take the L or just declare victory and go. It could be a bunch of hot air, and he's just going to do a major bombing campaign with what he has left of standoff munitions, Nixon style, and walk. I don't want that either, but that's my hope. That's like the most realistic, least bad outcome of all bad outcomes. Because he isn't going to just walk. He's going to throw everything at the wall first and then leave. But if he tries to follow up behind that with ground forces and they just get killed, then Americans are going to be like, but they killed our Marines. Like, but you sent them in. But with American exceptionalism, it doesn't matter. They always start the story in the middle with whatever bad happened to them, regardless of what their behavior and actions were that led to that. They just, oh, look what you did. Like, gee, where did those Marines get killed? In Iran? Did they come over to America and attack us? No, you were over there killing them. That's why they died. But it doesn't matter. It's like, well, Iran was about to attack us. Like, how? Are you next to them pointing guns at them? That doesn't even register, right? So the magatards will eat, oh, they killed our boys, and they're going to demand more blood. And I'm like, well, what? What are you going to, now you're going to do more bombings with short range stuff so your planes get shot down too? How far into the quicksand do you want to go? That's why people need to be ranting and raving right now before this stunt is pulled in 10 days or whatever the timeline line about is. You got to end this before it starts. The problem is no one can reach Trump. He listens to people like Laura Loomer, double failed plastic surgery woman, and Mark Levine. Hardcore Zionist Jews are in his ear who don't know anything about war, and that's who he's surrounded himself with. And they're all telling him, it's going great. It's the best war ever. Never in history has a modern army been defeated so quickly. You're awesome. You're strong. You're not like Obama and Biden. You're much better and smarter and more handsome than those guys. Blah, blah, blah. And he just, he eats up whoever kisses his butt.
Well,
you can see that with Kim Jong-un. He wrote him a letter, and all of a sudden he's shaking hands with the dictator in North Korea because he flattered him. And it works so well on the Don. If you flatter him, he just eats it up. He's so immature and so thirsty for compliments. Really insecure guy. I'd like to hear what a psychologist has to say about him. I've never seen a case of classic narcissism that at this level ever. No one's even close.
Well, apparently
I thought he just is trolling people and he's bombastic and he's saying it to get under the skin. It's like, no. He's serious. He's that in love with himself and I think he's the greatest. He's like, Iran gave me a gift. It might be the best gift. It's a very expensive gift, but that's what many people are saying is the best gift ever in the world. And no one else could do that. I'm the best at taking gifts. Just wow.
You know what was funny was
Thomas Crooks had better aim,
Exactly. You know what was funny was apparently what's been happening during this 27-day war is each day for 2 minutes they show him a highlight reel of all the bombing, and he's like, and this is actually factual, he's like, wow, so much bombing, so much winning. Why is it people don't realize we're winning? So he gets like
so big and huge.
Yeah.
They probably got like pro wrestling entrance music playing, Oh man, I got something. I know you've seen it, and I know most of your audience has seen it, but it's worth seeing again. It was done. It's an amazing montage of historical genocides and killing civilians. Starts with it looks like a Lakota native in a headdress, and it goes through all the way to Epstein Island.
Yeah,
you got it in the queue if you want to play it.
Yeah, let's do it.
You see it there?
Yeah.
One vengeance for all. That was a
Andrew,
statue of Baal, by the way.
I was gonna say Andrew would love that, the statue of Baal. But yeah, I mean, look, this is it. This is why I think you mentioned this about a few weeks ago, and you said ordinarily in war you can't really say it's good v evil. Like there'll be someone who's kind of more on the right and someone who's kind of more on the wrong.
Yeah, usually it's very complex, and
Yeah.
they all got their own reasons, and it's just this is like, no, you have baby torturing monsters on one side. You know, the Israelis. It doesn't get more evil than them. They really just, like I said, manifest destiny 2.0. You're animals. We're the real civilization. We're taking this land. God gave it to us. We can just kill your kids. We're fighting Amalek. Like that's the mindset. Total religious fanatic, just weird end timer. We're gonna blow up the earth and bring back Jesus. Like really sick genocidal maniacs who attacked Iran 4 times, and 3 times they were, they're very measured in their reply. Then you kill the Ayatollah and you wipe out a school full of girls. This is written like a comic book. Like this is pure evil and not. It's just good versus evil. It really is at that level where it's like, you got to smash this parasite, because if Iran falls, can you imagine if Israel and America controlled the Strait of Hormuz and all the oil in the world, pretty much? Like,
exactly.
nah.
And they control
You're
all
looking
of
at dystopian technocratic nightmare with the AI is going to rule your life. You'll have no privacy. You'll just be a slave and spare parts where they steal your organs. They just what they want. They want a playground where they can just sexually exploit your girls and wipe everyone. It's just they're so evil.
True.
So they don't even flinch from torturing a child. They're like, but it's not a Jew, so it doesn't matter. They really hate everybody. And it's just like, okay, if that's going to be your behavior in the Israeli state, then the Israeli state shouldn't exist. They need to go the same way as the Nazi party, just gone.
Right, Ryan, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. We always appreciate your updates. They're the best ever. Guys, you got to give my boy Ryan Dawson a follow. If you're not following him, you are so lame. You can follow him on X. It's Right Liberty. I believe on X as well, Ryan, you've got your subscriptions on, correct? And you're posting content for your subscribers?
Turned on because it's hooked to Japan. So Korea doesn't have Stripe. So it wasn't X banning me. It was Stripe doesn't exist.
But you got that sorted now.
I sorted out. I think there's like 125 people signed up.
Brilliant.
It's extra. If you're on the Substack, you don't need to be on Twitter because you're going to get the same thing. So you don't sign up to both unless you just want to give away money. But yeah, it's just extra. I put a long interview with Scott Horton we did this morning. Is up on subscribers on Substack and on Twitter if you want to check that out. And we were going through it, man, because I've been listening to Scott since, I don't know, 2000, maybe 99, something like that. And, he's been very accurate. We're around the same age. And we're the older guys now. Not quite as old, but we used to be the kids that were doing this. And, yeah, it was fun to talk to him.
Yeah,
He's
Scott.
got a sharp, way of retrieving facts and all that. It's fun.
Yeah, Scott's great. I had him on, I think, of a month or two ago, but I'll probably get him on again, actually. But yeah, he's good. All right. And so people can see you on that. People can also find you on Substack. And again, you could be a free subscriber on Substack. It's ryandawson.org. And people can also subscribe to you for just $6.50. So do think about subscribing. Sorry?
Yeah. Get your F Israel shirts, man.
You got the merch. I mean, yeah, they may be
this boycott Israel and things and end all aid to Israel, but then I've just got F Israel.
But the problem with all of that is, Ryan, get the merch now, guys, because that merch might be obsolete once Israel ceases to exist.
Well, I've been banned many times. This is like my 4th store, but
yeah. No. What I mean is, when Israel ceases to exist, that merch is going to be obsolete. Like what's that country?
Well, it'd be like, it's kind of like old school shirt. Like, remember when those idiots,
yeah, exactly,
those monsters that were bombing Gaza?
Exactly. So get that.
Got rid of them. Yeah.
Exactly. So get the merch because it's going to be obsolete. But much love to Ryan. Appreciate him as always. Thank you so much.
I got to make a greater Iran map. Wouldn't that be funny? Like counter Greater.
Well, this
Like,
I've been saying that.
in all those Gulf states is a larger piece of Iran.
I've been saying that. I've been saying the Persian Empire is coming. I'll be viceroy of Europe. You could be viceroy of Asia. It's coming down. It's going down. Full on takeover. Remember your boys.
The better half.
You remember your boys when the takeover happens, because you know we were fighting against the Zios. But anyway, appreciate you, Ryan, as always. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, well, let's try to have peace. As fun as it is, we need this war to end, except in Israel. That can go on forever.
Yeah, we definitely want peace, no doubt about it. Appreciate you as always, Ryan. Thank you so much. That was Ryan Dawson. Great interview as always with Ryan. He's always given the bestest interviews, the bestest updates there is. Let me get the X back up, but yeah, we appreciate him. As always, let's get back into the space. I don't know if Ryan's on the space, but he might drop off straight away. We'll see. Andrew, are you there? Andrew, are you there? Okay, sorted. Guys, let me know if it's working for you guys on the space. Let me know if the space is working for you guys.
Yeah, we're muted. We're muted.
Oh, were you muted? Sorry. Yeah, I was saying, Andrew, you there? What was your thoughts on the statue of Baal getting blown up? I was like, okay, Andrew's gonna. I mentioned you on the interview. I was like, Andrew's gonna love that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you, absolutely. You see, that literally summarizes it. It nails it. It displays the reality of really what this is, and that is the Epstein class versus the moral resistance. Ran, it doesn't matter. People have whatever your ideology is. It doesn't matter. Let's just look at this as good versus evil. Iran has the moral high ground, and a lot of people think, "Oh, there's this cow there, there's this cow they're burning." I wish even some people would just take 5 minutes and research what that means. Baal. And that is that was a real god of Moloch. It was a real god of the Babylonian Empire, and it went all the way back into the deep. The Talmud picked it up, but literally in ancient Israel, they picked that up from the Babylonians. And what they did is they literally, it was not only the Canaanites, but what they did is they literally sacrificed their children on that altar. And what they would do is they would literally play loud music, and parents, I can't believe this, but I mean, honestly, this happened. They would take their babies and children and bring them and burn them to death on this altar. And they believed that blood sacrifice ritual of bloodshed would bring the blessings for their harvest. And that's when God turned his back on ancient Israel. The Babylonian, Sully, I won't go through the whole thing here, but that when Iran puts that up, that literally, that statue they're doing, that's one form of what that statue actually looked like. And God said, "You're sacrificing your children to this altar. You've turned your back on me, and now you're following these pagan gods and doing these horrific blood ritual sacrifices of the Canaanites. And now I am turning my back on you." And they kept saying, no, we have the temple. You will always bless us. And the ancient prophet Jeremiah came to them and said, "No, God's not blessing you. He's left the house, but we have our temple. Hey, God doesn't live in that temple." So what happened? The Babylonians destroyed them in 5 days. Anyway, I won't go into all of it, but yeah, when they put that altar up, folks, that Iran knows exactly what they're doing with that, and that's what we're fighting here.
Yeah, great point. Just want to welcome Simon back on. Resistance is here. Gary is here. We've got a couple of more speakers on as well. Simon, how you doing?
All good, thank you.
Yeah, I never. One thing is, we got into like a very nuanced discussion, but I don't know if when you came up, you gave a market update or not. And if you did, I didn't get to hear it because I was having my very tiny little break where I've got addicted to this
I've got addicted to this mint tea here, and I'm like drinking like 2 cups. I'm like, as soon as Beatrix comes out, blood, I'm going to go get my mint tea. So I was having mint tea. I may not have had it. So did you give like a market update or not, Simon?
Yeah, sorry. You want to do a bit of a market update, yeah?
Yeah, please, if you could.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, you know, the taco commentary is starting to lose its impact. Obviously, we had a slight correction in the price of oil. WTI is still, better than Brent crude. That's still an issue. But the Omani oil has come back down as well, and so but we're still around
What was the
those
reason? What
approaching
was
the.
the reason for the Omani oil coming down? We were speculating because you hadn't been on the space, but we were speculating it could be because there was a report that came out that Iran may allow like a Gulf state oil to go out, but then it never ever happened. But that statement did come out. Is the But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have an answer. I don't have a good answer to you. I mean, I'm assuming that there was some kind of flow that was happening, but I can't really give you an answer. But yeah, the Omani oil came back down, so that implies that I don't really have a good answer for that. Why that became less disjointed. Um, and again, so yeah, the market is still at that $100 mark for Brent crude. The 10-year Treasury is approaching that 4.5% again. And the 20 and 30 year, the 30 years around that 4.9. Once it gets to that 5% again, that's the point when things become very painful. So if we're leading towards some kind of escalation, if I'm to interpret just purely on the markets right now, I think the market believes that this will be some kind of, you know, uh, some kind of final act, as it were, and then something that leads to some kind of deal or
A
negotiation.
fine what? I missed that. A
Um,
fine what?
a final
Oh, a
act.
final action. Sorry, go.
Yeah. So whatever. And I think the military analysis kind of matches that. When I was listening to Ryan Dawson as well, the whatever is done is somewhat superficial because it doesn't really change the game. It doesn't really, no one seems to be able to come up with a set of circumstance that suddenly shifts the game to the defeat of Iran. And so, this can only be somewhat theatrical from what Trump wants to show.
Well, there's two things on that,
And
Simon. So it's either if he takes because the ground invasion. I know Andrew, you don't think the ground invasion is happening, right? But
No, sir.
yeah, you don't think it. But if the ground invasion happens and it's the island of the Gulf of Oman, then it is just like you're taking an island, but there's nothing to get it. It's like you've taken a piece of land, but there's no utility to it. This is what I've been explained to everybody. It's like you're just taking it just to say we've taken it, but there's actually no change in real.
but it creates a good cutard Hollywood movie for
Yeah,
the ignorant,
exactly.
right?
But there's nothing. Yeah, exactly. So it creates what you just said, but it doesn't create anything substantive. Does that make sense? Whereas if the
Yeah,
whereas
exactly.
if they would, and that's what Ryan thinks that they're actually gonna do. Whereas if they go for Karg Island, that does cause things because that is, as you know, Iran's uh, main oil infrastructure. Iran's going to have to make a decision. Do they destroy the oil infrastructure? If they do, then they're going to start bombing. They're going to destroy the GCC oil infrastructure. Even with them taking the other island, Iran has threatened that they will attack the infrastructure of whichever country is complicit in the Gulf. But with the other one, it's like such a huge escalation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what the market believes right now is that it's going to be, the former rather than the latter. If it turns out to be the latter, then that's only going to push oil prices up. That's only going to put everything in the wrong direction. That's going to put the treasury rates up. That's going to put the mortgage rates up. It's going to lead to a retaliation that has more supply chain issues. It could lead to the Houthis, the closure of the Red Sea. You're really moving everything in the wrong direction to some giant, a disaster into an absolute disaster. And so if there is a big, escalation cycle, and that doesn't follow by some kind of deal or something that implies escalate to de-escalate, then you're going to expect oil prices and the yields to really, pop through those levels. At the moment, the market is staying at these $100 levels, and it's staying right on the danger line, where something has to happen to get them down. But if something happens to get them up, and that's not immediately met with something that's an escalate to de-escalate, the market ain't going to be happy, and we're creating an absolute disaster here. We already are in a disaster. We're going to be dealing with this for 2 years to come. But if you want to actually get to, a depression and impact on bond market that potentially never returns, then continue to escalate and get a harder, more aggressive retaliation, and keep climbing that escalation cycle. To me, the markets are telling me that there is no room to climb that escalation cycle unless it's immediately followed with something that de-escalates.
That's crazy. But at least you're basically saying that the market seems to suggest Ryan's position. Because for me, that position just
Yes.
logically didn't make sense in the sense of there's no utility to it. And like the way I look at it is you're doing the ground troops, you're going to sacrifice American lives. Well, actually, there will be something like happening, right, Simon? Like American lives will be lost. Like Americans will die.
Yeah. So if Americans die and you take over infrastructure that significantly hinders Iran's ability to, deliver oil at the end of
Which it
this.
doesn't. The
Yeah.
Ryan Dawson one doesn't. The Ryan Dawson one is you're in kind of like an open land. You say, "Oh, guess what? I've taken this land," but it doesn't hinder Iran at all. You're just taking a land that was Iran's. UAE used to have like lay claim to it in the past. You have it where Iran, that area is just open, so Iran could just hit drones and missiles. You're gonna have essentially a massacre of American lives, and then if Iran follows through on their claim that, let's say, the UAE helped, then you're going to have maybe Jebel Ali, the desalination plants, the energy infrastructure here. So those are the things that could come about from taking that island. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm certain Scott Percent knows that. And so it's a self-sabotage mission, if this escalates in that direction. And it's not contained escalation. And so either a deal has been reached and both, everyone needs their off ramps, and part of the deal they agreed this is what off ramp looks like. And this is a natural conclusion, or this is genuinely two sides, in a fight to the death. But from America's side, this is a market suicide mission. If it's genuine escalation, and they're chancing that Iran won't retaliate, and like if this ends up in actual targeting of anything like water desalination plants or anything, which I don't think is going to happen. But if that happens, then really this is probably a deliberate move to make Iran look really, really bad, in order to come back with something a lot harder. So if American deaths happen, then then there's a retaliation that is questionable in terms of collective punishment. Then that sounds like you're doing something to try and change the narrative, to justify something more aggressive. If we're in that scenario, Trump's effed, the markets are effed, the national debt, you're risking a complete doom loop, and death spiral, if that's what is being executed right now. And Scott Percent will know that. He absolutely knows it.
And so, from your perspective, the more likely scenario is, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of two: either the ground invasion doesn't happen at all, so same as Andrew's position, or it is that they do take, like, say, for example, the Gulf of Oman, and Iran just doesn't retaliate.
Yeah, my position has this has to end a bit like it did for the 12-day war, where you have something very dramatic, where you can film like you do something just for the film, and it has to end that way because Trump has to absolutely declare victory, crash the price of oil, and get back to markets, and trying to get the markets up and just dealing with the fallout and just push a narrative. You know, we choked Asia, we choked China, we choked Europe. We did this for America. We're making America great again. We've got the oil. You know, we're kings of the world. That's what. And I think he needs a Hollywood movie for that. And so my belief is that's what he's doing.
Yeah. No, no, I get that. I'm just thinking, how do they get to that situation? It's that the ground invasion doesn't happen, or they take Khark, but there's no Iranian response. Would be the way to get to that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's another possibility as well. I can't think, but those would be the ones where you would get to
Yeah.
what you're saying.
I'm favoring towards some kind of irrelevant island or something. Something that doesn't really move the needle, but the it looks like it does for the ignorant. Or
Yeah, the
It,
Gulf.
maybe there is something in a negotiation that involves, you know, a joint agreement between the Strait of Hormuz in the future and a joint venture between China, American financial interests, and Iran. And this is part of how to get there. That's another possibility.
Well, that's what Trump said, didn't he? If you remember one of his comments, he said that me and the Ayatollah are going to be both in charge of this. I'm sure he said something like that because
Did he? I missed that one.
yeah, I'm sure he said me and the Ayatollah are going to both be in charge of the strait or something. Or me and the new Ayatollah are going to be both in charge of the strait.
if folks could also
Okay.
realize, and Simon, Sully, if we could go back in history and look at the Gulf War, first Gulf War, imagine thousands. There was a complete 6 United States carrier battle groups in position. There was a double forced amphibious force moved into the Persian Gulf for a full, massive, like never seen before in history, an assault of the United States Marines into Kuwait there, okay? And what happened was it moved the Revolutionary Guard down there, or I'm sorry, Republican Guard from the Iraqis. It moved them down and pinned them into position, thinking we were really going to assault. But throughout military history, we've always used the United States, or all militaries have used a feint before, and that's exactly what I think our Marines are doing. It's just a big feint. And you call it a feint, whatever you want to call it, but it's effective. It's effective, but not for Iran. Iran sees through it, and then all that other stuff moving, and we got 1 million men right now. It won't happen.
But to be clear, your position is that this entire deployment in going into the specific positions is a feint, and actually none of it's going to happen. Correct?
Absolutely, I've seen it before twice, sir.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. Do continue. I just wanted to clarify. Go ahead. Continue.
No, that's okay, Sully, Simon. I don't like you guys have got an awesome dialogue going. I just wanted to add that I've seen it before twice in history, and we would do that all the time, like we're going to make a map. But it hasn't a very effective. We saw it happen when Russia and in the Russian war when David was on here early talking about the Battle of Kursk. That's a very famous battle to study there in itself. But yeah, I've seen it before. I think that's all just big feint.
I think the other part of the economics of this is America is currently in a fiscal dominant stage, and the problem is that the currency is strengthening when it was meant to be weakening before this war, so that you can balance the deficit, or reverse that trade. So in fiscal dominance, if they know this is going to come to an end, America's at the stage of their debt cycle where they just need to spend aggressively as much as possible. but they need those interest rates down. And so don't in at the end of a debt cycle in this stage of fiscal dominance, where effectively you're monetizing the debt, which means that you're creating inflation and you're printing money wildly. Um, then you just spend money however you can, and so just blowing up stuff and recreating it just helps with GDP, helps with growth. It's not productive growth, but it helps you spend money and justify larger budgets for military. And so, one of the easiest ways of spending money in a fiscal dominance stage to devalue the debt and create inflation is to just blow things up, but the problem is that the bond market and oil prices are creating a check on that because the strait was closed. And so you can't do the Afghan model, you can't do the Iraq model, you can't do the Syria model, you can't do the forever war model because the strait is closed. And so the bond market and the oil market are dictating, that you can only take it so far. But the more waste America has, sending ships back and forth, sending the military back and forth, signing new defense, getting people to replenish their interceptors, that's all the type of waste that helps during a fiscal dominance stage.
Um, what's your thoughts on um, the Gulf states? Do you think that they're working together and like UAE is kind of playing the bad guy role, or do you think that answers really they are in bed with each other, or do you think that there is a kind of divergence now between the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the rest of them?
I think they've always been competitive and they all have their own goals and they all have their own paths. But I think the whole region recognizes that there's a once in a lifetime opportunity here. And so while people take advantage of issues, the ability, the goal of where everyone lands and the possibility of regional stability, based upon this, I think I don't think they're as dumb as I know you think, Suleiman. I think they all have a game, and I do think they're playing a bit of good cop, bad cop, and I think they know the limits of the escalation ladder, and but they're also, I think, using this opportunity. But I do think in the end, the Saudi Arabia ends up the hegemon of the GCC, and UAE kind of you know becomes like the most vassalized into West, and looks the worst, and Saudi just looks a lot better. But I think there's an element of coordination and good cop, bad cop in the game they're playing. And I don't think Iran and the GCC will allow this to escalate beyond the bounds of knowing that they're neighbors and they need to they need to, they're all going to be there and no one's going, and they're all going to be working together afterwards.
I don't get this bit that you're saying, because you're saying they're working together, good cop, bad cop, but then you're saying the GCC is going to be involved with China, but then the UAE is going to be vassalized by the West.
Yeah, because you're thinking of nation states again. The West means financial interests, so transnational capital work together. And so BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard is who controls America from my perspective. And so in order to have regional stability, you have to buy out the mafia. It's like a protection gig where the only way to stop the mafia killing you is to actually have a security contract with them, and make co-investments where a return to the forever war model is just not feasible. And what the West do, if they're transitioning to a multipolar world and they want a foothold, then they try and vassalize and acquire, and strategically control, a region that is the easiest for them to control, and then they use that as like their foothold to try and get as much influence in the bloc. And I think UAE has been selected for that task. And so there is no way that you're replacing Western military forever war with BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard effectively, and you're trying to co-opt them into regional stability so that they don't have any incentive to return back to the forever war, and you want as much negotiation leverage as you possibly can as you make that transition.
Okay. And where does, in this kind of like hierarchy, where do you sit China with this Saudi Arabia being the head of the GCC hegemon?
Well, China is King Kong. China pays the bills.
Oh
China
my
feeds the.
God! Don't get, listen. Calm down. Inevitable China's on. He's gonna get overexcited. It might cause issues where he can't sleep. Just relax, Sam. But do continue.
Yeah. Well, China fills the sovereign wealth fund, so he who puts the money in is the one that demands the terms. So the Iran economically is dependent upon China. The GCC economically dependent upon China. They're trying to do their Vision 2030 and diversification, but at the moment, China's got the world's manufacturing base, the largest exports, and a Belt and Road Initiative that's created every country becoming dependent upon their exports, and they need a lot of energy. Now, if we enter into a global recession, we're going to have energy demand destruction, and China's demand will decrease, which is why they don't want the price of oil to blow out, and they don't want America to go into a global recession. But they do want they do want the opportunity to invest in the Middle East and turn it into West Asia, and work with the financial powers in regional stability. But Saudi Arabia is just going to be, I think, the most important component of the GCC, and they don't have a manufacturing base. So where would their manufacturing base come from? It comes from diversifying. It comes from immigration, as I know you just they they've treated, they've had lots of human rights around violations around that. But it also comes from China and Turkey has a genuine military base. It's been signing partnerships with Egypt, which has a formidable. Both of them receive funding from both America, and they've been decreasing the IMF debt, and the Gulf countries have been investing as well. So they're all tying themselves together through regional flows, where Egypt and Turkey can make up for the limitations of the GCC, but it will be funded by KSA, and I think there'll be energy partnerships between Iran and the GCC at the end of this. But the energy needs are gonna it's all from China having that manufacturing base, and then Belt and Road Initiative in order to build up the region, and make it where there's a better future for the whole region. The forever war model comes to an end.
Inevitable West. I know I know that Ian Miles Chung is the greatest influencer. What's your thoughts on what Simon said? I know it's annoying you, but give us your thoughts on what he said.
Well, you would never get analysis on the level of Simon Dixon from Ian Miles Chong, that's for sure. I take one over the other. But no, look,
Oh
I
my
think with
God,
the Saudi,
you're
the,
taking a Muslim over a Chinaman.
you'll be surprised. Islam goes back about like 1,300 years in China. The first time it touched down was in, I think, around like 649 AD, roughly. So
Save the
it's
Uyghurs,
a
save the
long
Uyghurs.
story. Well, oh gosh, well, save them from who?
The
Themselves?
CIA,
No,
the
no,
CIA.
no. well, don't get me started there. That's, but no, like what you said about Saudi Arabia, I kind of do agree. They're a major player for the most part. Now, here's the thing: Iran is probably going to administer repercussions unlike anything they've ever seen. Not just Saudi Arabia, but the UAE. But we can't take away that in conjunction with Iran, Saudi Arabia and the UAE joined BRICS in 2024, excuse me, the same year, right? And that's just not a coincidence. It's obviously something that's been,
And Egypt.
negotiated. Yes, exactly, right? And BRICS Plus, like, and they're pretty consequential. Like since 2023, them being the largest OPEC plus producer, and really since then, they've kind of controlled the swing capacity that makes BRICS 42% of the world's oil output. And that's like enough to shift settlement currencies at scale. And obviously, China is already Saudi Arabia's number one oil customer. So, like you said, it's he who pays the piper calls the tune in a sense. Not to say that they're going to take away Saudi Arabia's autonomy, and I do think there is, for lack of a better term, a gun pointed at their heads by the U.S. and by the West. Who's I'm forgetting his MBS is like he's not in a good position, right? He is in a position where he has to listen to both sides. You may, in your ontology, may frame it as like the military industrial complex. I think he is caught in between the FIC and the MIC in a very uncomfortable way. So he does have to navigate. He can't just simply say, "Screw you guys, I'm going to China." I think they probably would kill him, or at least like they threaten him. But we can't deny that shift has existed. Like, they've explicitly signaled openness to non-dollar oil trade. Back in like 2023, they started to settle currencies other than USD for the first time. People back then were saying that petrodollar is effectively dead. Even at that point, Saudi Arabia's got like yuan denominated futures contracts that are active now, and you know, uh, obviously, I think that was in 2024, not 2023. But obviously, without Swift being in a factor, China is able to basically trade and rather issue bonds, same way that they've done with Brazil and with the India UAE rupee trade as well. Like we've seen kind of like that financial multiplier kind of continue in a structured way. So yeah, like in terms of what you're just mentioning now, I think that like we'll see a greater part of this play out. I can't say for sure what's going to happen in the next uh yeah, I don't know, the next few months as it pertains to the GCC, but we've seen kind of like lines be drawn. Qatar is not going to get involved. I think they have, and I think Suleiman said this earlier. Qatar has essentially set out a deal. And by the way, China has talked to all like the Kuwait, every single GCC state. China has like been in rigorous talks, basically. Like Wang Yi, he's been pretty much like on the phone nonstop. They've had envoys sent out already. There's been extensive communication. So every decision that's made is certainly something that's you know being conducted with heavy Chinese involvement. And yeah, the ultimate vision, I think, though, from a long-term playbook, is it's look. There's a reason why there's a 25-year China-Iran comprehensive strategic partnership, and it's probably I think it might be the longest running strategic partnership with another country, or at least a financial partnership in terms of like a planned out, drawn out date that China has. Clearly, Iran is a stable, economically ascendant, node for the Belt and Road Initiative, and that would bridge the Persian Gulf to like Central Asia and Europe, and it's not going to be allowed to become a chaotic spoiler. And I think that fits well within your thesis, Simon, and your overall framing, which is that yeah, there are long-term plans, and Iran is factored well into them, and Saudi Arabia has already kind of contributed largely to the implementation of this global shift, or at least this shift as it pertains to the Gulf. So yeah, I think that's kind of my early thoughts.
Sam, what's your thoughts on what
Yeah.
he said?
Yeah, I agree. I personally believe that Iran, BRICS, and the GCC have been playing the 5D chess, and then they co-opted the Trump administration, and we've just been witnessing it. Really, I don't think unless it is agreed, I don't think this escalates further between the GCC and Iran. And very soon the relationship will be strong.
So, in the short term, do you think there could be room for escalation? Because I think that's the only thing that I might want to introduce is that in the short term, we may see some really serious destruction imposed upon, particularly the UAE and Saudi Arabia. However, that short term destruction that is dealt out may not, like, obviously, as you mentioned before, who's going to do the rebuilding, right? The Belt and Road Initiative is most likely going to be that that force of rebuilding, if you will.
Or KSA. I think KSA will do a bunch of the rebuilding. I think the way that I see it from here is that the mix of Western finance, Belt and Road Initiative, and Gulf finance, I think that's already been determined. And that's the balance that leads to regional stability. It's the breakdown of those investments in the rebuild, and this is the build back better phase of that, and it would be hugely technocratic as well, and I think that's already been determined.
I could certainly see that. Yeah. Well, you know, the I guess, like, when you look at what's going on with the continual pushbacks from Trump, for example, and the timelines being floated out, perhaps under your model or within your model, I think these continual pushbacks are sort of representing what is happening on the back end, right? Just working within your model. On the back end, perhaps there
It's
are,
gazumping.
yeah.
You're familiar with gazumping, yeah?
Yeah, well, remind me, what is that?
So in real estate, what you do if you want to get the best price possible, you sign a deal. You get it to the point where everyone's absolutely exhausted. It happens in M&A all the time, and you drag it out for as long as possible. And then in the final bit, when everyone's like, "Oh, we're about to give up on this," where everyone's negotiating on terms, and it just gets to the point of exhaustion where nobody can handle it anymore. You pull the deal, you gazump on it, and you put yourself in in a situation where that's really bad, and so then everyone gets pissed off with you, but they want to do a deal so badly that you end up getting a bit of additional terms, and you can do some false flags or something to try and push a pendulum in your favor. But it's just basically a bad actor negotiator that continually moves the goalpost just to try and get the best deal. And it happens in M&A and gazumping all the time.
So would you say this is happening in terms of the large scale, really, like, since 2018 JCPOA? Would you say, like, that's kind of been the timeline? Like, Trump goes back in the JCPOA, kills Soleimani, sanctions imposed, this, that, and
Yeah,
the
that
third. Yeah.
was
Okay.
that was stopping the regional stability in order to get some additional leverage for Mick, and then the Mick creates the environment where you get closer to the type of setup that can lead to regional stability and get the terms deeper in your favor. And then you've got these agitators and partners like Israel and other financial powers and legacy Zionists and all that shit that you've got to factor into the equation.
So,
But in the
oh
end,
yeah, sorry.
nothing stops this train.
Well, within your model, I guess the thing is, and the UAE is probably the key thing. It seems like the UAE and Saudi Arabia have helped with this process, on Trump's side, and I say Trump in quotes. Obviously, we know it's greater powers, but the UAE, they provided really serious, like, intelligence sharing and joint. They ran classified meetings with Israel specifically on targeting Hamas, and specifically on, like, targeting the tunnel warfare happening, and any, like, Iranian missiles and drones and information operations. They were, like, one of the key figures that aided and abetted Israel's efforts to basically run the genocide. And I think that might be, I guess, like, the fact that the UAE and Saudi Arabia were so instrumental in this. It's sort of, I guess it's tough to see how they make out on the other end of this. And maybe for many it is, at least. It's tough to see for many how they make it out on the other end of this, any better off if they're doing so much to contribute to the Israeli US agenda, the military industrial complex agenda. You
Well,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
Now, okay. So imagine, so you're the GCC. You don't like Iran's model. You don't like the funding of militia groups. So you want US and Israel to move things in the favor of taking out the militia groups and putting Iran in a situation where it agrees to, you know, stop supporting the militias, and then they are integrated into the armies. That's what you want. So you're using Israel and America to try and achieve that. What does Iran want? Iran wants the destruction of US bases. Maybe the GCC want to renegotiate all those terms, do force majeure, end up in a situation where they can change the dynamics of the security relationship with local players like Turkey, Pakistan, and Egypt, as well as more BRICS aligned, as well as something that doesn't get the West to renege and switch back to the forever war model. And so you've effectively used Iran in order to achieve those goals for you. Then at the same time, America is saying, well, we don't care about our people, they just have the debt, but we do care about Chevron and Exxon and the LNG exporters. So why don't we give you some equity in these companies, and Israel will give you some equity in these, we'll do some deals here where you get to participate in the M&A, and you just tie everyone together to the extent you can. So when Trump renegotiates, Trump uses the US military, you get compensation through some of those alternative routes in the Texas infrastructure in a multipolar world. Then eventually you hit the point where the strait is open, the price of oil crashes, all terms have been completely renegotiated. We get a global reset, which builds out this police and surveillance state, which is what the technical industrial complex wanted. And you compensate the military with other war zones. So you allow them to, Putin will say, well, I'll continue to be Hitler for another 3 years. And you can dollarize Central and South America and just use them for all their resources and just steal everything. These, and then Russia will say, well, yeah, at the end of it, we want the whole of Ukraine. BlackRock will say, well, we want this route. How are we going to get security guarantees that the CIA isn't going to escalate and create a color revolution again? And then you obviously have to resolve the Palestinian cause and various other things. And then there'll be conversations around, well, what's happening with Taiwan? So to me, this is the level of change where world leaders accepted World War III is not an option. So what do we do in order to prevent World War III? And we need to destroy a lot of stuff, and we need to build it back better and renegotiate. That's what I think is happening.
Well, that's what I really enjoyed about your conversation with Joa earlier. I saw both sides to it, of course, but one thing that I think I absolutely agree with you on is it is in the best interest of BlackRock and any other Western major, really multinational corporation on the level of BlackRock or State Street or whatever. It's in their interest to diversify outside of the United States, and it seems like it behooves them. Like even if it's not over 50% now, it's almost a certainty that it's going to be, even if there were no sort of like level of coordination that you're speaking of, right? Just from a if you just use the eye test and look at like obviously what's Trippin's dilemma, as Robert always talks about. um it seems like it just really, again, it behooves them. The multipolarity, the bedrock of it in a lot of ways is the reducing of the U.S. dollar's share as the global reserve currency. Not to say that they won't be a reserve currency, but even since like 2001, it's reduced like from like what 90% to 70% roughly.
At
So yeah,
56% in terms, but it's down to 40% as a strategic reserve asset.
right.
And but that was also because the price of gold went up so much. But then everyone started selling down their treasuries and buying gold. Since the war, that's reversed slightly. But
But
also
that's
remember,
just that's just a
there's a
rubber
giant,
band. Sorry,
yeah.
that's just a rubber band.
Well, yeah, it's temporary and it's problematic because the higher the price of the dollar, the more dependent America becomes on China. So that reverses the rebalancing that needs to happen here. And then that's bad for China because it's going deeper into export driven and it's not able to focus on its internal consumption economy. So strengthening the dollar just reverses everything that's meant to be happening here. So it has to be temporary. But remember, there's a ginormous carrot here, which is China will also give concessions. You know, part of the trade deal is that you know BlackRock. You know, because if you think about it, China let Apple in, and that was under the condition that everything that Apple builds is in China with Chinese factories, with Chinese workers, with Chinese components, with Chinese rare earth minerals, with Chinese regulations, with Chinese, controlled capital controls, with Chinese reinvestment contracts. And the agreement is that Apple is allowed here. They get the reduced labor costs. They get the ability to have much better margins. But our people are going to learn, and we're going to build Huawei. So that's kind of like the Chinese model, because it's a win-win situation, and eventually they know that they've got a foothold in an international market. And the big carrot is that China will give some concessions in opening up their market as well. So for BlackRock and other financial institutions to leverage the US military as much as you can in order to get as much leverage to open up those markets as much as possible in a multipolar world, they're looking at their spreadsheets and saying, this is how we survive. This is how we get our assets under administration up. These are the countries that are most vulnerable. Let's send in Blackstone to acquire these on the cheap. Let's get our real estate investment trusts to buy as much real estate on the cheap. Let's turn the whole population into serfs. And which elites and oligarchs do we need to co-opt in order to get a foothold? In comes Modi, privatize more, do more IPOs. In comes Netanyahu, privatize more, that's what I think that's what I think and we're at the end phase of that right now. And in the next 5 years, the world's going to look radically different, and it will be better. It will be significantly better. But then we do have to deal with this technocratic surveillance state, police state BS, because the World Economic Forum is going to use the closure of the Strait of Hormuz to further their agenda of inflation. You will own nothing and be happy. That's coming. People need to resist against that in their own personal environments.
The Western technocratic model seems to hinge upon the indefatigability of the U.S. dollar, as it pertains to the economic might and not just that, but rather the just the strength and the health of consumption, like the consumption ability of the West. And I think you might have even said this earlier about how consumption seems to be the only remaining strength that the U.S. has, and even that is waning. But consumption, when there's a currency collapse or when there's a significant stagflationary depression that takes place, I think the technocratic model wouldn't work, because if they tried to implement it, they would have to use authoritarian, overt Orwellian means, and that would give the loss of quality of life would give the people incentive to rebel completely.
Which is what you want. That's how you
Yes.
get your technocratic nightmare.
Well, but the thing is, but I guess it would. But the thing is, it wouldn't, only because if they rebel from against this and don't have this sort of okay, I think the problem is the pain of inaction is not stronger than the pain of action right now. I think that's why people have done nothing about the Epstein files and all of all of this other corruption, especially on the corporate side. But when people's quality of life in the West reduces to such a point where they reach kind of fuck it mode, I think they will, or maybe for their own good, they should reach fuck it mode and overthrow a lot of the Orwellian technocratic nightmare.
Nah, they
You
won't
know,
do it. They'll
no.
that's why do you think they beta tested all the control grids and police state in UK, the pre-crime Palantir? They're preparing, they're profiting. How does the military make up for lost profits in this model? Where they build out and continue their internal regime change in their
I
internal color revolutions, their internal privatized prison state, their internal deportation, private deportation model, their internal like because all of the prison system in America is privatized, and the more you send people from prison to prison and keep them in prison, the more money they make. So, and they get to then take their Palantir model, do the closed border, open border thing, and then just sell it, and use the US as leverage in order to sell that subscription model to as many jurisdictions as you can. But the whole point here is that they recognize this, which is why they want multipolarity, because they knew that the dollar wasn't going to produce the returns that it previously had. And so they took it to its limits and then made sure they used the West in order to get as much as foothold as they can in a multipolar world, and proactively took it that way because there was no choice. They didn't do it because they said, right, let's just kill the dollar. They said, no, this is hitting diminishing returns now, and we need to proactively get ahead of this. We need to go where the birth rates are. We need to go where the growth is, and the biggest growth is to stop the forever war model in certain jurisdictions and allow them and get as much leverage as we can, and then allow them to grow. And eventually, we won't really need America when it has a sovereign debt crisis. And that's what I think. That's how I think they think.
Well, cultural breakdown and open borders would be an effective method for the technocrats to maintain. And when I say open borders, I mean like completely unregulated matters. Like, I mean, like Venezuelans being able to pour in and whatever they want, because it would keep the population more so occupied. And even if you just put them against each other, per se, which I think you've mentioned before, like that seems to be a deliberate effort to pit the population against each other with more radicalized ideas that are diversely or they're diverse but they're contradictory. And there's many, like, it's like a balkanization of America that could take place, and same for Western Europe. I think that would help the technocrats keep the population their energy. It would help their population expend enough energy and keep it away from rebelling and overthrowing them. And I say this only because it seems like if you kept demographics the way that they are right now, but you had the stagflationary depression that seems to be maybe like a decade away, maybe less, you would, I really think you would have people running these major corporations, especially the technocrats and the people in elected positions. I think they would be afraid to I think they would be afraid to like leave the house, frankly. I think even the people protecting them, like the military and intelligence agencies, those people would literally not see it as worth it to show up to work. It would be that
And
bad.
and the fix
Like
coming after
Weimar.
you next as well. Don't think China comes when the demographic issues take hold in China. The FIC will want to get as much leverage in that situation, which is why they're back in India.
Well, they
Oh
I
my
think that's
God! Don't
well that's why
attack
they're
inevitable China. Those cuts hit deep.
they'll try. Well, look, that's why they're well, for one, that's why they're trying in Central Asia with the terrorism that they try to
Yeah, but you can't
convince.
reverse the demographic issues.
You're gonna,
Like China's headed
Simon. You're being too nice.
China's headed for that.
Simon, what Simon's saying is you're gonna cease to exist. Who are you gonna fight when you don't exist anymore?
No, those look, they're still like 80%, 90% Han Chinese, okay? So we're
No, but
we're
he's
good for
talking
the
about
next like
Yeah, but
no,
when
100
he's
the
talking
old
years.
about
when the old
population
start
stats.
retiring and there's not when the old start retiring and there's not enough young people, that's going to cause some serious issues.
Oh, well, look, I'm in agreement there, and I think there's just got to be an extreme diversion. And Suleiman actually said the answer to that, to the population issue, but it's not popular. It's not popular to say what we need to do.
Yeah,
But
but
let's just
listen, let me
say,
be clear
It's
on that.
AI and
Let
robotics.
me be clear on that. The Chinaman ain't ever gonna do that. They're too soft. Listen, what Simon is saying is you're all gonna cease to exist. Like you're talking about world domination, and there ain't gonna be anyone left.
well, I don't know if I said world domination. However, when it pertains to the population future, I look, the
There'll be a
4B
bunch of
movement.
robots. There's going to be a bunch of robots.
The 4B movement and its consequences have been a disaster for everybody, right? But I think that's going to be overturned. I think there's gonna be a snapback. We'll see. We'll see. But no, to your point, like that is a serious problem. You know, in 100 years, hopefully they'll figure that out. But in the meantime, no, look, the technocrats do seem to really want this Orwellian nightmare. They've already planned it out. They've already pretty much announced it. However, I think the enforcement arm of it is going to be the deliberate integration of like different, not just populations, but the balkanization of Western Europe and America. And the thing is, that's going to be something that they'll try to do in most countries regardless, because of, like, okay, there's a reason why Elon Musk is so invested in China. It just like in more ways than just Tesla, right? In many ways, because it's like they kind of LARP as the FIC, when in reality they're the technocrats, right? LARPing as financial industrial complex sort of like representatives. And in some ways they do have like a mix, right? Obviously the PayPal mafia, uh, they don't really get to their position without being, I guess like deca billionaires plus, right? So I guess
Speaking of
like where do
which,
you draw the dividing line?
David
Oh, go
Sachs
go.
stepped down from his role today as well.
Oh, from
Really?
the White
Swear
House?
down.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's huge. Is that because of the war?
No, not because of the war. Definitely not because of the war. I don't think.
Because he came out
But no,
vocally
I think he's
against it,
just
right?
taking. I think he's just trying to make more money. I think it was hindering his money making ability. So he did what he needed to do. Got Clarity Act, and now he's just saying, "Oh man, this is causing some restrictions, man. I need to make more money."
Interesting.
So I think he left.
Spidey's.
Could I ask like
You go. No, no,
oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Notable.
Could I ask, like, where do you draw the dividing line between the technocrats and the financial industrial complex? To Simon.
Um, as long as money is a thing, the technical industrial complex will be subordinate to the financial industrial complex. Same with the military industrial complex. If we enter into a world where money becomes irrelevant, then tech could dominate through algorithm and take down the FIC. But as long as money is needed to pay those data centers and to prop up that infrastructure, the FIC will always use money printing and securitization and financialization to dominate any company that becomes geopolitically and strategically relevant. But yeah, if we enter into a world where money doesn't matter and we enter into this, utopia, and they could end up actually displacing FIC and the algorithm rules.
So then, and I guess I can use China for example. The government debt to GDP like ratio is like way lower than obviously the U.S. and Japan and Italy, like a bunch of other countries. Like it's super low. It's like at least in comparison, right? But when you include broader measures, um, like local government like financing vehicles, for example, Chinese debt finances productive assets, right? Infrastructure, for example, like that's just probably the main thing. Obviously, you see the maglevs and you see the rail lines that can take you the equivalent of Atlanta to Chicago in 2 hours. That's the equivalent space that the trains can take you just from like one rail line. And so obviously that's a lot of money put into it. So you have productive assets. Chinese debt finances productive assets per the structure of the system, rather than just like perpetual consumption subsidies, right? Or entitlements that kind of like trap these Western economies into low growth cycles. China doesn't have that. There is no like cyclical trap where you're just binded to consumption. So that being said, how does the financial industrial complex gain anything other than like becoming like a barnacle on the back of the Chinese structure and maybe any other nations that embody that structure? How do they are they just along for the ride, or are they planning on taking over and building inroads to dominance in Eastern economies?
Um, I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but as long as China's followed a policy of protectionism in its capital markets and payment systems, and made sure that no company ever becomes more important than if they follow that policy, then just like even during like the opium wars and stuff, when you had the infiltration by banking, As long as they keep that state banking, then you can control the FIC.
That's what I was
If
thinking.
you
Again, like,
open
oh,
up,
good.
neoliberal, the neoliberal model was effectively to make governments and countries subordinate to the FIC, and they did a great job of marketing through universities that this is free market when it wasn't free market because they had access to the money printer, so they were printing the money to control all the assets, and then that became a doctrine in Western economics, um, where they thought that free market Smithsonian economics was what they had, but then they had a debt based Ponzi scheme and a central bank that was crony capitalist by nature because they get to monopolize and create the currency. And so then they took over the government and took over all corporate interests and took over the military and took over the technology and everything. And so that psyop needs to exit from the psyche. And still to this day, I think people think what America has is capitalism or what the West has is capitalism, but it was covert. It was covert communism through believing that it's capitalism, but it was complete capture by financial money printers and a Ponzi scheme that guarantees their success. So I think
Yeah, like a corporate welfare.
I think the university system has got a lot to answer to. They psyop the world, and that whole strategic tension between communism and capitalism was just such a. There is no model that did communism, and there is no capitalism based upon what they teach in economics. And they just used it to create central bankers and turn engineers into investment bankers and slowly use them to colonize the West.
Yeah, no, that's well. Is there any hope for, like, say, the UK or the US to adopt a model that's more similar to China's? And I mean that. I don't mean you don't have to outright be Marxist Leninist, but, like, obviously if you get past on the other side of on the other side of not hyperinflation, but like a stagflationary depression, right? On the other side of, like, financial meltdown, Great Depression style, is there any chance that the US can overhaul this maybe from the ground up and kind of do what China's been doing, for example?
It's a great question, but I don't know how you overthrow the FIC from here. I think maybe you would have to do an internal regime change, and the next generation would need to culturally change the system. And this is why I always focused on monetary reform. That's been my lifetime work. While you have the Western central banking model, what you witness today is the inevitable, predictable, and guaranteed result. Unless you fix money, you can't fix the system. And so everything else is a patch up. But effectively, and that's what that's effectively what the Nazis did. They overthrew the financial system, and then they created, and then they messed that one up. But effectively, it started by overthrowing the Western central banking system and replacing it with a labor-backed currency. But then that led to too much concentration of power within the fascist regime. And then the fascist regime started investing in war rather than productivity. And then the war became inflationary. And then the Western central bankers were able to install uh, a central bank in Germany and bring it back to where it was.
Yeah. And guys, just want to read this. And it is a super chat, which is here it is. It's from Spidey Cells. Sully still waiting on the diesel to arrive by mail. Where is it? I don't know where it is, bro. I don't know where it is. I'm like Trump. It's coming. I've got 8 vessels, 8 barrels of ships of oil coming. Once Trump's 8 barrels come, you're gonna get your diesel. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee you that. Want to thank Dynamic X99 for being a level 1 member. Appreciate you becoming an important member of the community. Guys, we are wrapping up. We will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Unless there's huge breaking news, then we'll start earlier. So have your notifications on. Be ready. I want to thank Simon, Inevitable, Andrew, everyone who came, and everyone who came earlier as well. Appreciate it. Everyone who joined in on the conversation. I have put a tweet in the nest and a tweet in the comments. It is the Ryan Dawson interview that we did, in case you missed it. For those who didn't miss it, who haven't heard it, watch it. It's a very good analysis of exactly what's going on, bringing you up to date and telling you what's going to happen next. If you didn't miss it, still come down. We're going to have a chat there. If you did miss it, watch it, share it, let everyone know about it. But it's going to go live now. I think it's live. Let me just make sure if it's live, and everyone come there. Yeah, it is. Yeah, look, already Sean's there, Queen's there, Sad's there. Let me write hi all, like stream. Yeah, and so yeah, everyone come across. We're gonna be ending the space. We're gonna be ending the YouTube chat